Chapter 1. How to choose the zombie maternal body at the start. Urgent. Wei Gong slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that caught his attention was the striking McDonald's logo. At that moment, he found himself seated in a corner of a McDonald's restaurant, a hamburger and a cup of cola placed before him, his familiar penny pincher meal. As he reached out to touch the icy surface of the cola cup, the chill rushed up his fingertips and into his brain. This game feels surprisingly realistic. A voice devoid of emotion echoed in his mind. Welcome to the Apocalypse Showdown. The zombie apocalypse will commence in 1 week. Please prepare yourself. To win the staggering prize of 500 billion, Wei Gong had entered this game known as the Apocalypse Showdown. 100,000 players would be thrust into a virtual world on the brink of apocalypse, where they must assume the roles of either human survivors or zombie maternal bodies. If the humans managed to eliminate all zombies and maternal bodies, the survivors would claim victory and share the 500 billion prize. Conversely, if the zombies triumphed, they would seize the same fortune. Despite the allure of the monumental prize, the penalty for failure was equally terrifying: death. If one were to perish in the game, their real-world counterpart would meet the same fate. It was a true death game. Your identity is that of a zombie maternal body. Upon hearing this, Wei Gong couldn't help but frown. This identity seems rather challenging. Despite the ferocity of zombies portrayed in films, the gameplay difficulty for maternal body players was exponentially greater than that of survivor players. Firstly, there were only 1,000 maternal body players, pitted against 100 times their number in survivors. Secondly, maternal body players not only faced off against survivor players, but also contended with human society within the game. Particularly in the early stages, both maternal bodies and zombies possessed relatively low combat power. If they encountered armed human forces, they would be slaughtered like pigs. You might have just infected a few dozen people, and before you know it, the military arrives with firearms. Under such overwhelming firepower, as long as you remain a carbon-based life form, not to mention being a zombie, even if the zombie king himself appeared, you'd be physically dispatched. As a zombie maternal body, you may select one of the following buffs to commence. 1. Physical enhancement, elevating your physical condition to that of a level 1 athlete, enabling rapid recovery from damage. 2. Randomly acquire 1-level superpower. 3. Randomly obtain 10 NPCs who are 100% loyal to you. Gazing at the 3 options materializing in his mind, Wei Gong fell into a brief silence. The first option was a buff to enhance his own attributes, aiding the maternal body in better infecting humans in the early game, even granting him a fighting chance against armed personnel. With robust vitality, one would be less likely to perish easily. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. Even with physical enhancement, should he be shot in the head, death would be inevitable. Useless, I forfeit. He then shifted his focus to the second option, where the system kindly displayed old-level superpowers before him. Invisibility for 30 seconds, releasing a mist to envelop oneself, berserk gaining explosive speed and strength, life recovery. As he perused the extensive list of superpowers, Wei Gong's expression darkened. While there were several practical abilities, the vast majority were worthless. The acquisition of these superpowers was random. Should he draw something useless from the pool, it would be good night for him. The second option is also forfeited. What on earth is this? Organizer, are you genuinely trying to thwart the maternal body players? With no choice left, Wei Gong placed his final hope in the third option. 10 100% loyal NPCs. Wei Gong stroked his chin. You mean, I get 10 zombie farmers to assist me in infections, right? This inevitably reminded him of the farmers gifted at the start of games like Warcraft, Red Alert, and StarCraft. Not quite a waste, but utterly without purpose. What do you expect me to do? Chop wood, mine, or build houses? What use are these farmers to me? Just as Wei Gong was about to voice his complaints, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Wait a moment, are the identities of these NPCs randomized? Upon posing his question, the system promptly replied. All identities are randomized. They can be male or female, perhaps a vagrant, a driver, or even a doctor or lawyer. If that's the case, can I utilize these individuals' identities? If he infected these NPCs, he would merely gain 10 utterly powerless zombies. However, if he refrained from infecting them and instead leveraged their identities, he could acquire 10 100% loyal and obedient pawns. I choose the 10 NPCs. At the moment Wei Gong made his selection, 10 information cards appeared in his mind. Delivery person, nurse, teacher, janitor, bus driver, travel agency owner. When he reached the final information card, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Zhang Xiaoyu, daughter of the mayor of Shoutan City, and also his secretary. An undeniable surge of excitement welled up within him. If the delivery person and janitor were akin to disposable napkins and umbrellas in the card pool, then Zhang Xiaoyu was undeniably a luxurious flat-screen television. System, how do I control these NPCs? Direct thought control no matter the distance. Commands can be issued. A map materialized in Wei Gong's mind, displaying the locations, activities, and appearances of the NPCs under his control. Was fully aware of their every detail. Chang Mengya, come here and buy me a portion of McNuggets. Wei Gong selected the nearest NPC and issued the command from a distance. Simultaneously, in a private travel agency, Chang Mengya, who was dining with his wife, abruptly paused mid-bite. Upon receiving the order, Chang Mengya grabbed his bike keys and dashed out. Honey, enjoy your meal, I have something to attend to. Chang Mengya's wife looked on, bewildered by her husband's sudden departure. What's gotten into him? Approximately 15 minutes later, Chang Mengya arrived at the McDonald's where Wei Gong was located. He presented a portion of McNuggets before Wei Gong. Master, your McNuggets. Capable of independent thought, as long as commands are issued, they will find ways to accomplish tasks. This NPC seems relatively intelligent. Wei Gong felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. During the incubation period, maternal bodies could infect zombies, but had to remain undetected by the outside world. Should the existence of zombies be revealed, the exposed maternal body player would be immediately eradicated. The same applied to survivor players. Any disclosure of the impending zombie apocalypse to NPCs would result in their annihilation. Among them, those with the highest infection rates and resource reserves would receive additional rewards. If one wished to distance themselves from other players, they needed to seize this opportunity wisely. All right, time to get to work. Just as Wei Gong prepared to rise and commence his tasks, the system's voice resonated in the minds of all maternal body players. XXX players' maternal identity has been exposed and has been eliminated. What's happening? Not only Wei Gong but all maternal body players worldwide felt a jolt of alarm. They summoned the maternal player list in their minds, and amidst a screen filled with question marks, a gray player name emerged. A number 10 followed the player's name, indicating their zombie count. Evidently, this player had also chosen the third option, perfectly exemplifying the phrase haste makes waste. Wei Gong furrowed his brow. System, will that player's exposure affect the NPC society? If the NPC society became aware of the zombie's existence, vigilance would undoubtedly increase. Thus, the upcoming actions of maternal body players would be severely constrained, making an already challenging start even more difficult. It won't. If the existence of zombies were to be exposed, Wei Gong and the other maternal body players would certainly curse that fool's ancestors. However, with this cautionary tale, I truly need to be more vigilant. Wei Gong cast his gaze toward the cameras mounted on the restaurant ceiling. In this era of advanced technology, where cameras were ubiquitous, if Wei Gong wished to infect zombies, he would need to avoid these electronic surveillance eyes. Chapter 2. Under the tutelage of Northern Myanmar. Oh wow, this travel group is such a bargain. 7 days and nights in a homestay farm, and all it costs is $500. Absolutely. All meals and accommodations included, plus free local produce. It's simply delightful. Inside a travel agency bus, a group of individuals was fervently discussing their upcoming trip. Among them were men and women, young and old alike. Despite their diverse backgrounds, they shared a common trait, a penchant for seeking out bargains. Attention everyone, please quiet down. Please quiet down. As the discussions continued, Wei Gong, sitting in the front of the bus, stood up. We are about to reach our destination, and I have some important announcements to make. At that moment, Wei Gong donned a tour guide's hat, wore a travel agency vest, and held a small red flag fully embodying the role of a tour guide. As soon as Wei Gong began to speak, the entire bus fell silent. Wei Gong smiled warmly as he lifted his hat slightly. Greetings, everyone. My name is Zhang Wei, but you may also call me Xiao Zhang. I will be your guide for this journey. If you have any questions during our trip, do not hesitate to approach me. All right, Xiao Zhang. Wei Gong's youthful and handsome appearance, combined with his friendly and kind smile, immediately endeared him to all the passengers on the bus. Our destination lies in the mountains, where the signal is rather poor. I suggest that everyone post a message on social media stating that you are vacationing in the mountains and that the signal is weak. This will prevent your friends and family from worrying if they cannot reach you. What do you all think? The passengers exchanged glances, having not considered this issue. Xiao Zhang, that's a brilliant reminder. We hadn't thought of that. The passengers eagerly pulled out their phones, following Wei Gong's suggestion to leave a message on social media. The cameras there had not only been destroyed, but several signal jammers were also installed. It was undoubtedly an ideal blind spot for surveillance. After such a long journey, I'm sure you're all tired and thirsty. Here, I have some freshly squeezed juice from our farm for everyone to taste. As the bus entered the tunnel, Wei Gong produced a box of vibrant red juice and distributed it among the passengers. Seeing Wei Gong's enthusiasm, the passengers were deeply touched. Xiao Zhang, you're quite considerate. You knew we were thirsty. Quickly, try it and let us know how it tastes. We welcome your feedback. With such warm hospitality from Wei Gong, the passengers felt compelled to partake, whether they were thirsty or not, and twisted open the juice bottles for a sip. Xiao Zhang, this juice has a rather peculiar taste, doesn't it? Those who tasted the juice frowned, realizing that it had an odd flavor, as if mixed with some strange substances. Oh, is that so? Perhaps it's due to the unique, special ingredients in our juice, Wei Gong replied with a twinkle in his eye. Indeed, all the beverages contained Wei Gong's own blood, the blood of a zombie progenitor. Similar to consuming wild bats, the moment these individuals ingested the juice, the virus infiltrated their bodies. Of course, this method of transmission was only effective in such small doses. If the liquid were too abundant, Wei Gong's blood would be severely diluted and ineffective. Xiao Zhang, you didn't add any bizarre additives, did you? Just as the passengers were about to question Wei Gong, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the bus. They turned towards the direction of the sound, only to find a man viciously biting his female companion, blood and flesh everywhere. At the sight of such a gruesome scene, the entire bus erupted in chaos, with people frantically trying to distance themselves from the couple. Yet, this was merely the beginning. More and more individuals became infected with the zombie virus and turned on their companions. Help! Help! Those who had yet to be infected screamed in desperation, seeking to escape this hellish nightmare. But in a speeding bus, where could they possibly flee? Driver, stop the bus. Xiao Zhang, tell the driver to stop and open the door. Wei Gong tilted his head, seemingly oblivious to their cries. The passengers shouted in vain, unaware that this gentle, spring-like young man was the architect of their doom. Help! Help! Some attempted to call for help on their phones, only to discover that the bus was deep within the tunnel, with no signal to make a call. Get out through the windows. A few survivors thought of the windows and hurriedly opened them. However, they soon realized that the bus windows were specially designed to prevent passengers from jumping out, opening only a mere 15 centimeters far from adequate for escape. Quick, use a window hammer to break the windows. The survivors searched for a hammer but found nothing. Desperate, one individual, clinging to a sliver of hope, stretched their body out the window, only to have their rear bitten by a zombie the moment their upper body was exposed. With their last hope extinguished, the passengers ultimately succumbed to the ravenous jaws of the undead. In their final moments, they finally comprehended that this was all a trap set by Wei Gong. They glared at him, cursing with venomous words. Zhang Wei, you demon, may you meet a terrible end. Little did they know that Zhang Wei was merely a pseudonym for Wei Gong. The pictures of delectable food and picturesque scenery, along with the earlier notification of poor signal, effectively prevented these individuals' friends and family from raising the alarm upon failing to contact them, significantly reducing the risk of Wei Gong's exposure. Wei Gong's low-cost travel group scam had already infected several batches of people, proving to be an infallible bait for those who were eager to save a few coins. As the last human succumbed to infection, a voice resonated within Wei Gong's mind. Congratulations, you have infected 300 individuals, successfully advancing to a level 2 zombie progenitor. Immediately following, another voice chimed in. The first level 2 zombie progenitor has emerged. Awarded 1 grade superpower. This announcement was not only audible to Wei Gong, but also to all zombie progenitor players. What? Someone has already infected 300 people? Is this person insane? To infect so many at once without fearing discovery and annihilation? Ha! A reckless fool, just waiting to be discovered and exterminated. On the third day of this game, over a dozen zombie progenitors had already perished. All of them had met their demise due to being caught while attempting to infect others, leading to their ultimate eradication. With so many cautionary tales, the majority of zombie progenitors opted for silent concealment, avoiding the urge to infect humans. Players like Wei Gong, who sought to infect on such a grand scale, were regarded as self-destructive fools. After advancing to a level 2 zombie, Wei Gong distinctly felt a surge of power coursing through his limbs, with both speed and strength significantly enhanced. Now, he could effortlessly lift a 100-pound dumbbell with one hand. Of course, what thrilled Wei Gong even more was the grade superpower, the one-time use storage sphere. Wei Gong could conjure glass marble-sized storage spheres, each with an internal capacity of 10 cubic meters. These spheres could not only store inanimate objects but also house zombies. With this incredible ability, I can carry zombies with me, opening up numerous possibilities for future endeavors. Previously, to prevent the zombies from being discovered, Wei Gong had buried them deep in the mountains. Now, that hassle was eliminated. The only limitation was that creating storage spheres consumed a significant amount of Wei Gong's mental energy. At his current level, he could create a maximum of 5 spheres in one day. Ding! At that moment, Wei Gong received a text message from an unfamiliar number. Boss, I have contacted the person you were looking for. The meeting location is at the abandoned factory on the outskirts of North City. As expected of a woman capable of being the mayor's secretary, her efficiency is commendable. The sender of this message was Zhang Xiaoyu. Chapter 3. A short video plan. Master, here is the 100,000 cash that you instructed Zhang Xiaoyu to prepare. The middle-aged man's profession is a teacher, and he is one of the 10 initial NPCs of Wei Gong. Due to Zhang Xiaoyu's unique identity, Wei Gong cannot meet her directly. Hence, all matters are entrusted to this teacher. Let us proceed. Wei Gong did not open the box for inspection. He places his trust in the loyalty of the NPCs and strides directly toward the factory. Ascending the dilapidated staircase to the second floor, he encounters several timid middle-aged men. Although these men vary in appearance, they share a common trait. They are all grappling with midlife crises, burdened by suffocating debts and in desperate need of money. In the presence of the younger Wei Gong, these middle-aged men instinctively retract their necks. This reveals their cowardice. Wei Gong, still masked, conceals his true identity. Do not fear, I have summoned you merely to request a simple task. As he speaks, the teacher behind Wei Gong opens the box, revealing stacks of cash. Upon seeing the crisp bills, the eyes of the middle-aged men widen in astonishment. That's the task? We won't engage in any illegal activities. Rest assured, it is not anything serious, Wei Gong reassures, patting one of the men on the shoulder to help them relax. I merely need you to stage a traffic accident tomorrow evening at 8. The men gasp in shock. Fear not. It won't be like the dramatizations you see on television. Just a simple fender bender will suffice. Wei Gong chuckles. If that proves too challenging, you can pretend your car has broken down and stop in the middle of the road. Upon hearing this, the men are even more bewildered. We are a self-media group conducting street experiments. We wish to carry out a street experiment to observe the human condition when traffic becomes congested. Wei Gong displays a Douyin account page to the group, showcasing various street experiment videos. He purchased this account for a few $1,000s. It has around 60 to 70,000 followers, not particularly famous but appearing somewhat authentic. Oh. The middle-aged men nod, their wariness dissipating upon seeing the Douyin account as proof. A more cautious man interjects, but won't we be summoned by the traffic police for obstructing traffic? Another man quickly retorts. Are you stupid? Just stop your car, puncture a tire, and claim a flat. Activate the hazard lights. Which traffic officer would bother you? The cautious man shrinks back, but I don't drive much. I lack experience. Ha ha ha, there's no need to worry about such matters. We have already obtained approval from the City Hall for this experiment. Even if issues arise, we will assist you in explaining to the traffic police. Oh. Hearing that the city government has approved it, the men immediately cast aside their remaining apprehensions. Wei Gong holds up a stack of cash. Once you sign the labor cooperation contract, the deposit will be paid to you. and the remainder will be given upon completion of the video shoot. Gazing at the heavy cash in Wei Gong's hand, the middle-aged men are filled with joy. Wonderful. Without requiring Wei Gong's direct involvement, the male teacher behind him handles the contract signing and deposit distribution entirely. Hey, do you think my son will see the video once it's released? This is an educational warning video in cooperation with the government. It's possible that schools will indeed share it with your son. Hey, I must dress nicely to leave a good impression on camera. Observing the middle-aged men who depart with laughter and cash in hand, the male teacher furrows his brow and asks with concern, Master, are you not worried that these individuals might leak your plan? Wei Gong's intention in recruiting these individuals is not merely to film a video, but to incite traffic accidents at various critical junctures throughout the city, ultimately paralyzing the entire urban transport system. At that point, without transportation, how could ordinary people hope to outrun the relentless zombies? Leaks? A short video plan. Wei Gong has only disclosed a simple filming project to them. Even if they were to inform the police, he would face no risk. This is because the plan, the account, and even the names he provided are all fabricated. What if they take the money and do nothing? Wei Gong's expression remains calm. With a contract in place, given their timid nature, they would not dare. These individuals are inherently cowardly. Even if they were given tenfold courage, they would not risk violating a labor contract backed by the government. How are the tasks I entrusted to you progressing? Apart from the middle-aged teacher, his subordinates, including doctors and nurses, have also received similar assignments. Schools and hospitals are densely populated areas, largely filled with the elderly, infirm, and children, all lacking the capacity to respond to crises independently. Should a zombie outbreak occur, the rate of infection would undoubtedly surpass that of other locations. Such prime targets warrant Wei Gong's focused attention. Additionally, he has made arrangements in high-traffic areas such as subways, malls, and pedestrian streets. If all goes as planned, with a mere command from Wei Gong, the entire city will fall into chaos. Very well, go prepare. With that, Wei Gong parts ways with the middle-aged teacher and exits the abandoned factory alone. Just then, a mechanical voice echoes in the minds of all players. Attention all players, the zombie apocalypse will commence tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock. Please prepare accordingly. The beasts lurking in the shadows begin to reveal their fangs. A gust of wind sweeps past, blowing away Wei Gong's hood and lifting his bangs. Beneath that fringe are a pair of fervent eyes. And Wei Gong grins. Let the true game begin. Chapter 4. The Power of Coordinates. Brother, you are so handsome. I love you. Ah, he smiled at me. I'm coming. It is now 7:50 in the evening, and the Olympic Sports Center in Shoutan City is hosting an extraordinarily popular concert, with thousands of fans fervently cheering for the brother on stage. How noisy die in the shadows of the concert. Wei Gong, disguised as a staff member, impatiently plugs earplugs into his ears. Not only has his physical prowess evolved, but so too have his senses. The cacophony of the stage's discordant melodies and the audience's raucous shouts is torture to his ears. Wei Gong glances at the stage and then at the audience. Sing to your heart's content, shout to your heart's content. When the zombie crisis begins, I shall relish observing how you all attempt to escape. Such densely populated, chaotic events are, in Wei Gong's view, a veritable feast for the zombies. To ensure he does not miss this opulent opportunity, Wei Gong ordered Zheng Xiaoyu to postpone the concert, citing fire safety violations. Despite it being scheduled 3 days prior, today, the day the zombie crisis is set to erupt, Wei Gong checks the time. Only 10 minutes remain before the outbreak. It is time to head to the control center. Using the floor plan of the Olympic Sports Center obtained from Zheng Xiaoyu, Wei Gong arrives successfully at the door of the control center. He pushes the door, only to find it locked. Evidently, those inside do not wish to be disturbed. Time to take action. With 5 minutes remaining until the apocalypse begins, Wei Gong, having lost patience, kicks open the control center door with brute force. Bang! The 2-meter-high iron door flies inward, knocking an unfortunate staff member to the ground. What is happening? The remaining staff members have yet to grasp the situation when a figure akin to a cheetah bolts into the room. Who are you? Wei Gong wastes no time engaging in conversation. He charges at one of the staff members, his sharp nails transforming into lethal daggers as they plunge into the individual's throat. Simultaneously, he injects the zombie virus into the dying person, causing crimson blood to splatter on the floor. The soon-to-be deceased need not know their identity. Call the police. One staff member reaches for the intercom on the table in a desperate plea for help. Do not create trouble for me. Wei Gong hurls a glass marble at the individual, striking the intercom from their grasp while simultaneously releasing a zombie. Before the staff member can utter another word, the zombie seizes them, biting their throat and ending their life. As long as he eliminates everyone who witnesses him, the assassination will be flawless. I don't want to die. The deaths of 2 individuals incite sheer panic among the remaining staff, who frantically flee toward the exit, but Wei Gong will not allow them to escape. Another 2 marbles containing zombies are flung into the room, ensuring that any staff member attempting to escape will be violently devoured. In less than a minute, all staff members within the room have been infected and turned into zombies. Wei Gong's count of infected zombies reaches a staggering 310. Player Wei Gong, number of infected zombies, 310. Rating, S-Class Reward, Class C Superpower, Coordinate Manipulation. Soon, Wei Gong's mind was filled with the introduction of the ability known as Coordinate Manipulation. Similar to the one-time storage ball, Coordinate Manipulation is also a spatial type superpower. By means of touch, Wei Gong can leave coordinate marks on any entity with a maximum of 10 marks existing simultaneously. Within a radius of 10 meters centered around Wei Gong, he can freely interchange items marked with coordinate marks. Each time he swaps positions, it consumes a portion of Wei Gong's mental energy. If an item bearing a coordinate mark is destroyed, the mark will vanish as well. For example, a bomb marked with a coordinate. If it explodes, the mark will disappear along with it.by touching again. Wei Gong can also cancel a coordinate mark. After reviewing the skill description, Wei Gong touched a nearby zombie, followed by a mobile phone on the table. After marking both items, he seized the phone and hurled it away. Mid-flight, Wei Gong's eyes widened. Coordinate manipulation. In an instant, the phone swapped places with the zombie. A slight smile formed on Wei Gong's face. An intriguing ability. Although this power lacks lethality, its practicality and potential for development are robust. In just a few breaths, numerous methods of employing this ability emerged in Wei Gong's mind. However, currently, the consumption is somewhat excessive. With his present mental capacity, he estimates he could only utilize it about 10 times within an hour. If used consecutively, 5 times would be the limit. He resolved to enhance his mental strength as soon as possible. Just as Wei Gong contemplated this, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Player, Wei Gong, number of infected zombies, 310, ranking first, awarded 3 chances for reward selection. The top rank indeed belonged to Wei Gong. Apart from his name, he also observed the information of other hosts, 231, 197. This indicates that the zombie faction is not devoid of formidable players. Wei Gong wished to investigate further but found that due to the system's confidentiality, he could only see the number of infections, not the names or specific details of those players. He did not dwell on this and promptly relinquished his inquiry. It is better not to see names. Since he cannot view others' information, naturally, others cannot see his either, ensuring that his intelligence remains secure. Even among the zombie hosts within the same faction, Wei Gong preferred that they know little. This is a form of caution. Chapter 5. The Zombie's Glance, Life and Death Uncertain. After closing the leaderboard, Wei Gong opened the reward selection interface. After a swift review, he quickly made his decision. I choose to enhance the zombie level twice and strengthen mental power once. The higher the zombie's strength, the quicker they will infect ordinary people, spreading exponentially. The snowball effect grows larger, ultimately brewing into an uncontrollable horror disaster. Enhancement completed. Wei Gong glanced at the strength of his zombies. Level 3 zombies. With a movement speed of 10 kilometers per hour, possessing low intelligence, capable of climbing stairs and ladders, and exhibiting basic self-healing. As long as their heads remain intact, their bodies will slowly recover. 10 kilometers per hour. Wei Gong's lips twitched slightly. It is worth noting that a regular amateur runner, who frequently trains for long-distance running, can only manage 9 to 10 kilometers. Without external interference, these zombies could easily slaughter the majority of ordinary humans. More terrifyingly, the zombies under Wei Gong's command do not feel fatigue. The thought of a horde of zombies, faster and tireless, pursuing him sent a shiver down Wei Gong's spine. Fortunately, I am a zombie host. Wei Gong grinned, issuing a command in his mind. Everyone, commence action. Although reviewing the rewards took a few minutes, Wei Gong felt no urgency. After all, he had many subordinates in the auditorium of Xiaodang High School. A multitude of students filled the seats, all of whom were boarding students in their final year. What is teacher you planning? We have been called here to sit idle for an hour. At this moment, many students were already growing discontent. The man referred to as Teacher Yu leaned against the auditorium door, quietly awaiting the moment. As soon as Wei Gong's command resonated in his mind, Teacher Yu promptly retrieved a key and locked the door behind him. This door was the sole exit. Once sealed, the auditorium would transform into a chamber of confinement. Click. Subsequently, Teacher Yu extinguished all the lights in the auditorium. The previously illuminated space was plunged into a profound silence. What is happening? A power outage. The sudden change startled all the students present. What is going on? What happened? Is it haunted? Who is shouting over there? Teacher Yu. Where is Teacher Yu? In the pitch-black darkness, the sudden screams ignited the fear within every student. Don't panic. I have my phone for illumination. A quick-thinking student immediately activated the flashlight feature on his phone. However, the moment the flashlight flickered to life, he was met with a figure resembling a withered tree, currently pouncing upon someone. In the darkness, the sounds of gnawing flesh reverberated. The individual being attacked appears to be wearing our school uniform. This indicated that the assaulted individual was one of their classmates. The student who turned on the flashlight felt his pupils dilate, a chilling terror creeping up his spine. In the darkness, a monster was devouring his classmate. Perhaps sensing the gaze, the withered figure slowly turned its head. It bore a bloodied human face, with pupils absent, its skin dry and wrinkled, chunks of human flesh hanging from its mouth. A zombie. He had witnessed such scenes countless times in media. Yet, witnessing it in reality, he could not help but scream uncontrollably. The scream immediately drew the zombie's attention. It abandoned its meal and lunged towards the student. Stay away! Stay away! The student attempted to flee but, hindered by the darkness and panic, accidentally collided with another person. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the individual wore the same uniform as him, and he shouted, "Don't just stand there. Run, there's a zombie." Before him was a bloodied face, devoid of pupils, its pale whites taking up the entirety of its visage. More horrifyingly, a significant portion of flesh was missing from the left side of its face, blood oozing profusely from the wound. Such a grotesque sight made the student's stomach churn, an overwhelming urge to vomit seizing him. Ugh! Just then, a withered hand clasped onto his shoulder, the pain of flesh being torn, the warmth flowing from his neck. Soon, he lost consciousness, becoming one of the zombies in the darkness. Approximately 5 minutes later, Teacher Yu turned the lights back on, revealing the auditorium transformed into a blood-soaked hellscape. Those vibrant, youthful students, filled with boundless hope for the future, had now become mindless corpses wandering the auditorium, searching for potential survivors. Teacher Yu navigated through the zombies, counting their numbers, being a direct subordinate of Wei Gong. The zombies of the same faction did not attack him. Teacher Yu adjusted his glasses. 240 individuals, plus the 10 zombies I initially brought, totals to 250. The count is correct. He then opened the auditorium's main door. The zombies surged out like students rushing for a meal in the cafeteria. The vicinity of the school was a residential area, and with it being 8 in the evening, many people were out for a stroll. Such a vast horde of zombies flooding in would undoubtedly trigger a merciless massacre. As the instigator, Teacher Yu felt no turmoil within. Despite appearing human on the outside, his inner self had long since transformed into a member of the zombie horde. Sympathy, guilt, the lives of humans, he cared not. His sole concern was how to perfectly execute the mission entrusted to him by his master. Teacher Yu approached the podium in the auditorium, retrieving a backpack from within. What he was about to do was disguise himself as a survivor, providing Wei Gong with intelligence on other human survivors, as well as identifying those hidden player factions among the city. Chapter 6. Fear of Zombies. Watching the surveillance. Completion of the infection task. City Hospital infection task completed. Pedestrian Street infection task completed. Wanai Mall infection task completed. In the surveillance room of the Olympic Sports Center, the mastermind of the events, Wei Gong, sipped on a sugary drink while perusing the task reports submitted by his subordinates. Everything was progressing as he had envisioned. In just a brief hour, his infection count had already reached a staggering 5,000, far surpassing his competitors. Shutting off his phone, Wei Gong redirected his attention to the surveillance screens. The concert, once brimming with youthful exuberance, had devolved into a scene of unrelenting slaughter. The densely packed crowd served as a breeding ground for the zombie virus, with hundreds being transformed into zombies every minute. Those who became zombies would attack others, creating an avalanche effect that only grew larger. Spiraling out of control, in the seventh exit passage. There exists a small room concealed within which 20 individuals are hidden, awaiting resolution. Beneath the stage lies a service elevator shaft, harboring 3 souls, to be dealt with alongside 3 zombies. The backstage dressing room contains a hidden compartment where 17 people are ensconced to be confronted by 34 zombies. As the saying goes, it is not the multitude of zombies that instills fear, but rather their omniscient awareness across the entire map. With the assistance of the surveillance system, Wei Gong effortlessly ascertained the positions of the majority of survivors. With a mere command, the zombies would systematically and purposefully assault the hiding places, leaving the survivors with no avenue of escape. Before long, those cowering in the shadows were methodically hunted down by the zombies, transforming them into part of the undead horde. At that moment, Wei Gong received a message. "Master, the vehicle is ready." The sender was none other than his most capable secretary, Zhang Xiaoyu. Wei Gong drained the last drop of his elixir of joy. The civilian infection task was complete. It was now time to strike at the city's armed forces. In the face of such a calamitous disaster, questions inevitably arose. Where are the police? Well trained and armed, the police represent the city's foremost line of defense. At the onset of the zombie crisis, they undoubtedly constituted a formidable bastion. If they intervened, even if unable to eradicate the calamity wrought by the zombies, they could effectively curtail the spread of infection and save more ordinary citizens. However, at this juncture, that force remained utterly silent. The root cause of this predicament was their entrapment on the roads. Within 5 minutes of the outbreak of the zombie crisis at the concert, the headquarters had already dispatched units from various precincts for support. Yet, the vast majority found themselves ensnared on the elevated roads. The numerous traffic incidents orchestrated by Wei Gong strategically obstructed the traffic hubs throughout Xiaotan City. Had only a few of these hubs been congested, the issue could have been resolved with minor redirection from traffic police. However, today, every major thoroughfare lay in gridlock. This represented a paralyzing blow to the transportation system of Xiaotan City. It would take at least 1 or 2 hours to restore normalcy. The armed forces were unable to assemble swiftly, resulting in their missed opportunity for timely rescue. Once the zombie horde had fully formed, the situation would exceed the capabilities of ordinary law enforcement. The driver, Oldun, furrowed his brow. What's going on with this road today? Is it really going to be congested at 8 in the evening? Although special vehicles possessed the right-of-way during missions, the problem lay in the fact that the road was utterly jammed. Even with priority, one cannot simply bulldoze through the vehicles ahead. Beside him, old Liao sat in the passenger seat, fixated on his phone, his expression grave. In the back seat, the newly minted officer Wang Xia leaned forward. "Master, what troubles you?" Old Liao displayed his phone screen, revealing the traffic conditions across the entirety of Xiaotan City, with every key route glowing a deep crimson. This hour. The evening rush hour had long since passed. Such congestion was inexplicable. Even if one road encountered an incident, it was implausible for every route to be affected simultaneously. Old Liao paused. It's rather suspicious that a large-scale incident suddenly erupted at the Olympic Sports Center at this time. The freshly graduated Wang Xia quickly grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that this blockage is a deliberate obstruction preventing us from reaching the Olympic Sports Center?" "Indeed." Old Liao nodded, yet he harbored a far more unsettling thought. To his knowledge, the concert at the Olympic Sports Center had been scheduled days prior but was postponed due to an unforeseen fire safety issue. With such an incident unfolding today, it felt far too coincidental, if it were not mere happenstance. Old Liao suddenly inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him, raising the hairs on his neck. Upon completing their task, he resolved to conduct a thorough investigation. "Oldun, wait in the vehicle. Little Wang, come with me to the front." Old Liao unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle, striding toward the forefront. Traffic blockages are predominantly caused by accidents, and where there are accidents, traffic police are typically present. He intended to investigate the individual responsible for the incident and to borrow a motorcycle from his colleagues. The novice Wang Xiao promptly exited as well. All right. The 3-kilometer distance was not daunting for the 2 trained officers, and they arrived in a brisk 10 minutes. As old Liao had surmised, an accident had indeed occurred at the front, resulting in severe congestion on the entire elevated roadway. He gradually came to a halt, glancing across to the leftmost lane of the overpass, which was under construction, while the accident had transpired on the far right lane. This transformed the original 3-lane roadway into a single lane. necessitating vehicles on either side to shift into the center, significantly impeding the flow of traffic. Moreover, such frequent lane changes could easily result in sideswipe collisions. During their run, Old Liao had already observed 2 or 3 disputes arising from such incidents. The greater the number of traffic disputes, the more dire the congestion becomes. Old Liao's brow furrowed slightly. This situation appeared to be more than a mere accident. It felt as though an invisible hand was orchestrating these events. Master, it seems our 2 colleagues are becoming overwhelmed, Wang Xia pointed out, indicating the 2 traffic officers, one directing traffic and the other managing the various accidents, while the black SUV that had instigated this series of blockages was left unattended. Little Wang, go greet our colleagues. I'll investigate the owner of that vehicle. As this matter currently fell outside his jurisdiction, it would be prudent to inform them ahead of time. Understood. Chapter 7. The impeccable puppet master Old Liao approached the black SUV. Tapping on the window, driver, please roll down your window. Inside sat a balding middle-aged man, nervously smoking a cigarette, his eyes darting to the rearview mirror as if searching for someone. Police. The already tense man dropped his cigarette upon seeing the uniformed officer outside. Noting the bald man's extreme reaction, Old Liao's expression darkened. It appeared that there was indeed something nefarious at play. Old Liao produced his credentials from his pocket. Please lower your window and cooperate with the investigation. The bald man, already timid, was further intimidated by the officer's authoritative demeanor, hastily opening the door without a moment's delay. There's something wrong. His speech was stuttered, and his eyes continued to flick toward the rearview mirror. Old Liao, puzzled, wondered why this man was so fixated on the mirror. He glanced but found nothing amiss. Old Liao briefly introduced himself before inquiring, driver, what seems to be the issue with your vehicle parked here? The bald man quickly explained. My tire is flat. It's leaking air. Leaking air? Old Liao leaned in to inspect the dashboard and noted that it was indeed the left rear tire losing air. He said nothing further and walked directly to the left rear tire. As Old Liao examined the tire, his brow furrowed. The left rear tire was indeed flat, with a long, clean gash along its surface. However, the cut was too neat, clearly not a result of an accidental puncture while driving, but rather a deliberate incision made with a sharp object. Old Liao measured the length of the cut, which was a good 5 to 6 centimeters long. Such a gash could deflate the tire in under 5 minutes. No chance of even exiting the neighborhood, let alone reaching the elevated road. This indicated that the damage had occurred after the vehicle was parked. Old Liao snapped a photo and confronted the bald man. Driver, I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation for this. The bald man attempted to justify himself, but Old Liao's deductions systematically dismantled his arguments. The more he spoke, the more he began to sweat profusely, soon left speechless by Old Liao's inquiries. Old Liao sensed that if he could hold on to this lead with the bald man, he might uncover the mastermind behind these events. Upon hearing the prospect of being taken into custody, the bald man panicked. What have I done wrong? It's just a broken car. Old Liao gestured toward the congested road behind him. You are suspected of deliberately obstructing public transportation. I am authorized to detain you. The bald man's face reddened as he spread his hands in desperation. Evidence. Where's the evidence? Evidence. Old Liao first pointed to the dashcam on the vehicle. First, your vehicle is equipped with a dashcam. Whether it was truly an accident can be verified by examining the footage. Second, if the tool used to puncture the tire is still in your vehicle, we can send it for examination to determine if the materials match your tire. Lastly, Old Liao inhaled deeply, pointing to the surveillance camera positioned on the overpass, speaking with solemnity. In today's technological society, surveillance cameras are ubiquitous. Any wrongdoing shall not escape scrutiny. In the past, it was man acting while heaven observed. Now, it is man acting while the heavens are vigilant. In contemporary society, anyone committing unlawful acts will face the just retribution of the law. The balding man sat limply in his chair, as if all his strength had been drained away. All right, I confessed I was actually involved in the filming of a social experiment video. The contract explicitly stated that unless absolutely necessary, the fact that they were recording a video could not be disclosed. The rationale was that revealing such information would compromise the entire project, rendering it unusable and resulting in a severe waste of the production team's funds. Consequently, anyone who let the secret slip would face a deduction of 70 from their wages. Lao Liao felt increasingly perplexed, his brow furrowing deeply. A social experiment video? Yes, indeed. We even obtained permission from the municipal government for this experiment. Permission granted? Lao Liao's expression darkened. If this path was fraught with such complications, it was undeniable that the others would be similarly problematic. An experiment that severely disrupts the entire city's traffic. Only someone with a severely impaired judgment or malicious intent would agree to such an endeavor. Headquarters, I suspect today's traffic congestion is orchestrated. Those behind it should be part of the same group responsible for the incident at the Olympic Sports Center. I request that other colleagues investigate the vehicles involved in the blockage. Lao Liao promptly reported the matter. The more individuals implicated in this scheme, the easier it would be to uncover the mastermind behind it. Headquarters received. Lao Liao turned his gaze back to the balding man. What is your name? Age? Occupation? This interrogation-like tone truly instills fear in the balding man. My name is Shou Kongyu. I am 46 years old, and I was just laid off from my job. Shou Kongyu's heart brimmed with regret. Had he not been unjustly terminated by a heartless company, he would never have found himself entangled in such a nonsensical job. What do you know about those who instructed you? What are their objectives? I don't know. All I know is they were filming a video, and their account is called Social Experiment Group. Headquarters, please help me investigate this Social Experiment Group account. To be honest, Lao Liao held little hope for this account. The perpetrator was an exceedingly meticulous individual. It was likely that this account was a fabricated one. What did the person who instructed you look like? What was their name? Shou Kongyu shook his head. I don't know. That day he was wearing a cap and a mask, dressed in long sleeves and pants. All I know is he was a young man in his early 20s, a young man in his 20s. Lao Liao furrowed his brow. The mastermind behind this operation was indeed meticulous. Not only had he perfectly concealed all identifying features, but he had also deceived the lower-level executors. Master, we've got a situation. At that moment, Wang Xia rushed in, panting heavily, his expression tense. Just as Lao Liao was about to speak, he was interrupted by Wang Xia. Master, it's bad. A group of strange individuals has suddenly emerged under the overpass, attacking civilians everywhere. Those who are attacked may also be assimilated and join in the assault on others. Lao Liao's eyes widened. This was eerily similar to the descriptions of the incident at the Olympic Sports Center. Could it be that the mastermind's targets were not limited to the Olympic Sports Center, but the entire city? Lao Liao's expression changed dramatically. If that were the case, the nature of the situation would become exceedingly grave. Lao Liao demanded of Shou Kongyu. What else do you know? I genuinely have no idea, Shou Kongyu replied, his face filled with confusion, desperately trying to distance himself. What about you, master? Lao Liao's expression grew serious. I will go find the traffic police to assist in evacuating the crowds and then confront that group of strange individuals. Their presence is a threat to the safety of the citizens. Even though he was acutely aware that his strength was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he was determined to charge forward resolutely. Chapter 8. True or False? Wei Gong set down his comic book, removed his headphones, and raised his head. Have you prepared everything I asked you to do? Standing before Wei Gong was a young woman, approximately 27 or 28 years old, with her sleek short hair and clad in a black professional suit, complemented by a pair of black-framed glasses. She exuded a mature femininity. This individual was Zhang Xiaoyu, Wei Gong's most capable secretary. The successful implementation of the zombie infection plan relied heavily on the contributions of 10 NPCs under Wei Gong's command. However, if there were to be any accolades, Zhang Xiaoyu would undoubtedly be the most deserving. Many tasks were successfully completed thanks to Zhang Xiaoyu's adept use of her authority to facilitate shortcuts and forge documents. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. I have checked 3 times, ensuring there will be no oversights. The upcoming tasks were exceedingly perilous. Even the slightest flaw could plunge them into an abyss from which there would be no return. Wei Gong's expression grew particularly grave, for they were about to infiltrate a military base located 20 miles outside Shaotan City. This military base was the closest garrison to Shaotan City, housing nearly 500 troops. Once the decision was made to carry out armed suppression against the zombies, this army would undoubtedly be the most formidable force. Thus, Wei Gong had to eliminate them before they could act. Zhang Xiaoyu assured him once more. There will be absolutely no mistakes. Wei Gong nodded. Then let's depart. Wei Gong and Zhang Xiaoyu entered the vehicle in front, followed by a large truck emblazoned with the logo of Green City Pharmaceuticals. This company was involved in drug research and development and had collaborated extensively with the Shaotan City government. The two vehicles traveled smoothly, soon arriving at a heavily guarded military base. Upon spotting the approaching vehicles, the sentry stationed at the entrance immediately stepped forward to block their path. This is a restricted military zone. Please leave at once. Zhang Xiaoyu exited the vehicle, retrieving her identification and several documents from her briefcase. I am Zhang Xiaoyu, a secretary for the municipal government, here to transport important supplies. The sentry compared the documents. Finding no discrepancies, we have not received any orders regarding the delivery of supplies. Without prior notification from above, it was clear the sentry would not permit Wei Gong and his team to enter. Stepping out of the vehicle, Wei Gong glanced into the military base and noticed soldiers rapidly assembling while heavy weaponry was being mobilized. It was evident they were preparing to deploy forces to suppress the zombie outbreak in the city. Wei Gong approached. Hello, we are from Green City Pharmaceuticals. This is an urgent temporary operation, so the official orders have not yet come down. However, I assure you that this batch of medication is crucial for your impending mission. I hope you can inform the base commander so that we may explain in person. At that moment, Wei Gong was dressed in a white lab coat, wearing black-framed glasses, and his face was still masked, exuding the aura of a laboratory researcher. The sentry glanced at the large truck behind them, then back at the documents in hand. He removed his mask. Wei Gong adjusted his stance to position himself away from the nearby surveillance cameras, then removed his mask. Thank you for your cooperation. After the sentry confirmed everything, Wei Gong quickly donned his mask again. The mission Wei Gong spoke of was classified military information, never disclosed to the outside world. His knowledge of it indicated they were indeed sent by above and could be trusted. Please wait a moment while I notify our company commander. Approximately 5 minutes later, 2 upright soldiers emerged from the military base. One of them, wearing a helmet and armed with a weapon, appeared ready for a mission. Please explain the situation. The sentry saluted. Company commander, they claim to be from Green City Pharmaceuticals here to transport operational supplies. I have verified their documents, and they are legitimate. However, we have not received any orders for supplies to be delivered. The man referred to as the company commander, Gao Yan, was the commanding officer of the military base. He took the documents to examine them, finding nothing amiss, then directed his gaze toward Zhang Xiaoyu and Wei Gong. What supplies are in the vehicle? Gao Yan's gaze was sharp, akin to a dagger piercing the heart. Clearly, he was a seasoned veteran with exceptional insight and vigilance. Wei Gong adjusted his glasses. It is an antibody agent to suppress virus infections. Upon hearing it was medication, Gao Yan's caution heightened. If this medication is so vital, why was there no prior notification? Because the development of this medication is classified information. We cannot disclose anything until the virus outbreak occurs to avoid unnecessary public panic. As he spoke, Wei Gong handed a forged research report to Gao Yan, detailing studies on the zombie virus and the development of the virus antibody. The recently emerged virus exhibited a high transmission rate. If news of it leaked and spread to the public, it would incite widespread panic. At that point, the trouble would not only lie with the infected, but also with ordinary people engulfed in fear. A radiation incident occurring overseas could lead people to hoard iodine salt. An outbreak of influenza could quickly deplete all cold medications from the market, regardless of their actual efficacy. In the face of panic, people are prone to lose their rationality. Should malevolent individuals seize the opportunity in a society gripped by fear, it could result in a disaster of a magnitude comparable to the zombie crisis. Gao Yan furrowed his brow. Wei Gong's words carried a semblance of reason, yet he remained skeptical about the origins of the mysterious medication. If the antibody medication has already been developed, why not distribute it in advance to prevent incidents? The antibodies produced so far are merely prototypes. Their effectiveness is not perfect. In this present moment, disasters have struck prematurely, and the situation is dire. We are compelled to bring this forth as a temporary measure. Wei Gong retrieved a vial of medication from the trunk of the vehicle. Though labeled as a medication, it was merely a tube of saline solution. The quantity of trial samples was limited, sufficient only for the military and key city officials. After listening to Wei Gong's explanation, Gao Yan fell into deep contemplation. Initially, he considered contacting his superiors to verify the authenticity of the claims. But recognizing the confidentiality of the matter, he understood that those privy to the truth were likely very few. Even if he were to confirm the veracity, it would undoubtedly consume considerable time, severely delaying their mission. Gao Yan fixated on the vial in Wei Gong's hand for an extended period. How can you prove the safety of this solution? If Wei Gong spoke the truth, It would be imperative for all soldiers in the battalion to receive the antibody injection, as it would effectively safeguard their lives. Quite simply, I can't administer an injection right in front of you. Wei Gong replied without hesitation, unwrapping the packaging of the syringe, drawing the saline solution into it, and administering the injection into his arm. With practiced ease, he appeared indistinguishable from a seasoned pharmacologist. Wei Gong then turned to Zhang Xiaoyu and said, "Please bring over Subject 1, understood." Zhang Xiaoyu responded, heading towards the large truck at the back. Shortly thereafter, two individuals clad in white lab coats wheeled over a large iron cage, within which resided a fearsome zombie. Upon witnessing the presence of a living person, the zombie within the cage emitted a deep, guttural growl. Had it not been for the chains and iron bars restraining it, it would have lunged forward to bite. The sight of the zombie immediately heightened the alertness of all soldiers present, who instinctively raised their weapons, aiming at both the zombie and Wei Gong. Observing their reaction, Wei Gong chuckled softly. Although they were all trained soldiers, it was their first encounter with such a hazardous, infectious creature, and their nervousness was entirely understandable. Wei Gong raised his hands in reassurance. "This specimen is completely under our control. There is no cause for concern." The zombie was bound by chains at its limbs, and its head was firmly secured by a collar, rendering it incapable of even turning its head, let alone biting anyone. Gao Lian did not allow the surrounding soldiers to lower their weapons. Instead, he spoke solemnly. "Continue with your demonstration." Wei Gong raised an eyebrow and, to everyone's astonishment, extended his arm toward the zombie. As onlookers braced for the creature to attack, they were surprised to see the zombie ignore his arm entirely, its featureless eyes fixated on the soldiers outside the cage. Gao Lian's brow furrowed deeply. Based on Wei Gong's experimental report and demonstration results, it appeared that his assertions were indeed credible. If this antibody could be injected, the danger of their mission would be significantly mitigated. However, an instinct honed over years of military service warned Gao Lian that there was something amiss with Wei Gong's claims. How to choose? Gao Lian found himself in a quandary. At that moment, a silent soldier standing beside him broke his silence. "Commander, his words cannot be trusted just yet." Gao Lian turned to the soldier. "Does Vice Officer Shi have any insights?" "I cannot pinpoint anything wrong, but that does not mean everything is true," Vice Officer Shi replied, shaking his head. "Documents can be forged, and the earlier demonstration could have been staged, provided he injected an antidote beforehand." Gao Lian nodded. "Indeed, if you believe that, then this endeavor has lost its significance. After all, in your eyes, everything is a facade." Wei Gong raised his hands in exasperation. "We have already squandered considerable time. I suggest you make a decision promptly." Wei Gong was unfazed by the possibility of rejection regarding the batch of medication, for it pertained to the safety of the soldiers under his command. "Convincing us is simple." Vice Officer Shi extended his hand to Wei Gong. "Let me inject a dose first." Gao Lian was taken aback. This indeed seemed the most prudent course of action, as a member of their ranks. Vice Officer Shi would not lie and had not received any prior antidote. If he were to inject the medication and exhibit no adverse reactions, it would indicate the safety of the drug. However, should the medication prove harmful, Vice Officer Shi would undoubtedly perish, willingly risking his life for the sake of the entire battalion. Gao Lian promptly interjected. "No, I possess a sturdier constitution than you. Even if danger lurks, I can endure a few more minutes than you. I shall be the one to test the medication." Vice Officer Shi shook his head. "You are the commander, the leader of this unit. The subsequent mission requires your guidance. You cannot afford to be incapacitated. Commander, let us take this risk." Immediately, several soldiers stepped forward, ready to put their lives on the line for their comrades. "Enough. Our regiment does not permit soldiers to test medication on behalf of their superior." "I will do it." The display of courage was commendable. Wei Gong smiled slightly and opened the nearby medicine box, preparing to inject Vice Officer Shi with the antibody. However, Vice Officer Shi interrupted Wei Gong. "I do not want anything from that medicine box. I wish to inject the medication from the truck myself." He pointed towards the vehicle. The medication in Wei Gong's box could very well be a smokescreen. Only the vials from the truck could reveal the truth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu became visibly anxious. "No, you are not a professional. You might damage the medication." Zhang Xiaoyu was understandably worried. The truck contained virus medications laced with Wei Gong's blood. Should Vice Officer Shi inject himself prematurely, they would lose their carefully laid plans, and all, including Wei Gong, would perish. In an instant, Dozens of guns were aimed at Wei Gong and his associates. Even if Wei Gong's body had undergone enhancement, a barrage like this would surely spell doom. Yet, in this critical moment, there was not a trace of panic on Wei Gong's face. He maintained a sunny smile akin to that of the boy next door. Our medication poses no risk. Why would we refuse? With guns trained on him, Wei Gong turned and walked towards the truck. Come, I will assist you in retrieving the antibody. Gao Lian and Vice Officer Shi exchanged glances, and together, they followed Wei Gong's lead. The remaining soldiers maintained their vigilance towards Zhang Xiaoyu and the others, prepared to pull the trigger at the slightest suspicious movement. Wei Gong opened the rear container of the truck, revealing an abundance of tightly packed medication boxes, all containing the virus capable of transforming humans into zombies. Vice Officer Shi addressed Wei Gong. I will select an antibody myself, that is agreeable. Correct? Wei Gong shrugged. Of course, feel free to choose whichever one appeals to you. Just be cautious while handling them. Vice Officer Shi stepped into the container, scanning the boxes. They all appeared identical, making it impossible to discern any markings. The vials likely contained the same contents. Randomly, he opened one box and selected a vial. I choose this one. His choice was arbitrary, as he did not suspect that Wei Gong could foresee his selection and tamper with it in advance. Certainly, Wei Gong replied, retrieving a pristine, factory-sealed syringe from within the box. Allow me to administer the injection. Vice Officer Shi immediately declined. No need. I can do it myself. He was wary of any potential trickery from Wei Gong. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow. This medication is still in trial form. Self-injection carries risks for non-professionals. I strongly recommend allowing someone experienced to handle it. Vice Officer Shi scrutinized Wei Gong intently. Every action Wei Gong took was under the watchful eyes of both him and Gao Lian. No subtle movement could escape their notice. Allowing Wei Gong to inject him seemed feasible. Very well. But I will also choose my own syringe. Vice Officer Shi randomly selected another syringe and handed it to Wei Gong. Wei Gong chuckled softly. This individual was indeed cautious. With a calm demeanor, Wei Gong spoke confidently, embodying an air of invulnerability. Gao Lian and Vice Officer Shi exchanged glances, and they found merit in Wei Gong's reasoning. The urgency of their mission left no room for further delays. Agreed. Soon, 7 or 8 soldiers formed a circle, directing their phones at Wei Gong, beginning to record that moment. Wei Gong stood encircled by soldiers, and with so many phones capturing the scene at close range, it would be nearly impossible for even a world-class magician to pull off any deceit. This significantly lowered Gao Lian and Vice Officer Shi's wariness. Since the antibody is still in trial phase, it may exhibit sedimentation and cloudiness. Thus, we must shake it vigorously beforehand, in front of everyone. Wei Gong shook the vial in his hand with remarkable speed, creating a blur that left onlookers astonished. My word, what dexterity! The crowd gasped. Such speed was astonishing, reminiscent of a seasoned martial artist. While everyone marveled at Wei Gong's nimbleness, they remained oblivious to the fact that he had activated his ability. Coordinate power, activate. Wei Gong marked the vial in his hand while simultaneously swapping it with a bottle of saline solution from the medication box. In the blink of an eye, the vial containing the viral antibody had been replaced with a completely harmless saline solution. The next step involved drawing the liquid with the syringe and injecting it into the outer deltoid of his upper arm. Intravenous injection was unnecessary, as a subcutaneous injection would suffice. Wei Gong did not plunge the pinhole injector into his own body. Instead, he presented it with a semblance of decorum. If you cannot locate the precise spot, fret not. Just remember it lies on the outer side of the upper arm, 2 to 3 finger breadths below the acromion. This area is devoid of major blood vessels, with nerves passing through, making it an absolute safe zone for inoculation. Observing that Wei Gong was concerned they might struggle to find the injection site, he even imparted a mnemonic to aid them in their search, which greatly endeared him to the soldiers responsible for filming. His thoughtfulness and gentleness were overwhelming, leaving me in tears. Once his explanation concluded, Wei Gong handed the pinhole injector to Assistant Officer Shi. Chief of Staff, you should now be aware of the location. You expect me to self-administer? The calmness with which Wei Gong responded took the Chief of Staff by surprise. Wei Gong shrugged nonchalantly. If you prefer, I could administer it for you. I shall do it myself. Assistant Officer Shi accepted the injector, believing it best to handle it personally, sparing Wei Gong from the task. Following Wei Gong's instructions, Shi located the site and administered the injection. Under the watchful eyes of all present, the serum was slowly injected into the body of the assistant officer. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered followed. As Gao Lian's sidearm was pressed against Wei Gong's forehead, should Assistant Officer Shi exhibit any signs of discomfort, indeed, even the slightest change in expression, Gao Lian would not hesitate to blow Wei Gong's head off. The tension in the room was palpable, with everyone except Wei Gong unable to suppress their anxiety. Gao Lian and the soldiers were worried about the assistant officer's fate, while Zhang Xiaoyu and her companions feared for their own lives. After all, any misstep could lead to their heads being shattered like watermelons. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes. Zhang Xiaoyu gasped anxiously, her heart racing. From her vantage point, the serum administered to the assistant officer contained the virus. But why, after such a time, had he not transformed into a zombie? Could it be that the virus was ineffective? Unlike Zhang Xiaoyu, Wei Gong appeared utterly unconcerned, even squatting down to amuse himself with ants. 15 minutes, Assistant Officer Shi glanced at his watch. 15 minutes have passed. If there were any issues with the antibodies, he should have felt unwell by now, yet he shows no reaction. He decided to test the outcome. To everyone's astonishment, Assistant Officer Shi brazenly extended his hand towards the jaws of the caged zombie. What is he doing? Everyone except Wei Gong was frantic. No, the serum is fine. It hasn't he killed you? And now you're seeking to take your own life? Yet, the zombie in the cage merely tilted its head at the offered morsel, showing no desire to attack. Assistant Officer Shi was elated. It truly works. Seeing his chief of staff smile, Gao Lian lowered his weapon aimed at Wei Gong. What now? Assistant Officer Shi nodded. No problem, it's usable. The entire battalion of soldiers had lined up, ready to receive their injections, and within 3 minutes, the task was completed. Gao Lian holstered his sidearm and addressed Wei Gong. While the serum appears effective, there are procedural issues we must address. We will need you to remain at the military camp for the time being. Once the mission concludes, we will conduct some basic investigations and inquiries. The serum is fine for now, but what if problems arise later? To prevent Wei Gong from escaping, Gao Lian decided to detain him at the military camp. Should the investigation prove Wei Gong innocent, Gao Lian would then offer him an apology. As for whether this action might offend Wei Gong or lead to repercussions from superiors, Gao Lian was unconcerned. He knew he must be accountable for each of his soldiers. Gao Lian's words fell on deaf ears for Wei Gong, who busied himself retrieving the vial of serum that had been swapped with the virus. He extracted the viral serum, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Captain, do you wish for me to assist you with your injection, or shall I trouble Assistant Officer Shi? Assistant Officer Shi, I must trouble you. Gao Lian was reluctant to entrust his life to a dubious stranger. Very well. Assistant Officer Shi took the pinhole injector from Wei Gong and proceeded to inject it into Gao Lian's arm. As the last drop of viral serum was delivered into Gao Lian's body by Assistant Officer Shi's hand, Wei Gong smiled with relief. Despite all calculations, I still possess the upper hand. Assistant Officer Shi's sense of foreboding intensified at Wei Gong's triumphant declaration, an ominous feeling coursing through his mind. If to validate his apprehension, anguished screams erupted from the camp behind them. Assistant Officer Shi's pupils dilated in horror as he witnessed the soldiers, once entirely devoted to him, transform into soulless, ravenous zombies. Some soldiers, perhaps delayed in receiving the serum, had not yet succumbed to transformation. However, they were not spared. They were immediately attacked by their former comrades. Even the most professionally trained soldiers could not react in time under such circumstances. After all, who could anticipate that the comrades they trusted with their lives would turn into zombies and assault them? Furious, Assistant Officer Shi drew his sidearm, chambered around, and disengaged the safety, executing the motions in an instant. His rise to the position of Chief of Staff was not merely due to his tactical acumen, but also because he was a soldier of extraordinary caliber. Bang! The weapon discharged a furious flare, the bullet aimed squarely at Wei Gong's head. Even in death, Assistant Officer Shi was determined to eliminate the architect of this catastrophe. However, just as the bullet was poised to shatter Wei Gong's skull, his figure vanished like a wraith. In its place appeared a diminutive ant. During the 15 minutes of waiting for the serum to take effect, Wei Gong had not merely been playing with ants. He had marked one of them. The moment Assistant Officer Shi pulled the trigger, the marked ant happened to scuttle behind him. The power of coordinates activated, and their positions were swapped. Wei Gong now stood behind Assistant Officer Shi, facing away. Your caution is indeed impeccable, but alas, you could never anticipate my special abilities. Had it been anyone else, facing the impeccable vigilance of Gao Lian and Assistant Officer Shi. It would have been a guaranteed disaster, yet Wei Gong, with his cunning and extraordinary powers, had swapped the crucial serum, a divine maneuver. General, bastard. Assistant Officer Shi's eyes, filled with rage, turned bloodshot as he whirled to take another shot at Wei Gong. Yet, a searing pain pierced his neck. His closest partner, once trusted, was now gnawing at his throat. The virus coursing through his veins and the loss of blood sent waves of dizziness crashing over him. A sense of weakness overwhelming him. You have infected Captain Gao with your own hands, and now he has reciprocated, was the last thought Assistant Officer Shi had before losing consciousness. I betrayed my comrades, only to be killed by the very ally I trusted the most. What karma? Assistant Officer Shi coughed up a mouthful of blood, consumed by guilt towards his comrades, ultimately transforming into a zombie. He had betrayed his fellows by administering the viral serum, leading to their transformation. In turn, his comrades betrayed him, tearing at his throat, leaving him guilt-ridden as he too became a zombie. They had both betrayed one another. Albeit under the influence of malicious manipulation, Master, at that moment, Zhang Xiaoyu limped toward Wei Gong. To Wei Gong's astonishment, among the 3 NPCs he had brought, only Zhang Xiaoyu remained. She too bore wounds, evidently having been shot. A glance revealed that the other 2 NPCs lay lifeless on the ground, their breaths shallow. Wei Gong approached the fallen NPCs, a sigh of resignation escaping his lips. What a pity! These 2 were beyond saving. Rather than allow them to become mere corpses, it would be better to transform them into zombies, allowing them to continue serving a purpose. Wei Gong's hands plunged into each body, injecting the virus. Soon, both individuals perished, rising as newly minted zombies at Wei Gong's side, akin to 2 loyal bodyguards. Wei Gong then turned his gaze to Zhang Xiaoyu, who, despite her non-fatal injury, appeared pale and weakened. The city of Xiaotang had devolved into a hellish nightmare, complicating any attempts to heal Zhang Xiaoyu's wounds. If this continued, she would inevitably meet her demise. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Wei Gong's mind. Due to your successful conquest of the military base, special area, you have earned a reward opportunity. Please make your selection. Wei Gong was taken aback, surprised by this unexpected bonus. It turned out that conquering such a fortified area would yield rewards. However, it made sense. The difficulty of infiltrating a military base was magnitudes greater than other locales. Had it not been for Wei Gong's prior preparations and his unique power of coordinate manipulation, success would have been impossible. The system essentially rewarded him for undertaking a challenge far beyond his level. Scanning the rewards, Wei Gong noted they were largely the same. Enhancements for zombies, personal enhancements, and gaining superpowers. After a moment's thought, he inquired, System, since I can enhance zombies, can I also enhance my NPCs? Zhang Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Ah, is that possible? Then I choose to enhance my NPCs. Considering the limited number of NPCs under your command, the reward system will automatically balance, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of all NPCs' physical abilities, granting them powerful healing, firearm proficiency, and hacking skills. You possess quite a sense of integrity. Aside from the 2 who perished, only 8 NPCs remain under Wei Gong's command. To sacrifice a reward opportunity for the enhancement of merely 8 NPCs would indeed be a considerable loss. However, the current balance of rewards has enabled Wei Gong to acquire 8 formidable subordinates, each well-rounded in virtue, intelligence, physical prowess, aesthetics, and labor, a result that greatly satisfies him. Under the influence of powerful healing, Zhang Xiaoyu's gunshot wound is healing at a visibly rapid pace. Soon, apart from the damage to her clothing, no trace of bullet wounds can be found on Zhang Xiaoyu's body. She feels a deep sense of shame. Master, being injured by a bullet is entirely due to our insufficient abilities. It is not worth lamenting. Your consumption of a reward opportunity on our behalf is truly a waste. Yet, Wei Gong dismisses her concerns with a wave of his hand. No, not at all a waste. In comparison to the multitude of zombies, you few are my most crucial combatants. Although NPCs cannot match the sheer numbers and lethality of zombies, they possess an unparalleled advantage in intelligence, autonomy, and their humanity. Many tasks can only be accomplished by NPCs. Not to mention, these NPCs have now acquired a plethora of practical special skills. If you feel ashamed, Then prove your worth through action and demonstrate that my decision today was correct. Wei Gong gazes at Zhang Xiaoyu behind him, sensing that, if properly leveraged, these 8 NPCs could be an invaluable trump card. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly bows deeply to affirm her loyalty. I will not fail to meet Master's expectations. Whereas Zhang Xiaoyu previously followed Wei Gong merely due to the system's design, she now does so out of total admiration for his leadership qualities. I now assign you your first task. Sabotage the surveillance system of this military base. Although there is no longer a strict requirement to conceal their identities, Wei Gong's cautious nature compels him to make this decision. Understood. With her newly acquired hacking skills, sabotaging the surveillance system is a breeze for Zhang Xiaoyu. After she successfully disables the system, Wei Gong then instructs the zombies to destroy all mobile phones to prevent any instructional videos from revealing their identities. Once all matters have been properly addressed, he departs the military base with Zhang Xiaoyu. Chapter 12. I am a master of hide and seek master. Where shall we go next? Zhang Xiaoyu, driving, glances at Wei Gong, who is engrossed in searching for something on his phone. Are there any companies in Shoutang City that specialize in custom safe houses? Having temporarily dealt with the threat from the military, Wei Gong intends to shift his focus to the players. Like himself, the players from the human faction also exhibit a formidable growth rate. If they are not stifled in their infancy, the zombie city under his control may soon be thrown into chaos by them. Wei Gong immerses himself in the mindset of a human player. If he were to find himself in this world and learn that a zombie crisis would erupt in a week, he would undoubtedly spare no expense in constructing an impregnable safe house. Therefore, he plans to approach a company that customizes safe houses in order to track down the human players hidden within the city. Such companies target a very specific clientele, wealthy and powerful individuals. As for the impoverished, they are scarcely given a glance. Only serving the wealthy? Each primary player selects a reward at the start, so it is not difficult for human players to become affluent and influential. Let us proceed. Take me to C. Understood. With a deft drift, Zhang Xiaoyu steers toward their destination. It is now 1 a.m., 7 hours since the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Under Wei Gong's careful planning, half of Shoutang City has already fallen, with the number of infected residents reaching a staggering 500,000. Have the survivors all hidden away? Wei Gong surveys the surrounding streets from the car. Unlike the tumultuous onset of the zombie crisis, the city now lies in eerie silence. Survivors cower in their homes, fearful of making a sound that might attract nearby zombies. Zhang Xiaoyu halts the car at the roadside. Master, we have arrived. Exiting the vehicle, Wei Gong is greeted by the sight of an utterly unremarkable office building, the sign reading Yuancheng Building. The company in question, Anbang Construction Co.is, located on the 3rd floor. Zhang Xiaoyu leads the way as they take the elevator to the 3rd floor. It is evident that this building has already suffered an assault by zombies. Throughout their journey, Wei Gong has observed only wandering zombies, with not a single living soul in sight. This, to Wei Gong, is fortuitous. Soon, they arrive at the entrance of Anbang Construction Company. After surveying the area, he notes that the entire 3rd floor is occupied by the company. No wonder they cater exclusively to the affluent. They are indeed quite prosperous. You go to the right, I will go to the left. Simultaneously, Wei Gong directs all zombies within the Yuancheng Building to the 3rd floor to search for survivors. Upon entering the left office area, Wei Gong notices the prominent words Design Department. He opens the nearest computer only to find it locked. Without a password, he cannot access it. Wei Gong raises an eyebrow. Of course. It would be abnormal for a computer in this line of work to lack a password. Shifting his attention from the computer, Wei Gong surveys the Design Department's office area. These computers are likely password protected as well. Just then, his gaze halts abruptly as he spots an open takeout box on one of the desks. The office is otherwise pristine. Why is there a takeout box on this particular desk? Puzzled, Wei Gong approaches the desk and picks up the receipt from the takeout packaging. Delivery time: 8:18 p.m. A smile spreads across Wei Gong's face. It seems a hapless soul was working late. He casually moves the mouse beside him, and the computer screen lights up immediately, revealing that it is merely in sleep mode, not shut down. Clearly, when the zombie crisis erupted, the computer's owner was working late and, upon sensing something amiss, abandoned their meal without shutting down the computer, seeking refuge instead. Wei Gong delves into his memories. As far as he recalls, no zombies appeared on the 3rd floor, suggesting this employee might not have been infected and could still be hiding within the office area. Where might they be concealed? Wei Gong raises his gaze, meticulously scanning every corner within his line of sight. That moment. A designer wearing black-rimmed glasses is hiding in a corner, observing Wei Gong's every move. Upon seeing Wei Gong approach his desk, his heart nearly leaps from his throat. The zombie crisis is erupting outside, and this man, without any means of defense, strides confidently into the company. How bizarre! Moreover, it seems he is intent on accessing their computers. What could he possibly want? If it were anyone else, they would likely seize the opportunity to engage with this seemingly harmless survivor to form an alliance or seize their possessions. Yet the designer's instincts scream that this man is dangerous. Absolutely. He must not get entangled with him. Suddenly, the designer notices Wei Gong turning and heading toward the exit, seemingly intending to leave. A wave of relief washes over him. Oh, is he finally leaving? Before the designer can fully rejoice, he observes Wei Gong's footsteps abruptly halt at the doorway. Just a single step would allow him to exit the design department, yet Wei Gong refuses to take that step. Leave already. Why won't you just go? I beg you, hurry up and depart. The designer is nearly in tears from anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, the designer's heartbeat quickens and his breathing becomes heavy and labored. Your heartbeat has quickened. Wei Gong slowly opens his tightly shut eyes. A smile gracing his lips, his ears detect the barely audible sounds of the designer's distress. Through the enhancements acquired from the zombies, Wei Gong's senses have evolved to a formidable extent. Although he cannot pinpoint the designer's exact location, he can roughly guess its vicinity. Above him on the ceiling. The one above. Will you come down on your own, or shall I invite you down? Wei Gong's tone is courteous, reminiscent of a gentleman. The designer's eyes widen in shock. How did he discover my presence? No, wait. He must not have found me. He is merely trying to bluff me into revealing myself. The designer reflects, I have always opposed violence, yet some compel me to resort to it. With a shake of his head and a sigh, Wei Gong effortlessly lifts a granite coffee table nearby. Come down. Wei Gong hurls the granite coffee table with force, striking the ceiling like a cannonball. The gypsum board ceiling is punctured, mere meters from the designer. The impact sends the designer's spirit soaring. What in the world? Chapter 13. Those who have lost their value have no need to live. I'll come down. I'll come down. Please, don't kill me. The designer scrambles and crawls out from the hole. Terrified that Wei Gong might crush him in a fit of displeasure, Wei Gong chuckles lightly as he takes a seat on a nearby sofa. Please, have a seat. The designer, trembling and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, muses, how is it that you, the outsider, seem to behave like the host? Very well. The designer cautiously settles into the chair opposite. He entered the game on April 23 RD, thus other players wishing to construct a safe house could only do so after this date. The designer nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, yes. He recalled the details vividly, for it was he who had personally crafted this safe house. Had it not been for the finishing touches on the order for this safe house, he would not have had to work overtime so late. Very well. Wei Gong extended his hand. Please hand over the design blueprints, location, and the homeowner's personal information. Upon hearing this, the designer's expression turned somewhat awkward. Well, it's not that I don't want to provide it to you. According to our company's regulations, all order information must be entirely deleted after completion, not a trace remaining. Wei Gong scrutinized the designer for a moment. Sensing he was not lying, where can these items be obtained? They should be on the boss's computer, the designer replied hastily. Wei Gong rose. All right, I understand. Seeing Wei Gong prepare to leave, the designer let out a sigh of relief. Phew. However, before he could indulge in the joy of having escaped peril, a sudden sharp pain struck his neck. Those deemed worthless have no reason to remain alive. Wei Gong departed nonchalantly, leaving behind a corpse on the verge of becoming a zombie. Proceeding straight ahead, Wei Gong arrived at the office area on the right, which housed the administrative section of Anbang Construction Company Limited. This area included offices for human resources, finance, and, of course, the boss. Zheng Xiaoyu reported to Wei Gong, Master, I have hacked into most of the computers here, but there is no useful intelligence to be found. Let us head directly to the boss's office. Wei Gong pushed open the door to the office at the end of the corridor, revealing an office so ordinary it was almost mundane. A desk, a coffee table, a cabinet, and tea sets comprised the commonplace furnishings. Yet, inexplicably, from the moment he entered, an unsettling feeling permeated the air, as if something was amiss. Zheng Xiaoyu approached the desk and began hacking into the boss's computer, During this time, Wei Gong started examining the items on the desk. Hong Wugua, position. Chairman. He set the business card down and glanced at the ashtray, which was filled to the brim with tightly packed cigarette. It was evident that this Chairman Hong Wugua was a heavy smoker. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly frowned. Master, I have breached the computer, but all the information is locked within a specialized system that requires Hong Wugua's facial verification to access. Is it possible to hack it? Yes, but it would take a week's time. Onbong Construction Company Ltd. Specialized in security services and had invested considerable effort into network information security. Even with Zhang Xiaoyu's hacking skills, breaching such a system would require significant time. Wei Gong did not wish to squander that much time. A week would be ample for the human faction players to grow and develop. Wei Gong glanced in a particular direction, where an open window caught his attention. Zhang Xiaoyu, when you first entered this room, was the door locked? No. I simply pushed the door open and walked in. Wei Gong narrowed his eyes slightly. Why would no one in the office open the window? To ventilate the smoke? Moreover, someone like Hong Wugua would surely lock the door upon leaving the office. Zhang Xiaoyu, I recall there being surveillance cameras at the entrance of this company. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, this computer can access that. Wei Gong's gaze swept around the office once more. Check today's surveillance footage. I suspect Hong Wugua is still in the company. Zhang Xiaoyu promptly began reviewing the surveillance recordings. After entering the company in the afternoon, Hong Wugua has not left since. This meant that the man was still within the company. Wei Gong paused momentarily. No, he should still be in this room. Wei Gong's focus sharpened as he realized the source of the unsettling feeling upon entry. The right side office area was considerably smaller than the left side design area. Within this room lay a safe house, and Hong Wugua was currently hiding within it. Wei Gong couldn't help but smile. Naturally, the owner of a company that specialized in constructing safe houses would ensure that he had one for himself. The safe house was likely situated just behind this cabinet. Lacking the patience to search for mechanisms, Wei Gong simply used brute force to move the only cabinet in the office aside, revealing a pure metal hidden door. Approaching the concealed door, Wei Gong raised his arm and took a deep breath. In the next moment, his muscular arm surged with power, and his fist struck the hidden door like a battering ram. Bang! The loud noise echoed throughout the office. His full force strike did not penetrate the door but left a conspicuous fist imprint instead. Zhang Xiaoyu observed the hidden door. From what I understand, the materials this company uses to construct safe houses are on par with those used for bank vaults. Attempting to force it open might prove troublesome. Given the rate at which Wei Gong was growing, Zhang Xiaoyu believed that soon, Wei Gong would be able to punch through the hidden door effortlessly. But for now, that was not the case. Since brute force would not suffice, it was time to employ intellect. Wei Gong was not one to be easily discouraged. He immediately turned his attention to the ashtray on the desk. To prevent anyone hiding in the safe house from suffocating, a ventilation duct would surely have been designed into the safe house from the outset. What Wei Gong needed to do now was locate it.as for how to find it. Wei Gong placed his hopes on the ashtray. Hong Wugua, being a heavy smoker, would undoubtedly continue to smoke even while hiding in the safe house. Moreover, in a confined environment, anxiety would amplify a person's cravings for nicotine. If Wei Gong's guess proved correct, the safe house must have already become shrouded in smoke. What Wei Gong needed to do next was discern the intensity of the smoke scent in the air. Following the clues to uncover the concealed ventilation duct. Chapter 14. Are you qualified? In the safe house, Hong Wugua took a deep drag of smoke, then exhaled a long stream of smoke rings. Just as Wei Gong had surmised, the safe house had long since become enveloped in smoke, and coupled with the dim lighting, it was difficult to make out the full extent of the safe house. Hong Wugua browsed news articles on his phone, inundated with reports about the outbreak of the zombie crisis. It seemed that the infection had spread not only in Shoutan City but across the globe. Hong Wugua extinguished his cigarette, but, his brow furrowing. His concern was not for his own safety, but rather for when the zombie crisis in Shoutan City would be resolved. He was eager to leave this place. The sudden onset of a worldwide zombie crisis had sparked a business opportunity in Hong Wugua's mind. Regardless of whether the crisis was ultimately resolved, the seeds of fear would be planted in everyone's hearts. To prevent a similar disaster from occurring again, people would undoubtedly seek to construct safe houses at any cost. At that time, wouldn't his business as a professional safe house manufacturer reap immense profits? He was not the only one eyeing this lucrative opportunity. He needed to devise a plan to escape quickly. At that moment, Hong Wuguo recalled a client he had recently entertained, a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. The young man was peculiar. Though he was a wealthy heir with a fortune exceeding 100 million, Hong Wuguo had never heard of him before. Moreover, his order was strange, demanding the safe house be completed within a week. As if he had foreseen the impending zombie crisis, Hong Wuguo's brow furrowed even deeper. It seemed necessary to engage with that young man once more. Hong Wuguo had a habit of lighting a cigarette whenever he pondered a problem. And this time was no exception. Just as he was about to light his cigarette, a lighter unexpectedly approached him, igniting his smoke. "Thanks." Hong Wuguo instinctively began to express his gratitude, but suddenly felt a chill. He was alone in this safe house. Who had lit his cigarette for him? Wei Gong stood beside Hong Wuguo, smiling as he closed the lighter. "You're welcome." Hong Wuguo was taken aback, quickly distancing himself from Wei Gong. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. "I came in through the ventilation duct, of course." Utilizing his keen sense of smell, Wei Gong had discerned the intensity of the smoke in the air within Hong Wuguo's office, which led him to the hidden ventilation duct. He then marked small objects such as torn napkin shreds, a few insects, or a few specks of dust, placing them into the ventilation duct. Using the air exchange system within the duct, he successfully sent these items into the safe house. With those preliminary steps completed, Wei Gong merely needed a thought to access the safe house through his coordinate power, effortlessly. Hong Wuguo glared furiously, roaring and waving his hands. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! The entire ventilation duct is only the size of a water pipe, and there are fan blades obstructing the way. How could a normal adult fit through? Unless he isn't human, how I got in here is none of your concern." Wei Gong pointed towards the door of the safe house. "All I need to do is open the door and access your company's system." Hong Wuguo was a seasoned businessman, and he quickly regained his composure. "In that case, how about we discuss a collaboration? I assisted you in activating the system," and before Hong Wuguo could finish his sentence, Wei Gong's hand had already seized his throat, lifting the towering man effortlessly with a single hand. This is a command, not a negotiation. Wei Gong possessed an astonishing strength. In an instant, Hong Wuguo's face turned crimson from the lack of oxygen. "If I die? You shall never open the system." Hong Wuguo understood all too well that his sole value lay in his ability to activate the system. Once it was opened, Wei Gong would have no further need for him, and his fate would inevitably lead to death. Wei Gong tilted his head slightly. "Are you threatening me?" Just a moment later, Wei Gong twisted one of Hong Wuguo's arms into a grotesque spiral, the excruciating pain nearly causing Hong Wuguo to lose consciousness. "I do not care whether the system can be activated or not." Wei Gong coldly regarded Hong Wuguo. "But you will die a most painful death. And next, I shall attend to your other arm." Wei Gong's strength exceeded Hong Wuguo's wildest imaginings. He felt like a fish on a chopping board, entirely at Wei Gong's mercy. "Ugh!" Hong Wuguo's eyes widened in horror. His complexion pallid. "In the realm of business, there exists but one type of negotiation that is the most arduous. When the other party deems your bargaining chips utterly worthless, no amount of maneuvering will sway them. If you are inadequate, they will simply choose another." Hong Wuguo attempted to speak, but was met once more with a heart-wrenching pain as Wei Gong ruthlessly tore off his remaining arm. To rip off an adult's arm with bare hands, such strength could not belong to a mere human. Hong Wuguo's mental defenses crumbled completely. How could one negotiate with a monster? The very notion seemed implausible. Hong Wuguo's lips turned a ghastly white as he trembled, uttering a few words. "I shall open the system. You waste my time." Wei Gong hoisted Hong Wuguo as if he were a dying chick, exiting the safe house. With a toss, he flung Hong Wuguo onto a chair before the computer desk. "Activate the system in 5 minutes. I require all information on that individual." Zhang Xiaoyu, who had long been prepared, nodded in agreement. "Understood." With Hong Wuguo's facial recognition and Zhang Xiaoyu's hacking skills, Wei Gong swiftly acquired the desired intelligence. The pain rendered Hong Wuguo's consciousness hazy. He slumped in the chair like a lifeless dog. "Could you grant me a swift death?" Wei Gong cast a glance at Hong Wuguo. He had no interest in torturing others. Since Hong Wuguo had cooperated, he would honor his promise. Wei Gong's nails pierced into Hong Wuguo's neck, and the zombie virus swiftly infiltrated his body. The process occurred so rapidly that Hong Wuguo hardly felt any pain before being transformed into a zombie. Thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities of the undead, Hong Wuguo's arms began to mend at a visible pace. Aside from his ashen complexion and the whites of his eyes, he appeared no different from before. Go, infect humans. Wei Gong merely issued a simple command, and the zombified Hong Wugua automatically sprinted towards the exit of the company. Wei Gong perused the intelligence he had just obtained. Ning Kaifeng? Male, 27 years old, residing at CG Garden, Building 17. In addition to Ning Kaifeng's basic information, Wei Gong also acquired the blueprints of his safe house. However, upon viewing the blueprint, Wei Gong's expression grew grave. This individual, Ning Kaifeng, had not merely constructed a safe house, he had transformed an entire villa into a fortress. Not only had he fortified the underground safe house, but he had also made sweeping renovations to the ground-level house and yard. It was a perilous situation, an absolute danger. This further convinced Wei Gong that Ning Kaifeng was undoubtedly a human player. Chapter 15. Human determination triumphs over heaven, although it was already 1 a.m. A conference room in Yin City was filled to capacity. Individuals from various sectors, politics, military, healthcare, and transportation, were gathered here, united for a singular purpose: to address the sudden outbreak of zombie attacks across the nation on April 30th at 8 p.m. With nearly all participants present, time was of the essence. We will delve directly into the matter. An elderly voice spoke first, seated at the head of the conference table, the organizer of this meeting. Liang Sun. At precisely 8 p.m. on April 30, 13 cities across the nation experienced a large-scale malignant infection event. The virus has yet to be accurately named. For now, we shall refer to it as the zombie virus. As Liang Sun spoke, images of the 13 affected cities played on the large screen in the conference room, Shaotan City among them. The zombie virus exhibits a highly contagious nature, and those infected possess extreme aggression, posing a significant threat to the populace. The footage was rife with gruesome and terrifying scenes, causing the audience to shudder. Those with weaker constitutions felt bile rise in their throats, on the verge of vomiting. Is there still hope for those infected by this virus? In response to this inquiry, Liang Sun spoke solemnly. We do not yet know, but the military has captured over a dozen live zombies, which have been sent to the Academy of Sciences and Medical School for dissection and study. Upon hearing this news, the attendees exchanged glances. Just hours after the outbreak, they had already captured so many live specimens and begun research. Is this the power of the state machinery? Is this disaster a natural calamity or a man-made catastrophe? If it is man-made, which faction is responsible? Liang Sun gestured to an assistant, and the images on the screen shifted once more. Not only in our country, but 131 nations across the globe, totaling 873 cities, have experienced similar infection events, with the number of victims likely already in the millions. Upon hearing this number, the audience was overcome with dread. Such a globally simultaneous outbreak of disaster could hardly be orchestrated by any single force. Even more terrifying was the fact that this calamity had appeared without warning, without any signs. If a mastermind were truly behind this, then it could only be described as divine intervention. But does such a deity truly exist? Liang Sun rapped the table. Regardless of who the mastermind may be, or how the zombie virus came to be, our foremost priority is to establish quarantine zones immediately to prevent further spread of the virus and ensure the safety of more citizens' lives. We are now issuing directives from the upper echelons of Diyan. 1. Establish quarantine zones at the periphery of the 13 cities to prevent the virus from spreading outward. 2. Promptly create a system for testing, capable of accurately and swiftly distinguishing between the infected and the uninfected. 3. Mobilize available armed forces to proceed to the disaster-stricken areas. The primary objective is to rescue civilians trapped in the affected zones, prioritizing their safety above all else. 4. Expedite the transport of disaster relief supplies to the affected areas, ensuring the basic needs of the populace are met. 5. Implement a nationwide curfew, whether in disaster areas or unaffected zones. All individuals should refrain from leaving their homes and practice self-isolation. 6.1 Directive after another was issued, encompassing all aspects, serving as a balm to soothe the frayed nerves of the populace. That moment, someone suddenly posed a question. What about the online discourse? In this era of advanced technology, the zombie virus had sparked a frenzy online within mere 15 minutes of its emergence. Conspiracy theories and doomsday scenarios were already circulating, threatening societal stability. Public opinion is a double-edged sword, a beacon of warmth and hope in the darkness, yet also a blaze that can consume everything. We must manage public discourse, but not suppress all voices indiscriminately. Liang Sun spoke gravely. We should utilize public opinion to demonstrate our resolve in tackling this disaster, allowing the people to witness our proactive measures and instilling a sense of security. I propose the establishment of an official channel to report our disaster relief progress in real time, making all information available that can be disclosed. Additionally, we should create a survivors channel and a self-rescue channel within this official platform, providing survivors with avenues for self-help. Only through joint efforts between the government and the populace can we expedite the resolution of this calamity. As for those unscrupulous individuals seeking to destabilize society amidst the chaos, we must strike hard and punish them severely. When Liang Sun uttered this final statement, the attendees glimpsed the fierce intensity in the eyes of this elderly man, akin to that of a lion, stern and resolute. Subsequently, Liang Sun began to issue specific directives to various sectors based on the core instructions. Upon the emergence of this concern, the conference room fell into a profound silence. The deployment of heavy weaponry signifies what? It indicates that the situation has escalated beyond a mere viral infection. It has transformed into a war. Though these 13 cities have become hell on earth due to the zombie virus, they are still their cities, a part of their nation. Millions, even billions, of compatriots reside within. Should war break out, these cities would be reduced to ruins, homes would cease to be sanctuaries, and countless lives would be reduced to mere dust amidst the bombardment. Any individual with a conscience would shudder at the thought of a familiar city being consumed by war, becoming a relic of history. Liang Sun's brow furrowed deeply, a serious issue at hand. If heavy firepower is not employed, it could severely diminish the military's combat effectiveness, rendering them ineffective against the horde of zombies, complicating rescue operations. Yet, should heavy firepower be deployed? Liang Sun paused momentarily before continuing. It may not be necessary, but our soldiers must not be left defenseless. Soldiers are permitted to carry individual heavy weaponry during operations, and in emergencies, they may act first and report later. However, a detailed operation report must be submitted post-mission. The military leaders nodded in understanding. Understood. The lives of the populace are of paramount importance, and the lives of soldiers are equally precious. When soldiers undertake their missions, they must invariably ensure their own safety. I shall relay the orders forthwith. After concluding the dialogue, Liang Sun redirected his attention to the individuals below. Ladies and gentlemen, this is undeniably a catastrophe. However, I firmly believe that human determination can conquer nature. As long as we unite in purpose, no obstacle is insurmountable. The future of Dian rests in your capable hands. Liang Sun's impassioned speech invigorated the spirits of the crowd, instilling a renewed sense of determination to fulfill their mission and face the impending challenges together. Chapter 17. The Blind Box. Sage, let us not discuss cooperation just yet. You may enter the house first. I fear that your ostentatious presence at the entrance may attract the attention of zombies. Ning Kaifeng remotely opened the door while simultaneously deactivating the hidden mechanisms concealed within the yard. Yu Zimo gazed at the now open door, a faint smile gracing his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly crossed the threshold, traversing the courtyard to enter the interior of the villa. Ning Kaifeng's voice emanated from the intercom. Now, heed my instructions and proceed to the room on your right at the end of the corridor. Yu Zimo surveyed the villa. At first glance, there appeared to be no issues, yet having reviewed the safety plans, he was acutely aware that each room had been transformed into a perilous trap. The room Ning Kaifeng referred to was no exception. Yu Zimo refrained from dissent and obediently followed Ning Kaifeng's directive, stepping into the designated room. Just as he entered, the door behind him slammed shut with a resounding thud. Yu Zimo remained unperturbed, instead assessing his surroundings. Ning Kaifeng, is this your idea of hospitality? Ning Kaifeng scoffed coldly. Hospitality? I have never regarded you as my guest. Surrender your glass beads, supplies, and weapons at once. And what if I refuse? Upon uttering those words, Yu Zimo was taken aback as the walls of the room began to shift, converging ominously towards him, intent on crushing him. Ning Kaifeng's face contorted with malice. Haven't you heard the saying? Wealth should not be displayed. Yu Zimo's expression darkened, feeling a wave of indignation. Ning Kaifeng, I came here sincerely seeking cooperation, yet you wish to condemn me to death. Cooperation? Do you take me for a fool? Ning Kaifeng roared, his voice low and menacing. You are merely coveting my safe house, intending to usurp it. Ning Kaifeng would never allow an unstable element to infiltrate his sanctuary, especially one armed with a gun. Realizing his intentions had been laid bare, Yu Zimo shot the camera a defiant glare. "Stop the mechanisms and let me go. I will hand over everything." "Ridiculous. Once you're dead, everything you possess will naturally belong to me." Yu Zimo clenched a glass bead in his palm. "This is my superpower, and I possess the ability to destroy it. If you do not let me go, I shall shatter these beads. If I perish, you shall gain nothing, including that gun." Ning Kaifeng hesitated. Other supplies mattered little to him, but he was reluctant to forfeit the gun. "Very well, leave the supplies and get out." Tempted by the prospect of the firearm, Ning Kaifeng ultimately ceased the mechanisms. Yu Zimo begrudgingly placed all the glass beads from his backpack onto the floor. As the victor of this standoff, Ning Kaifeng let out a triumphant laugh. "All right. You may leave now." After shooting one last glare at the camera, Yu Zimo fled the villa in disgrace. In order to efficiently manage this underground safe house, Ning Kaifeng had confined each cozer to separate rooms, only allowing one to exit at a time while securely locking the rest within, effectively preventing any potential rebellion. After locking Nashi-chan in her room, Ning Kaifeng hummed a victorious tune as he navigated through a secret passage to the designated room. He collected the glass beads and the gun from the floor. How could I not accept such a delightful delivery? He settled onto the sofa, casually tossing the handgun beside his thigh. Before scattering a handful of glass beads across the coffee table, picking up one of the glass beads, he examined it closely, noting it was no different from the ones he had played with in his youth. Moreover, from the outside, one could not discern what lay concealed within. The outcome was purely a matter of chance. Was this not akin to opening a blind box? Ning Kaifeng's interest piqued in the real world. He was a fervent enthusiast of blind boxes, famously dubbed the blind box sage. Regardless of how rare the item, there was nothing he could not procure. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, he selected a particularly appealing glass bead. I wager there is sauerkraut fish inside." Given that Yu Zimo had managed to extract boiled meat slices, it was only reasonable for him, Ning Kaifeng, to draw out sauerkraut fish. The mere thought of the tender fish, tangy sauerkraut, and chewy vermicelli caused tears of anticipation to stream down his face. How delightful! Without further ado, he eagerly crushed the glass bead in his hand. "Come forth, my sauerkraut fish." However, the coveted dish did not materialize. Instead, he found a pair of shoes resting atop the coffee table. Following the shoes up the legs and torso, Ning Kaifeng was met with the curious gaze of a dark-haired man peering down at him. "Well, look at you, lucky fellow. You managed to draw me as your grand prize on your very first try." From the very beginning, Wei Gong had concealed himself among the multitude of glass beads. Once Yu Zimo deposited the beads into the villa, Wei Gong's Trojan horse scheme had successfully unfolded. The reason for his delay in revealing himself was merely curiosity regarding when Ning Kaifeng would shatter the bead, concealing him. Little did he anticipate Ning Kaifeng's extraordinary luck. He had procured the prize on his very first attempt. Curse it! Finally regaining his senses, Ning Kaifeng cursed under his breath and hastily reached for the handgun beside his thigh. To his dismay, his hand grasped nothing but air. "Are you searching for this?" Ning Kaifeng looked up to find the barrel of the gun pressing against his forehead. A mere squeeze of the trigger would result in his head exploding like a watermelon. His voice trembled with fear. "Why, Yuda? How did you do this?" Wei Gong chuckled lightly. "Because that gun is mine. It recognizes its master." This handgun had been given to Yu Zimo by Wei Gong, and thus it had already been marked. No matter how swift Ning Kaifeng was, could he outpace Wei Gong's spatial mobility? As he gazed at the dark-haired man before him with a mixture of dread and realization, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Ning Kaifeng's forehead. It dawned on him that this individual was, in fact, the superpower user responsible for creating the glass beads. Chapter 18. The hunter. Let us speak reasonably. Do not pull the trigger. Without hesitation, Ning Kaifeng raised his hands in surrender. "We can form an alliance." Wei Gong tilted his head. "Why would I want to ally with you? Just spare my life. This safe house can be yours. All the supplies and women within belong to you." At this juncture, Ning Kaifeng prioritized his survival above all else. As long as he retained his life, he could navigate any future challenges. Wei Gong chuckled. "What use do I have for your safe house? I am not human." Ning Kaifeng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "Not human? You understand the player's world. You must be the zombie mother." Ning Kaifeng could hardly believe that on the second day of the apocalypse, the zombie mother had come to his door. He had yet to leave the novice village when the boss blocked his path. What atrocious luck. Ning Kaifeng's mind raced, and he quickly proposed. Then we could still form an alliance. I could act as your spy, gathering intelligence on other players, in the struggle between human and zombie players. Information was paramount. Whoever first grasped the intelligence held the upper hand. Wei Gong easily overwhelmed Ning Kaifeng because he had obtained information ahead of time. Wei Gong gazed down at Ning Kaifeng with cold disdain. I do not appreciate unstable elements in my vicinity. As the words fell, Wei Gong shot Ning Kaifeng through the heart. To prevent any possible retaliation, he did not hasten to infect him but instead rendered him gravely injured. At that moment, a woman's scream echoed from the room behind Wei Gong. Evidently startled by the gunfire, Wei Gong glanced sideways. This fellow is quite the entertainer, hiding so many women within the safe house. He held such behavior in contempt, as it not only squandered resources but also introduced instability, an unequivocally foolish act. Wei Gong disregarded the women and plunged his hand into Ning Kaifeng's body, the zombie virus swiftly invading and assimilating him into the ranks of the undead. Congratulations, you have infected a human player. Please choose whether to transform him into A, special infected, or A minion. This marked Wei Gong's first attempt at infecting a human player, and he was surprised to discover the special option. What distinguished the two choices? Special infected, lacks intelligence, operating purely on instinct, akin to a beast. Conversely, special infected, possesses physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary zombies, with enhanced regenerative abilities and destructive power. The affiliated beings inherit the wisdom, character, and abilities of the infected during their lifetime. Although their skills may not surpass those of the special infected, they possess the same limitless potential for growth as the zombie players. Whether it be the special infected or the affiliated beings, they exhibit unwavering loyalty to their master. Transforming into A, special infected, incurs no cost in points, whereas converting into an E affiliated being requires the expenditure of 200,000 points. Human players remain oblivious, while zombie players can only accrue points by continuously infecting humans. The more humans they infect, the greater their points accumulate, particularly if they are able to infect specialized humans, such as soldiers or human players. The points gained will be significantly higher. At present, Wei Gong has already amassed over 600,000 points. These points can be utilized to enhance himself or to strengthen the zombies, serving numerous purposes. Wei Gong cast a disdainful glance at Ning Kaifeng, now transformed into a zombie. 200,000 points. To squander on him? Frankly, Wei Gong holds Ning Kaifeng in contempt in terms of intellect, capability, or physical prowess. Ning Kaifeng possesses nothing that meets his approval. Spending 200,000 points on him would be a waste. Transform into A, special infected. Initiating transformation. Before long, the zombie that was once Ning Kaifeng began to swell at an alarming rate, reaching 3 meters in height in less than a minute. His body was filled with robust, menacing muscles, with the diameter of his arms reaching a terrifying 20 centimeters. His fingertips morphed into exaggerated and massive claws, with each claw far longer than a military knife, resembling a collection of blades stacked together. The mutation caused his heart and spine to protrude grotesquely from his exterior, presenting an appearance so hideous that it instilled fear in onlookers. Thud, thud, thud. The mutated Ning Kaifeng took 2 steps, producing a heavy thudding sound, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. He knelt before Wei Gong on one knee in submission. I do not like the name Ning Kaifeng. From now on, you shall be called Hunter. Roar. The hunter, having lost all reason and the ability for speech, could only emit a beastly roar. Hunter, your first task is to infect all remaining survivors within this safe house and turn them into zombies. Roar. The hunter immediately rose and dashed toward a room, able to detect the scent of survivors within the safe house. Crash. With a single swipe, the hunter shattered the iron door, forged from a high-strength alloy, into smithereens. A woman hiding in the room fainted at the sight of the terrifying creature bursting in. The hunter's claw pierced through her body, infecting her and transforming her into a zombie. 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms. In less than 5 minutes, the hunter had successfully infected all survivors in the safe house with astonishing efficiency. Not bad. Wei Gong was quite pleased with this mutation. A preliminary assessment suggested that the hunter's strength had reached a truly terrifying level, capable of tearing through steel plates, tossing vehicles, and demolishing metal barriers with ease. Finally, he had a capable subordinate who could handle matters without his direct involvement. Ding. At that moment, Wei Gong's phone received a text message from a human NPC. Within a building on the North 2nd Ring Road, 3 police officers had gathered over 30 survivors. Among them was a person named Shou Kongyu, who was part of the initial traffic blockade plan. They were currently attempting to sketch the master's portrait based on Shou Kongyu's testimony. The message concluded with another location share. Wei Gong was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that someone could trace him through such subtle clues. During the execution of the plan, he had taken great care to remain concealed, and he was not concerned that they could obtain accurate and complete intelligence from Shou Kongyu. However, this was ultimately a potential risk. Regardless of its magnitude, Wei Gong would not permit any threats to exist. Hunter, your next task is to eliminate all of these individuals. Leave not a single one alive. Roar, the hunter emitted a low growl. Slaughter was its sole purpose of existence, and it excelled at it above all else. Chapter 19. Courage. In a small building on North 2nd Ring Road, Rookie Officer Wang Xia stood by the window, fixated on the horde of zombies roaming the street. Even as his eyes grew dry and sore, he did not dare blink, that he feared that if he did, the zombies would suddenly surge forward and tear him to pieces. Over the past few days, he had witnessed countless individuals being engulfed by the tide of corpses, torn apart, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Such scenes had become so frequent that Wang Xia often experienced hallucinations. Envisioning himself being gnawed upon by zombies, shredded, ultimately becoming one of the undead. No, please. Wang Xia murmured softly. He forced himself not to think about it, but his mind remained uncontrollable. Xiao Wang at that moment. A rough hand landed on Wang Xia's shoulder. Ah! Startled, Wang Xia instinctively drew his gun and aimed it at the person behind him. However, he soon realized that the one who had touched his shoulder was not a zombie, but his mentor. Lao Liao. I apologize, mentor. I was too tense. Lao Liao observed Wang Xia's bloodshot eyes, pale complexion, and slightly bluish lips, all signaling that Wang Xia's mental state was severely compromised. Yet, this could not be blamed entirely on Wang Xia. For an overwhelming number of events had transpired in the past 48 hours. Countless lives had been lost before their eyes, and they could do nothing but flee. Lao Liao patted Wang Xia's shoulder. Xiao Wang, you have been awake for nearly 40 hours. I will take over the watch. You should rest for a while. Wang Xia insisted. I can still stand guard. Let me do it. Lao Liao shot him a stern look. Proper rest is essential for better task execution. Do you treat my previous words as mere nonsense? Wang Xia shrank back. I did not. After a moment, Wang Xia spoke again. Mentor, let me talk to you. I fear that if I close my eyes, my mind will begin to wander into chaos. Lao Liao, looking at Wang Xia, sighed helplessly. Very well. Having experienced so much turmoil, Lao Liao's mental state was not faring much better. After all, Lao Liao was older and had encountered more storms than this rookie, which made his condition slightly better. Mentor, how did your interrogation with Uncle N go? Lao Liao shook his head. That fellow was quite cooperative, but neither I nor Old N are part of the interrogation department. Our drawing skills are inadequate, and we cannot produce a portrait of the mastermind no matter how we try. Sigh, it would be great if there were someone with better drawing skills. Wang Xia sighed. As his profiling skills were also lacking, the two conversed. Wang Xia's expression abruptly froze as he gazed out the window. It was unclear whether it was a figment of his imagination, but he seemed to see a zombie slowly turning its head to look directly at their window. Wang Xia shifted his gaze to another zombie, only to be horrified to discover that not just one or two, but all the zombies in the vicinity were now staring at them. A chilling sense of dread coursed through Wang Xia's body. It was akin to wandering through a wax museum, only to suddenly realize that all the wax figures had turned to face him, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Mentor, did you see that? Lao Liao's face turned ashen. I noticed it as well. Not only were the zombies fixated on them, but the entire street's horde was converging on their location. Their position had been compromised. Laoan, barricade the entrance on the first floor. We need to buy some time for a retreat. Xiao Wang, wake everyone up. We will evacuate through the back door, to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Lao Liao had deliberately blocked the back door with an abandoned bus. It would serve both as a barricade and, in case of danger, as an emergency means of escape. The three were all professionally trained, executing their tasks with extraordinary efficiency, and the evacuation unfolded in an orderly and swift manner. Lao Liao and Wang Xiao rushed downstairs, only to find that over a dozen zombies had gathered at the main entrance, relentlessly battering the door. Fortunately, they had previously arranged numerous obstacles, securely blocking the entrance. Moreover, the door was not very large, meaning only the zombies at the front could exert significant force. As such, the zombies would need considerable time to breach the door. At this rate, they should be able to evacuate in time. Bang. Just as Wang Xia and Lao Liao were thinking this, a massive creature, towering 3 meters high, burst through the concrete wall beside them, positioning itself squarely between them and the staircase. The hunter had joined the hunt. Faced with this 3-meter-tall monstrosity, adorned with terrifying blades, the minds of Wang Xia and Lao Liao momentarily went blank. If the zombies still retained some semblance of humanity, then this creature had become a true abomination. Did it just shatter the concrete wall with a single blow? Is this for real? That wall had reinforced steel. After all, is that something that can be easily smashed? Just then, the fleeing survivors descended from the second floor, colliding directly with the hunter. The screams attracted the hunter's attention, prompting it to abandon Wang Xia and Lao Liao. Charging straight toward the survivors on the stairs, "Damn!" Lao Liao cursed, without a hint of hesitation, drew his gun, and sprinted toward the hunter. "Beast, look over here." The bullets from the pistol cascaded forth, landing entirely upon the pursuer. Confronted by such a formidable creature, Lao Liao was uncertain whether the peanuts in his handgun could still be of any use. Yet, retreat was not an option at this moment. The lives of the common people were under threat, and as their protector, he had to rise to the occasion. Even if the bullets could not inflict significant harm upon this behemoth, merely diverting its attention to buy time for evacuation would be deemed a success. Roar! Although the bullets from the pistol were merely irritating, they nonetheless incited the pursuer's wrath. It abandoned its pursuit of the individuals on the staircase, shifting its focus onto Lao Liao. Observing that the bullets had some effect, Lao Liao immediately shouted to Wang Xia, "Xiao Wang, fire with me," to draw its attention. However, Wang Xia hesitated. He stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the 3-meter-tall monstrosity before him, visions of being torn apart by its steel claws flashing through his mind. Am I truly going to fight such a creature? He was a police officer, true, but he was also just an ordinary person, not a superhero. Am I really prepared to engage in a battle that appears utterly hopeless? Am I truly willing to sacrifice myself for others? My life is worth something too, isn't it? The appearance of the pursuer was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Wang Xia's spirit crumbled completely. He turned to flee. Chapter 20. Modern Firepower, Kid Xiao Wang. Wang Xia's flight exceeded Lao Liao's expectations, but the urgency of the situation left no room for Lao Liao to dwell on it. The pursuer's claws were already aimed at him. With all his might, Lao Liao rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the pursuer's seemingly mundane strike. Bang! While Lao Liao evaded, the wall behind him was not so fortunate. The pursuer's claws sliced through it like tofu, obliterating a wall into rubble. Lao Liao, covered in dust, rose to his feet, glancing at the ruined wall behind him, unable to suppress a sigh. Perhaps fleeing like Xiao Wang was indeed the correct choice. Lao Liao, the zombies are pouring in. At the staircase, Lao stood guard, using a handgun and a scarce supply of bullets to fend off the zombies surging through the breach. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. How could a single handgun suffice? Don't ask me. I don't know. The situation for Lao Liao was even more perilous than that of Lao, and each attack from the pursuer could easily spell death for Lao Liao. While his bullets merely tickled the creature, the prolonged lack of food and rest had drastically drained Lao Liao's stamina. In less than a minute, he would be utterly exhausted, torn to shreds by the pursuer's might. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a voice called out from behind Lao Liao, "Duck!" Without a moment's hesitation, Lao Liao instinctively lowered his head. That instant, a drone abruptly appeared before the pursuer. Rat-a-tat-tat! Angry tongues of fire erupted from the minigun beneath the drone, bullets raining down upon the pursuer like a torrential storm. Though the caliber was small, the sheer volume of bullets unleashed effectively impeded the pursuer's advance. Crash! Following the drone, a nearby window shattered, and 30 well-trained figures burst into the fray. Lao Liao focused and breathed a sigh of relief. These individuals donned matching uniforms, fully armed and rigorously trained. More importantly, each bore the insignia of the Great Yin military. The forces of Great Yin had arrived. This was undoubtedly the most comforting news. The first soldier to breach the scene simply assessed the chaotic battlefield before issuing commands. Team 3. Suppress the zombies. Team 2. Assist in evacuating the civilians. Team 1. Engage the mutated individual with me. Understood, squad leader. The soldiers sprang into action as if they were a finely tuned machine. Armed with machine guns and submachine guns, Team 3 established a defensive position and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the horde of zombies. Though the zombies appeared fierce, they were rendered mere targets without long-range capabilities in the face of the soldiers' overwhelming firepower. The fire net formed, and the advancing zombies either had their heads blown apart or their bodies obliterated, utterly powerless to retaliate. Once Team 3 had established fire suppression, Team 2 promptly ascended to the second floor. Aware that Lao Liao and Laowen were the leaders among the civilians, they directly inquired, "Is there an evacuation route?" Laowen readily complied. "There's a bus at the back door, capable of accommodating up to 80 individuals. It will suffice for all of us to evacuate." "Good." The Team 2 leader turned to his soldiers. "5 of you, secure the bus. The rest assist the civilians in their evacuation." "Understood." As Team 3 and Team 2 executed their tasks smoothly, the strongest Team 1 engaged the pursuer in combat. Fire suppression. After relaying orders to his team, the squad leader helped Lao Liao to his feet. "Are you injured?" Lao Liao waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just superficial wounds." "All right." Confirming that Lao Liao was unharmed, the squad leader continued. "Do you have any intelligence on this creature?" Lao Liao shook his head. It came rushing in unexpectedly. "We have no information." Just then, a soldier rushed over to report. "Squad leader, bullets and grenades are ineffective against this creature." At the moment of engagement, various calibers of bullets had already been unleashed upon the pursuer. No matter how the soldiers attacked, they could not inflict any significant damage. The only thing that proved effective was a grenade, which exploded a gaping hole in the pursuer's chest. Yet, within moments, the creature's formidable regenerative abilities closed the wound, rendering it useless. Indeed, the squad leader surveyed the surroundings and promptly devised a countermeasure. Demolition team, set explosives on the building's load-bearing walls. The rest continue suppressing the mutated entity and expedite the evacuation of the civilians. His plan was straightforward. Since he could not kill it, he would crush it. The building they occupied was not tall and was quite old, making demolition a feasible task. Understood. True to their professional training, the troops executed their orders with remarkable efficiency. In less than 10 minutes, the survivors and soldiers had all been transferred to the bus, ready for evacuation. Demolition team, are the explosives set? A soldier holding a detonator signaled an OK. Ready for detonation? Roar! The pursuer, sensing its prey was about to escape, let out a furious roar and charged towards the back door, heedless of the bullets. As the bullets proved ineffective in halting the pursuer, the squad leader hefted a 93mm rocket launcher. This weapon weighed 12 kilograms, with the rocket itself weighing 3.6 kilograms, easily capable of penetrating 50 centimeters of concrete. It was their squad's sole heavy weapon and their strongest asset. This will be more than sufficient. The rocket launched forth, striking the pursuer head-on with tremendous force, sending it flying. Boom! The simultaneous detonation of the rocket launcher and pre-placed explosives unleashed a powerful shockwave. Bang! The explosion not only demolished the entire building but also reduced the nearby zombies to ashes. The horde of zombies, numbering in the hundreds, crumbled before the might of modern firepower. Retreat. The squad leader understood that the explosion would attract more zombies and immediately led Team 1 in retreat to the bus, escorting the remaining survivors away from the scene. On a nearby balcony, Wei Gong furrowed his brow. He had not intervened in the battle, instead opting to observe as a bystander, watching the entire ordeal unfold. In terms of the outcome, he felt quite dissatisfied. Chapter 21. The mirror world. From the moment he saw the soldiers join the fray, he had anticipated this outcome. Wei Gong scowled from the balcony. "I knew we would lose, but I never expected it to be so thorough. A 30-man military unit could effortlessly suppress a horde of hundreds of zombies. The casualty rate was truly embarrassing, while zombies posed an extreme threat to unarmed civilians. For professionally trained soldiers, they were merely target practice as long as distance was maintained. Though Wei Gong had many zombies at his disposal, they were but a drop in the ocean compared to the firepower of the Great Yin army. Moreover, the Great Yin military had refrained from deploying large-scale weapons to ensure civilian safety. Otherwise, the pursuer would have faced not bullets and rockets, but high-explosive incendiary bombs dropped from bombers. Ultimately, zombies were still carbon-based organisms. As long as they were carbon-based, they could not withstand the heat of high-explosive weaponry. If this issue could not be resolved, the zombie crisis would inevitably be brought to an end by human civilization. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Gong began to outline his next course of action. First, devise a way to enhance his own strength. Even in his current state, he would struggle to survive a few direct hits from rockets. He needed to bolster not only his physical capabilities, but also to enhance his supernatural abilities as much as possible. Through previous encounters, Wei Gong had discovered that his supernatural powers were indeed remarkable, often creating miracles in dire situations and turning the tide. If he could acquire even more potent abilities, his chances of success would significantly increase. Chapter 2. Finding ways to strengthen the zombies' power. Firstly, it is imperative to enhance not only the mobility of the zombies, but also their resilience against conventional firearms. Wei Gong must devise strategies to ensure that the zombies do not merely serve as passive targets in the face of such weaponry. It is evident that a war between zombies and humans is imminent. If Wei Gong fails to address this issue before the outbreak of conflict, the future will undoubtedly lead to his demise. Secondly, it is essential to recruit a few astute subordinates, individuals who possess formidable strength and the ability to command the zombies. After all, Wei Gong is but one mind, unable to coordinate the actions of all the zombies simultaneously. With 600,000 zombies, they are predominantly in a state of disarray. If he can enlist a few capable commanders to unify the horde into a cohesive force, the combat effectiveness of the zombies will experience a qualitative leap. Thirdly, time must be bought. As the situation evolves, it is only a matter of time before the Yin government resorts to drastic measures, unleashing bombers to obliterate the area. Before all issues are resolved, Wei Gong must find a way to delay that inevitable date. System: I wish to exchange 300,000 points for a superpower. 300,000 points represent half of Wei Gong's fortune. It remains uncertain what kind of superpower he will obtain. Congratulations, you have acquired a B-level superpower, Mirror World. As the system's voice resonates, the capabilities of the Mirror World are simultaneously transmitted to Wei Gong's mind. Upon acquiring Mirror World, the user can create a passage to the mirror realm through reflective surfaces. With the activation of this ability, the surface of the glass door ripples. As Wei Gong touches the door, he discovers that his hand effortlessly penetrates through, indicating that the passage to the mirror world has indeed opened. Upon stepping through the mirror, Wei Gong finds himself in an alternate reality, one that mirrors the outside world, devoid of any life forms. At this moment, the system's voice echoes in Wei Gong's mind once more. As the master of the mirror world, the user can freely manipulate its inorganic entities. Freely manipulate? An intriguing notion blossoms in Wei Gong's mind. He retrieves a handgun from his possession, aims it at himself, and pulls the trigger. Bang! At the very instant the bullet exits the barrel, Wei Gong commands, "Stop." The speeding bullet halts as if a pause button has been pressed. Suspended in midair before his forehead, with a mere thought, he redirects the bullet, which spins 180 degrees before shattering a flower pot opposite him. "Wow," Wei Gong exclaims, excitement bubbling within him. This ability truly grants him a sense of divinity. Wei Gong inquires, "Can I pull other living beings into this world?" As long as the user consents, other beings may also traverse the mirror passage into the mirror world. Conversely, without the user's permission, creatures entering the mirror realm cannot exit through the passage. Wei Gong is taken aback. Such power! If human players were to obtain this ability, wouldn't it equate to having an impenetrable sanctuary? How do I leave this world? He wonders. That how it works. Wei Gong, standing on the balcony, leaps across to the neighboring building's balcony. He extends his hand to touch a mirror on that balcony. Open the passage. With this characteristic, can I not go wherever I please? Wei Gong is filled with elation. It must be said that the strong are indeed surrounded by surprises. Just then, a message pings on Wei Gong's phone. "We are heading to Mirror Mountain Park." They seem to intend to escape Shout-An City by boat. Mirror Mountain Park? Upon opening the map application, Wei Gong discovers that Mirror Mountain Park is located by the encircling river. By boarding a sightseeing boat at the park, one can navigate downstream and escape Shout-An City. Wei Gong cannot help but admire. Quite a clever idea. Currently, Shout-In City is overrun with zombies. Attempting to evacuate such a large group overland would be exceedingly perilous. Thus, the waterways emerge as the optimal choice, for zombies cannot swim. Roar. A growl emanates from below the balcony as a hunter, buried beneath the rubble, is finally unearthed by other zombies. Wei Gong glances down, a slight smile gracing his lips. With a new ability acquired and subordinates nearly assembled, it is time to continue this exhilarating hunt. As a reward for their triumph over the hunter, Wei Gong shall bestow upon them despair. Chapter 22. The Dilemma. Xiao Wang, if you can still hear me, come to Mirror Mountain Park. We plan to leave Shout-In City by boat. The intercom in the dimly lit room repetitively broadcasts this message. How can I face them again? Wang Xia lifts his head, his eyes bloodshot, his pallid countenance marked by guilt. While retreating at the critical moment allowed him to survive, the weight of remorse torments his psyche, leaving him in a state of utter weakness. Wang Xia's voice is hoarse. Do I still have the right to be a police officer? Do I have the right to confront those I once vowed to protect? Yet, if he could turn back time, would he make a drastically different choice? Wang Xia himself is uncertain. Roar. Just then, a zombie stumbles through the door, standing before Wang Xia. Overwhelmed by guilt, Wang Xia's spirit crumbles, extinguishing his last flicker of will to survive. Perhaps I am merely a coward, he thinks ruefully as he collapses to the ground. Let me perish in this dark corner. The zombie approaches step by step. Wang Xia closes his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, death does not grant him the release he seeks, for the zombie inexplicably turns and departs. Bewildered, Wang Xia opens his eyes. What is happening? Stepping out of the room, he observes that all nearby zombies are ignoring him, congregating towards a single direction. This behavior is familiar to him. It is reminiscent of the time when the horde attacked their refuge. A sense of unease creeps into Wang Xia's heart as he ascends to the rooftop, where he sees thousands of zombies amassing in one direction. His breath catches. That direction leads to Mirror Mountain Park. Undoubtedly, these thousands of zombies are heading towards his master and the others. If they are attacked, they will surely perish. The horrific image of his master being torn to shreds by zombies flashes through Wang Xia's mind. He cannot bear to watch. Closing his eyes, what should I do? Once more, Wang Xia faces a choice. Should he risk his life to assist his master or shrink back like a coward? Undoubtedly, retreating presents the greatest chance of survival. With the nearby zombies drawn away by his master, he has ample time to fortify a safe haven, one that might endure until the crisis subsides. Wang Xia grits his teeth, his expression darkening. He squats on the ground, frantically tugging at his hair. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, his police badge tumbles to the floor. Upon seeing the emblem, his disordered mind suddenly clears. A torrent of memories floods back. Master, I will become a qualified police officer. For the safety of the citizens' lives, I fear no sacrifice. I vow to courageously strive for social stability and the peace of the people for my entire life. The echoes of past oaths reverberate like thunder in Wang Xia's mind. His expression gradually solidifies with determination. This time, I will not evade. Old Liao sighs. This child, Xiao Wang. Do you blame him? Old Liao shakes his head. I do not blame him. Self-preservation is an instinct inherent to all living beings. At that moment, I was rather relieved that he fled. At least he could survive. All lives are equal. Everyone experiences fear, and everyone has the right to live. We cannot morally bind anyone for that. Of course, heroes are esteemed precisely because they conquer the fears and instincts inherent to all beings. The anthem of humanity is an ode to courage. Report, squad leader. There's a situation ahead. Upon seeing the footage, the squad leader's expression darkens. What nonsense is this? Noticing Old Liao's unease, he inquires, what is it? Old Liao gasps. On screen, a wall of zombies numbering in the thousands stands in the middle of the road. With Mirror Mountain Park looming in the background, Old Liao's face pales. He pulls the squad leader away from the crowd. I've hesitated to speak, as this was merely speculation. Instantly, the squad leader's eyes widen in disbelief. Are you suggesting that zombies have an insider? In the squad leader's mind, zombies are merely mindless beasts acting on instinct. Old Liao not only relays the peculiar behavior of the zombies prior to their attack, but also shares information regarding Shou Kongyu. He hands over Shou Kongyu's profile to the squad leader. This is just my conjecture. I fear it may incite unnecessary panic. The squad leader's brow furrows. This intelligence is crucial. It could determine whether this zombie crisis can be resolved. The squad leader turns to the communications officer. Immediately report this information to headquarters. This information is of utmost importance. Once the puppet master is dealt with, the zombies will disintegrate into mere dust, posing no threat whatsoever to a formidable entity like the Great Yin. Setting aside the matter of the puppet master for the moment, the pressing concern lies in how to tackle the zombies before them. If the bus were to charge headlong into the wall of corpses, it would be halted by the zombies within mere meters, and at that juncture, they would be met with the grim fate of being torn to shreds. Old Liao inquired, "Is there a way to take a detour?" "I fear not." The squad leader shook his head. A detour would squander precious time, during which the zombies will only continue to amass, rendering our breakout increasingly arduous. Old Liao pressed on, "Then shall we relocate to another spot for evacuation?" "It would be futile. That puppet master has no intention of letting us escape, and no matter where we attempt to withdraw, the situation remains unchanged. The only option laid before them was to break through directly with utmost speed. Yet how to achieve this? The crowd gazed at the densely packed wall of corpses, a wave of trepidation sweeping over them. While bullets may slay zombies, their bodies would obstruct the path, preventing the bus from passing. If the bus cannot advance, their fate remains death, just as despair enveloped them. A calm voice emanated from old Liao's walkie-talkie. "Master, just keep moving forward. Leave the rest to me." With a thunderous roar of a revving engine, a small truck laden with barrels of gasoline surged past the bus, hurtling straight towards the wall of corpses. Chapter 23. Turning my fragile body into blazing fire in an instant. Old Liao comprehended Wang Xia's intention, bellowing, "Wang Xia, what are you doing?" Wang Xia's gaze was resolute. No trace of confusion remaining. "Master, this is the only way. The explosion will annihilate the zombies, while the searing flames will reduce the obstructive bodies to ash. Undeniably, this is the optimal plan. The price to pay is merely the demise of a coward." The occupants of the bus fell silent. On the small truck, Wang Xia gripped the steering wheel with one hand and lit a cigarette with the other. "Master, do you think I am a competent police officer?" Wang Xia typically abstained from smoking, but he wished to emulate the tough guy gesture he had seen in films where heroes face their end. "Yes, you have always been a qualified officer." Old Liao chuckled in relief. "Who could thwart a hero's resolve to sacrifice themselves? I am proud of you, my disciple." At that moment, the inner demons that had plagued Wang Xia for days finally dissipated. With a swift motion, he tossed the lit lighter into the rear of the truck. Prior to their departure, he had filled the cabin with gasoline, and now, as the lighter hit the ground, the small truck transformed into a chariot of flames. "Master, in my next life, I will still be your disciple." Wang Xia grinned, flooring the accelerator, crashing into the wall of corpses at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour. Any zombie that ventured too close to the truck would be reduced to ashes by the righteous flames. Just as the night cannot thwart the dawn, Wang Xia's truck swiftly penetrated the heart of the wall of corpses. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions erupted at the core of the wall, the flames of judgment engulfing the malevolent. Determined to incinerate all evil, on the bus, everyone instinctively rose, fixated on the explosions. They wished to bear witness to the hero's departure. "All soldiers, salute." The soldiers paid their highest respects to this comrade they had never met. "Brother, well done. We'll come down to drink with you soon." The squad leader turned to the soldier at the wheel. "Charge through with utmost speed." The bus surged forward with an unprecedented velocity, barreling through the inferno and overcoming the wall of corpses composed of thousands of zombies. It came to a halt at the entrance of Jing Mountain Park, where the remainder of the journey would have to be on foot. As taking a vehicle was no longer feasible, the squad leader handed automatic rifles to Old Liao and Old Un. "We will hold the tide of zombies here. The civilians are in your hands." To enter Jing Mountain Park, one could only pass through the visitor center, the rest sealed off by walls standing 3 to 4 meters high as long as they could secure this visitor center. The survivors would be able to evacuate safely. Gazing at the weapon in his hands, Old Liao fell into contemplation. Even with firearms and ammunition at their disposal, facing an unending tide of zombies would likely mean a perilous struggle for survival. The soldiers were evidently prepared for sacrifice. Old Liao extended his hand to the squad leader, Liao Zhongping from the southern branch of Shoutang City. The squad leader smiled knowingly, extending his hand in return. Mu Lang, squad leader of the 6th Company, Southern Theater. Take care. After shaking hands in farewell, they set off with their respective missions. Mu Lang turned to his soldiers and proclaimed, "Brothers, establish a firepower line and let these beasts know our might." "Understood." Rat-a-tat-tat. Unlike before, this battlefield was open, and there was no concern for harming survivors. The soldiers of the 3rd Squad unleashed their firepower, bullets pouring forth as if they were free. Any zombie daring to advance a step met with a hail of relentless gunfire. No matter how resilient the zombies were, if they were reduced to mush, they would meet only death in an instant. A vacuum zone was cleared within 50 meters in front of the visitor center. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the air. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of pounding footsteps, a 3-meter-tall monster entered the fray. The pursuer barreled through the zombies with unstoppable force, charging directly towards the visitor center. Should this flesh and blood war machine breach their defenses, the firepower line would be torn asunder in an instant. Fortunately, the 3rd Squad was well prepared. The squad leader shouted into the walkie-talkie, "All drones, take off and incinerate it." Bang, bang, bang. The glass windows of the 2nd floor of the visitor center shattered as 4 military drones launched into action. Switching to incineration mode. As next-generation high-tech weaponry, these 4 military drones were equipped with machine gun mode, reconnaissance mode, self-destruct mode, and incineration mode. When dealing with zombies, the straightforward and brutal incineration mode was undoubtedly the most practical, as the flamethrowers ignited. Roaring flames engulfed the pursuer. Though the pursuer possessed tough skin and sinewy flesh, it was composed of cellular matter that could not withstand the sustained high temperatures. Roar! The pursuer seized a zombie and hurled it like a sandbag towards the 4 military drones. However, the drone operators were all highly trained experts, adept at performing aerial maneuvers, easily evading the incoming zombie projectile. Roar! The pursuer emitted an enraged roar. Despite its titanic strength, it could not fly, rendering it powerless against the drones above. Just as the surface of its flesh began to regenerate, it was once again turned to ash by the flames. If this continued, even the pursuer would meet its demise in the distance. Wei Gong shook his head helplessly. "In the end, it appears I must take action myself." Wei Gong stepped back and vanished into the mirrored world through the shards of glass beneath his feet. While the outside world erupted in chaos, with bullets flying, the mirrored realm was eerily silent. No zombies, no bullets, only Wei Gong strolling alone within. Unimpeded, he easily made his way inside the visitor center. "I remember. The drones flew out from the 2nd floor. The operator should be up there." Wei Gong ascended to the 2nd floor. Standing before a glass window, he could see the situation outside through the mirror, while the people outside were oblivious to Wei Gong's presence within. Behind that glass window, a soldier was intently piloting a drone, entirely unaware of the impending danger looming over him. The first. Wei Gong's hand suddenly extended through the glass, seizing the soldier's head. The soldier could not fathom that a hand would reach out from within the glass. Just as he attempted to alert his comrades, Wei Gong had already crushed half of his skull, extinguishing his life. Thud. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground, startling the remaining 3 soldiers. Xiao Zhuang. They gazed in disbelief at their fallen comrade, bewildered by the absence of any apparent threat nearby. What just happened? Chapter 24. One step, one kill. The fear of the unknown instantly seized their minds. Alert. Fortunately, they retained a semblance of rationality, forming a triangular formation with their backs against one another, each on guard for a different direction. But would that truly suffice? A pale hand suddenly emerged from the shards of glass beneath their feet, grasping one soldier's ankle. With a scream, yet another comrade vanished without a trace. Oldly, the remaining 2 were rendered utterly paralyzed. What is happening? We were just back to back. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Do not worry. You will soon see him again, a ghostly voice whispered from behind them, akin to the murmur of death. Without a sound, it was as if he had always stood there, and the figure in the black robe and mask was dragging the corpse of their comrade. Oldly, bastard. The 2 abandoned the drone controls and immediately drew their firearms to retaliate. Swoosh! Wei Gong's hand sliced through the air, akin to the scythe of death, severing the necks of both soldiers. Blood gushed forth, the virus infiltrating their bodies in less than a minute. These 4 battle-hardened soldiers had succumbed to Wei Gong's infection, transformed into zombies without the slightest chance to resist. Who are you? Oh, quick on the uptake, aren't you? When the first drone suddenly plummeted, Malong realized that something was amiss on the second floor. Despite their swift response, Wei Gong's lethality surpassed theirs. Upon reaching the second floor, they were met with 4 corpses on the verge of becoming zombies, young men in their 20s, perpetually concealed beneath hoods and masks. Malong's pupils dilated in shock. You are the puppeteer behind this chaos. Wei Gong's voice was hoarse and low, emanating an inexplicable aura of oppression. Correct? Open fire. Without hesitation, Malong issued the order to fire. If they could eliminate this fiend, the crisis in Shaotan City would be averted, and millions of lives could be spared. However, just as they pulled the triggers, the bullets had yet to soar, and Wei Gong vanished once more. A soldier at the rear let out a blood-curdling scream as Wei Gong lifted him effortlessly. His razor-like nails piercing the soldier's throat, blood gushing forth. I am contemplating the rewards I shall bestow upon you. The body was carelessly discarded by Wei Gong, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light through the mask's openings. Despair? How does that sound? As his words fell, the 5 corpses rose simultaneously, standing like loyal sentinels, guarding their king. The term zombie king could not more aptly describe the masked figure before them. Cold-blooded, murderous, devoid of mercy. His very existence seemed to embody the annihilation of humanity and the destruction of the world. Do not be intimidated. Remain calm and continue firing. Malong roared to bolster the soldiers' morale. The fact that their adversary was darting around indicated that he, too, feared bullets. Otherwise, he would have charged straight at them to eliminate them all. The foremost priority now was to uncover the reason behind his elusive movements. Squad leader, save. Wei Gong's figure vanished again, taking another soldier with him, leaving no chance for retaliation. Malong's eyes widened, desperation flooding his gaze. Yet, even amidst the turmoil, his mind continued to analyze the battlefield. Why was he not killing me? With his intellect, he must realize that I am the commander. If I were to perish, the squad would be leaderless. Logically, I should be the first to die. Malong suddenly noticed the shards of glass scattered on the ground. The drone's ascent had shattered several windows, leaving the corridor littered with debris, yet there were no shards at his feet. It was not that he refrained from killing me. Rather, he lacked the means to do so stealthily. For my feet were devoid of glass fragments. Everyone, shatter the glass on the ground, and steer clear of any reflective surfaces. Malong's decision was both decisive and astute. Without the glass fragments to serve as a medium, Wei Gong could not approach them undetected. Truly an exceptional commander, Wei Gong emerged from behind a shattered window, applauding. You've discerned my movement trajectory in just a few exchanges. Quite astute. Superpowers? Malong's expression turned grave. With zombies now in the fray, it was hardly surprising for superpowers to manifest. The pressing question remained, how could I eliminate him? Shattering the glass and keeping away from reflective surfaces. Surely, you don't naively believe this will render you immune to my wrath. Wei Gong raised his firearm before all, but his aim was not directed at any individual. Rather, it was aimed at the ceiling. What was he planning? Everyone, including Malong, was baffled by Wei Gong's actions. Bang! In the next instant, Wei Gong's bullet pierced through the ceiling, rupturing a water pipe in a place akin to a visitor center. Fire safety measures were guaranteed. Should a fire erupt, the sprinklers above would activate. Water would cascade down like raindrops, forming small puddles on the ground. The water's surface could also reflect light. It too served as a mirror. Glass shards could be shattered, but puddles could not. They would merely restore themselves time and again. Wei Gong advanced, stepping through the puddles, appearing as a ghostly specter in the eyes of the onlookers, flickering with each step. Suddenly, he stood before Malong, less than a meter apart, his crimson eyes fixed upon him. Farewell? Wei Gong's voice was flat, akin to death delivering a decree to the deceased. Swoosh! His sharp hand plunged into Malong's body, crushing his heart. Malong, merely a mortal, had no chance of survival in this predicament. Squad leader! The sacrifice of their commander ignited fury among the remaining soldiers, who unleashed a frantic barrage at Wei Gong. Do not fret. You shall soon join him. Wei Gong's figure flickered continuously. With each flash, another corpse materialized. Before long, the entire second floor was devoid of life. A roar echoed from the first floor of the visitor center, signaling the hunter's approach, while gunfire dwindled. indicating that the hunters and the horde of zombies had breached their defenses. Wei Gong regarded Malong's lifeless body with a sigh. The system provided no notification. It seemed he could not convert Malong into a minion. Given Malong's strategic prowess and judgment under duress, he would have undoubtedly formed a formidable zombie squad. Alas, it was not to be. The dim streetlights failed to illuminate the entire street. For reasons unknown, Wei Gong suddenly felt an urge to hum a familiar tune. Next, he would seek out others. Chapter 25, Death Lao Liao. The gunfire has ceased. The expressions of Lao Liao and Laowen were filled with sorrow. The cessation of gunfire could only yield two outcomes. Either the zombies had been eradicated, or the third squad had perished. Clearly, given the brevity of time, the latter was far more likely. Wang Xia, the third squad, Malong. We shall remember them. Lao Liao clenched his fists tightly. Only by leading these survivors to safety could he honor their valiant sacrifice. Fortunately, they had secured sufficient time, and the boat had now reached the center of the encircling river, rendering the zombies unable to approach. He had long suspected that someone among the survivors was leaking information to the zombies. To prevent further sabotage by any traitors, he had gathered everyone together for monitoring. However, the suspected traitor had remained inactive. Meanwhile, Wei Gong arrived at the bank of the encircling river, observing the boat gliding through the center. Although the surface of the encircling river mirrored the world above, its depths were too profound for Wei Gong to find a foothold. Thus, he was unable to traverse to the boat through the mirrored realm and had to devise an alternative means. Wei Gong picked up a stone at his feet. It's been a while since I've skipped stones. Let's have some fun. With that, he tossed a flat stone towards the water. Wei Gong's stone-skipping skills were commendable, achieving over 10 skips, sending the stone nearly 10 meters away. Coordinate power, activate. Wei Gong shifted his position, appearing above the water's surface. Just as he was about to descend into the water, Wei Gong remained unhurried, tossing another stone. When the stone flew another 10 meters, Wei Gong executed the same maneuver, swapping places with the stone. After 3 repetitions, he gracefully landed at the bow of the boat without a drop of water touching him. His sudden appearance startled everyone aboard. Lao Liao and Laowen instantly aimed their submachine guns at Wei Gong. Who are you? At that moment, Shou Kongyu, mingling within the crowd, sprang up like a startled bird, pointing at Wei Gong and exclaiming, "It's him! It's him!" Although he had never seen Wei Gong's true face, Shou Kongyu recognized him at first glance. Wei Gong, donning a mask, tilted his head. "I didn't expect you to have such a good memory. Since you remember so well, you certainly cannot be allowed to live." Before Wei Gong could act, a bespectacled, seemingly refined young girl among the survivors suddenly produced a syringe and plunged it into Shou Kongyu's neck. What was happening? The sudden turn of events diverted the attention of Lao Liao and Laowen. Just that fleeting moment of distraction was enough for Wei Gong to close in on them and eliminate them. Wei Gong's hands plunged into their chests, one for each, crushing their hearts simultaneously. The virus that followed would convert their bodies into zombies. Thus, 2 outstanding officers, striving to survive in the apocalypse, ultimately fell victim to Wei Gong's hands. The survivors shrieked in terror, scattering like birds. Yet, they were on a boat, surrounded by water. Where could they flee? Annihilate them all. The defenseless survivors were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Merely 3 zombies sufficed to slay them all. Master, among the survivors, only the bespectacled girl remained unscathed. Cheng Ming, you performed admirably on this mission. This young girl, Cheng Ming, was an inconspicuous nurse at the Shaotan City Municipal Hospital in one of Wei Gong's initial 10 NPCs. She had been lurking within the survivor group, continuously relaying information to Wei Gong. "It is what I ought to do." Wei Gong was a conscientious employer. When it came time to grant his employees a break, he would never impose overtime. "Thank you, master." Wei Gong licked his lips. The greater the storm, the larger the fish. This adage holds true. Infecting a fully armed soldier equated to the worth of dozens of ordinary individuals. It was undeniably exhilarating. In that moment, Wei Gong found himself eagerly anticipating the impending war. If an army of tens of thousands could all be transformed into zombies, how many points would that yield? Of course, this is contingent upon his victory in the war. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Wei Gong has been tirelessly traversing from one place to another without a moment's respite. Just as he was preparing to grant himself a day of leave, a phone call came through. Wei Gong's expression gradually morphed into one of peculiar discomfort. In the real world, every time he attempted to rest after work, his insufferable boss and foolish clients would relentlessly bombard him with calls. Now, within the realm of the game, he had become the boss himself. Why then was someone still calling during his downtime? What is it? He inquired. On the other end of the line, Yuzimo's voice responded. Master, there is a situation at Linglong residence. After resolving the matter with Ning Kai-feng, Wei Gong had dispatched Yuzimo to gather intelligence on other human players, and it seemed there was now a development. What situation? He pressed Y Yuzimo, with one hand holding the phone and the other fiddling with the corpses of zombies at his feet. Reported, a large number of zombie corpses have appeared at Linglong residence, and these corpses share a common characteristic. Just as Yuzimo was about to elaborate, his voice abruptly ceased. Immediately thereafter, Wei Gong heard the sound of the phone crashing to the ground, the same moment. He lost control over Yuzimo. Wei Gong's brow furrowed deeply. Why Yuzimo had been killed. The ability to eliminate a large number of zombies while ambushing Yuzimo without him noticing indicated that this adversary possessed formidable strength. In just 2 days, had they grown to such an extent? This was no longer the behavior of a typical human player. A decisive counterattack was imperative. It appeared that his time for rest would need to be postponed once more. Wei Gong ended the call and dialed Zhang Xiaoyu's number. Zhang Xiaoyu, please retrieve the surveillance footage from around Linglong residence, and I require information on all the residents there. He sensed that the enemy he was about to confront would be exceedingly perilous. Chapter 26. An ominous silence. This was the first impression Wei Gong had upon entering Linglong residence. The community bore no traces of human activity, and even the zombies that might have lurked nearby were absent. Wei Gong lifted his gaze, his brow knitting once more. Linglong residence was one of the few high-rise complexes in Shaodan City, with each building starting from 20 stories. The greater the number of floors, the more residents there were. To uncover the hidden human players amidst such a multitude of buildings was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps Yuzimo's corpse held the key. For safety's sake, Wei Gong stepped into the mirror world. Utilizing its properties, he navigated through Linglong residence, persistently searching for Yuzimo's body. At last, he discovered it near Building 12, surrounded by numerous zombie corpses. It was likely that Yuzimo had been drawn to this location due to the presence of the zombies. Wei Gong examined Yuzimo's body, as well as those of the zombies. He noted a commonality among the corpses. The cause of death was a single bullet to the head. Such marksmanship seemed almost too precise. Even in the most concealed corners, amidst a plethora of cover and obstacles, the shots had struck true, wasting not a single bullet. Wei Gong searched the vicinity but found not a single bullet hole. This was no ordinary shooting skill. It was as if the shooter had employed aimbot and wall hacks. Even a soldier like Mu Lang would exclaim in disbelief, "What the hell? That's definitely cheating." Whoosh. Just as Wei Gong was investigating, the sound of a bullet slicing through the air reached his ears. His hair stood on end. The enemy's attack came with such swiftness that it truly surpassed Wei Gong's expectations. Without a moment to spare to determine the bullet's origin, he activated his abilities within the mirror world. Using the mirror he carried to evade into that realm, gasping, Wei Gong half knelt on the ground, exhaling a heavy breath. There had been no warning, no audible gunfire. The attack had manifested abruptly. Had it not been for his superhuman hearing, which allowed him to detect the bullet's passage through the air, he would have likely met the same fate as Yuzimo. His head shattered, lying motionless on the ground. She's found me. I need to change my location. Utilizing the mirror world's properties, Wei Gong emerged from the rearview mirror of an electric bike. This location was in the underground parking lot, several hundred meters away from the site of the ambush. Separated by a layer of ground, he should be safe from attack here. Yet, no sooner had Wei Gong's feet touched the ground than the chilling sound of a bullet whistling through the air echoed again. The most terrifying aspect was that the bullet was aimed directly at the back of his head, as though it awaited his emergence. No. If you're going to cheat, at least don't take it so seriously. The bullet's proximity was alarmingly close. There was insufficient time for Wei Gong to retreat back into the mirror world. The bullet pierced through his scalp, shattering his skull into fragments. Bang! Wei Gong's lifeless body collapsed in the forsaken parking lot. Unknown to anyone, research from the Academy of Sciences indicated that this crisis was less about a virus and more akin to a parasitic infestation. A resolute woman clad in military attire stood at the forefront of the conference room, briefing the high-ranking officials of Diyin on the latest findings. Autopsies had revealed that the brains of the zombies harbored an undocumented type of parasite. As the military woman elucidated, images of the parasites were displayed for all to see. This parasite was the true essence of the zombies. As long as it remained alive, the zombies could continuously rise again. Typically, this parasite would only inhabit the brains of the zombies. However, there were rare mutations in which the parasites would move within their host. Seeking a secure location, in addition to these two types, we have also identified a special individual, which we refer to as the mother zombie. As she concluded her statement, an image of a specimen that bore a striking resemblance to a human appeared on the large screen. Upon dissecting the mother zombie, we discovered that its brain did not contain a parasite but rather a highly durable crystal. Upon hearing this, the conference room erupted in astonishment. What? You not only captured the mother but also successfully performed an autopsy? How long has it been since the zombie crisis erupted? Has it even been 50 hours? Indeed, we have successfully eliminated one mother zombie and captured another for dissection. I have read the briefing. You personally organized and commanded the operations for these two cases. Liang Sun glanced at the report before him, which contained the military woman's information. Rongyu nodded. That would be me. Liang Sun stated, having resolved two cases of the mother zombies, I believe you have become the nation's foremost expert. I would like to hear your thoughts. Decapitation operation. Rongyu asserted firmly that I believe this is the only solution to this crisis. Liang Sun replied solemnly, reasons? As she spoke, Rongyu began to play video footage of the operations against the two mother zombies on the projector. First, the mother zombie is the sole brain of the entire horde. Once it is killed, the remaining zombies will revert to instinctual behavior, drastically reducing their threat level. Second, the mother zombie possesses formidable combat capabilities, boasting both physical prowess and vitality far exceeding that of ordinary zombies. Along with a range of bizarre special abilities, third, the growth potential of the mother zombie is exceedingly alarming. As the number of zombies under its command increases, its strength will surge exponentially. Currently, these mother zombies remain at a controllable combat level. But if we allow them to continue growing, the consequences would be unimaginable. Liang Sun's expression darkened considerably. To consume the lives of other beings and transform them into its essence, what a repulsive method of survival. Frankly speaking, the mother zombie is the enemy of humanity. It is a being that must be eradicated. Liang Sun continued, discuss your operational plan. Currently, there are still 11 cities in our nation under siege by zombies. Based on the severity of the incidents, I have categorized them into 3 levels: dangerous, disastrous, and cataclysmic. The dangerous level has a low degree of impact, with the number of infected zombies remaining in the 4 digits. Even without deploying central forces, local militias can temporarily suppress them. The disastrous level has a higher degree of impact, with the number of infected zombies reaching 5 digits. Local forces can only slow the infection's spread but cannot suppress it. The cataclysmic level has the highest degree of impact and is the most perilous, with the number of infected zombies exceeding 300,000. If left unchecked, it will rapidly radiate to other cities. Fortunately, there are only 2 cities currently at the cataclysmic level, with Shoutan City being one of them. What is your next target? Shoutan City. Chapter 27. A dreadful speculation. At this moment, someone in the audience asked, why is it Shoutan City and not Donghai City, which is also at the cataclysmic level? Considering that Donghai City is one of Dian's core cities, with a population far exceeding that of Shoutan City and an annual economic output that far surpasses it, the priority for saving Donghai City should logically be higher than that for Shoutan City. Rongyu responded decisively, because the mother zombie in Shoutan City poses a greater danger than that in Donghai City. Rongyu simultaneously displayed footage of both Donghai City and Shoutan City on the projection screen. The transformation of Donghai City into a cataclysmic level city was purely due to its high population density. The mother zombie there had not employed any tactics, merely seeking out densely populated areas to infect individuals one by one. However, Shoutan City was different. The zombie crisis erupted simultaneously across the entire city, with multiple sources of infection spreading rapidly. This indicates that the progenitor of Shoutan City had devised plans well in advance, exhibiting a cunning far superior to that of the progenitor in Donghai City. It is akin to cooling a house. While Donghai City merely activated the air conditioning in one room, Shoutan City simultaneously engaged several rooms' air conditioning systems. Naturally, with multiple rooms cooling at once, the temperature would drop more swiftly than in a single room. Subsequently, Rongyu projected a photograph onto the screen, depicting a fierce man adorned with scales on his face. As of now, we have identified the progenitor zombie in Donghai City. Satellite surveillance has been conducting real-time tracking around the clock. Should we wish, we could promptly mobilize a large force to eliminate it. However, we have yet to pinpoint the progenitor zombie in Shout'an City. Its counter-surveillance capabilities are alarmingly formidable, with boundless potential for growth, a terrifyingly rapid development rate, and devious intelligence. The multitude of ominous attributes converging in a single individual sent shivers down the spines of all present. If given further time to develop, it is certain that a monster capable of annihilating the Great Yin, no, capable of obliterating the entire world, would emerge. Liang Sun spoke solemnly. I concur that the progenitor of Shout'an City must be our primary target. However, regarding Donghai City, I am the overall commander now. Any issues that arise will be my responsibility. The fall of Donghai City would indeed constitute a significant economic loss for the Great Yin, yet from a long-term perspective, the threat posed by the progenitor of Shout'an City far exceeds that of Donghai City. We must eliminate it in its cradle before it matures, Liang Sun declared sharply. Henceforth, Rongyue shall lead the operation to eliminate the progenitor in Shout'an City. All departments are to cooperate fully without error. The outcome of this operation will determine the future trajectory of the Great Yin. Should we succeed in the elimination, the Great Yin will navigate through this crisis smoothly. Conversely, if we fail, the zombie crisis will spiral entirely out of control within the borders of the Great Yin. At that juncture, the Great Yin would have no choice but to wage war, sacrificing 11 cities to secure the safety of the entire realm. The progenitor in Shout'an City must be treated with utmost seriousness. And we cannot allow the one in Donghai City to develop unchecked. Notify the Eastern Theater to mobilize immediately and conduct a large-scale suppression of Donghai City, even if we cannot eradicate the progenitor there. We must control the situation and prevent further escalation. Donghai City is one of the economic cores of the Great Yin, housing the headquarters of numerous leading enterprises. If left unattended, these corporations will voice their dissent. As the Great Yin is currently in a state of utmost tension, we still require the financial support and resources from these leading companies. Therefore, we cannot afford to abandon Donghai City. If there are no further issues, then let us adjourn the meeting. As the meeting concluded, those who received orders dispersed, leaving only Rongyue and Liang Sun. You all wait for me outside. After dismissing his personal bodyguards and secretary, Liang Sun turned his attention back to Rongyue. You mentioned you had something to report. What is it? Rongyue's expression was grave as she approached Liang Sun. I have a suspicion. Due to its significance, I refrained from mentioning it during the meeting for fear of causing chaos. Liang Sun's expression grew serious. Is it that severe? What could possibly be more critical than the progenitor zombie, with consequences more terrifying? Rongyue lowered her voice deliberately. I suspect that the source of this zombie crisis may lie with a higher dimensional existence. A higher dimensional existence, you mean? Liang Sun paused momentarily before finally uttering the word, God. The world has long since entered a high-tech era, and the notions of gods and demons have fallen out of favor. They are more inclined to believe in so-called higher dimensional realms. The God Liang Sun referred to is merely a euphemism for the higher dimensional world. How certain are you of this speculation? Although we have identified the zombie's progenitor, the Academy of Sciences remains unable to provide a rational explanation for the phenomenon of zombies, as their very existence defies common sense. A being that neither eats nor drinks can not only sustain its bodily functions but also infinitely repair itself and rise again. This is a blatant violation of the law of conservation of energy. Moreover, the growth of the progenitor zombie is utterly unfathomable. Why does infecting humans result in increased strength? Is there a correlation? By what means does infecting humans lead to enhanced power? Do zombies possess some form of energy absorption technique, absorbing another's power to augment their own? Yet the issue remains. Ordinary people lack inner strength. No matter how much is absorbed, it cannot yield superhuman abilities. Rongyue pondered for a moment before articulating her conjecture. I feel this resembles a game. The god is the organizer of this game, while the progenitor zombie acts as the player. The progenitor zombie acquires something akin to points through infecting humans, which it can exchange for greater power from the god. Even Liang Sun, who typically remained unflappable, broke into a cold sweat at this terrifying hypothesis. Should this prove true, and if the outside world were to discover it, the very fabric of societal order would unravel in an instant. Zombies, after all, are tangible entities that can be killed. allowing people to muster the courage to resist them. But if the adversary is an unseen, omniscient god, who would still possess the courage to confront such a foe? At that moment, Liang Sun felt as if his heart had plunged into an icy abyss. The emergence of this notion undoubtedly validated Rongyue's suspicions. Even with minor discrepancies, it was likely close to the truth. If the enemy is indeed a god, how are we to confront them? The hands of this elderly man trembled slightly. This was the first time since the outbreak of the zombie crisis that he had lost his composure. The phrase to combat the divine with mere mortal flesh often appears in various works, showcasing humanity's resilience and courage in defiance of the gods. Now, as they truly prepare to confront a deity, could they still boldly utter that phrase? Chapter 28. Annihilation. I believe that the god does not wish to annihilate us. Rongyue gazed at the object in her hand. If it truly intended to eliminate us, it would not have bestowed this item upon me as a reward. Liang Sun's eyes regained their brilliance. It is not the outcome that concerns it, but the process. Much like the gladiatorial arenas of the medieval era, wealthy patrons, for the sake of relishing the spectacle of slaves battling one another, would not only lavishly provide for their sustenance, but also spend extravagant sums to equip them, a fortune spent merely to witness a thrilling clash. So long as we continue to achieve victories, we can not only resolve the zombie crisis, but also grow exponentially stronger, ultimately confronting the god and slaying it. Liang Sun clenched his fists, a glimmer of ferocity flickering in his gaze. At that moment, Rongyue proposed another hypothesis. Since the god desires to witness a battle, and given that there are players on the zombie side, could it be possible that there are also players on the human side? Single-player game streams never garner the same popularity as competitive ones. The rivalry between individuals is what makes it truly captivating. You make a compelling point. I will immediately arrange for someone to investigate. Liang Sun's respect for the young woman grew immensely. She consistently managed to discern the essence of matters from the slightest clues. More importantly, she possessed a mind that remained utterly composed and a heart brave enough to face any challenge. I will be heading to the front lines. I trust you to manage affairs in the rear. The dangers of Shaotan City are beyond imagination, and Rongyue herself could not predict what might transpire. She shared these concerns with Liang Sun, fearing that if she were to perish in Shaotan City, these speculations would be buried with her, forever unknown. Liang Sun sighed deeply. Rongyue, you are the future of the Great Yin. You must take care of yourself. If possible, Liang Sun would have preferred not to send Rongyue into Shaotan City. However, the crisis there could only be addressed by her. For the sake of the million lives in Shaotan City and the future of the Great Yin, Rongyue had no choice but to go. As she approached the door, Rongyue paused. I will. Ultimately, she resolutely pushed open the door. In that moment, she was not merely stepping out of a conference room. She was willingly entering a den of peril. In the mirrored world, flesh and blood writhed incessantly as a brand new body underwent continuous reconstruction. Wei Gong sat up from the ground, stretching his limbs. The reconstruction of the body indeed took quite some time. At the instant the bullet shattered his skull, Wei Gong decisively abandoned his physical form and transferred the core crystal into the mirrored world. The bullet did not pursue the core, indicating that she was unaware of this weakness. She merely aimed for his head. This underscores the critical importance of intelligence, which had once again spared him from peril. Wei Gong scanned the surroundings with the mirror, finding no bullets tracking him. It seems safe now. Cautiously, Wei Gong exited the mirrored world, the mirror in his hand poised and ready. Should any bullets appear, he would immediately retreat into the mirrored realm. Once he confirmed his safety, Wei Gong finally exhaled in relief. She must know that I am not dead. When I infect human players, there will be rewards. Thus, when a human player kills the progenitor, they will surely receive a reward as well. The absence of a reward indicates that my survival has undoubtedly been exposed. Yet she did not continue to attack me, suggesting that her abilities, too, are limited. From the earlier assault, Wei Gong deduced that her capabilities might involve magical bullets that lock onto targets or an ability of causality that guarantees a hit. Once the bullet is fired, it will inevitably strike its target. As for the conditions for its use, it is highly likely that one must see the target or know its location. The buildings in Linglong Mansion are quite tall, and the rear structures would obstruct the view of those in front. Thus, the assailant must be within the circle of houses surrounding the square. Wei Gong opened the navigation map, identifying 12 suspicious buildings. 12? 13? 22, 23, 32, and 33. Wei Gong dialed the phone. Zhang Xiaoyu, please check the surveillance for buildings 12, 13, 22, 23, 32, and 33, with the time frame set around April 30th. All right, after waiting for over an hour, Zhang Xiaoyu reported a most peculiar phenomenon to Wei Gong. Since 5 p.m. on April 30th, no one had entered or exited building 33. No one at all. Not only that, but as of today, there had not been a single soul in sight, nor had any lights been turned on. The absence of movement could be interpreted as a zombie crisis, with everyone hiding in their homes, which was understandable. However, the absence of any illumination was exceedingly suspicious. Unless, that is, there were no other souls in building 33 apart from that player. But that couldn't be right. Surveillance had captured many individuals entering the building around 3 or 4 p.m. on April 30th, so it was impossible for there to be no one else inside. There were too many unanswered questions. To uncover the truth, a visit was imperative. Wei Gong arrived at the base of building 33 in the mirror world, only to find the entrance barricaded from within. In the real world, gaining entry might have required some effort, but within the mirror world, such obstacles posed no hindrance to him. With a mere flick of his wrist, the door swung open, and the barricade was reduced to dust. The mirror world lacked any other life forms. To investigate the truth, he would have to start from the real world. Stepping through a pane of glass, Wei Gong emerged, leaving behind the blocked door and a multitude of obstacles. As he set foot inside room 101, a wave of rancid blood and the stench of decay assaulted his senses. This nauseating odor made even Wei Gong, who had traversed among zombies for an extended time, furrow his brow. Many had perished in this place. He proceeded to the nearest room 101. The door was unlocked, and with a gentle push, it swung open. However, he was met with an even more potent stench of blood and rot. What on earth happened here? 3 corpses lay sprawled in a pool of congealed blood, dark crimson stains splattered everywhere. A family of 3 had been brutally slain. This was undeniably a horrific massacre. The lack of activity in Building 33 could not be attributed to anything other than the annihilation of its inhabitants. Tio confirmed this grim hypothesis. Wei Gong opened the doors to rooms 102, 201, and 202, without exception. Each room revealed victims of murder, with not a single survivor left. Wei Gong examined the wounds. They were clean and precise, indicating a swift execution, the work of a singular assailant. Chapter 29. An ambush. Given that she had unleashed such carnage within this building, locating her should be a straightforward endeavor. Wei Gong sought out a household equipped with surveillance cameras and instructed Zhang Xiaoyu to conduct a remote hack. Soon, he received the footage documenting the massacre as it unfolded. A woman clad in a black hood was depicted, executing her victims with remarkable proficiency, employing no unnecessary movements, every strike a lethal blow. This led Wei Gong to suspect that she might have been a professional assassin even before entering the game. After cross-referencing resident information, Zhang Xiaoyu quickly identified the assassin's name and profile, Kalen, residing in room 2302. Room 2302. Judging by Kalen's modus operandi, the path leading to 2302 was undoubtedly rigged with traps. Even if these traps could not slay Wei Gong, they would certainly alert Kalen it was time to traverse the mirror world. Just as Wei Gong set foot on the staircase, he felt the floor shift beneath him. A moment later, a sharp sound rang out as explosives hidden beneath the floor were triggered. Fortunately, Wei Gong wielded absolute control over inorganic matter within the mirror world. As the bomb detonated, he effortlessly hurled it away. Boom! The explosion wreaked havoc in the corridor. Thankfully, he had vacated the mirror world in advance. The noise from the detonation would surely reach not only Kalen on the 23rd floor, but also the occupants of the adjacent building. To prevent such surprises from recurring, Wei Gong activated his abilities, lifting the tiles and walls of the entire building. What he uncovered was a veritable arsenal of explosives. First, there were sniper rifles, and now explosives. Where had this individual acquired such an abundance of weaponry? The sheer quantity Wei Gong unearthed could easily arm an entire platoon. Ignoring the explosives, he made his way directly to the 23rd floor. Meanwhile, on the balcony of room 2302, a woman cradling a sniper rifle sat against the wall. Kalen had long, wine-red hair cascading down, and beneath her hood lay a strikingly cold and refined face. Her gaze was calm, unwaveringly fixed on the door at the end of her line of sight. He will find this place eventually. Kaylin understood that her shot had not claimed Wei Gong's life, and her position would soon be revealed. An attack from the shadows could come at any moment, perhaps in an hour, perhaps in a mere second. She retrieved a syringe of adrenaline from her pocket, expertly injecting it into her thigh. 78 hours had passed since the zombie apocalypse began, and during that time, Kaylin had not rested a single moment, relying solely on willpower and adrenaline to stay alert. Just then, a sharp sound echoed through the corridor. The tripwire had been activated, warning her of movement. This signified that an enemy was on the move within the building. Kaylin sprang to her feet. Chambering around, the dark muzzle of her weapon trained on the door. From which direction will you emerge? Kaylin's focus did not waver from the door. Instead, it was fixed on a shard of glass at her feet. If her suspicions were correct, the noise outside was merely a diversion, and the real attack would likely stem from that shard of glass. After the initial assault, Kaylin had been observing the body of Wei Gong. The glass shard on his person had piqued her interest. After all, what normal individual would carry a piece of broken glass? Although she was unaware of the precise nature of his abilities, her instincts told her that Wei Gong's survival was somehow linked to the glass. With a mindset of experimentation, Kaylin picked up a shard of glass and placed it at her feet. If Wei Gong intended to attack her, then this shard would serve as the perfect window of opportunity. Sure enough, 10 seconds after the tripwire was triggered, a pale hand shot forth from the shard. Ghost-like, reaching for Kaylin's ankle. Got you. Without hesitation, Kaylin squeezed the trigger. Boom. The bullet from her sniper rifle arced in an astonishing 270-degree turn, directly shattering Wei Gong's arm. 7 bullets penetrated his arm, using it as a conduit to traverse the passage between the mirror worlds, unerringly heading for Wei Gong's head. Had he been outmaneuvered? As Wei Gong activated the mirror world, attempting to command the bullets to halt, he was met with shock. The bullets did not stop. Instead, they continued their relentless trajectory towards his head. What? This was a confrontation of superpowers. The authority of the mirror world could not impede the bullet's advance, indicating that Kaylin's abilities surpassed even those of the mirror world. She must possess at least an A-level power. This individual was progressing at a rate even faster than his own. With no time to ponder further, Wei Gong utilized another mirror within the room to exit the mirror world, sealing the portal behind him. As it stood, the bullets could not penetrate the barrier between the two worlds. As long as he refrained from reopening the passage, the bullets could not pursue him. The price to pay was that he could not re-enter the mirror world until he dealt with Kaylin. Don't move. Kaylin stood approximately 10 steps away, her gun aimed at Wei Gong's head. At this distance, he could not reach her, while she could easily blow his head apart in an instant, an exquisitely calculated advantage. The damaged arm of Wei Gong began to visibly regenerate. This could only be considered a minor injury. How did you know I would come from there? Guesswork? Instinct. Kaylin's tone remained devoid of any inflection, as though she were an emotionless machine. Heh. Prior to the ambush, Wei Gong had dispatched a zombie down the corridor to trigger the tripwire, intending to distract Kaylin. Little did he know, she had anticipated his anticipation, digging a pitfall in advance for him to leap into. However, Wei Gong glanced at the shard of glass at Kaylin's feet. Her previous actions had undoubtedly transformed her into bait, luring him into her trap. To enter the fray was to stake a claim against destiny. It was a remarkably effective tactic, yet fraught with peril. Any minuscule miscalculation could lead to Kaylin's demise. This individual was ruthless not only towards others, but also towards herself. The time for idle chatter has concluded. You are destined to die. Kaylin, lacking any inclination for superfluous dialogue, mercilessly squeezed the trigger. This time, she intended not only to obliterate Wei Gong's head, but to annihilate every inch of his flesh. Only then could she ensure his demise. Was it not a touch premature to declare victory? As the bullet hurtled from the barrel, Wei Gong hurled a reflective shard of glass in her direction. In the name of the progenitor, I cannot afford to lose. Chapter 30. Boom, boom, boom. The velocity of a sniper bullet is approximately 900 ms, and at such a short distance between the two, it would only take the blink of an eye for the bullet to strike Wei Gong. Yet, just as the bullet was about to make contact with his forehead, he smiled. Coordinate power. Activate. Wei Gong's position swapped with that shard of glass. The bullet missed Wei Gong entirely, striking the shard instead. As the bullet had yet to change its course, Wei Gong swiftly activated the mirror passage, imprisoning the projectile within the mirrored realm. The mirror world was sealed. Wei Gong executed this series of maneuvers with remarkable alacrity, completing the task before the tracking bullet had a chance to emerge. Not only did he neutralize the attack, but he also executed a sudden displacement advance. With one hand, he bent the barrel of Kalen's gun, denying her a second shot. With the other, he grasped Kalen's head and forcefully slammed it into the ground. Bang! Kalen's skull struck the floor with a resounding thud. With a mere exertion of force, Kalen would succumb to the infection, transforming into a zombie. The tides of offense and defense had shifted. Outside of 7 paces. The gun was swift, but what of within that single step? Even when cornered in such a dire predicament, Kalen's face revealed no trace of fear. It was as if she were inherently devoid of the capacity for such an emotion. Kalen simply gazed calmly at Wei Gong. I believe an explosion would be faster, and no sooner had she spoken than Wei Gong felt a searing wave of heat surge from beneath his feet. This madman had buried explosives beneath the floor. A lunatic, Kalen's nearly suicidal approach to attack elicited a curse from Wei Gong. Not only the explosives under their feet, but those in other rooms detonated in a chain reaction. Boom! The shockwave from the explosions ravaged the entire floor, leaving devastation in its wake. Furthermore, the high temperatures from the detonations ignited the gas pipes in the kitchen, triggering a secondary explosion. Countless glass windows shattered from the blasts, and the outer walls were blasted open, with debris raining down from above, totaling vehicles parked on the roadside. Some have claimed that explosions are a form of art. Well, the 23rd floor was now a veritable gallery of destruction. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the billowing smoke, Wei Gong struggled to his feet, charred flesh continuously falling away, while new muscle swiftly filled the void. Fortunately, his evolutionary level was sufficiently high to withstand the blast, in the moment of detonation. Wei Gong accelerated the metabolism of his surface cells, forming a protective layer akin to armor on his exterior. It was only with this keratinous shield that he barely survived the ensuing chaos. Once he had recovered somewhat, Wei Gong discovered a barely conscious Kalen amidst the rubble. Unlike Wei Gong, Kalen lacked such terrifying vitality. The shockwave from the explosion had instantly obliterated her fragile body, leaving no unscathed flesh upon her. Her once smooth, alabaster skin was now charred black, emitting a pungent odor of burning. Her breath came in shallow gasps, and within a minute, it would cease entirely. Yet even in this state, Kalen's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any fear of death. She simply stared at the ceiling, awaiting her demise. Wei Gong crouched beside her. You truly fear not death, though Wei Gong. Kalen's demeanor was not merely a display of courage. It bordered on a pathological self-destruction. Such a remarkable individual, it would be a tragedy to lose her. With her decisive actions, unparalleled observational skills, outstanding tactical planning, and that lethal A-grade superpower, Kalen was indeed a rare talent. The thought of losing such a perfect asset would keep Wei Gong awake for a month. He pierced his finger into Kalen's shattered body, attempting to revive her with the virus, only to find that the zombie virus could not salvage her waning life. Her breaths continued to weaken. Had the damage exceeded a critical threshold? Wei Gong had witnessed similar cases before. Ordinary zombies, even with intact heads, could perish if their bodies were reduced to pulp due to insufficient energy for repair. What could save her? The system continued to respond. Feed her your flesh and blood. Mother zombie. Your blood cells contain vast amounts of energy that could aid in her recovery. Without hesitation, Wei Gong made a deep incision, allowing his blood to flow into Kalen's mouth like water. As long as he could reclaim Kalen as a valuable ally, he deemed any price worthwhile. Gulp! Under Wei Gong's nourishment, Kalen's broken body began to heal at a visible pace, reminiscent of parched earth welcoming rain. Once her wounds closed, Wei Gong made another incision, continuing to feed her blood, as long as Kalen remained unrevived. Wei Gong would bleed until her full restoration. After nearly 1,000 cubic centimeters of blood, Kalen's body finally completed its rebirth. The charred skin sloughed off, revealing a delicate, infant-like complexion, smooth and supple. Wei Gong knew this was still insufficient. While Kalen's body had recovered, her soul remained unhealed. He required an additional 200,000 points to convert Kalen into his subordinate. System, spend 200,000 points to convert her into my subordinate. Points deducted, the conversion ritual commenced. The last of his 200,000 points dwindled to 0, Wei Gong felt a pang of regret. This was his final reserve. Do not let me down. My first subordinate. The soul repair completed. The linking began. A milky white halo emerged from Kalen's body and entered Wei Gong's mind. Wei Gong inquired. After conversion, will her identity be classified as a zombie or a human? Is she alive or dead in the real world? After conversion, her identity will become that of a zombie. Like the mother player, she will also possess the right to exchange points.as for her original body. Whether it lives or dies rests entirely in your hands. With but a thought, her original body can perish. Of course, if the original body dies, so too will the subordinate in the game. The system was forthcoming with information, indicating that subordinates not only possessed infinite growth potential but also guaranteed absolute loyalty. That 200,000 points were well spent. The linking completed. Upon completion, Wei Gong not only gained control over Kalen's soul, but her past memories also synchronized within his mind. Chapter 31. With nothing or winning it all at ha, did you just stake your wife and daughter? What else do you have left to gamble? I can still bet my life. Fool, your life was lost in the 7th round. You two, drag him off to the mines as a slave. No, no. Let me gamble just once more. Clad in a lead gray coat and hood, Kalen navigated through the crowd to the front desk. Which betting method yields the fastest returns here? This was an illicit gray market casino, with no alluring bunny girls at the front desk, only a muscle-bound man covered in dark tattoos. Without raising his gaze from his task of cleaning a gun, he replied to Kalen's query. Roulette, poker, dice, horse racing, slot machines, blackjack? Choose as you will, as long as you bet enough. The speed of returns is relatively similar. Such questions were posed daily, and his ears had grown calloused from hearing them. Which one is the fastest? Kalen pointed at the prominently displayed sign for Russian roulette. 50,000 for a shot. Only then did the muscle-bound man lift his head, revealing a sinister grin. Going big, are we? Countless gamblers flocked to this place daily, seeking to change their fates, yet few chose Russian roulette. For in other games, even if one lost, they merely forfeited chips. But in Russian roulette, a loss meant the end of life. Enough chatter, I am in a hurry. The muscle-bound man stood up, shouting to everyone in the casino. Everyone? Look here. Someone wants to play Russian roulette. At this announcement, the entire crowd surged toward the front desk, encircling it tightly. Ha ha ha. Who's this? Playing so big. I want to see which fool is unafraid of death. The more gruesome and violent the scene, the more it stimulated the hormones within the spectators. They anticipated witnessing an unsuspecting individual have their head blown off. The muscle-bound man placed a revolver on the front desk. 6 chambers. 5 are empty, 1 is loaded. You shoot yourself in the head. If it's empty, you win 50,000. If it's loaded, don't worry, it's a guaranteed kill. If I shoot twice, is that 100,000? No, if you dare to shoot twice, that's 200,000. If you dare to shoot 3 times, that's 500,000. If you dare to shoot 4 times, that's 10 million, of course. If you dare to shoot 5 times, that's 50 million. The jackpot for 5 shots was astronomical, yet since the casino's inception, no one had ever chosen 5 shots, for it was indistinguishable from suicide. Kalen calmly regarded the revolver on the desk. I will shoot 5 times. In an instant, the raucous casino fell silent. A singular thought echoed in the minds of all present. Could this person truly be seeking death? The muscle-bound man at the front desk was equally taken aback. He had never encountered someone so insane. Are you serious? Serious? The muscle-bound man grinned widely, retrieving a bottle of unopened whiskey from beneath the table. I've kept this bottle hidden for years. Reluctant to drink it, if you survive, it's on me today. Macallan whiskey is an exceptionally expensive spirit, with a single bottle fetching as much as 60,000. It's a curious phenomenon. If one were to shoot once, everyone would wish for their demise. Yet if one were to shoot 5 times, the collective desire would shift to survival. The muscular giant ceased his chatter, methodically loading the revolver's chambers with bullets before swiftly spinning the cylinder. With a decisive click, the cylinder locked into place, leaving everyone in suspense about which chamber concealed the lethal projectile. The muscular man placed the revolver on the table and proclaimed, "Please commence your performance." A palpable tension filled the air as all eyes fixated on Callan, watching intently as she lifted the revolver and aimed its muzzle at her temple. In that moment, cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. spines, and palms. It felt as though they themselves were the ones engaged in this deadly game of Russian roulette. Rather than colluding. In stark contrast to the anxious spectators, Callan maintained an air of tranquility, betraying no hint of trepidation. Just when the onlookers anticipated a moment of hesitation from her before pulling the trigger, she unceremoniously squeezed the trigger. Click, 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 click. To their astonishment, Callan did not fire just once, but resolutely discharged 5 rounds in rapid succession. Her eyes unblinking, a collective gasp escaped the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is this how one plays? Do you think this is a toy gun? With an unruffled demeanor, Callan calmly placed the revolver back on the table. Devoid of fear, surprise, or the exhilaration of surviving, it was as if she had merely sipped a glass of water, bland and devoid of flavor. The muscular man at the front desk was taken aback. Was the game truly this simple? Doubts crept into his mind. Was the gun faulty, or had the bullets jammed? He picked up the revolver and aimed it randomly at an unfortunate soul. A resounding bang echoed, and the unfortunate individual crumpled to the ground. This confirmed that both the gun and bullets were in working order. It was simply that Callan's luck was astonishingly unfathomable. Ha ha ha, you've won. The muscular man kept his word, promptly uncorking a bottle of expensive whiskey and pouring Callan a full glass. Callan gazed at the golden liquid, her expression as calm as still water. When will you pay me? Ha ha, don't rush, drink this first. And I assure you, you shall not be shortchanged. Callan lifted the glass and downed it in one go. I finished. Now, where's my money? The muscular man's lips twitched in disbelief. This glass of whiskey cost several thousand. Did she think it was mere water? She gulped it down without even savoring it. At that moment, a bodyguard clad in a black suit and sunglasses approached. Madam, our boss invites you to the VIP room. What about the money? The funds are prepared and awaiting you in the VIP room. Lead the way. In stark contrast to the underground casino's chaotic ambience, the VIP area exuded an air of serene elegance. Adorned lavishly yet tastefully, it was clear that the proprietor of this underground casino possessed a refined sense of taste. Upon stepping into the VIP compartment, a dagger suddenly emerged from the shadows. Pressed against Callan's throat, a mere inch forward would sever her jugular vein. Why do you not evade? The assailant, a regal-looking matron, emerged from the shadows. Are you unafraid, even with a blade at her neck? Callan's expression remained unperturbed. Why the absence of fear? Fearless is simply fearless. Callan expressionlessly inserted a card into the POS machine. Balance, 55 million. Callan looked at the matron. You've added 5 million. The matron waved her hand, smiling. That 5 million is my gift to you. Consider it a gesture of friendship. She had observed Callan's earlier display with keen interest. A person of such fortitude was indeed worthy of her attention. Very well, I accept. Having established a rapport, Callan sat before the matron. I wish to procure certain items from you. With that, Callan presented a list to the matron. The list included not only supplies and medications, but also arms and ammunition. In the realm of Dian, many of these items were strictly regulated contraband, obtainable solely through these clandestine casinos. Rations, adrenaline, firearms, explosives. The matron's brow furrowed. What do you need these for? Callan picked up a pin from the table and inscribed a date, the date marking the onset of the zombie apocalypse. These items will prove invaluable, both for myself and for you. What do you mean by that? There's no hidden agenda, merely the final delivery date. The matron narrowed her eyes, while Callan refrained from explicitly stating what would transpire. One thing was certain. On April 30, a significant event would occur. Rations, medications, and adrenaline all bore the same label, survival. Typically unnecessary due to the availability of tastier or safer alternatives, these items would only be sought in times of scarcity and dire living conditions. Thus, it could be inferred that the post-April 30th environment would deteriorate dramatically, leading to resource shortages. As for arms and explosives, this suggested the emergence of assailants, necessitating self-defense weaponry. Following this line of reasoning, the only conclusion was war, a potential third-world conflict among humans, or perhaps an interspecies war against extraterrestrial beings. What else do you know? Callan remained indifferent. I know nothing. Asking me would be futile. Callan merely indicated a date and specified her required goods. This information bore no relation to the impending zombie crisis. Thus, even if disclosed, it would not result in her erasure by the system for rule violations. Her intent in revealing this information to the matron was to gain her trust, for only then could she acquire the contraband she desperately needed. All right, I understand. Thank you for the information. The matron did not need to know the specifics of what would happen. She merely needed to prepare for the forthcoming upheaval. These items are classified as controlled contraband in Dian and will require some time for transport. Money is no object. You may use the 50 million in my account, but everything must arrive by April 30th. A few days later, within room 2302 of Linglong Mansion, individuals clad in moving company uniforms began unloading boxes of various sizes. The supplies you requested have arrived. Please sign for them. These individuals were members of the underground casino's underworld, tasked with delivering Callan's supplies. After inspecting each box to ensure everything was in order, Callan affirmed, "All is well, you may leave." Understood. As the door closed behind them, room 2302 was left in silence, with only Callan remaining. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in Callan's mind. Death agreement completed. Initiating resource point settlement. Human players, like the core players, began the game with a choice of 3 options: a wealthy and influential background, exceptional physical prowess, or a random D-grade superpower. However, Callan chose none of these. Instead, she selected a hidden start, death agreement, a clean slate. Devoid of any background, an ordinary physique, no special abilities, and merely $1,000 to her name. Moreover, during her time in hiding, she was required to amass sufficient supplies, or face direct eradication by the system. It was, without a doubt, a hellish commencement. Should Callan successfully complete her tasks, she stood to gain an immense amount of points, a year's worth of individual rations, 5,000 points. 3 independent generators, 3,000 points. 50 doses of adrenaline, 4,000 points. 6 first aid kits and various medications. 2,000 points. An AWM sniper rifle, 100 rounds of .338 Magnum ammunition, high magnification optical scope, silencer, folding stock, 100,000 points. A Glock G17 pistol, 200 rounds of 9 by 19 mm parabellum ammunition, 100,000 points. 30 fragmentation grenades, 60,000 points. The acquisition of these supplies was exceptionally challenging, thus the points awarded were correspondingly substantial. In total, she amassed 400,000 points, with the death agreement points doubling her total to 800,000. While others struggled to barely exceed 10,000, Callan found herself in possession of an astounding 800,000 points. She stood as a paragon at the pinnacle of the world. 800,000 points could be exchanged for an A-grade superpower, guaranteed. Just as Wei Gong had surmised, it was a causative ability that ensured a hit. Upon identifying a target, any thrown or launched projectile would strike its mark with absolute certainty. As a causative ability, the only means of countering such an assault would be to endure it head-on or, like Wei Gong, confine it to another space. If employed for assassination, this would be an exceptionally formidable power. With a formidable arsenal and strength at her disposal, Callan annihilated all residents of Building 23. Sealing off the exits, her motive was simple. She would not tolerate any instability in her vicinity. Thus, the apocalypse commenced. Callan systematically eliminated nearby zombies from a distance, her causative ability ensuring her success. Her points surged, escalating rapidly, until Wei Gong made his appearance. Chapter 33. Callan. Fortunately, I discovered this early. After perusing Callan's memories, Wei Gong couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. The apocalypse has only just begun. Yet Karun has already evolved to such an extent, if given more time, it would not be long before she takes the initiative to seek trouble rather than the other way around. The link is established. We shall now commence the synchronization of follower information. Follower, Karun. Level 1 Zombie Master. Wei Gong Destructive Power, Pure Physical Strength E, slightly stronger than an average adult. Defensive Power, Pure Physical Defense E, slightly stronger than an average adult. Vitality, Regeneration Speed after injury C, capable of rapid recovery even with missing limbs. Agility, Pure Physical Mobility D, equivalent to a Level 1 athlete. Intellect, Independent Thinking Ability, a special ability. Guaranteed hit, level a super ability, a causality-based superpower that ensures any thrown or launch projectile will hit its target with absolute certainty. This ability requires a line of sight to the target. When merely observing Karun's attribute panel, one might find it quite disheartening. It is worth noting that the dimensional panel of the undefeated war god Hunter boasts an array of A-level attributes, except for intellect, which stands at a mere B. In comparison, The hunter is undeniably a paragon of numerical superiority. Wei Gong scrutinizes Karun's stats. While her panel may appear somewhat lackluster, her unique ability compensates for some of that deficiency. Should she be assigned a frontline combat role, there may be instances where she finds herself overwhelmed. The most prudent course of action would be to position her as an assassin, executing her tasks while simultaneously enhancing her fundamental attributes. Yes, that shall be the plan. Observing the unconscious Karun, Wei Gong is suddenly reminded of a nurturing simulation game. However, upon reflection, he realizes that she possesses quite the striking appearance. The preceding battle was so intense that he had no opportunity to take in Karun's visage. Now, with a moment to spare, he notes that both her beauty and physique exude a unique charm. As Wei Gong approaches her side, he removes the obstructive hood, revealing a cascade of burgundy hair framed by a face as chillingly beautiful as an iceberg. Stunning, yet seemingly unapproachable. If one were to inquire about the most captivating feature of Karun's face, it would undoubtedly be the tear-shaped beauty mark beneath her right eye, hinting at the beauty concealed beneath her icy exterior. His gaze drifts down along Karun's alabaster neck to a lead gray coat. Beneath it lies a deep crimson shirt, accentuated by her ample curves. Strands of her burgundy hair cascade beside her, with a few particularly delicate strands resting on her prominent attire. As his gaze lingers upon her, he cannot help but notice the deep crevices between the fabric of her shirt in terms of temperament, appearance, and physique. Karun is unparalleled. It is hard to fathom that such a breathtaking individual possesses a demeanor so ruthlessly efficient. Is she beautiful? At some point, Karun has awakened from her stupor, her gaze colliding with Wei Gong's. Wei Gong chuckles softly, unabashedly stealing a few more glances. Indeed, beautiful. Karun sits up from the ground, twisting her wrist as if acclimating to her new physique. Aren't you curious why you have been resurrected? You desire my abilities and wish for me to serve you. Her tone remains unchanged, cold yet efficient. Wei Gong tilts her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Her eyes, a frigid orange-yellow, betray no emotion. As a follower, Karun's demeanor starkly contrasts with that of Zhang Xiaoyu. Wei Gong cannot help but wonder whether Karun is truly as loyal as the system claims. There is not a trace of panic in her eyes as she gazes intently into his. You need not doubt my loyalty. I have always spoken this way. Wei Gong releases her chin. What is your purpose in participating in this game? Both in his memories of Karun and their recent skirmish, it is clear that she is proactive and efficient. She eschews frivolous distractions, focused solely on the most direct and effective means to achieve her goals. As long as their ultimate objectives align, even if she is not his most devoted subordinate, she remains a reliable ally. I wish to experience fear. Wei Gong raises an eyebrow. Her statement sounds not only juvenile but rather pretentious. Karun ignores his bemused expression and continues. I was born without the capacity for fear, an affliction that modern medicine cannot cure, indeed. Both the life and death struggle earlier and the memories of the Russian roulette validate Karun's assertions. She lacks the emotion of fear. It is precisely this absence that renders her unable to appreciate the value of her own life, nor comprehend the preciousness of others. To her, killing a person is no different from slaughtering a chicken. The organizers claim this game can cure me, which is why I am here. Wei Gong strokes his chin. This game has such a function? Karun's original body has perished entirely. This new form is essentially a fresh creation. Logically, one would expect her lack of fear to be remedied alongside her new body. Yet, the reality is otherwise. It is not a corporeal ailment. Could it be a malady of the soul? Wei Gong ponders, stroking his chin. But does the soul truly exist? Since entering this game, a torrent of questions has flooded Wei Gong's mind. In what form does this world exist? Does his physical body accompany him into this realm? Or is it merely his soul that has traversed here, with this body being a constructive data? If this world is merely a game, a sequence of code, then what accounts for the remarkably lifelike NPCs that can think and feel fear? Resembling true, soulful humans? Most importantly, what is the ultimate goal of the organizers? An endless stream of chaotic inquiry swirls, akin to a tangled ball of yarn, becoming increasingly convoluted. At this moment, Karun suddenly asks, what is your purpose in entering this game? Wei Gong is momentarily taken aback. Me? His reasons for entering this game are devoid of any convoluted motivations. He simply came to play. After all, who could resist such a groundbreaking, unprecedented game? A relieved smile graces Wei Gong's face. Of course. To play the game. Yes, he is merely here to indulge in the game. Since he has come to play, his primary concern should be how to conquer this game. Once he achieves that, the myriad of perplexing puzzles will undoubtedly resolve themselves. Chapter 34. Blitz at Shaojiang Bridge wagering his life, all for the sake of playing a game. Rarely does confusion flicker across Karen's cold, beautiful visage. She cannot comprehend Wei Gong's actions. Wei Gong raises an eyebrow. Indeed? Is that a problem? Were it anyone else discussing this topic, they would undoubtedly ascend to lofty discussions of value, the meaning of life, and other such verbose matters. Yet Wei Gong is different. He simply seeks enjoyment in the game and the thrill of battle. The rest is of no concern to him. Karen chuckles softly. A person like Wei Gong, even a seasoned veteran of the gold mining industry, would deem him a rare gem. Does Karun despise such individuals? On the contrary, she finds herself rather fond of him. His life is rich with emotional hues, vibrant and exhilarating. Precisely what she lacks. Perhaps, by remaining alongside this reckless fool, she might indeed savor the taste of fear. The contemplation of life's profound topics concludes here. It is time to embark on a journey of monster slaying and leveling up, while also allowing me to witness your abilities. Following the High Command's order to seal off the city, the military swiftly commenced their operations, with their first action being the destruction of roadways. Whether narrow pathways or highways, any route leading to Shaoting City faced obliteration, but that was only the beginning. They also requisitioned nearby construction equipment, deploying hundreds of tons of heavy machinery, erecting veritable mountains of steel to sever any possibility of zombies escaping Shaoting City. In addition to roadblocks, the military unleashed thousands of military drones, patrolling the city's borders around the clock, and no matter if one attempts to traverse mountains or cross seas, drones will lock onto targets instantly. If a target is confirmed as a zombie, the drones will immediately engage, eliminating it without hesitation. Wei Gong sets down his binoculars, frowning slightly. Is this the only route remaining, Shaojiang Bridge? Currently, the sole pathway leading out of Shaoting City is the Shaojiang Bridge before him. This bridge spans over 1,500 meters, crossing the Zhelujian River, and serves as a critical corridor connecting Shaoting City and Pingjiang City. Wei Gong's next target is to seize Pingjiang City, and this Shaojiang Bridge is an insurmountable obstacle. Can we conquer it? Setting aside whether the tanks and artillery amassed on the opposite bank are formidable opponents, the bridge's terrain is inherently disadvantageous for a zombie assault. An expanse of open ground with no obstructions. A narrow passageway with only one route to traverse. Should the zombie horde charge recklessly, it would surely lead to their demise. Wei Gong's gaze shifts toward the Shaojiang Bridge, where the surface is teeming with a dense crowd. These individuals are survivors fleeing from Shaoting City, now queuing for inspection to enter Pingjiang City. The military's method for discerning between humans and zombies is quite simple. Each individual entering the inspection station receives a cut on the back of their hand, and the speed at which their wounds heal determines their nature. If the wound does not heal immediately, the individual is confirmed as human. If healing occurred on the spot, the military would not immediately execute him. Rather, they would detain the individual and confine him in a separate isolation chamber for observation. After a 72-hour observation period without any issues, he would be released. Although this method may seem clumsy, it is, to date, the simplest, most straightforward, and most efficient means of detection. Why not take advantage of their unpreparedness and launch a surprise blitz? At this moment, the bridge was teeming with a multitude of survivors. If a zombie were to emerge among them, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Seizing the opportunity while the military's guard was down, a sudden strike on Shaojiang Bridge might indeed succeed. Wei Gong turned to Karun behind him. Karun? It's your turn to perform. All right. Karun nodded, retrieving a sniper rifle from behind. This weapon was unlike ordinary firearms. It had been modified with zombie virus technology, serving as Karun's companion weapon after her transformation into a zombie. With a decisive motion, Karun forcefully removed her left hand's index finger. The severed finger rapidly morphed before the naked eye, the bone at its tip piercing through flesh to form a sharp, resilient bullet head, while the skin hardened and dried, safeguarding the vibrant flesh within. As the blood-flesh bullet took shape, Karun's left index finger regrew. With a click, Karun loaded the blood-flesh bullet into the chamber and slowly aimed at the crowd several kilometers away. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and the blood-flesh bullet shot forth. Empowered by a guaranteed hit capability, Karun did not even need to aim. She could even surpass the firearm's range limits, as long as she could see her target. Even 10 kilometers away, she would strike true. The blood-flesh bullet pierced a survivor's body without obstruction. Before the individual could react, they were transformed into a zombie by the virus within the bullet. The sudden appearance of the zombie triggered widespread panic, causing those nearby to flee in a frenzy. Taking advantage of the military's momentary lapse in vigilance, Karun unleashed a few more blood-flesh bullets. Infecting several more survivors, the contagion spread rapidly, and soon hundreds of zombies appeared on Shaojiang Bridge. Witnessing this scene, even Wei Gong could not help but exclaim, "This is simply extraordinary. Long-range strikes with a 100 infection rate, all without any risk. This is the dream ability of every zombie. Move quickly. There are zombies here. Don't push, the front is blocked. You idiot, you stepped on my foot. Who the hell pushed me? If you push me again, I'll kill your whole family." However, the sheer number of survivors on Shaojiang Bridge created an overcrowded situation, leaving no room for them to maneuver, resulting in utter chaos. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a stern female voice suddenly echoed through the loudspeakers. "If you wish to survive, everyone must crouch down and cover your heads." Though the voice was feminine, it exuded an undeniable authority. Under this command, the majority of survivors instinctively complied, crouching down and covering their heads. Snipers, fire! A cacophony of gunfire erupted from above Shaojiang Bridge, with countless bullets raining down, each striking a zombie's head with precision. Amidst the hail of bullets, the chaos created by the zombies was swiftly quelled, leaving not a single one standing. Chapter 35. So, it is a targeted attack. Seeing this scene, Wei Gong was taken aback. Who could possibly be so formidable as to effortlessly dismantle his blitz attack? Following the trajectory of the bullets, Wei Gong looked up to find the sky above Shaojiang Bridge filled with armed helicopters, an alarming number, easily over 100. The sheer scale of the operation sent a chill down his spine. Wei Gong couldn't help but curse. So, it's a targeted attack. Have they mobilized the core forces of the Great Yin to come after me? What about the other cities? This situation resembled a MOBA game where, within 5 minutes of the match, the opposing team abandons their lanes and towers to gang up on a single player. Point 1 enemy. Wei Gong could handle that easily. Point 2. He remained unfazed. Point 3. He could still manage. 4. He felt confident he could escape. Point 5. Forget it. Karan looked at Wei Gong. Do we continue? Wei Gong composed himself, running a hand through his hair. Let's retreat for now. The commander on those helicopters is surely no ordinary individual. From her earlier commands, it is evident she possesses exceptional on-the-spot command and judgment skills. If we continue our assault, she might trace us back to this location. With our current physical capabilities, we cannot withstand the bombardment of heavy weaponry. For our safety, we must keep our identities and locations concealed. The best strategy is to withdraw. After the chaos on Shaojiang Bridge subsided, a helicopter landed in the open space behind the checkpoint. The armed helicopter's doors swung open, and a soldier in military attire, Rongyu, descended. What just happened? Report, Commander. The zombies appeared unexpectedly. By the time we responded, it was already too late. The reporting officer, the head of the checkpoint, appeared pale, almost green. Aware that a significant figure was expected to arrive, he had ordered his soldiers to be on high alert to prevent any mishaps. Despite their utmost vigilance, as Murphy's Law states, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Who could have anticipated that the individuals who had appeared normal on the surveillance for hours would suddenly turn into ravenous zombies? Bring me the drone footage. Regardless of potential rewards or punishments, Rongyu would not make hasty judgments without a clear understanding of the situation. All right. The checkpoint head's expression softened considerably as he promptly presented the drone footage to Rongyu. She took the tablet and accelerated the playback to 6 times speed. The footage revealed the first survivor to transform into a zombie, a male appearing just over 30 years old. This survivor had entered Shaojiang Bridge 5 hours prior, accompanied by his wife and child. While Rongyu reviewed the drone footage, the officer provided explanations. During these 5 hours, this individual's emotional state remained stable, showing no unusual behavior. 5 hours exceeded the incubation period of the zombie virus. He must have been infected after entering Shaojiang Bridge. Rongyu pulled the playback back to 5 minutes before the man was infected. The checkpoint head gasped in horror. But everyone around him was human. As she continued watching, Rongyu's eyes narrowed. Perhaps he wasn't infected by anyone nearby. She immediately adjusted the playback speed to 1/10, causing the footage to slow dramatically. Right here. In the moments before the man transformed into a zombie, Rongyu abruptly paused the video. The footage displayed an object resembling a bullet piercing into the man's body. The bullet made of a zombie's finger was what infected him. Zombies can shoot bullets? The checkpoint head was drenched in cold sweat. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, he had been on the front lines battling the zombie hordes. He prided himself on knowing more about zombies than anyone else. Yet, even he, a frontline warrior, had never heard of zombies that could shoot bullets. Zombies not only shoot bullets, but can also breathe fire and spray water. Rongyu ignored the checkpoint head's astonished reactions and continued to scrutinize the footage on the tablet. Wait, they can breathe fire and spray water. The officer's mouth twitched as his mind conjured a nightmarish vision. Countless zombies no longer merely running forward like living targets, but monstrous entities capable of flight. Some would breathe fire, others would unleash high-pressure water jets, while yet others would exhale toxic mists, each showcasing their unique powers. The checkpoint head's gaze fell to the flowing Zelyuging River. Surely, there won't be a Godzilla-sized zombie suddenly leaping out of the water. Right? That sort of thing only happens in novels or movies. If that were to occur, would their humble checkpoint be able to withstand the tide of corpses? The zombies that launched the attack not only possessed intelligence and the ability to wield firearms, but also had the capacity for long-range infection of humans. Such perilous zombies could very well be the progenitors of the crisis in Shout'an City. Even if they weren't, they were likely to be critical combat forces under the progenitor's command, if useful intelligence could be gathered in advance. The chances of a successful decapitation strike would undoubtedly increase. Good. Before we set off, the checkpoint head suddenly posed a question. Commander, do you think there is still hope for Shout'an City? In just 5 days since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, he has witnessed countless families shattered and innumerable tragedies of loss. It is not only him. Many soldiers at the checkpoint share this sense of confusion. Rongyu gazed at the person in charge, his eyes resolute. There is hope. I have come here to save this city. I will expel all the zombies that plague it, leaving not a single one behind. Chapter 36. The Grand Scheme. On May 6th, over 50 armed helicopters entered the urban area, establishing a forward military base centered around Shout'an University. Given the current combat strength of the zombie horde, it would be a formidable challenge to conquer this stronghold. Even if they succeeded in occupying it, the zombie legion would incur significant losses, rendering them incapable of facing the main force of Dian. Simultaneously, the Dian authorities issued an announcement on the Survivor channel, stating that the main army had stationed itself in Shout'an City, and survivors could seek refuge within this sanctuary. The refuge not only promised safety but also ensured ample supplies and medical provisions to sustain the survivors. Within 7 days, the military would use armed helicopters to evacuate the first batch of survivors from Shout'an City. Zhang Xiaoyu stood before the projection screen, briefing Wei Gong on the movements of the Dian army in Shout'an City. Wei Gong leaned back in his chair, his feet resting casually on the table. How many survivors have entered this sanctuary? The army's operational capacity is formidable. Initial estimates suggest that they have already sheltered over 10,000 survivors. Over 10,000 survivors. Wei Gong rubbed his nose. Kalen, what do you think? Suddenly, shadows in the room began to shift and coalesce into a distinct shape. This sanctuary is a bait. Kalen, akin to Wei Gong's shadowy protector, typically lurked in the shadows, ready to emerge at his command. Wei Gong scrutinized Kalen as she stepped out from the darkness, maintaining her usual air of aloofness, cloaked in a lead gray overcoat. The hood and her wine-red hair obscured much of her face, while her cold, orange-yellow eyes radiated an aura of danger that deterred any direct gaze. Only her sharp, pale chin and a teardrop-shaped beauty mark beneath her right eye betrayed the allure hidden behind her frigid exterior. The dim lighting in the room accentuated Kalen's captivating silhouette, stirring the imagination. Wei Gong supported his head with one hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this is a cunning trap if they were to evacuate the survivors. Conducting the operation in batches would undoubtedly be the most prudent approach. Yet, the Dian army has not opted for this strategy. Instead, they have chosen to congregate over 10,000 survivors within the sanctuary, clearly signaling their abundance of resources, an invitation for others to approach. Should one take the bait and lead the zombie horde to attack the sanctuary, they would be met with an unrelenting barrage of gunfire. Even if they ultimately secured the refuge, the beleaguered zombie legion would be ill-prepared to confront the impending main force of Dian. To mitigate the losses of the zombie horde, The only viable solution would be for the commander Wei Gong to take action himself. This would also fulfill the Dian Army's secondary objective of identifying the true identity of the mother zombie. Once Wei Gong appears on the battlefield, the Dian Army would possess a myriad of methods to locate and target him, unleashing a carpet bombing that would leave no trace behind. The most distressing aspect is that this sanctuary cannot simply be ignored. If one were to passively observe as the Dian Army evacuated all the survivors, Wei Gong and the zombie horde would be left to confront an unconstrained Dian Army. Reducing a city to rubble is not a daunting task for a superpower like Dian. Their hesitation to act stems from a consideration for the civilian populace of Xiaotan City. As long as there are survivors' voices within the city, Dian will refrain from deploying large-scale strategic weapons. However, once all survivors have been evacuated from Xiaotan City, Dian will no longer hold back, resorting to missile strikes. Zombies, you say? Resilient, are you? Even if only half your body remains, you can still rise, can you? I shall reduce you to ash. The ingenuity behind this grand scheme is truly remarkable. It reminds Wei Gong of the absurdity of being forced to consume something toxic. Fully aware of its dangers, Master, what shall we do next? The thunderous arrival of the Dian Army has ramped up the pressure, leaving Zheng Xiaoyu somewhat flustered. When the soldiers come, block them. When the water flows, bury it. Stay calm. Wei Gong smiled lightly, setting his legs down from the table, straightening his posture to assume a serious demeanor. I will now issue commands. Pay close attention. Zheng Xiaoyu, I need your intelligence team to infiltrate the survivor channel as much as possible, pinpointing the locations of survivors from their distress signals. These survivors had previously hidden in the nooks and crannies, like rats in the sewers, and Wei Gong had been powerless to catch them. Now that they are revealing themselves, it presents a rare opportunity for the zombies. Zheng Xiaoyu nodded. Understood. We will complete the task. Before the rescue team arrives, they must set an ambush, launching an attack while the rescue team is occupied transporting the survivors. To accommodate these encumbering survivors, the rescue team's combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be significantly diminished. This moment is, without doubt, the optimal time to strike. Kalen, you will lead the team. Understood. Wei Gong's intentions are twofold. First, to infect the survivors, thereby increasing his own points and enhancing both his and the zombie horde's combat strength. Second, to infect and weaken the soldiers of the rescue team, thereby reducing the defensive capabilities of the sanctuary before the full-scale assault begins. The sanctuary is their stronghold. He cannot do anything against them there. But once they leave the sanctuary, it becomes his territory. He will find a way to eliminate them. Chengming, you are clever and possess the credentials of a medical professional. I need you to infiltrate the sanctuary as a spy, helping me ascertain the internal situation. Most importantly, I need you to identify who the commander is for this operation. In military confrontations, the most effective way to end a battle is always through a decapitation strike. Locate the enemy's commander and let Wei Gong dispatch him with a single blow. Without the leadership of their commander, even the most fortified sanctuary would inevitably fall. I will depart immediately. After issuing all the commands, Wei Gong rose, directing his gaze towards the sanctuary, his eyes filled with the fervor of battle. Apart from his confrontations with Kalen, his remaining battles are largely one-sided. Go be candid, crushing the weak is rather unfulfilling. It is only in high-stakes battles against formidable foes that one derives a true sense of accomplishment. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you in this game. Chapter 37. Infiltrating the sanctuary. Xiaotan University has transformed into a heavily fortified military bastion. Its surrounding walls not only reinforced and heightened, but also adorned with countless fixed machine guns, each manned by soldiers on standby around the clock. Should any zombies dare to approach, they would be mercilessly riddled with bullets. Unreservedly, this place is the safest in all of Xiaotan City, bar none. The survivors hiding in the corners now surge towards Xiaotan University like moths to a flame, forming a long queue at the entrance. Including the sentries in the buildings across the way, this marks the 18th visible post I have observed. Despite not yet entering the gates of Xiaotan University, she had already crossed into the military's restricted zone 2 kilometers away. All zombies within a 2-kilometer radius of Xiaotan University have been eradicated by the army. Along her path, Chengming has already spotted 18 sentries with her own eyes. These are merely the overt posts deliberately revealed by the military. If one were to account for those lurking in the shadows, the number would surely double. With such stringent defenses, not even a bird could hope to infiltrate. Chang Meng also noted that the military had deployed numerous visual barriers. Clearly, these barriers are intended to counter Kalen's abilities. Without a visible target, she cannot execute long-range sniping. Although Kalen's powers remain concealed, the attack on Shaojiang Bridge has heightened the Dian military's vigilance. Chang Meng murmured softly, as Zhang Xiaoyu's intelligence suggested. The defensive level of this sanctuary is exceedingly high. Setting aside the assault on the core of Shaotan University, simply reaching the main gate will cost the zombie horde dearly. Extending her hand, Chang Meng found herself at the front of the line at the checkpoint. In addition to the screening personnel, a platoon of soldiers stood guard, maintaining order among the survivor queue while also watching for zombies. Regardless of whether one is a survivor or a zombie, any sign of trouble will prompt the soldiers to open fire. Chang Meng obediently extended her hand. All right. The screening personnel unwrapped a sterile surgical blade and made a 5-centimeter incision on the back of Chang Meng's hand. The wound was shallow, with only a slight seepage of blood. Such a minor injury typically does not require stitching. A simple iodine disinfection would suffice, and it would heal naturally within a few days. While the wound is small, it is conspicuous enough to determine if it is healing rapidly. After a minute of waiting, confirming that the wound has not begun to heal, the screening personnel disinfected it with iodine and wrapped it lightly. All right. You may proceed. Thank you. Chang Meng swiftly passed through the checkpoint. Thank goodness I made it. Wei Gong's subordinates have all undergone enhancements. Even if they are not zombies, their wounds can heal rapidly. If the other individuals had arrived, they would likely have been executed on the spot by the military, mistaken for zombies. However, Chang Meng is different. She was previously a nurse with extensive medical knowledge. She knows how to precisely control the cells within her body to temporarily halt the healing of her wounds. This ability is one of the crucial reasons why Wei Gong assigned her as an undercover agent. Standing in the middle of the road, Chang Meng contemplated her next course of action. At that moment, a small team passed by her, carrying a stretcher upon which lay a frail survivor. An idea suddenly struck Chang Meng, and she hurried to catch up with the team. Hello? I used to be a nurse. Is there anything I can assist with? One of the team members, who appeared to be a military doctor, glanced at Chang Meng and asked, Who are you? Chang Meng smiled as she introduced herself. My name is Chang Meng, a survivor who just entered the shelter today. Before the disaster, I worked as a nurse at the city hospital. The military doctor still harbored some skepticism. No, thank you. The survivor can rest at the gathering point ahead. We will handle the rest. Chang Meng moved beside the stretcher and began to examine the survivor. Upon initial observation, I find that this patient suffers from asthma and appears to have gone several days without using an inhaler, which explains their weakness. I recommend intravenous administration of corticosteroids and providing an inhaler. Otherwise, the situation may become life-threatening. The military doctor looked at Chang Meng with some surprise. As the saying goes, there are priorities in knowledge, and each profession has its own expertise. While both of them are doctors, they work in different environments and specialize in different areas. In terms of battlefield first aid and emergency response, the military doctor is undoubtedly more proficient. However, when it comes to the detection and care of chronic illnesses, Chang Meng is certainly more adept. Although many military doctors have been dispatched for this operation, the number of patients in the shelter is much greater. These patients, while not infected as zombies, have suffered varying degrees of physical and psychological damage due to prolonged hunger and thirst. Moreover, many survivors already have chronic illnesses, and in the extreme conditions of the apocalypse, the lack of medication and care has led to a myriad of adverse reactions. The multitude of issues has only exacerbated the already insufficient number of military doctors, leaving them overwhelmed. The military doctor studied Chang Meng for a moment before saying, Follow me. As Chang Meng followed the team, she soon arrived at the temporary hospital within the shelter. Just as she had anticipated, the makeshift hospital was overcrowded with various patients. Those with milder symptoms suffered from malnutrition and gastric ailments caused by prolonged hunger and thirst, while those with severe symptoms, like the survivor on the stretcher, faced life-threatening conditions without prompt treatment. The military doctor handed Chang Meng a form. Please fill in your identification details here. Oh, Chang Meng said, cautiously taking the form. The military doctor quickly added, Don't take offense. It's a disciplinary requirement. We need to rigorously confirm the identity background of every survivor. Chang Meng scratched her head. I understand. I understand that we had many such rules and processes when working in the hospital. The military doctor went on to reassure her. Rest assured, the country is clear about rewards and punishments. This form is not only for confirming your identity, it also serves as your survivor profile. All your contributions and efforts in the shelter will be recorded there. Once the disaster passes, the country will grant rewards based on your contributions. Cheng Ming's eyes narrowed into a charming crescent. Will they reward me with a house? I still can't afford one after all these years. Perhaps, the military doctor chuckled. Then I suppose you must work hard. On the third day since Cheng Ming entered the shelter, she had already become familiar with the staff at the temporary hospital. The military doctor chatting with her was named Ping Gang, a seasoned medical officer with over a decade of experience, having participated in numerous operations. While they were conversing, a helicopter roared overhead, eventually landing on a nearby football field. The armed helicopter's door opened, and a woman in military uniform, accompanied by a fully armed squad, disembarked. Cheng Ming had taken note of this individual for some time. She frequently boarded armed helicopters for missions, and whenever she was present, she was always the commanding officer. Cheng Ming's intuition told her that this woman was extraordinary. Chewing on her meat, she nudged Ping Gang. Old Gang, who is that impressive big sister who just boarded the helicopter? Ping Gang shot her a glance. Why do you care about that? Isn't it just curiosity? Cheng Ming replied, swallowing the morsel. In my impression, the proportion of women in the military is quite low. Especially commanders like her. Ping Gang raised his chopsticks. That's inherent bias against gender. My wife holds a higher rank than I do. Oh? So you're living off her? Cheng Ming teased. Ping Gang shot her a glare. What do you mean? No matter how high my wife's rank is, she still has to listen to me at home. Cheng Ming exaggeratedly elongated her tone. Oh, I find that hard to believe. Don't believe. Once this disaster is over, I'll bring my wife out for you to see. You'll know if I'm telling the truth or not. I think her name was Rongyu, but I'm not sure. She definitely has a significant rank. While the two were engaged in light banter, the armed helicopter on the football field had already taken off. The pilot inquired of Rongyu, Commander, where are we headed? To the Shout-in base outside the city. The cleanup operations there have been completed. The Shout-in base mentioned by Rongyu was a military installation that had been infected by Weigong. Upon entering Shout-in City, she immediately dispatched troops to investigate and eradicate the zombies within the base. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the Shout-in base was supposed to serve as a crucial stronghold against the zombie horde. However, this stronghold fell silent within hours of the outbreak, severing all communication with headquarters. Rongyu firmly believed that the abnormality at the Shout-in base was undoubtedly the work of the mother zombie. Understanding what transpired at the Shout-in base would provide leads on capturing that mother zombie. The armed helicopter landed at the Shout-in base, where an advanced team responsible for exterminating zombies had been waiting. Rongyu disembarked from the helicopter. Report the situation. The captain of the advanced team saluted and opened a folder to begin the briefing. When our team arrived, the entire Shout-in base had already been infected. While exterminating the zombies, we discovered two types of infected soldiers. One type had intact bodies, showing no signs of bites. The other type had mutilated bodies, likely infected by the first type of soldier zombies. Under the captain's guidance, Rongyu arrived at the training ground of the Shout-in base. The ground was littered with headless corpses, all of whom were soldiers from the base. Infected and ultimately meeting a tragic end, their bodies lay severed. The headless corpses were divided into two groups. On the left were those relatively intact, with no bite marks. On the right were those with clear signs of having been gnawed upon. Rongyu approached the left side, squatting beside one of the corpses. Have you found the cause of infection for this group? We examined several of the corpses and found that the outer side of the upper arm to about 2 to 3 fingers below the shoulder peak had distinct injection marks. Rongyu lifted one of the corpse's arms and indeed found an injection mark. Do you suspect they were injected with the zombie virus? Yes. Did you find any injection syringes in the base? The captain shook his head. No, it seems they were deliberately cleaned up. Given this situation, it's likely that the surveillance system at the entire Shout-in base has been compromised. Rongyu looked up to see that a surveillance camera in the corner was only partially attached to the wall. The rest had shattered into a pile of debris. Not only the surveillance at the Shout-in base, but we also discovered that all the phones in the base have been destroyed. Not a single phone is intact. The captain presented a sealed plastic bag to Rongyu, containing a smashed phone. Rongyu gazed upon the shattered phone. The more the perpetrator attempted to conceal the truth, the more it suggested that these devices contained information of utmost significance. Could the technical department attempt to repair it? Rongyu set down the lifeless body she had been holding. Have the remains of the Shout-in base commander been found? Indeed, I shall lead you there. The Shout-in base, situated in a remote suburb, had not seen any living souls, Thus, the zombies within the base had remained confined. Wandering aimlessly, it was not a challenging task for the advance team to locate them. The captain of the advance team brought Rongyue before two headless corpses. The individual on the left was Commander Gao Lian, while the one on the right was the Officer Shi. Gao Lian bore puncture marks from injections, whereas Officer Shi had none. Chapter 39. No sacrifice is in vain. After examining Commander Gao Lian's body, Rongyue proceeded to inspect Officer Shi's remains. As she rummaged through the corpse, she suddenly noticed an unusual wound beneath Shi's right rib. This injury did not appear to have been inflicted by a bullet, nor did it resemble a bite from a zombie. It seemed rather as if Officer Shi had deliberately cut himself with a blade. "Have you assessed this wound?" The advance team captain paused momentarily, scratching his head. "There are too many wounds on these headless corpses." It went unnoticed. Rongyue, undeterred by the gruesome sight, reached her hand into the wound. As her fingers explored the injury, she unexpectedly encountered something solid. Found it. Rongyue seized the object and yanked it free, revealing an intact phone from within Officer Shi's body. "This is..." Rongyue conducted a cursory examination. Aside from being out of battery and thus inoperable, there were no visible external damages, and with a minor repair from the technical department, it could be rendered functional once again. Rongyue looked at the headless corpses on the ground. Her eyes filled with reverence. Even while being gnawed upon by zombies, he retained his clarity of mind. Aware that vital intelligence lay hidden within the phone, he had used his pocket knife to create a wound beneath his rib and forcibly concealed the device within. What immense courage it must have taken to stuff such a large phone into his own body. The advance team captain felt a shiver run down his spine. The mere thought was agonizing. He prided himself on his own willpower, yet in the presence of Officer Shi, he felt a deep sense of inadequacy. Perhaps it was this very courage that garnered the favor of fate. Allowing the phone to remain unscathed, days had passed, and the phone had withstood the immersion in flesh and blood, perfectly avoiding the trajectory of bullets, preserved in a state that bordered on miraculous. One cannot help but marvel. Indeed, it is humanity's courage and will that constitute the greatest miracles. "Send this phone to the technical department. I wish to see its contents in 5 minutes. Understood." Rongyue surveyed the field strewn with corpses. A sense of melancholy washed over her. The gear on these bodies indicated that they had assembled and prepared for departure, only to encounter an unforeseen calamity before they could set forth. It evoked a profound sense of tragedy, akin to the notion of embarking on a campaign only to perish before achieving victory. 5 minutes later, in the operational meeting at the Shouten base, the technical department projected the contents of the phone onto the screen. "Your deductions were correct. The soldiers at Shouten base had become zombies as a result of being injected with the virus." Rongyue paused the video, and Wei Gong's face filled the entire screen. Though he wore a mask, attempting to obscure his identity, it could be surmised that he was indeed the suspect reported by Soldier Mu Lang. Mu Lang, the squad leader of the 3rd Platoon in the 6th Company, had successfully transmitted a likeness of Wei Gong to headquarters before his demise at Wei Gong's hands. Although the image was somewhat indistinct, it provided crucial evidence for identifying the primary zombie host. No sacrifice is without meaning. They are all heroes of humanity. Besides this intelligence, the video concealed another vital piece of information. Rongyue adjusted the progress bar and halted on a particular frame. Upon magnification, a woman's face became discernible. It was Zhang Xiaoyu. Though the image lasted but a fleeting moment and was merely a small speck, it had nonetheless been captured. Investigations revealed that this individual was Zhang Xiaoyu, the daughter of the mayor of Shouten City and also the mayor's secretary. Upon the revelation of this name, the members of the meeting room were taken aback. This was a figure of considerable significance in Shouten City. The outbreak of the zombie crisis in Shouten City was undoubtedly influenced by her machinations. With the exposure of Zhang Xiaoyu's identity arose another pressing question. There existed individuals among humanity who served the zombies. From now on, we must investigate Zhang Xiaoyu with utmost diligence. I demand to know what actions she undertook and whom she interacted with during the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Understood. The thought of traitors hidden among the survivors instilled a sense of urgency in Rongyue. Should these infiltrators manage to enter the sanctuary, it would be akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of obliterating the entire refuge at any moment. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the city, an armored vehicle sped recklessly down the ravaged streets, pursued relentlessly by an endless horde of zombies. Team A3 requests assistance. Team A3 requests assistance. This squad had been dispatched to rescue survivors, but just as they had boarded the last survivor onto the armored vehicle, the zombies surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions, as if lying in ambush. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, as if a colossal beast approached with thunderous steps. All personnel, stand guard. Just as the squad leader issued this command, a massive mutant crashed through the wall and launched an attack from the left side. It is a special mutated entity. Retreat. In the span of just 3 days, 8 rescue teams had already been annihilated by the hunters. Their impervious bodies, coupled with an unyielding vitality and catastrophic destructive power, rendered the hunters the nightmares of every soldier in their eyes, aside from the yet-to-appear primary zombie host. The hunters were the most perilous monstrosities in the city. Roar. The hunter let out a low growl, colliding head-on with the speeding armored vehicle, which weighed several tons, and flipped it over effortlessly. Subsequently, the hunter raised its terrifying claws and tore through the armored vehicle's metal skin as if opening a can. Rocket launchers, rocket launchers. At the moment the armored vehicle was dismantled, 2 rocket projectiles flew out. The hunter, relying on its thick hide and high defenses, did not even flinch, taking the blasts head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions at such close range sent shockwaves through the air, leaving the humans inside the armored vehicle dizzy and disoriented, their blood surging. This was the synergy between Kalen and the hunter. The hunter was responsible for opening the can and providing visibility, while Kalen handled the infection, efficient and swift. No rescue team had survived this deadly combination. In just a matter of breaths, all individuals within the armored vehicle had succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies. Chapter 40. The other shore. In the underground chamber of a certain villa, Wei Gong exhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with elation. It has succeeded. In preparation for the impending battle, Wei Gong had secluded himself in the basement, diligently researching how to merge 3 abilities into one. After 3 days of intensive focus, he had finally achieved a breakthrough today. Wei Gong clenched his fist. Let this technique be known as Mirage. Just as Wei Gong reveled in his successful cultivation, the mechanical prompt of the system echoed once more in his mind. Congratulations, you have accumulated 1 million points, granting you an A-level lottery. Wei Gong was taken aback. Truly? Kalen's efficiency is unparalleled. Soldiers infected with the virus earn points several times greater than those of ordinary individuals. Every strike by Kalen brought Wei Gong nearly 10,000 points. It is fortunate to have Kalen assisting me. Otherwise, I would have no time to delve into new techniques. Once this matter is resolved, I shall reward her. With a smile, Wei Gong opened the lottery interface. This A-level lottery was unlike any previous ones. Even the least valuable prizes in the pool were A-level. Any item drawn would significantly enhance Wei Gong's combat prowess. Let the lottery commence. The massive lottery wheel spun rapidly before Wei Gong's eyes. A dazzling array of various items flashing by until it finally slowed to a halt on a long knife. Congratulations, you have acquired an A-level weapon. The other shore. As the lottery wheel vanished, a long knife, concealed within a black sheath, landed in Wei Gong's hands. The knife was exceptionally long, measuring nearly 130 centimeters. The black sheath was heavy and profound, resembling a prison that contained a primordial beast. Does this knife possess any special abilities? Wei Gong examined the blade, discovering that aside from its impressive length and aesthetic appeal, it exhibited no discernible advantages or extraordinary powers. Must I draw it first? Wei Gong grasped the hilt firmly and exerted force. Yet, at the moment of drawing the knife, the other shore awakened like a beast, ravenously consuming Wei Gong's strength. What the hell? Wei Gong attempted to release his grip, only to find the hilt magnetically adhering to his hand. This is BS. Wei Gong's strength waned. The blade of the other shore gradually rose several centimeters, revealing its alluring blood-red surface. This knife is rather enigmatic. The moment one makes a motion to draw it, one must fully unsheath it. Otherwise, it will ceaselessly drain one's vitality. With a fierce roar, Wei Gong summoned all his strength to draw the knife. Buy-in, completely from its sheath, as if the bloodthirsty demon's blade had finally emerged into the light of day. Wei Gong swung the long knife, buy-in, and delivered a strike forward. Buy-in, the funeral offering. An invisible blade of wind surged forth, severing anything it touched with a single stroke. This was no ordinary blade wind, but a spatial slash capable of tearing through the fabric of space. Unlike the commonly known air strikes, a spatial slash harnesses the power of space itself to launch an attack directly at the very essence of existence. Your defenses are indeed impeccable, but what shall you do when I rend the space you occupy? Who? Wei Gong swiftly returned Bian to its sheath, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. The power of this knife undoubtedly qualifies it as an S-rank weapon. However, its black hole-like drain on energy restricts it to an A-rank classification. It is worth noting that the strike Wei Gong just executed not only depleted all his mental energy but also exhausted his physical strength entirely. At this moment, Wei Gong could hardly muster the strength to even twitch a finger. He lay on the ground for nearly half an hour before he found the strength to sit up once more. Gazing at the long knife Bian beside him, Wei Gong reflected. Its power is terrifying, yet the cost of wielding it is extraordinary. With such a strike, the enemy would undoubtedly perish, but Wei Gong would also be rendered utterly powerless, temporarily becoming a mere shell of a man. Were it not for the presence of trustworthy allies, he would dare not wield this weapon. Wei Gong couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. After such difficulty in acquiring such a formidable weapon, he finds himself unable to use it. What a predicament! Just then, hurried footsteps approached, instantly putting Wei Gong on high alert. Who is it? Having just tested Bian, he was unable to utilize any abilities. If an enemy were to attack at this moment, it would spell disaster. It is I, Zhang Xiaoyu. As the footsteps drew nearer, Zhang Xiaoyu's face emerged into the light. Upon realizing it was someone from his own ranks, Wei Gong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Was it not stated that unless there was an urgent matter, no one was permitted to enter without my consent? I have something of utmost urgency to report. Wei Gong glanced up, noting the tension in Zhang Xiaoyu's expression. It was evident that something significant was indeed at hand. Zhang Xiaoyu declared, Cheng Meng has relayed information indicating that the commander of the Diyan operation appears to be a woman named Rongyu. Do we have any specific intelligence regarding her? Zhang Xiaoyu activated a tablet computer and presented it to Wei Gong. While we do not yet have concrete details, we have located 2 reports related to her on Diyan's official channel. Upon reading the titles of these reports, Wei Gong's expression turned grave. Shock. Hero Rongyu slays the mother zombie amidst a sea of foes, resolving the zombie crisis in Ning City. A legend reborn. Hero Rongyu successfully captures the mother zombie, rescuing the people of Litai City from peril. Just these 2 reports have divulged a wealth of critical information. Within less than a week of the outbreak of the zombie crisis, this woman named Rongyu has consecutively resolved the crises in 2 cities. Even more astonishingly, the second mother zombie was captured alive. It is crucial to note that capturing a mother zombie alive is exponentially more challenging than simply defeating one. Is it that the mother player in Litai City was particularly inept? As this thought crossed Wei Gong's mind, he shook his head. According to reports, this mother player in Litai City had at least infected thousands of humans. No matter how incompetent she may be, it is unlikely she could be so easily captured. Unless this woman named Rongyu possesses extraordinary strength. Could it be that this Rongyu is a player? Wei Gong's speculation held merit, as only players exhibit such terrifying rates of growth. Master, I have one more matter to report. Zhang Xiaoyu's expression grew grave, indicating that the subsequent news was not favorable. What is it? An informant has reported that Diyan's forces have entered my residence for a search. My identity is likely compromised. Zhang Xiaoyu's tension was not born from fear of being killed due to her identity being exposed, but rather from the concern that her revelation might implicate her master, Wei Gong. Chapter 41. The truth begins to surface though it was already 2 in the morning. The temporary command center at Xiaotan University was ablaze with light. The atmosphere within the makeshift command center was thick with tension and activity, as the sound of keyboards echoed throughout. Each individual was wholly engrossed in fulfilling their respective tasks, striving to uncover the spies hidden among the human survivors amidst the overwhelming tide of intelligence. This task was fraught with difficulty, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, they were resolute. Allowing those infiltrators to infiltrate the shelter or escape Xiaotan City would yield incalculable dire consequences. Rongyu, here is your coffee. Rongyu's aide, Luo Wan, placed a steaming cup of coffee before her. Thank you. Rongyu accepted the coffee and took a sip without a second glance. Luo Wan was taken aback. Hey, this coffee was just brewed. Isn't it too hot for you? This cup of coffee was made using freshly boiled water, reaching temperatures of around 80 to 90 degrees. How could Rongyu possibly drink it without injury? Only then did Rongyu realize, apologies, I did not mean to worry you. I am quite fine. After slaying the first mother zombie, Rongyu felt a distinct change within her body. Her physical attributes now far surpassed those of an ordinary person, and she possessed a remarkable resistance to extreme heat. Drinking boiling water now felt no different than sipping lukewarm water. Luo Wan glanced at the clutter of personnel files on the table before Rongyu. These were records of individuals who had interacted with Zhang Xiaoyu prior to the outbreak. It is noteworthy that Zhang Xiaoyu held the position of city government secretary, necessitating daily engagement with a diverse array of individuals. The workload required to sift through so many people in search of the mastermind behind the scenes was immense. Rongyu, you have not slept for 3 or 4 days. If this continues, your body will not withstand it. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, Rongyu had been at the forefront of the battle against the onslaught of zombies. She had first resolved the crises in Ning City and Litai City, and now she was hastening to Shoutian City to confront an even more complex and perilous situation. Once the issues in Shoutian City were addressed, she would likely need to proceed to Donghai City to manage yet another crisis. If this relentless pace persisted, even if Rongyu did not perish in battle against the zombies, she might succumb to exhaustion. Collapsing at her desk, Rongyu pinched the bridge of her nose, a gesture to alleviate the fatigue that had accumulated over the days. If I exert myself a little longer, the calamity can conclude sooner, allowing more people to survive this crisis. Luo Wan sighed in resignation, patiently urging. No matter how urgent the matter, one must adhere to a gradual approach. Should you compromise your health, rendering yourself unable to command the battle or take to the field, it would be a futile sacrifice. After a brief silence, Rongyu replied, Very well, I shall rest after reviewing these files. Just then, a soldier rushed in, clutching a report, excitement written all over his face. Report? Commander, we have located the source of the zombie outbreak in Shoutian City. Rongyu's eyes brightened. Speak quickly. The soldier unfolded the report. We have investigated several initial outbreak sites of the zombie crisis in Shoutian City and reviewed all surveillance footage from these locations. We have compiled the appearances of the earliest zombies into a comprehensive database. Through data comparison, we found a commonality. In the days leading up to the outbreak, they all participated in a tour organized by the same private travel agency. Here is all the information regarding that agency. This investigative approach required significant effort. Without the support of supercomputers and major internet firms, it would have been impossible to accomplish. Rongyu perused the report. The first page detailing the profile of the agency's owner, Meng Qingye. Meng Qingye, male, 47 years old. He was distinctly different in physique and age from the previously acquired intelligence to IT. Was evident that this Meng Qingye was not the mother zombie. The soldier expressed his excitement. Next, we will investigate Meng Qingye's every move. Sooner or later, we will apprehend the mastermind behind this. Though Meng Qingye was merely a minor player, they were convinced that capturing this lead would ultimately lead them to the bigger fish behind the scenes. Rongyu scrutinized the intelligence on Meng Qingye. This investigative line of thought was indeed correct. As a human, if one wished to infect others with the zombie virus, it would necessitate the mother zombie to be directly involved. By tracking the movements of the tour group and meticulously reviewing the surveillance footage, they would eventually identify the mother zombie. However, the problem lay in the sluggish pace of this endeavor. The operational patterns of this mother zombie indicated a strong capacity for evasion. It would certainly avoid exposing itself in any area where surveillance was likely. Relying solely on frame-by-frame review of the footage would consume an inordinate amount of time. April 23, a date surfaced in Rongyu's mind. This was the date provided by the mother zombie in Litai City. Initially, she had intended to extract further intelligence, but the mother zombie had simply fainted. Rongyu commanded, retrieve all surveillance footage from April 23rd. I will review it personally. Understood. Shortly, a file appeared on Rongyu's computer. This document houses all surveillance footage from April 23 RD, amounting to several dozen gigabytes. If one were to view it frame by frame, it would likely take an eternity. Rongyu opened the first folder, which contained the surveillance recordings from a travel agency. She extracted the footage from April 23rd and commenced playback at 4 times the normal speed. As the video progressed to midday, Rongyu witnessed an exceedingly peculiar scene. Meng Qingye, who had been eating normally just moments before, abruptly stood up, disregarding his wife who was dining alongside him, and rode off on his electric bike. How could he abandon his meal, with chopsticks poised at his lips? A sense of intuition told Rongyu that this behavior was bizarre. As if he were under some form of control, Rongyue remarked. Let us trace his movements from this timestamp and see where Meng Qingya went next. The personnel in the command center joined in the search and soon located Meng Qingya's whereabouts. He appeared in the footage from a McDonald's. Luo Wan gazed at the surveillance video with confusion. He was eating so well. How did he end up riding his electric bike to a McDonald's several kilometers away? The answer would soon reveal itself. Rongyue had a premonition that they were on the verge of uncovering the mastermind behind the crisis in Shout'an City. If his sole intention was to indulge in McDonald's, then Meng Qingya should have visited the nearest one. Yet the McDonald's captured in the footage was a full 5 kilometers from his home. In the video, Meng Qingya approached the counter and purchased a box of McNuggets, which he then delivered to a young man. Chapter 42. Revelation. The moment they laid eyes on this young man, everyone in the command room instinctively held their breath. The young male, slender in build, stood approximately 6 feet tall. His various physical characteristics matched the intelligence they had previously received to a T. It was likely that even Wei Gong himself could not have anticipated that a minor experiment conducted upon entering the game would become a pivotal opportunity to reveal his identity. Rongyue abruptly rose from her seat, slamming her hand down on the table. Enhance the image of this individual and upload it to headquarters immediately. Yes. Elation spread across the faces of everyone in the makeshift command center. Undoubtedly, this was a momentous discovery. Once they identified the appearance of the primary zombie, the military would be able to unleash an all-encompassing barrage. No matter how formidable one might be, all beings are equal under the wrath of the Red Wind missiles. The demise of the primary zombie would signal the imminent resolution of the crisis in Shout'an City. However, before the temporary command center could revel in their triumph, a soldier burst in, shouting, "Report, Commander, the No. 5 dormitory building is on fire." What? After the military occupied Shout'an University, they repurposed the dormitories within the campus to accommodate survivors. In order to house the numerous survivors, the military converted 4-person rooms into 8-person ones, resulting in a dramatic increase in the population of each dormitory. In such circumstances, a fire could lead to catastrophic casualties if not managed carefully. Survivors who had escaped being bitten by zombies could very well perish in the flames, which would undoubtedly undermine the military's credibility among the populace. Especially during such a critical period, public nerves were exceedingly fragile, easily leading to chaos within the shelters. Take me to the scene. Soon, Rongyue arrived at the base of the number 5 dormitory, which was already engulfed in a roaring inferno, thick smoke billowing from the windows. Several soldiers were on the scene attempting to extinguish the flames. But due to their limited resources, they could only use makeshift pots and pans, working at a sluggish pace. Rongyue seized one of the soldiers battling the blaze. How many people are still inside? At least several hundred. The fire had broken out in the early hours, and many individuals were asleep, oblivious to the danger. Moreover, numerous injured and ill individuals lay within the dormitory, leaving them with no time to escape. Prepare stretchers. I'm going in to rescue them. Ignoring the flames and smoke, Rongyue charged directly into the conflagration. The flames roared like a furious beast, voraciously consuming everything in their path, producing a cacophony of crackling and hissing, creating a heart-stopping symphony. The flickering firelight distorted the entrance of the dormitory, rendering it a grotesque and sinister silhouette, as if it were the gateway to hell, poised to devour all living beings. Within the smoke, the acrid scent of burning and toxic gases made breathing difficult and stung the eyes. The firelight illuminated the panicked faces of those fleeing, filled with terror and despair, as they ran and cried out, trying to escape the fiery inferno. Rongyue had no way of knowing which rooms contained survivors, so she methodically searched each one. "Help me, I can't move. Don't be afraid, I'm coming." Upon finding a survivor, Rongyue swiftly lifted them and dashed out of the flames. "Take care of them." After ensuring the survivor was in a safe location, Rongyue once again plunged back into the blaze with remarkable speed. Her unique constitution rendered her impervious to the flames and high temperatures, allowing her to navigate the inferno with ease. Before long, she reached the highest floor of the number 5 dormitory, the only level yet to be searched. "Is anyone there? Help!" Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from the other side of the fiery wall. Without a moment's hesitation upon hearing the cry for help, Rongyue hurled herself against the wall of flames. The instant her body made contact with the fire, a shimmering, translucent white aura enveloped her. Yet as she stepped away from the flames, the ethereal glow vanished. "Where are your teammates? Help! Amidst the flames and smoke. A young woman in her 20s struggled forward, carrying an unconscious, elderly man, seemingly lost in the fiery chaos. This young woman was none other than Cheng Ming, the undercover agent sent in by Wei Gong. Upon finally spotting Rong Yue, Cheng Ming was filled with joy and waved her arms frantically. Over here! Hurry! Help, however, as she gestured. A burning piece of wood suddenly fell from above, heading straight for her. Watch out above! Rong Yue warned urgently. Cheng Ming instinctively raised her hand to block it, miraculously swatting the burning timber away with her bare hands. Goodness, a flying person! To the astonishment of onlookers, Rong Yue landed gracefully, gently placing the elderly man and Cheng Ming on the ground. Are you hurt? Cheng Ming nodded. I'm fine. Gazing at Rong Yue, who appeared almost superhuman, Cheng Ming couldn't help but think. It seems this woman is indeed not an ordinary person, as Zheng Xiaoyue's intelligence suggested. In truth, the bizarre fire had been instigated by Cheng Ming herself, one of her objectives being to test Rong Yue's abilities. From the looks of it, she had successfully achieved her first goal. By the way, I noticed you just swatted away a burning piece of wood. Your hand must be burned, right? Not looking is one thing, but seeing it is another. Cheng Ming's burned skin was rapidly shedding. New skin visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Rong Yue was taken aback. This rate of recovery was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Noticing Cheng Ming's furtive demeanor, Rong Yue narrowed her eyes. This regeneration speed did not resemble that of a typical human, yet her behavior did not align with that of an unconscious zombie. Was she an undercover zombie? Or perhaps one of the human players I suspect? It appears necessary to investigate this individual further. Chapter 43. Illusions follow closely. Keep up. As Cheng Ming exited the tent, she observed fully armed soldiers rushing past her, while armed helicopters took off one after another from the playground. Old gang, what is all this commotion about? Cheng Ming touched her face. There were no traces of food. Why are you looking at me? I've heard that the command center has pinpointed the location of the primary zombie, and half the military forces at the shelter have been dispatched. There is hardly anyone left at the command center. Hearing this, Cheng Ming felt a pang of suspicion. How does a military doctor know so much? Ping Gang shifted his gaze elsewhere. Because I'm also participating in the operation later, so I'm more informed. Cheng Ming rubbed her nose and chuckled. I smell a conspiracy. She sensed that Ping Gang's demeanor was somewhat contrived. Glancing toward the nearby teaching building, which housed the temporary command center, she noted that, as Ping Gang had said, the security forces were indeed noticeably diminished. Should I sneak in for a look? Since entering the Xiaotan University shelter, Cheng Ming had been devising ways to infiltrate the temporary command center. Unfortunately, the security level had been too high, leaving her with no opportunity. Now that the guards had been reduced, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous chance. Ping Gang's comment also piqued Cheng Ming's interest. Had the Diyin army truly locked onto the Master's identity? If so, she needed to relay this information to the Master promptly to prevent a surprise attack from the Diyin army. Cheng Ming tucked a small mirror into her pocket. Time to take a look. Cheng Ming navigated through the teaching building, effortlessly avoiding patrols. Isn't this going a bit too smoothly? If the previous security level was akin to that of a military base, the current one was more akin to that of a residential community. Apart from delivery personnel, anyone could stroll in freely. I remember this place. Cheng Ming tentatively pushed open a door, and indeed, it was the temporary command center. As Ping Gang articulated, the temporary command post was utterly deserted, void of any presence. Given the absence of personnel within, Cheng Ming brazenly strode inside, neglecting to close the door behind her. Let me take a wild guess. Which computer might hold the coveted information I seek? Just as she settled comfortably into a chair, poised to employ her hacking skills to infiltrate the computer, a chilling voice resonated from behind her. What are you searching for? Unbeknownst to her, Rong Yu had silently appeared at Cheng Ming's back. In an instant, dozens of fully armed soldiers surged into the temporary command room, encircling Cheng Ming. All the intelligence had been deliberately leaked to Cheng Ming by Rong Yu, with the intent of testing her identity. Had she been a traitorous zombie, upon discovering the exposure of the host's identity, she would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to infiltrate the command center in her absence. Little did they expect that Cheng Ming would so easily fall into the trap. Even with numerous guns aimed at her, Cheng Ming displayed no sign of panic, confidently stating, "What am I looking for? Are you not already aware?" As she spoke, her hand reached into her clothing pocket for a small mirror. Rong Yu's keen observation immediately caught Cheng Ming's subtle movement. What do you intend to do? Farewell. Just as Rong Yu's hand was about to grasp Cheng Ming's shoulder, her figure inexplicably vanished, leaving behind only a palm-sized mirror. Was this merely a mirror? Rong Yu picked it up, but before she could inspect it closely, a ghostly white hand abruptly emerged from the mirror, reaching directly for Rong Yu's head. This scene was reminiscent of a horror film's malevolent spirit making its entrance. Rong Yu's reflexes were impressively swift. Before the hand could make contact, she hurled the mirror away. The surface rippled, and under the gaze of all present, a strikingly handsome man with black hair gradually rose. Ah, the hearts of women are truly elusive. After exerting so much effort to locate me, now that I've come to you, you cast me aside. The host zombie. In an instant, tension enveloped everyone, as countless gun barrels were directed at Wei Gong's head. Fire! With Rong Yu's command, bullets rained down upon Wei Gong's head. Is this how you, people of Dian, extend greetings? How terribly rude. Wei Gong raised his hand, gently grasping the incoming bullets. Mirrored flowers, water moon. Bullets that had once filled the room vanished in the blink of an eye. What transpired? Aside from Rong Yu, every soldier stood aghast at Wei Gong's seemingly magical maneuver. What was this? A magic trick? No. When has any magic act ever made so many bullets disappear? This was akin to sorcery. Observing their jaws nearly drop in astonishment, Wei Gong felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the martial soul fusion technique he had pondered for several days. Mirrored flowers, water moon. The execution of this technique involved 3 steps. First, using his eyes as the mirror to anchor the entire room's space. Second, compressing the entire space into a disposable storage sphere. Third, marking this one-time storage sphere and exchanging its mark with the one prepared in the mirrored world. Thus, Wei Gong could forcefully draw anyone within his line of sight into the mirrored world. Of course, this skill bore limitations, only capable of anchoring a space of 50 cubic meters. Should one exceed this range, Wei Gong would be powerless to compel Rong Yu to enter this range. He had deliberately exposed Cheng Ming's identity. Do not fret. You shall soon find out. Wei Gong fully extended his arms, then clapped his hands together with force. Mirrored flowers. Water moon. In the next moment, all the living beings in the room were transported into the mirrored world, leaving Wei Gong standing alone. Meanwhile, in the mirrored realm, the soldiers gazed around in confusion, searching for Wei Gong's figure. Where has that host gone? Compared to the soldiers' panicked disarray, Rong Yu remained chillingly composed. It is not that it has fled. Rather, we have been relocated elsewhere. Commander, how did you know? A voice queried. Rong Yu pointed to the window. This world is nearly identical to the real one. The only difference being that aside from us, there are no other living beings in this realm. Chapter 44. The offensive begins silence, a deathly silence. Beyond their breaths, no other sounds could be heard. Evoking a chilling sensation, clap, clap, clap. Wei Gong suddenly appeared amidst the crowd. Truly commendable. Having triumphed over 2 hosts, your observational skills are indeed sharp. This was akin to a brick shattering the stillness of a pond, instantly stirring a tempest of chaos. Many soldiers had already reached their mental limits, and now, startled by Wei Gong's sudden appearance, they crumbled. Quick, shoot him. Before Rong Yu could issue the command to fire, soldiers began to unleash a frenzied barrage at Wei Gong. Cease fire. But it was too late. Bullets cascaded toward Wei Gong like a torrential downpour. I have already pardoned your rudeness once. The bullets hurtling toward Wei Gong seemed to have been pressed on pause, all suspended in midair, unable to advance a single inch. The second time, I shall not show mercy. In an instant, cries of agony echoed, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. A soldier crawled from the heap of corpses. Are they all dead? He gazed at the remnants strewn about, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Can we truly defeat this being? He was a seasoned soldier under Rong Yu, having participated in 2 campaigns against host zombies. Although those adversaries had been formidable, none had reached the point of invincibility. They would bleed if struck by bullets. Yet this entity before him was different. Bullets could not merely graze him, let alone inflict harm. Oh, a fortunate one. Then allow me to reward you by joining the illustrious evolution, becoming one of the undead. Just as Wei Gong's hand was about to touch the soldier, a flash of brilliance darted forth, rescuing him from Wei Gong's grasp. Rong Yu's eyes were fixed intently on Wei Gong, not daring to divert her gaze. Are you unharmed, Commander? Upon witnessing Rong Yu's arrival, the soldier's spirits soared. After all, Rong Yu had triumphed over 2 host zombies. As long as she was present, there remained a glimmer of hope. Wei Gong surveyed his empty palm, breaking into a grin. The ones I wish to slay have never had the option to survive. Suddenly, a steel rod burst through the concrete wall behind them, piercing directly toward the soldier. Rong Yu, quick-witted, yanked the soldier behind her with one hand, while the other grasped the incoming steel rod. Not on my watch. With a fierce tug, she astonishingly snapped the rod, which was as thick as a finger, in half with her bare hands. Heh? Can you withstand this move? Wei Gong raised his palm, making a sweeping motion toward Rong Yu. In an instant, the entire building seemed to come alive, countless steel rods erupting from the concrete walls, resembling spears aimed at the two. Rong Yu did her utmost to deflect them, yet overlooked the peril beneath her feet. Commander, save me! Ah! A steel rod pierced through the soldier's back, wreaking havoc on his insides before erupting from his mouth, meeting a gruesome end. With a sickening squelch, the soldier's tragic demise momentarily distracted Rong Yu, allowing a steel rod to breach her defenses and plunge into her right abdomen. Drip, drip, blood flowed ceaselessly from the wound, pooling at Rong Yu's feet. Tsk, what a tragic end. Rong Yu disregarded the steel rod embedded in her abdomen, and with bare hands, she snapped the rod piercing the soldier's body, gently laying the soldier's corpse to rest on the ground. She closed the soldier's eyes with her hand. Rest in peace. Wei Gong observed the soldier's horrific demise, shaking his head in disapproval. Since death is inevitable, had you not saved him, he might have suffered less. Rong Yu slowly rose. If your intention was to provoke me, allow me to congratulate you. Rong Yu abruptly lifted her head, resembling a furious beast, her eyes boring into Wei Gong. You have succeeded. With her left hand gripping the steel rod embedded in her body, she forcefully yanked it free. The blood-stained rod pointed menacingly at Wei Gong. You have sealed your fate. Meanwhile, in the real world, Shaotian University had descended into chaos. Suppress the fire. Suppress the fire. Do not let it approach the survivors' refuge. Roaring amidst the hail of bullets, a 3-meter-tall giant rampaged, leaving destruction in its wake. Be it human or armored vehicle, anything daring to cross its path was torn asunder by its fearsome claws. Within just 5 minutes, 3 armored vehicles and over 80 lives had fallen to the hands of the pursuer. Moreover, those who were attacked by the pursuer would rise as zombies, turning to assault other humans. Boom! Just as the pursuer was about to breach the defenses, a rocket exploded upon its face, momentarily halting its advance. Continue bombarding it with rockets. We cannot allow it to proceed any further. Luo Wan tossed a rocket to a nearby soldier. Where on earth did this monster spring from? It suddenly burst forth from the teaching building, yet the specifics of its emergence remain a mystery to all. Luo Wan gazed at the relentless pursuer, which had withstood 5 or 6 rocket hits without succumbing. Her brow furrowed. Is it possible to establish contact with Commander Rong Yu? She had long heard of the notorious reputation of the pursuer. Within the entire shelter, it seemed that only Rong Yu possessed the capability to bring it to justice. Yet, at this very moment, Rong Yu and her team were inexplicably missing. Hadn't she gone to apprehend the traitor? How could she have vanished herself? In the absence of Rong Yu, Luo Wan stood as the highest-ranking officer in the entire shelter, with all the pressure resting squarely on her shoulders. 100,000. What an absurdity! Upon hearing that figure, Luo Wan felt an overwhelming urge to strangle someone. Helicopters and drones ascended, employing aerial firepower to suppress the encroaching zombie tide. A battalion of soldiers was dispatched at breakneck speed to eliminate the zombies within the shelter. They must not allow a pincer movement to form from both inside and outside. Finally, another battalion was sent to escort survivors, ensuring that all non-combatants were safely transported to the underground shelter for concentrated protection. Chapter 45. Only self-salvation armed helicopters, as the aerial blades of modern warfare, are indispensable support forces on the battlefield. Thanks to their unique flight capabilities, formidable firepower configurations, and flexible tactical applications, they hovered above the entrance to Shaotian University like falcons clad in steel armor, delivering devastating strikes against the surging zombie tide with the force of a thunderclap. The machine guns of just 5 helicopters had already rendered the zombie horde nearly immobile. Karun, with those helicopters in play, We simply cannot push forward, came the urgent voice of Zheng Xiaoyu over the intercom. On a rooftop 3 kilometers away, Karun cradled a mutated sniper rifle. I will handle it. Those simple 4 words instilled a profound sense of reassurance. Karun deftly removed a finger from the trigger, slowly loading it into the chamber. Through the sniper's 16-fold scope, she easily locked onto the pilot of one of the armed helicopters. Boom. Loading, aiming, firing. All in one fluid motion. The bullet, resembling a meteor, streaked through the sky, heading straight for one of the armed helicopters. With the assurance of a guaranteed hit, even the bulletproof glass crafted by Diyin could not save the helicopter's pilot. A scream erupted from the pilot, who then lost consciousness, slumping onto the control stick. The helicopter, now devoid of its pilot, spiraled out of control, crashing directly into Shout-An University. Boom. The crashing helicopter triggered a significant explosion, inflicting considerable casualties on the station troops below. What is happening? Why did the helicopter fall? What can I say? The station troops below were bewildered. Weren't zombies supposed to be mindless melee fighters? What could have brought down the helicopter? Surely it wasn't due to a gigantic prisoner aboard. Get out of the way. Another helicopter is going down. Before the soldiers could grasp the situation, helicopters began plummeting from the sky like dumplings. This sight incensed Luo Wan. What on earth is going on? It is crucial to remember that the armed helicopters represented their core firepower. If they faltered, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand the impending onslaught of 100,000 zombies. Report. The drone has transmitted visuals. A bullet was fired from 5 kilometers away, striking the helicopter's pilot. A bullet from 5 kilometers away killed the helicopter's pilot. Do you even hear yourself? Setting aside the improbability of a bullet traveling such a distance, the mere act of penetrating the armed helicopter's bulletproof glass was already ludicrous. The bulletproof glass on such helicopters is specially designed to withstand hundreds of pounds of weight. To breach such formidable protection, one would need at least a 12mm caliber heavy machine gun. A heavy machine gun that could shoot 5 kilometers and penetrate bulletproof glass. Whose advanced technology is this? How was I not aware? Yet the footage clearly depicted such a scenario. As Luo Wan watched the imagery on the tablet, her complexion turned ashen. The primary zombie of Shout-An City was likely confronting Rongyu. Suddenly, another enemy possessing extraordinary abilities emerged. What did this imply? It suggested that there were at least 2 primary zombies within Shout-An City. Moreover, the threat level posed by these 2 was far greater than that of the previous 2 encountered. If this were the case, even the disaster-level city of Donghai would not be worthy of carrying Shout-An City's shoes. It would necessitate the establishment of a distinct apocalyptic classification solely for Shout-An City. Luo Wan inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. She activated the communication line with Diyan's headquarters. The situation in Shout-An City has vastly exceeded expectations. The danger level far surpasses that of a natural disaster. Should conditions continue to deteriorate, I request the implementation of the Scorched Earth Plan. On the other end, Liang Sun fell silent. Is it truly that severe? Luo Wan, observing the seemingly endless tide of zombies, replied solemnly. The situation will only worsen from what I have described. Although the existence of 2 primary zombies had been revealed, their specific abilities remained unclear. Whether the Scorched Earth Plan could eliminate them was a question that lingered heavily in Luo Wan's mind. Very well, I will issue the order if necessary. For now, let us place our trust in Rongyu. Trust in Rongyu, indeed. At this juncture, there was no alternative but to trust Rongyu. But where had she gone? No, they could not place all their hopes solely on Rongyu. This nation named Diyin was not just Rongyu's homeland. It was also Luo Wan's, and indeed, a sanctuary for everyone present. Consequently, this battle to defend their homeland was not solely Rongyu's, but a collective struggle belonging to every citizen of Diyin. Luo Wan turned to the soldiers beside her. Bring me my drone. The soldiers gasped. Commander, are you truly going to engage in battle personally? That individual responsible for downing the helicopter is extraordinarily dangerous, and not something you can confront. Only I can take action. But what about the command of the shelter? The advancing tide of zombies drew ever closer, prompting a weary sigh from Luo Wan. She understood the necessity of her presence in command, but eliminating that unique zombie took precedence. As long as that extraordinary zombie remained alive, the aerial firepower that the army took pride in would merely serve as its target practice. Without aerial suppression, the shelter would inevitably fall, for the sake of ultimate victory. Luo Wan had to make a choice. This disaster is beyond the control of any single individual. Not me, nor Rongyu. If humanity is to endure this calamity, it must rely on its own salvation. War has always been this way. Without the unity of the entire army, what could even the mightiest of beings accomplish? What use is a comprehensive strategy if it is not executed by all? Only when each individual exerts their utmost effort to combat disaster can they hope to seize a glimmer of survival. Luo Wan's declaration resonated deeply within every heart present, ringing like a bell that awakened every soul. Commander, it's far too dangerous for you to go alone. Allow us to accompany you. I am fully aware of your sentiments, but the adversary we face is not an ordinary zombie, but a unique entity endowed with dangerous abilities. Luo Wan smiled and adjusted her glasses. In comparison to battling it, you all have far more important responsibilities. Indeed, at that moment, the morale of the troops soared to unprecedented heights, their voices booming like thunder. Echoing deafeningly, Commander Luo, we shall not retreat a single step until you have vanquished the enemy. Luo Wan offered a slight smile and clasped her fists, entrusting my life to you valiant soldiers. I vow not to betray your faith. Chapter 46. Heavenly Fire Armor in the Mirrored Realm. A pearlescent transformation device suddenly appeared in Rongyu's hand. Do not underestimate its power simply because it resembles a child's toy. This was a genuine A-grade weapon, a reward obtained upon Rongyu's first victory over a primary zombie. The emergence of this transformation device led Rongyu to suspect that there might be higher-dimensional deities orchestrating the disaster. She pressed the buttons on either side of the device. Come forth, let us enumerate your sins. In the next moment, a massive fiery tempest ignited beneath Rongyu's feet, and with the formation of a fiery vortex, the temperature of the air surged at a visible rate, soaring, escalating, and erupting. After engulfing Rongyu's form, the flame tornado expanded further, ultimately crashing through the ceiling. Target locked, engage. With the crimson circle locking onto Wei Gong, a silver-white figure descended from the heavens, enveloped in roaring flames, crashing down upon Wei Gong with immense force. Boom! The impact shattered the ground completely. The downward force compressed the searing flames into the earth, culminating in a final explosive release. It resembled a volcanic eruption, with a pillar of fire shooting skyward. Had Wei Gong not evaded in time, he would have been utterly obliterated by that earth-shattering strike. Flames surged, and the Silver Knight stood resolutely amidst the inferno. Heavenly Fire Armor, this was the name of the A-grade weapon. Aside from a few accents of azure and white, the armor predominantly featured a black and silver color scheme, as if a silver suit of armor was embedded within a black base layer. The silver of the Heavenly Fire Armor was not merely a dull metallic hue, but rather a shimmering silver interspersed with hints of brilliant white. The surface gleamed with a smooth, flowing quality, radiating a lustrous sheen. The scene exudes both a natural aesthetic and the beauty of meticulously calculated post-industrial craftsmanship, undeniably pleasing to the eye. The fierce clash of black and silver delineates the various components of the armor, reminiscent of taut, muscular forms, tight and powerful, brimming with strength. A palpable tension and explosive energy emanate from it. The flowing metallic luster of the armor exudes a regal aura, akin to that of a knight. Strikingly elegant, the headpiece of the Tianhua armor features an all-encompassing visor, its sharp contours resembling a demonic mask. Coupled with its angular, geometrically precise chest and shoulder plates, it radiates an air of lethal decisiveness. In a word, it is stunning. Wei Gong pursed his lips and turned his head aside. Who is this impressive display for? Despite his words, Wei Gong's body betrayed his honesty, his eyes darting eagerly towards Rongyu. Witnessing Rongyu's dashing entrance, Wei Gong felt genuine envy, even jealousy. Transforming with the metamorphosis device, he descended clad in magnificent armor, delivering justice and a resounding blow to the malevolent villains. Wei Gong sighed in resignation. Alas! What can I do? I am, after all, a naturally evil progenitor of zombies. Staring at Rongyu's striking armor, he thought to himself that he too wanted to exchange points for a set to try out someday. With the enhancement of the Tianhua armor, Rongyu's speed surged astonishingly, appearing before Wei Gong in the blink of an eye. What are you mumbling about? Bang! That punch was remarkably powerful, sending Wei Gong crashing into a wall several meters away. Cough, cough. Wei Gong spluttered, spitting out blood. With the Tianhua armor's augmentation, each of Rongyu's strikes was infused with fiery energy. That punch not only shattered several of Wei Gong's bones, but also infused his body with searing energy, incinerating his internal organs. What a formidable fist! It's worth noting that Wei Gong's body had undergone multiple enhancements. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely collapsed. Wei Gong understood why the progenitor in Litai City was captured. It could only be said that this fellow, Rongyu, possessed considerable strength. You're here? Rongyu's leg armor erupted with blazing flames, propelling him high into the air. What are you dawdling for? The incandescent knight descended like a blazing meteor, striking directly at Wei Gong. Yikes! This knightly kick was exponentially more powerful than the previous punch, creating a massive hole in the wall behind Wei Gong. As for Wei Gong, he soared through the air like a kite with its string cut, landing outside on the playground. This kick shattered at least 60% of his bones and inflicted catastrophic damage to nearly half of his internal organs. Wei Gong staggered to his feet. Grinning, I acknowledge your strength. Though somewhat disheveled, he found himself not entirely outmatched by Rongyue.Hah. As one of the top-tier powerhouses in the progenitor faction, Wei Gong possessed an extraordinarily terrifying self-healing ability. Thanks to this ability, his shattered bones and damaged organs rapidly reassembled and healed, soon returning to their pre-injury state. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Wei Gong declared, "Your attack is over. Now it's my turn. Shall we?" Rongyu scoffed. As long as the enemy remained standing, he would relentlessly continue his assault until they could no longer move. Boom, boom, boom. The armor erupted with flames once more, charging at Wei Gong with remarkable speed. But just as he neared, a boulder the size of a shipping container hurtled towards him. This was the mirror world, Wei Gong's domain. With a mere thought, he could manipulate not just a boulder of this size, but entire buildings. Just as Rongyu prepared to shatter the stone with a punch, another boulder of similar size came flying from behind. The two boulders, like a sandwich, trapped Rongyu in between. And it didn't end there. Wei Gong clapped his hands, causing more boulders to rain down from all directions, layering them upon Rongyu. Gone na. Wei Gong turned to leave, a sphere 10 kilometers in diameter quietly hovering in the mirror world above. At its core lay Rongyu, sealed by him. Chapter 47. Modern Warfare Tactics. Kid. In the temporary hospital area, the infection was complete. On a rooftop several kilometers away, Kaluan fired a guided bullet, infecting a fleeing doctor in the shelter and turning him into a zombie. This operation aimed not only to suppress the aerial forces of the Great Flame Army, but also to destroy various critical facilities within the shelter. With the intelligence from Changming's stolen maps, Kaluan could execute perfect precision strikes. As she prepared to target the next objective, the sound of spinning propellers reached her ears. Though faint, it was still detected by Kaluan. A drone. Rat-a-tat-tat. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted towards Kaluan's position. Fortunately, she had anticipated this, performing a roll to evade the first wave of bullets and taking cover behind a barrier. Where? Peeking from behind her cover, Kaluan quickly scanned her surroundings and finally spotted the drone concealed in the sky. Just as she was about to shoot it down, a strong buzzing sound approached from behind, and another drone sped towards her. This was a self-destructing drone loaded with explosives. Moreover, Kaluan abandoned her attack on the armed drone above and focused on the self-destructing one. No need for aiming. As long as Kaluan laid eyes on a target, the bullets would find their mark. Bang. Although her bullet struck the self-destruct drone, it detonated less than 3 meters from her position. The metal shrapnel scattered violently, its force surpassing that of an ordinary fragmentation grenade. Due to the proximity of the explosion, Kaluan had no time to dodge, and numerous fragments tore through her skin, leaving bloody gashes. The enemy had no intention of allowing Kaluan a moment's respite to heal. The gun drones above immediately redirected their fire towards her, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Ignoring the pain from her wounds, Kaluan sprinted away. Yet, just a few steps later, she spotted 2 more self-destruct drones rushing toward her. Staying on the rooftop was no longer viable. The rooftop offered too few obstacles, allowing drones to dart freely and launch attacks from all directions against Kaluan. This combat environment was exceedingly disadvantageous for her. Drawing her sidearm, Kaluan swiftly shot the 2 self-destruct drones before they could close in. Boom. Taking refuge behind the staircase, she locked the rooftop door behind her. Kaluan retrieved her walkie-talkie. I've been targeted by drones. There are many of them. Can you help me locate the drone operator? Zhang Xiaoyu immediately hacked into nearby cameras. This is a swarm drone operation. Swarm drone warfare is an emerging combat concept comprising numerous drones capable of communication, automatic sensing, and autonomous decision-making. The swarm can flexibly carry various payload modules according to mission requirements, including command and control, electronic warfare, reconnaissance, and firepower strikes. This allows swarm drones to execute diverse tasks such as surveillance, precision strikes, relay communication, and effectiveness assessment, meeting various operational demands. This system plays a vital role in modern intelligent warfare, boasting formidable battlefield survivability, diverse mission capabilities, rapid command control, low-cost efficiency, and intelligent collaboration. An exceptionally efficient modern tactical approach. Is there a way to track them? Due to limitations in construction, cost, and power, the individual performance of swarm drones is constrained. Notably, their slower speeds, shorter ranges, and weaker defenses are primary issues. This implies that the operator of the drones is not far from Kaluan's position. What should we do? You must first eliminate the queen bee within the swarm. She is the eyes of the entire drone collective. Just like in a real hive, the swarm consists of a queen, worker bees, and drones. Initially, it was the worker bees that fired upon Kaluan. They are the largest in the swarm, equipped with the most potent weaponry for firepower strikes. The drones that self-destructed to attack Kaluan are the worker bees of the drone swarm, the least expensive and most numerous. Their role is to provide cover for the queen and worker bees through self-destruction. As for the queen drone, she is the smallest in the swarm, carrying no weapons whatsoever. Her sole function is to provide the operator with surveillance. Rat-a-tat-tat. The iron door behind Kaluan emitted a mournful creak. Evidently, the drones outside had begun attacking it. This place is no longer safe. Kaluan hastily descended to the lower floors. I don't see the queen bee. I suspect she is coated in optical camouflage, rendering her invisible to the naked eye. Upon reaching the next floor, Kaluan discovered drones already patrolling outside the windows. As soon as she set foot on this level, an incoming self-destruct drone smashed through the window. Kaluan had no time to evade and could only shield his head with his arm. Bang! The drone exploded at close range, and metal shards pierced into Kaluan's flesh like flying daggers. Fortunately, Kaluan had protected his head in advance, sparing him from injury to his brain and eyes, critical areas. Kaluan, are you all right? Keep going. Ignoring the pain, Kaluan swiftly pulled out the metal fragments lodged in his flesh. His physical resilience was far inferior to Wei Gong's, and such a high frequency of attacks significantly slowed his wound's healing process. Before long, Kaluan had transformed into a figure drenched in blood. The principle of optical camouflage involves using a nanocomputer to gather information about the surrounding environment and then altering the drone's brightness or color to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. When the ambient brightness undergoes a sudden and dramatic change, the drone may be exposed as the nanocomputer struggles to gather information in real time. With determination, Kaluan kicked open the door to the adjacent room and turned on the lights inside. Upon entering, he dashed to the other side of the room and drew the curtains of the only window. Consequently, the sole source of illumination in the room was now the light overhead. After completing this series of actions, Kaluan quietly waited behind the door. Once he lost his trail, the drone operator would undoubtedly dispatch the queen bee drone to scout the room. That moment would present the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Chapter 48. Crying Cat Head Playing Hide and Seek. In a small room several kilometers away, Luo Wan was alone, controlling a swarm of drones. Her ascension to the role of deputy to Rongyu was not due to extraordinary military prowess or exceptional command skills, but rather because she possessed a unique ability, single-handedly managing an entire drone swarm. A drone swarm consists of at least 100 independent drones. Executing complex coordinated operations with 100 drones typically requires a minimum of 5 individuals, all of whom must undergo extensive training together. However, Luo Wan did not need such a team. She had developed her own operating system, allowing her to programmatically control the entire drone hive and accomplish various intricate tasks. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she alone constituted an army. Luo Wan popped a lollipop into her mouth and declared, "Then I'll play with you." She maneuvered the queen bee drone, charging into the room where Kaluan was situated. Buzzing. Although Kaluan did not see the drone enter, the faint sound of the propellers confirmed that the target had indeed entered the trap. Without hesitation, Kaluan shattered the light bulb and slammed the door shut. In an instant, the brightly lit room was engulfed in darkness. Amidst the shadows, Kaluan spotted the tiny drone, no larger than an egg without a doubt. This was the queen of the drone swarm, bang. In such a dark environment, anyone else would have struggled to hit such a small target. But Karun was different. He possessed an uncanny ability to always hit his mark. As long as he could see it, the notion of missing was non-existent. Karun moved swiftly, bursting out of the room. By sheer coincidence, a self-destructing drone was patrolling just outside the door. Grabbing the self-destructing drone, Karun swiftly snapped off its propellers. Zhang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Karun, what on earth did you do? How can it reach me now that you've dismantled its wings? Zhang Xiaoyu stomped her feet, glaring at Karun through the surveillance camera. Her plan was to remotely guide Karun in altering the drone's flight path, allowing it to fly to her location. Karun glanced indifferently in her direction. It's simple. I'll just throw it over. Zhang Xiaoyu, Karun's collaborator, was not far away. From Karun's vantage point, she could even see the top of Zhang Xiaoyu's head peeking out from behind a distant window. Huh? In an instant, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression froze. Karun raised her hand. Adopting a throwing posture, target locked, Zhang Xiaoyu's head. A-class superpower, guaranteed hit, activate. There was no need for a gun. Anything thrown by Karun would undoubtedly strike its target. The moment the words left Karun's lips, Zhang Xiaoyu's heart sank. Instinctively, she glanced out the window, only to see a dark object growing larger and closer. What was it? A bird? A superhero? No. It was the drone hurled by Karun. Hey, hey, hey. Zhang Xiaoyu instinctively attempted to dodge, but suddenly realized the drone had been imbued with Karun's guaranteed hit ability. And no matter where she fled, the drone would inevitably strike her head. No, dude. Is this how you use your superpower? Crash. The drone shattered the glass window, accurately hitting Zhang Xiaoyu's head. Bang, bang. Pleasant sounds indeed. Delightful sounds herald good fortune. Zhang Xiaoyu clumsily picked herself up from the ground, clutching the self-destructing drone, and roared into the intercom. That's a self-destructing drone. Aren't you afraid that it will trigger the explosives when it hits me? I don't possess such emotions. Zhang Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless. She had merely made a casual remark, not expecting Karun to take it seriously. Her heart felt weary. She understood that Karun did not intentionally aim to hit her. To Karun, this approach was simply the most efficient. That was always how Karun operated. Zhang Xiaoyu was furious but had no grounds to scold her. It felt akin to hitting a cotton ball. Forget it. Ignoring Karun, Zhang Xiaoyu redirected her focus to the self-destructing drone. It was at this moment that she noticed a comically cute crying cat head drawn on the back of the drone. This? Ordinary drones would not bear such symbols. It was evidently a unique emblem of a particular individual. Karun, I have a plan. Speak. I'm listening. Let me clarify. I absolutely do not wish to get back at you. Meanwhile, Luo Wan soon noticed that 2 drones had lost signal, evidently shot down by the enemy. Quite capable, aren't they? Luo Wan raised an eyebrow. But I have 100 of such drones. Let us see how many you can take down. Just as Luo Wan was about to deploy new drones to take over, a comically cute crying cat head suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of her computer screen. Under attack from an unidentified signal, my drones were dismantled, and their residual data has been used to trace my location. Luo Wan suddenly chuckled. Can I interpret this as a declaration of war against me? Aside from her name, Luo Wan had another lesser-known identity, the top hacker of Dian. Known as the Crying Cat Head, years ago, thousands of foreign hackers launched a massive cyber attack on Dian's networks, causing severe repercussions. Just when the Dian officials were in disarray, all attackers mysteriously vanished. In the following month, a cartoon figure of a crying cat head appeared on every foreign website, whether civilian or official, consistently showing up in the top right corner. It wasn't until foreign hackers publicly admitted defeat and apologized that the crying cat head quietly disappeared. Since then, the legend of the crying cat head has lingered in the international internet community. As a proud top hacker, Luo Wan relished the challenges posed by the oblivious. Since you enjoy playing, I shall indulge you. Chapter 49. I anticipated your anticipation using residual data for location tracking. Karun arrived at the hidden door under Zhang Xiaoyu's guidance after evading the pursuit of the drones. All right. After chambering around, Karun slowly pushed open the hidden door, revealing a dimly lit small room. At the far end of the room, a humanoid figure was obscured beneath a black cloth, appearing as though someone was hiding beneath it. Where did that guy go? Karun held his breath and approached the figure with nearly silent steps. Seizing the opportunity while the concealed individual was distracted, Karun abruptly yanked away the black cloth. However, what lay beneath was not Luo Wan but a cache of explosives made up of self-destructing drones. Above the cache sat a laptop, and the voice just heard emanated from this very computer. As Karun unveiled the black cloth, the screen displayed a comically cute crying cat head. The crying cat head danced amusingly while issuing a mocking taunt. Have you opened it? I mean, the intelligence. You actually fell for such an obvious trap. As the taunting voice concluded, a dozen drones in the room simultaneously self-destructed. Boom! The violent shockwave obliterated the entire room. Karun, what is happening over there? Upon hearing the explosion, Zhang Xiaoyu stood up abruptly, zizzing. Even with a zombie-like body, it would be exceedingly difficult for Karun to escape the brunt of the self-detonation. Simultaneously, Zhang Xiaoyu's computer was compromised by a virus, forcibly shutting down all programs. The only thing left on the screen was a looping video of an emoticon. If you're bad, practice more. If you can't handle it, don't play. No apprentices shall be accepted, nor shall any mounts be taken in. Luo Wan appeared behind Zhang Xiaoyu without her knowledge, her sidearm pressed against the latter's head. With but a flick of her finger, she could shatter the opponent's skull. Achieving a double kill, slowly rising, Zhang Xiaoyu raised her hands above her head. How did you find me? Luo Wan chuckled. Is it permissible for you to use a drone to pinpoint my coordinates? Yet not for me to track your location with one? From the very beginning, I was aware of your little maneuvers. Hence, I turned the tables, deliberately leading Kalen to erroneous coordinates and using a house full of self-destructing drones to eliminate him. A twofold victory. Luo Wan could have remotely killed Zhang Xiaoyu with her drones. However, in pursuit of extracting more information regarding the mother zombie from Zhang Xiaoyu, she opted to personally capture her instead. This move was a preemptive strike against your actions. Kalen's fate remained uncertain, and Zhang Xiaoyu found herself at gunpoint. The outcome of this duel between hackers appeared to be crystal clear, or was it? Zhang Xiaoyu slowly turned to face Luo Wan and the gun. How can you be so certain that I did not anticipate your anticipation? Luo Wan was taken aback, unable to comprehend the implications of her words when suddenly, a figure kicked through the ceiling and descended, pinning Luo Wan to the ground. Who could this newcomer be? It was none other than Cheng Ming, who had been crouched on the ceiling for quite some time. Luo Wan was taken aback. She had assumed there was only one person in the room, not realizing that another had been lurking above. How did you end up here? In Luo Wan's understanding, Cheng Ming should still have been at the shelter. Perhaps it is because I can fly, Cheng Ming replied, shattering the tablet terminal that Luo Wan used to control the drones. Zhang Xiaoyu approached Luo Wan, crouching down and tugging at her hair. Do you know why you lost? It is precisely because of your so-called the arrogance of the victor. Upon seeing the insignia on the drones, Zhang Xiaoyu instantly recognized the identity of the operator. Competing in skill against a top hacker like Stray Cat was as foolish as a younger sibling of an illustrious warrior. Zhang Xiaoyu understood her impending defeat, and she was also aware that Luo Wan would utilize counter-tracking technology to pinpoint her location. Thus she too laid a trap, intentionally provoking Luo Wan into attacking her. I am unafraid, for in your eyes, I am merely an inconsequential loser. Rather than kill me outright, capturing me alive holds far greater value. Zhang Xiaoyu smiled. Haven't you always been like this? From Luo Wan's past achievements, it was evident that she had consistently exhibited this trait, known as the arrogance of the victor. Luo Wan let out a cold laugh. Heh. She acknowledged that this was indeed her weakness, a fact that Rongyu had warned her about on more than one occasion. Yet, she had not anticipated that it would ultimately become the precursor to her downfall. However, I do not consider this a loss. At the very least, I have exchanged one of your critical assets, Luo Wan asserted. While you may profit from this, I certainly do not suffer a loss. Upon closer inspection, this battle was essentially 3 against 1. To be outmaneuvered in such odds, was she really that inept? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled again. How can you be so certain she is dead? Of course, I witnessed her body being obliterated through the monitors, came the reply. You yourself stated that you saw it through the monitors. There was no on-site verification of the body, due to size constraints. The explosive drones carried a limited amount of explosives, and their lethality primarily stemmed from the shrapnel they scattered, as long as the core in her head was protected, even if a dozen drones detonated. Turning Kalen's body into pulp, she could reconstruct her form through the core and ultimately achieve resurrection. However, this method did come with 2 drawbacks. one being Kalen's insufficient self-healing capability, which required a considerable amount of time for reconstruction, and the other being the excruciating pain involved, as her entire body would be reduced to a mangled state. Thus, prior to executing the plan, Zhang Xiaoyu explicitly stated that this was not a personal vendetta. Enough of the talk. You are now our captive. Cheng Ming not only confiscated all the weapons on Luo Wan, but also stripped her of all her clothing. Zhang Xiaoyu could only roll her eyes. Why are you undressing her? This is safer, Cheng Ming replied, pulling out a bundle of rope from who knows where and expertly binding Luo Wan like a crab. Observing this highly unseemly spectacle, Zhang Xiaoyu's face flushed. Is it really necessary to bind her like that? Since she is a trophy for the master, I believe it is quite necessary. Chapter 50. Ignite, ignite, ignite. It was time to bring this game to an end. Just as Wei Gong prepared to leave the mirrored world, a sudden explosion resonated behind him. Turning around, he beheld the sphere ceiling Rongyu shattering, flaming debris cascading like a meteor shower, creating craters upon impact. At the heart of this celestial display stood a silver knight, engulfed in flames. Unlike her previous form, the Tianhua armor was now enveloped in raging fire, resembling a divine warrior amidst flames. The intense heat radiating from her scorched the air, warping the very fabric of space itself. Should the Tianhua armor strike him now, it would not merely result in burns but would incinerate him entirely. Wei Gong pondered, stroking his chin, coming to a sudden realization. I see, I am the challenger. Rongyu gazed at the X-shaped flames erupting from her chest armor, feeling an inexhaustible power coursing through her limbs. This was the first time she had activated the hidden backup energy, entering this state known as the molten core, which allowed the Tianhua armor to be overclocked for a surge of power beyond limits. In this state, the armor's attributes experienced an explosive enhancement. Alongside a brief ability to fly, one could say it was formidable beyond measure. Of course, this state did come with a caveat. It could only be sustained for 3 minutes, after which the Tianhua armor would revert to a dormant state, rendering it unusable for the subsequent month. The X-shaped flames on the chest of the armor served as an indicator. Should the flames extinguish, it would signal the end of the 3-minute limit. 3 minutes was ample time. In the blink of an eye, Rongyu traversed nearly 100 meters, appearing directly before Wei Gong. His pupils dilated in shock. How swift! This speed was nearly akin to teleportation. Before Wei Gong could even contemplate his next move, Rongyu's fist was already upon him. The force of coordinates. This punch was not only immensely powerful, but in its wake, it would unleash a fire column several meters long and as wide as a water barrel. Had Wei Gong not activated the force of coordinates in time, shifting to a position behind Rongyu, he would have been reduced to ashes. Seizing the moment before Rongyu could mount a second attack, Wei Gong transformed the metal hidden beneath the earth into a high-density alloy, launching countless steel spikes at her. However, Wei Gong soon found himself at a loss, as the ground beneath him concealed nothing but scrap metal. Even when melted into alloy, its melting point was far from impressive. The moment these alloy spikes touched the surface of the Tianhua armor, they melted away under its fearsome temperature. Wei Gong couldn't help but mutter, "What a disgrace. Since you are so fiery, allow me to cool your flames." With a sweeping motion, Wei Gong summoned the waters from the artificial lake within Shaotian University. Tons of lake water coalesced into a colossal water dragon, roaring forth toward Rongyu. This technique was known as water release. Water dragon bullet. You think mere surface water can hope to extinguish the flames of a star? Rongyu stood her ground, unleashing the energy contained within the Tianhua armor, akin to the sun's eternal blaze. Just as she stated, you think mere surface water can extinguish the flames of a star. It was but a foolish dream. As the tonnage of the water dragon approached Rongyu, it was instantly vaporized by the overwhelming heat. The entire playground was soon shrouded in mist. You are correct in your assertions, but I never anticipated that the water would extinguish your flames. Suddenly, Rongyu felt the ground beneath her tremble violently. This time, the earth did not rise, but began to sink rapidly. Within mere seconds, Wei Gong had sent Rongyu plunging hundreds of meters underground. Furthermore, as she descended, the space above her filled instantaneously, leaving no opportunity for her to escape. Beneath the earth, Rongyu had to contend not only with the weight of the rock above, but also with the pressure exerted by the entire landmass. Wei Gong shrugged. If I cannot breach your defenses, then I shall bury you alive. Surely, Some sacrifice was made to gain this brief burst of power. The earlier attack with the water dragon was intended to generate a copious amount of steam, momentarily obscuring Rong Yu's vision and preventing her from escaping. I will bury you 700 meters underground. This time, you shall not emerge. Wei Gong exhaled softly, a hint of fatigue flickering in his gaze. Although the mirrored world was his domain, allowing him to manipulate the inorganic materials at will, wielding such power was not without its toll. The extensive and frequent exertion weighed heavily upon him. Observing the spot where he had buried Rong Yu, Wei Gong felt an uneasy apprehension, as if she might spring forth from the crevices of the stone at any moment, performing an act akin to the emergence of the Monkey King. Perhaps it would be wise to log out, as long as he exited the mirrored world. No matter how formidable Rong Yu might be, she could not inflict any harm upon him. Once her strength waned, re-entering would be a simple matter of subduing her. Though it may be shameful to evade, it was undoubtedly effective. Wei Gong prepared to find a mirror to leave the mirrored world. A pillar of fire shot into the sky, as if it aimed to tear apart the heavens, racing toward the Milky Way. Gazing at this seemingly boundless column of fire, Wei Gong felt an overwhelming weariness. How? Has it begun again? Is there no end to this? TSK. Not only was Wei Gong fatigued, but Rong Yu also faced considerable depletion. In a desperate bid to break free from the ground, the heavenly fire armor had overdrawn a substantial amount of energy. The initial 3 minutes of explosive power now dwindled to merely 1 minute. To be frank, I have only enough energy left for one final strike, and that strike will be your demise. She had reached the brink of her limits, with no need to conceal her intentions any longer. Rather than shrouding her actions in secrecy, it was better to confront her opponent openly and fight with all her might. Should she strike true, Wei Gong would perish. Should she miss, she would not need Wei Gong to act. She would meet her own end. Observing the proud figure of Rong Yu standing amidst heaven and earth, Wei Gong fell silent. Revealing one's limits to the enemy was a foolish act. Wei Gong smiled wryly. But he, Wei Gong, thrived on such tactics. What is this? This is the final strike in a duel between powerful foes. Wagering their very lives, blood runs hot, filled with glory. There is a saying that rings true. In the face of life and death, so-called dignity and honor are naught but nonsense. Yet, life comprises more than mere existence. It encompasses blood and impulse. Should one choose to live a numb and meager existence, or should one choose to die with fervor and passion? How others choose, Wei Gong knows not. But he, Wei Gong, would undoubtedly choose the latter without hesitation, for he had gambled his life to enter this game of hope, all for this fervor and impulse. With head held high, Wei Gong strode forward, imbued with a spirit of combat. I accept your challenge. Chapter 51. One strike roaring, she did not flee but instead approached me. High above, Rong Yu gazed down at Wei Gong, a smile blossoming on her lips. You're not so detestable after all. In that moment, Rong Yu expended all her strength, completely surpassing the limits of the heavenly fire armor. Damn it, total overload release, 1,000,000 horsepower. Boom, boom, boom. Violent flames erupted from behind her, unfurling like a pair of colossal wings. With a gentle flap of her fiery wings, Rong Yu's body soared like a rocket, piercing through the troposphere, traversing the stratosphere, crossing the mesosphere, and ascending to the outer layers of the atmosphere. Here lay the outer realm of Earth, the terminus of the sky. She would unleash a descending strike from this height to conclude this battle. Rong Yu turned to face the distant sun, extending her hand. Sun, grant me the power to incinerate all darkness. In this instant, the ultraviolet rays and cosmic rays of the sun, adrift in the outer atmosphere, converged upon Rong Yu, as if conducting a gathering of light energy. Boom, boom, boom. The now fully charged heavenly fire armor erupted with even greater force. If before it could exert 1,000,000 horsepower, now it wielded 10,000,000 horsepower. Strike for me. Bearing this cataclysmic power, Rong Yu plummeted toward the earth like a miniature star, accompanied by countless fiery meteors. This finishing move was named supernova descent. Meteors, how beautiful they are. Wei Gong looked up at the falling stars. Though it appeared as if the apocalypse had descended, one could not deny its beauty. Throughout history, countless have sought to strike down the stars. Wei Gong slowly took his first step, grasping the edge of the other shore in his hands. Yet, Those who have severed the stars are few and far between. Wei Gong took another step, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of the other shore. And today, I shall accomplish this grand feat. Wei Gong's hand slowly drew forth the other shore. The terrifying suction force, 100 times more dreadful than a spring breeze, surged forth once more, voraciously consuming Wei Gong's strength. But this time, Wei Gong displayed not a hint of panic. You wish to feast? Then feast to your heart's content. Today, he would not only vanquish the formidable foe before him, but also thoroughly tame this cursed blade, making it fully aware of who its true master was. Who was the king? With both hands raised high above his head, the eerie red blade fully unsheathed, Wei Gong and Rongyu roared in unison. This strike shall sever the stars, I shall ignite the firmament. Supernova descent, the other shore's funeral. Toward the multitude of stars, Wei Gong unleashed a dark blade wind. The first time he wielded it, the blade wind extended a mere few meters. But this time, the blade wind stretched over 100 meters long. This indicated that he had completely tamed the other shore. Compared to the vast expanse of stars, this blade wind appeared so simple, so unremarkable. Yet, this humble blade wind instantaneously engulfed the torrential rain of fire, as effortlessly as an eraser wipes away chalk. Had it been anything else, it likely would have evaporated before even nearing, consumed by the terrifying heat within the rain of fire. But the blade wind unleashed by the other shore was different. Its target was space itself. It was akin to attempting to erase a stain from a tile floor. No matter how much one scrubs, the stain stubbornly clings on. In frustration, one might resort to smashing the tile, and naturally, the stain would vanish no matter how high the temperature or how impenetrable the defense. I shall simply erase the space you occupy. How then will you contend with that? The black blade wind obliterated the myriad stars, bringing a curtain to this battle and marking the end of Rongyu's life. Even with the heavenly fire armor's formidable defense, it could not withstand a strike that severed space. The blade wind sliced through Rongyu's waist, cleaving her in two as she helplessly fell from the sky. Birds soaring in the sky will eventually burn out and plummet to the earth. In her final moments, Rongyu gazed at the heavens, witnessing the illusory canopy gradually shatter and dissipate. Today, I can actually see the stars. After the fade of the world crumbled, the first star Rongyu beheld dimmed gradually, much like the flickering flame of her life, slowly extinguishing. How many years has it been since I last saw the stars? 1 year, 5 years, or perhaps 10? I cannot recall. Think I could still witness them before my demise. What fortune! Rongyu yearned to reach out, but found her body had grown numb, beyond her control. She could only watch helplessly as the stars drifted away, powerless to act. But at the very least, I must accomplish one final task. Rongyu's lips parted slightly, issuing her last command. Agreement confirmed. Execute the scorched earth plan. After Wei Gong had dragged her into the mirrored world, Rongyu's communication had been severed. Now, as the mirrored world crumbled, the radio finally re-established connection. Received. Upon completing her final mission, Rongyu cast a glance at Wei Gong below. At this moment, Wei Gong was utterly exhausted, slumped on the ground. Devoid of strength, she noticed that Wei Gong was also gazing back at her. In that instant, their gazes collided with an unspoken understanding. They smiled, both of them. Though they could no longer utter a sound, Rongyu silently conveyed those words. Let us journey to the underworld together. This statement bore no malice like a curse toward an enemy, but rather resembled the final confession of lovers facing death together. Just then, a thunderous sonic boom echoed from the sky as a supersonic bomber sliced through the night, trailing a long plume of smoke as it arrived on the battlefield. This was the true face of the scorched earth plan, where Rongyu would bind the mother zombie in place, while the supersonic bomber would unleash a devastating barrage of 15 tons of explosives upon it. Enduring a 15-ton explosion, even if the King of Hell refused you, they would blast a hole in his domain, forcibly casting you inside. Refusal is not an option. Of course, this plan came with a price. The sacrifice of Rongyu and all survivors within a radius of several dozen miles. After such a bombardment, whether human, zombie, or structure, all would perish, reduced to mere ashes. The sword of Damocles loomed ominously overhead, yet Wei Gong found himself utterly powerless, for even moving a finger was a challenge. Wei Gong chuckled. Is this the price of being driven by fervor? Yet even in such dire straits, Wei Gong maintained a relaxed smile. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the last of his strength to shout that name, Ka Luin. I am here. Chapter 52. While it's hot. As long as you need me, I will certainly appear. Just as she had promised, whenever he called her name, she would undoubtedly emerge to assist him. Ka Luin resolutely stood behind Wei Gong, bracing a rocket launcher on her shoulder. Gazing at her reassuringly beautiful silhouette, Wei Gong smiled. This was not a smile of survival after disaster, but rather one of pride. As if to declare, see, this is my companion, beautiful, capable, and always ready at my call. Do you have such a companion? Do you? Target locked, bomber, guaranteed hit capability, activate. Ka Luin pulled the trigger, the rocket soaring towards the bomber above. Trailing exhaust. Meanwhile, the bomber's pilot, noticing the approaching rocket on the radar, scoffed. Have you watched too many action films? Shooting a plane with a rocket launcher? Can your single-man rocket even reach such heights? Clearly, this pilot was unaware of the lock-on capabilities of the opposing camp. To him, shooting a plane with a rocket was nothing more than a ludicrous exaggeration found in movies, so he had no intention of evading. He continued to manipulate the controls, preparing to drop the explosives. Can you take me down in a second? If you can shoot me from the sky with a rocket, I'll eat all 15 tons of explosives on the spot. However, the next moment, the radar alarm left him dumbfounded. Warning, warning, an unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching. 10 meters, 5 meters. What the hell? What brand of rocket can fly this high? The pilot urgently accelerated the aircraft, narrowly avoiding a collision with the rocket. He nearly fell victim to the situation. Just as the pilot wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief, a violent explosion echoed from behind, causing the entire bomber to shake violently. The control system of the bomber blared an urgent message. The aircraft has been hit and is about to crash. Please parachute immediately. At that moment, the pilot's mind went completely blank. He even forgot the action of parachuting, his thoughts consumed by a single phrase. What the hell? Gunfighting skills. Resolving the situation, Kalen crouched down to check Wei Gong's condition. Clearly, there were more efficient ways to resolve the battle, yet he insisted on depleting himself to a critical state. Are you trying to be a burden? Kalen's tone remained indifferent, but for some reason, Wei Gong felt that the other party was not insulting him, but rather expressing concern. Are you concerned about me? Without a moment's pause, Kalen replied, No isn't at you who has my back? As long as I don't die, I might as well go all out. It's just a game. The important thing is to enjoy it. After a thorough examination, Kalen found that Wei Gong bore no serious injuries. He was merely exhausted from overexertion and in need of rest. There was no need for treatment. Lying on the ground for a while would suffice. However, it was not prudent to remain there. Although Shaotan University had completely fallen, there was no guarantee that the Diyin forces would not launch a second offensive. For safety's sake, Wei Gong needed to be relocated. Kalen draped Wei Gong's left arm over her shoulder, preparing to assist him in leaving the area, but due to the height difference, Wei Gong's arm naturally dangled down, resting against Kalen's chest, and he instinctively touched it. At that moment, Wei Gong frowned, realizing that something was amiss. With a serious expression, he remarked, It has shrunk. Why has it diminished so much? Kalen's expression darkened. This was the first time in her life that she felt an overwhelming desire to kill someone. Why did it shrink so much? Wasn't he at all for saving you, you reckless fool? Under normal circumstances, given Kalen's self-healing abilities, reconstructing her body would take an hour or two. However, in a bid to save Wei Gong before the bomber exploded, Kalen sacrificed some less critical aspects, such as the 2 extra lumps of flesh at the front. As they passed by Rongyu, Wei Gong noticed that she was still barely clinging to life. Perhaps due to the heavenly fire armor still being engaged, which lent her a tenacity that kept her alive. Wei Gong spoke up. Kalen, stop for a moment. Kalen, noticing the barely alive Rongyu on the ground, replied, What? Do you want to take advantage of the moment? Wei Gong looked at Kalen, astonished. Are you serious? He could never have imagined that the usually aloof and serious Kalen would utter such audacious words. Has her character collapsed? Moreover, he sensed a hint of acidity in her tone. Wei Gong could no longer contain himself. What are you thinking? I intend to infect her and turn her into a zombie. He had long suspected that Rongyu was a player. If he could turn her into his subordinate, Wouldn't that give him 3 core-level superpowers on his side? At that point, with the 3 of us united, who could possibly rival us? The world would be ours for the taking. Oh, what kind of reaction is that? Do you think I am such a perverse person? Kaelin remained silent, averted her gaze, and wore an expression that suggested she couldn't reply. Wei Gong glanced in another direction, muttering softly, "If we're going to take advantage of the moment, it shouldn't be this way." Her lower half is in another direction. Suddenly, Wei Gong stumbled as Kaelin, with the nonchalance of discarding trash, tossed him onto Rongyu. Given that Wei Gong was in a state of exhaustion, he landed on her like a limp ragdoll. "What are you doing?" Wei Gong exclaimed, his voice nearly cracking. "Hurry," she's cooling down. With great effort, Wei Gong shifted his head, managing a weak smile. "Just help me a bit. I have no strength left." At that moment, Kaelin felt like a victim. Her partner was out there flirting with other women, and not only could she not express her anger, but she also had to give him a push when he was weak. What a twisted narrative. Kaelin withdrew a dagger from her waist and stabbed it into Wei Gong's arm. "Are you taking revenge on me?" That was quite a harsh blow. Kaelin's strike was so forceful that it nearly severed Wei Gong's entire arm. Remarkably, during his battles with Rongyu, he had never faced such dire consequences. No, Kaelin positioned Wei Gong's arm near Rongyu's mouth, allowing his blood to flow into her. As Rongyu gradually absorbed Wei Gong's lifeblood. The system's voice echoed in his mind once more. This time, Wei Gong received 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The bad news was that Rongyu was not a survivor player. She was an authentic NPC character. The good news was that she was a hero-class unit within the NPC faction, and she could indeed be converted into a subordinate. The titles of high-ranking generals and saviors of human civilization succinctly encapsulated her identity and status. If we were to compare her to other games, Rongyu was akin to the 2 front towers of a base. She was the crucial support within the NPC faction. As long as she existed, Diyin would not easily fall. A genuine savior, Wei Gong realized. No wonder she could exhaust me completely. Rongyu was a mechanism designed to suppress player development. Her presence not only prevented core players from developing too smoothly, thus avoiding an unchecked escalation of power, but also maintained order, preventing survivor players from exploiting their uniqueness to seize control of nations. Under normal circumstances, a core player would simply run away upon encountering Rongyu, switching maps to redevelop their character. Yet, Wei Gong had foolishly dismantled the opposing tower before even learning his ultimate skill. With a cold smirk, Wei Gong mused, "Haha, I've resolved the biggest hassle of the early game. Surely, the other core players must respect me for this." Any core player who witnessed Rongyu's displayed prowess would only have one option: to flee. Rongyu's physical form had been fully reconstructed. "Would you like to spend 200,000 points to convert her into a subordinate?" Wei Gong, without hesitation, exclaimed, "Yes." After conquering the Shouthan University shelter, Wei Gong found himself with an unexpected 60,000 points. After deducting the points, the transformation began. The expenditure of 200,000 points was not only painless but felt like a lucrative investment. With the infection in Shouthan City nearing completion, Wei Gong was ready to depart for other cities to expand his territory. Once Wei Gong left, Kaelin, as his devoted bodyguard, would undoubtedly accompany him. With the 2 top-tier fighters gone, who would guard the home? Rely on Zheng Xiaoyu. At that point, he would probably seize a city only to receive news of his home being robbed. This was when Rongyu's value became evident. As a top general, she not only possessed combat capabilities comparable to Wei Gong's, but also exhibited exceptional command skills. With her presence, Wei Gong could rest assured, making her the perfect guardian hero. Just as when he converted Kaelin, Wei Gong also acquired Rongyu's memories. However, in comparison to Kaelin's legendary experiences, Wei Gong placed greater importance on the intelligence revealed in Rongyu's memories. The organizational structure of Diyin, the currently exposed leader Liang Sun, the core zombies in other cities. Among these individuals, the one that piqued Wei Gong's interest was a bespectacled scientist who appeared to be utterly powerless. This scientist was named Chu Zhangqing, and he was responsible for all research related to zombies conducted by Diyin thus far. The essence of zombies, the dissection of core zombies, and the study of crystal cores were all completed under his hands. What intrigued Wei Gong even more was Rongyu's evaluation of this individual, evil disguised as good. If left unchecked, this person posed a danger that rivaled any core player. Meanwhile, in Liang Sun's office at Diyin, with a heart full of despair, Liang Sun stared at the ceiling, having just learned of the shelter's fate. total annihilation. The loss of Rongyu aged the 70-year-old man further. He had staked Dian's future on Rongyu. But his gamble had failed. The situation in Dian would spiral out of control. Without Rongyu's suppression, core zombies in various cities would soon launch assaults on others. At that point, it would no longer be a crisis for a single city, but a threat to all of Dian. Sighing deeply, Liang Sun expressed his melancholic thoughts. As a leader, he could not afford to exhibit any negativity, even now. Every word and action of his would impact the entire Dian system, so he must maintain composure. Liang Sun straightened up, concealing his sorrow, and presented his most resolute demeanor. "Secretary, I am here." His secretary entered, having been waiting outside. "Relay my commands. First, completely seal off Shaotan City. No one is allowed to enter or exit, including survivors. Second, designate the areas bordering Pingjiang City and Shaotan City as military exclusion zones, prohibiting entry or exit for any unauthorized personnel. Third, dispatch a legion to occupy the military exclusion zone in Pingjiang City. Remember, only defend, do not attack. Without my command, not even an armored vehicle, let alone a military dog, is permitted to cross the bridge. Fifth, redirect the main forces of the army to various disaster-stricken cities, prioritizing the suppression of other primordial zombies. Seventh, expedite the search for survivor players and implement special management for those already found, establishing an independent system. Liang Sun's directives are quite clear. Temporarily abandon Shaotan City and redirect efforts towards other softer targets. Before other primordial zombies pose a threat, they must be subdued swiftly to minimize the losses for Dian. If even Rongyu cannot resolve the enemy, we can only place our hopes on the survivor players. All right, I understand. The secretary opened the door, preparing to leave the office, just in time to see a bespectacled researcher making a gesture as if to knock, evidently intending to enter. The secretary displayed a respectful smile. "Director Chu?" The researcher, known as Director Chu, nodded with a smile as he entered the office. "Thank you for your hard work." The secretary immediately yielded her position to Chu Zhengqing. "You can speak with Minister Liang. I will not intrude." With that, the secretary closed the door, leaving only Liang Sun and Chu Zhengqing. Duty-bound, there is no such thing as hardship. Chu Zhengqing smiled, presenting the latest research report to Liang Sun. "This is the latest report from the Research Institute. Please have a look." Liang Sun glanced at the report and was instantly elated. "Splendid, Zhengqing, you have achieved a great feat once again." Chu Zhengqing, however, remained humble. "The success of the experiment is not solely my accomplishment. It wouldn't have been possible without Rongyu's assistance." Mentioning Rongyu, a hint of sorrow flickered in Liang Sun's eyes. "Zhengqing, Rongyu has already sacrificed herself. You must be cautious. Dian cannot afford to lose another pillar." Chapter 54. Chu Zhengqing. To those unaware, war appears thus. Researchers in the rear merely need to conduct experiments and write reports, while frontline combatants bear a multitude of considerations. However, this is not the case. Despite being a researcher sheltered in the rear, Chu Zhengqing's work is fraught with dangers that rival those of any frontline soldier. Each study he conducts necessitates close encounters with zombies, and every experiment is akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses and spoke shyly. "Rest assured, Liang Lao, the laboratory has comprehensive safety protocols in place. Safety will not be compromised." Liang Sun sighed languidly. "That is best. Remember, safety must always come first." "Yes, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Chu Zhengqing turned towards the door, but just as his hand gripped the doorknob, he suddenly halted. Liang Sun furrowed his brow. "Is there something to say? Would that old fool not voice it himself?" Chu Zhengqing cleared his throat, seemingly mimicking that man's tone. "Old coward, you fuss over trifles too much. If it were up to me, I would have resolved the issue with a nuclear bomb long ago." Upon hearing this, Liang Sun's temper flared, and his fist struck the table with such force that even the teacup upon it jumped. "Nonsense." Seeing Liang Sun's anger, Chu Zhengqing quickly clarified. "Ha ha ha, Liang Lao. Do not be upset. That was not my remark, but rather old Qin's." As Chu Zhengqing opened the door, a gust of wind tousled his bangs. If Liang Sun had observed closely at that moment, he would have noticed a surgical scar on Chu Zhengqing's forehead, still stitched, indicating that the operation had only recently concluded. Looking even more closely, he would have seen that Chu Zhengqing's right eye was adorned with colored contact lenses, behind which lay a scarlet eye, reminiscent of a primordial zombie. "Director Chu, I'm heading to the break room to brew tea. Would you like me to bring you coffee? Yes, yes. Remember, 3 spoonfuls of sugar. It is evident that Director Chu is quite approachable, with no barriers between superiors and subordinates. No, don't run. Don't run around the research institute. Ha ha ha, you can't catch me. As Chu Zhengqing walked, a little girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, ran down the corridor with a lollipop, colliding right into him. Ouch! The impact sent the little girl tumbling to the ground, her lollipop falling from her grasp. Ah, my lollipop! Hearing his daughter cry, the little girl's father rushed over. Chu, Director Chu. Upon seeing that his daughter had bumped into Chu Zhengqing, the father's expression changed dramatically. Chu Zhengqing ignored the father's reaction and knelt down to gently pat the little girl's head. I'm sorry. Little one. I wasn't watching where I was going and knocked your lollipop away. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out 1 red and 1 blue candy. Here, I'll replace it. Will you choose the red one or the blue one? Director. Isn't this inappropriate? The little girl gazed at the candies in Chu Zhengqing's palm, uncertain which to select, both appearing quite delectable. Brother. I don't know which one tastes better. Please help me choose. I can only offer you a choice, but cannot decide for you. Chu Zhengqing shook his head. Just like the countless decisions you will face in life, only you can bear the consequences of those choices. The little girl nodded, somewhat comprehending. All right. After surveying her options, she ultimately chose the red candy. I'll take this one. Very well. Chu Zhengqing thoughtfully unwrapped the candy and fed it to the little girl. Her eyes sparkled. This is strawberry flavored. It's so delicious. Isn't it good? I love strawberry flavor too. Chu Zhengqing unwrapped the other candy and popped it into his mouth. Blueberry flavored, quite delightful as well. The little girl's father looked at Chu Zhengqing helplessly. Director Chu, don't you worry about your blood sugar levels with all this sugar intake. Chu Zhengqing is a fervent lover of sweets. Not only does his coffee require 3 spoonfuls of sugar, but his pockets are also filled with candies. A day without sugar leaves him feeling miserable. Chu Zhengqing grinned mischievously. I haven't yet pursued the matter of you bringing a child into the research institute. And here you are, seeking my fault first? No. I admit my mistake. Today, Liang Lao just emphasized the safety protocols of the research institute. You know well what we've been dealing with lately. The little girl's father scratched his head in distress. Director Chu, you understand my situation. Remarry your wife sooner rather than later. As Chu Zhengqing passed by the little girl's father, he patted his shoulder. The apocalypse may indeed be upon us. Before the sun sets, it's best to be by the side of your loved ones, lest you leave regrets in your life. The little girl's father seemed to have made a resolution. All right, I'll seek to remarry my wife tomorrow. Chu Zhengqing beamed like a friendly neighbor. I'll grant you 2 days off. One for remarrying and another for your honeymoon. Make sure to spend quality time with your child. Thank you, Director. I love you. Don't love me. My orientation is normal. After bidding farewell to the little girl and her father, Chu Zhengqing entered the innermost laboratory of the research institute. This laboratory was guarded by numerous fully armed soldiers. Moreover, several individuals with distinctly different appearances were present. Indeed, these remarkable individuals were the survivors that Dian had located. Director Chu. Unlike the researchers, these survivor players regarded Chu Zhengqing with profound respect, even a hint of trepidation. Chu Zhengqing greeted them warmly. Thank you for your hard work. He made his way to the end of the laboratory, where a massive floor-to-ceiling glass panel stood, behind which was an imposing elder with a dignified demeanor. Director Chu, you are late. Why apologies, old Qin. I was delayed on the way. This formidable elder was yet another high-ranking figure of Dian, holding the same rank as Liang Sun, General Qin. General Qin did not dwell on the matter, but instead gazed toward the prison behind the glass. How is the experiment on the primordial zombies progressing? Behind the glass lay a creature that still bore a semblance of humanity, its skin flayed, and its insides exposed to the air. Even more horrifying, the top of its skull had been removed, leaving its brain starkly visible. Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses. It will be completed shortly. Chapter 55. Sin and Promise. Betrayer and Savior. As Wei Gong perused Rong Yu's memories, the latter's conversion process reached its conclusion. Am I still alive? Rong Yu opened her eyes, gazing at the pitch-black night sky, filled with confusion. Turning her head at the sound, she found Kalen's gun barrel pressed against her forehead. Upon completing the conversion, Wei Gong conducts loyalty tests on his subordinates. Kalen does so, and naturally, Rong Yu is no exception. Not only was Wei Gong unharmed, but even the playground of Shouthan University remained intact, indicating that the scorched earth plan had indeed failed. Rongyu sighed in resignation. Did we fail? It bore a poignant sense of futility, akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. Rongyu looked at Wei Gong. You resurrected me to make me serve you. Didn't you? Under normal circumstances, Rongyu would have immediately attacked Wei Gong, yet she did not. This was due to the binding restriction in her mind that forbade her from betraying Wei Gong. As long as this restriction remains, Rongyue cannot harbor any malice towards Wei Gong, let alone initiate an attack against him. This is evidently clear, is it not? Rongyue let out a cold laugh. I am the guardian of Dian. Do you truly believe that I could turn around and harm it? Your reaction is entirely in line with your character and falls well within Wei Gong's expectations. Rongyue would never defy him. Her loyalty is absolute. However, she could adopt a stance of passive resistance, which is precisely what Wei Gong does not wish to see. He shifted into a more comfortable position, facing Rongyue directly. You are aware of my identity? Are you not? Rongyue was momentarily taken aback, her expression quickly turning grave. What had previously been mere speculation was now confirmed after their confrontation. She had unequivocally deduced that Wei Gong and his companions were beings from beyond the heavens, and that higher-dimensional deities lurked behind this catastrophe. What do you wish to convey? In my eyes, this world and its ensuing calamity are merely a string of code, a game to be played. Wei Gong unreservedly elucidated the nature of this death game to Rongyue, unveiling the truth of the world before her. Upon grasping this reality, rather than succumbing to despair at the collapse of her worldview, Rongyue exhibited a profound anger. What nonsense! We are living beings. We experience joy and sorrow. We have loved ones we cherish. Why should we be treated as mere playthings for others to manipulate at will? Anger is justified. It is only natural code, a game. They would never accept such a notion. They are flesh and blood, and this world is their home. If being enslaved and reduced to mere pawns is their fate, they will not accept such a disgraceful destiny. Rage is indeed warranted, but your ire should not be directed at me, but rather at the entity that looms above. Wei Gong pointed skyward. I am, at best, a mere worker. The boss commands me to destroy the world, and I must comply, or it will be my demise. This is akin to the predatory relationships found in nature. You are the harmless sheep of the grasslands, while I am the great gray wolf. The deity above me embodies the merciless laws of nature. To avoid starvation and to survive, I must consume you little lambs. This is sophistry. Rongyue glared at Wei Gong in fury. Waging war is a sin. To survive by ruthlessly seizing the lives of others and destroying their homes is pure evil. In response to Rongyue's accusations, Wei Gong remained calm. I do not seek to absolve myself. I admit that I am evil, a villain beyond redemption. Once war is waged, once harm is inflicted upon others, no matter the justification, it is evil. However, Wei Gong paused, his voice turning stern. To me, this world is merely a string of code, and this calamity is but a game. Regardless of how real this world may seem, and how much the NPCs resemble living beings, to me, it is ultimately just a game, a fleeting dream. I in this dream. Within this game, I could slay countless individuals without a shred of guilt. After all, it is merely a game. Rongyue fell silent. The assertion that waging war is evil and invading others' homes is demonic is an irrefutable truth. Yet the reality that they are but a game remains an undeniable fact. Ultimately, the fate of this world is of no consequence to Wei Gong and his extraterrestrial companions. The ones who will suffer in the end are merely the world and its indigenous inhabitants. Yet, it is but a game, and at its core, this world is merely a string of code. Wei Gong raised 3 fingers. This is the 3rd time I am emphasizing this matter. What exactly do you wish to convey? Why should I trust you? It is not a question of why you should trust me, but rather that you can only trust me. The survival or demise of the game world is of no concern to Wei Gong. However, to secure a loyal subordinate who will serve him wholeheartedly, he is willing to make this promise. The disaster has occurred, and countless individuals have been displaced. This is an undeniable fact. She cannot defeat Wei Gong, nor can she prevent this calamity, which is also a fact. From her perspective, Wei Gong is indeed a formidable contender for the ultimate victor in this game. This promise may appear to be a transaction where Wei Gong demands her service. Yet in truth, it is a benefaction bestowed upon her by a superior. If she wishes to save this world, Rong Yue has no other choice. Cracking. Rong Yue clenched her silver teeth, producing a grating sound. This decision is painfully arduous. Akin to being dragged into a suffocating abyss by a massive whirlpool, Rong Yue extended her hand, but halted midway. If she were to agree to Wei Gong's proposition, she would bear the infamy of a traitor. For in order to save the world, she must first assist Wei Gong in its destruction. There can only be one traitor, Rong Yue, and there will not be a heroic version of her. Rong Yue's clenched teeth continued to exert pressure until blood seeped from her gums due to excessive force. Bang! Rong Yue struck her chest with a heavy fist, the force sufficient to injure her own organs. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, signifying her resolve. I wager the glory and the future of this world upon you. I believe in you. Rong Yue firmly grasped Wei Gong's hand. Tio, save this world. What does it matter if she allies herself with a demon? To save this world, what does it matter if she becomes an incomprehensible sinner? A final declaration. Invasion is evil. Any war that destroys the homes of others is evil. Armor up, armor up. Chapter 56. Go on, kill me. Wei Gong was quite pleased with this outcome. Excellent. May our cooperation be fruitful. Following this round of negotiations, Rong Yue was more eager than anyone for Wei Gong to emerge victorious. For only then could she hope to save this ravaged world. Subsequently, Wei Gong accessed Rong Yue's zombie panel. Subordinate, Rong Yue, Level 5 Zombie Master. Wei Gong Destructive Power, Raw Physical Strength, a Defensive Power, Raw Physical Defense, a Vitality, Healing Speed after Injury, a Agility, Raw Physical Mobility, a Intelligence, Independent Thinking Ability, a Special Ability. Purgatory Armor, a level equipment, the form of heavenly fire armor after its fall. Upon utilizing the Purgatory Armor, the user's attributes will be elevated to S level, and they will gain the special ability of High Temperature Flames. Purgatory Core. The Purgatory Core operates in overload mode, boosting all attributes to SS level. Due to the user's fall, they can activate overload mode without concern, thus avoiding any adverse effects. The duration extends from 3 minutes to 1 hour, and the cooldown period reduces from 30 days to 7 days. After reviewing Rong Yue's panel, Wei Gong could only slowly express a rating of 6. The statement corruption triples in strength, while redemption weakens by 7 parts now appears to be entirely accurate. The notion of activating overload mode without concern is enough to send shivers down one's spine. As for the attributes of the Purgatory Armor, even the formidable War God Hunter would have to concede. You are indeed the most powerful numerical anomaly in this version. Aside from direct damage attacks like Space Slash, there are very few attacks that could threaten Rong Yue in overload mode. Wei Gong's expression turned serious as he addressed Rong Yue. Rong Yue, I now assign you your first task. What task? Rong Yue, being a diligent individual, immediately entered work mode upon deciding to follow Wei Gong. I need you to... Huh? Rong Yue was momentarily stunned. What sort of task is this? She couldn't help but recall a comic that Luowan had once shared with her. One of those yellowish, colorful comics. In the comic, when villains captured a female knight, they would coerce her into performing some humiliating acts. At this point, the female knight would typically struggle and resist, only to ultimately utter the classic line. Go on? Kill me. If one were to be honest, Rong Yue's appearance perfectly fits the archetype of the female knight from those comics. With waist-length golden hair flowing in the night breeze, paired with her exquisitely beautiful and icy visage, Rong Yue exudes an ethereal and majestic aura, reminiscent of a Valkyrie from mythological tales. Do not be deceived by Rong Yue's slender figure. The exposed areas of her fair skin reveal the beautifully toned muscles beneath, illuminated by the moonlight, outlining her perfect and formidable physique. Below her delicate waist and ample hips lie long, fair legs that would make any woman envious. It is no exaggeration to say that I could admire those legs for a year. With her stunning beauty and alluring figure, combined with her predicament of having to submit to her enemy after defeat, this scenario is a classic go on, kill me trope. What do you want me to do here? Rong Yue's face turned beet red. Despite her commanding presence on the battlefield, exuding the demeanor of a Valkyrie, in reality, she was nearly 30, having remained single her entire life, and had yet to even hold a boy's hand. Logically, a woman as perfect as Rong Yue should have many suitors. However, her overwhelming strength caused men to flee at the sight of her. Women can be categorized into 3 levels: girl, female PhD, and female saint warrior. The female PhD is a paragon among women, unmatched by any, But Rong Yue is an even more terrifying female saint warrior. To command such a formidable figure, one would likely need a golden saint warrior. Asking Rong Yue to perform such acts in public is as challenging for her as speedrunning Wei Gong in 3 seconds. Very well, then Wei Gong's words exerted a spiritual pressure on her. She could only comply with his requests. Alas, it is merely the task of the master. Rong Yue had already steeled herself, her hand reaching for the hem of her garment, only to hear Wei Gong complete the latter half of his sentence. I want your transformation device. Lend it to me for a moment. Wei Gong spread his hands towards Rong Yue, his eyes brimming with anticipation. To be frank, he had long coveted Rong Yue's transformation device. After a prolonged silence, Rong Yue finally typed out 3 question marks. When I type a single question mark, it indicates I have a question. But when I type 3 question marks, it signifies that you have a problem, seeing Rong Yue in a state of shock. The ever-cautious Kalin, who had been silently standing by Wei Gong's side, couldn't help but chuckle. Kalin, being professionally trained, would never laugh unless absolutely necessary, but this was simply too amusing. Wei Gong rubbed his hands together like a fly, impatiently exclaiming, "This is the master's command. You cannot refuse. Hurry, lend it to me." In an instant, Rong Yue's petite face turned crimson with rage, steam almost visibly rising from the crown of her head. Warning, warning, red alert. Red alert? Rong Yue shot a fierce glare at Wei Gong, her expression a blend of 7 parts anger, 2 parts shame, and 1 part regret. What do you mean? Is my charm not as valuable as a mere metallic shell? The indignant Rong Yue shouted, "Impossible! Such a thought is utterly inconceivable." Wei Gong recoiled slightly, pouting in discontent. "If you're not going to lend it, then fine. Why are you yelling so loudly? How petty!" Rong Yue was so furious she felt her teeth might shatter. "The purgatory armor is bound to me. It cannot be lent out." "Ah, so it is a bound equipment. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wei Gong stroked his chin. "Since I cannot transform, can you perform that maneuver again?" "Which one?" "That one." "That one." Wei Gong danced about, striking a rather cool transformation pose. "I shall burn the heavens to ashes." Rong Yue glanced at Wei Gong and then at Kalin, her eyes seemingly asking, "Has he always been this ridiculous?" Kalin merely nodded. "Indeed, he is a rare gem." Rong Yue silently clenched her fists. "I suddenly have the urge to smash this fool's head." Kalin nodded again. "Same here. Hurry, hurry, we're running out of time." Under Wei Gong's relentless urging, Rong Yue had no choice but to transform on the spot. "I shall burn the heavens to ashes." For some inexplicable reason, while these lines usually ignited her bloodlust in battle, now they felt so awkward that she could barely keep her composure. Chapter 57. I believe in the power of bonds. The seething flames reignited, yet this time, they burned black, and Rong Yue's armor shifted from a holy silver to an ominous black-red. If the previous celestial fire armor symbolized a holy knight descending from the heavens, representing judgment and justice, then the current purgatory armor resembled a demon from hell, seemingly poised to bring destruction to this land. Wei Gong immediately gave a thumbs up. Cool. The silver-clad holy knight was indeed impressive, but the red-black demon suited the aesthetic of a typical Chinibyu boy even better. "Can I touch it?" Before Rong Yue could respond, Wei Gong eagerly reached out. The metallic texture was simply magnificent, and the lines it was the epitome of violent beauty. Watching Wei Gong handle her armor with such enthusiasm, Rong Yue couldn't help but question her life choices. Why did I stake the future of the world on this fool? At that moment, Kalin's radio crackled to life, announcing communications from Zheng Xiaoyu. "Master, please stop touching it. We have prepared a special gift for you." Wei Gong's interest was piqued. "Oh, more surprises? I assure you will love it." However, upon arriving at the location of Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming, Wei Gong fell silent. Before him was a naked girl, bound and suspended from the rafters, comically resembling a giant crab. Wei Gong pointed at Luo Wan, looking at Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming. "You intend to test the cadres with this? What cadre could withstand such a trial?" Wei Gong had expected them to present him with something impressive, only to be met with a woman who was not even clothed. Teach, what a letdown. Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming exchanged cautious glances, tentatively asking, "Master, do you not find this appealing?" Wei Gong stared at Luo Wan in disbelief. "This one is as appealing as a piece of sandpaper. Who would be interested?" Luo Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. And moments later, she erupted. A gentleman may be slain, but cannot be insulted. If anyone dares to say Luo Wan is lacking, she would merely smile in response. Wei Gong, unimpressed, turned away and gestured to Kalen. Kalen, turn her into a zombie. Deal Wei Gong. Luo Wan was but an insignificant pawn, unworthy of his direct involvement. Understood. Just as Kalen was about to act, Luo Wan suddenly noticed Rong Yue, who had been keeping her head down. You? Rong Yue? Having focused her attention solely on Wei Gong, Luo Wan now realized that her superior was standing directly behind the enemy. Rong Yue kept her head bowed, remaining silent. She was a traitor, unworthy to face her former best friend. You bunch of bastards, is killing not enough? Do you still wish to desecrate the corpses of the dead? In Luo Wan's memory, Rong Yue was the type who would rather stand and die than kneel and live. The mere presence of Rong Yue here surely meant that this group of beasts had taken control of her body. Surely that must be the case. Desecrating the corpses of the dead? You accuse a group of zombies of such? Do you not find that amusing? Wei Gong glanced at Luo Wan. Moreover, that one is willingly following me. Upon hearing those words, it felt as if the sky had collapsed for Luo Wan. Is this true? Luo Wan could face death without fear, yet she could not accept what lay before her. She raged, nearly spitting in Wei Gong's face. Wei Gong shot a glance at Rong Yue. Aren't you going to explain? Not necessary. Perhaps you should, otherwise she might die without closure. Be careful. She might come to strangle you in your sleep. Not necessary. Rong Yue shook her head, having resolved to bear everything alone. There was no need to drag Luo Wan into this. If she were to learn the truth, she would undoubtedly seek ways to betray alongside her. One traitor condemned by the world was sufficient. There was no need for another. Rong Yue, I'm dying. Can't you let me die with clarity? Please. I beg you. I implore you. Gradually, Luo Wan's furious shouts transformed into desperate pleas. You should be quiet. Just as Kalen was preparing to kill Luo Wan, Rong Yue seized her hand. Master, could you grant me a moment? Ultimately, Rong Yue could not withstand her dear friend's pleas, her heart softening. Suit yourself. Wei Gong waved his hand and plopped down into the sofa, inexplicably pulling out an old comic book from somewhere. It mattered not. He had plenty of time and did not mind indulging in some entertainment. I have betrayed. Rong Yue recounted everything she had experienced to Luo Wan. The climactic battle with Wei Gong, the deal she struck, and her decision. Luo Wan fell silent. She did not blame Rong Yue, but instead turned to Wei Gong, roaring with fervor. I beg you. Turn me into a subordinate as well. I will do anything. Rong Yue was taken aback. No. More than being branded a despised traitor, Rong Yue wished for her friend to die a hero's death. Luo Wan shot a glare at Rong Yue. Do not overthink this. I am merely afraid of death. Is it truly only fear of death? Both Rong Yue and Luo Wan were acutely aware of the underlying truth. Wei Gong slightly raised his head, casting a glance. To become my subordinate? Do you possess the qualifications? I am the top-tier hacker. As long as I desire, there is no firewall I cannot breach. Listening to Luo Wan's incessant self-promotion, one might mistakenly believe this was a job interview. Wei Gong tossed the comic book aside, crossing his legs. No, you are not sufficient. It was not that Wei Gong held a bias against sandpaper, but rather, the system had informed him otherwise. The reason Rong Yue could be transformed into a subordinate while retaining her identity as a native was due to her special status. As the savior, Rong Yue's soul strength far surpassed that of other natives. She was adequately qualified for conversion into a subordinate. Luo Wan, however, did not meet the criteria, as her soul tier was on par with Zheng Xiaoyu. Do not be fooled by Zheng Xiaoyu's subservience to Wei Gong. Should she become infected with the zombie virus, she would ultimately devolve into a mere babbling fool. I beg you. Allow me to become your subordinate. I will do anything. In her desperation to accompany her dear friend, Luo Wan was utterly resolute. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, Wei Gong revealed a cunning smile. You truly can do anything? Luo Wan felt a shiver run down her spine. An ominous premonition welling up within her. I can, I suppose, that is what you said, do not regret it. From seemingly nowhere, Wei Gong produced a sticky, gooey, unidentifiable substance, with tentacles wriggling within. Consume this, and you shall be qualified to become my subordinate. What is this? You cannot be intending to feed me excrement. No, this is undoubtedly something even more repugnant. The parasitic mother nest. This was a reward Wei Gong had received after conquering Rong Yue. This entity lacked independent power and could only exhibit its full capabilities after parasitizing a host. However, the conditions for its parasitism are exceedingly harsh, requiring the host to possess an unwavering will to survive. Should the host lose this will during the parasitic process, the parasitic nest would cease to function, rendering it as foolish as the host, merely babbling incoherently at present. Luo Wan appears to be the most suitable candidate, as there exists an unbreakable bond between her and Rongyu. Although Wei Gong is a maternal zombie, he believes in the power of human connections. As long as he invokes the notion of friendship, Luo Wan will undoubtedly endure with her formidable will. To this end, he has orchestrated this entire scenario, aiming to maximize the stimulation of their bond. Chapter 58. Recognizing reality good, consume it, and the power shall surge forth. Wei Gong maintained a gentle smile as he approached Luo Wan step by step. With each stride he took, the viscous fluid from the parasitic nest dripped from his hands, ultimately forming a putrid puddle on the ground. Do not come any closer. The more tender Wei Gong's smile became. The greater Luo Wan's terror grew. It was akin to a devil's grin. Luo Wan struggled frantically, attempting to flee, but unfortunately, Chang Meng's binding skills were simply too adept no matter how fiercely Luo Wan fought. The ropes showed no signs of loosening, and after a futile struggle, she found her strength nearly exhausted. Master, grant Luo Wan a swift end. This was the first time Rongyu referred to Wei Gong as her master. Wei Gong did not halt his advance but continued toward Luo Wan. She said she would do anything. I did not coerce her. Luo Wan cast a glance at Rongyu, as if having made a monumental decision. Come on. It's merely a lump of filth. Watch me swallow it whole. Wei Gong paused momentarily, then displayed an approving smile. Impressive. With a resounding clap, he forcefully shoved the entire parasitic nest into Luo Wan's mouth. Luo Wan shut her eyes, surrendering her mind to oblivion, and swallowed the parasitic nest in one gulp. To her astonishment, the anticipated wave of nausea did not ensue. Instead, the texture was surprisingly smooth and tender. If one could overlook the repulsive exterior of the parasitic nest, the flavor was unexpectedly delightful, reminiscent of consuming a large piece of jellied. As for the foul odor, Luo Wan had consumed her fair share of stinky tofu and durian, and the stench of the parasitic nest paled in comparison. But, just as Luo Wan was about to express her victorious sentiments, an excruciating pain radiated throughout her entire being. It was a torment so intense it felt as if her very body was being torn asunder. In an instant, Luo Wan's screams reverberated throughout the room. Puff, 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 puff. Her back was rent asunder, flesh and blood churning as vile. Wicked tendrils writhed forth from within her. In mere minutes, her body swelled to grotesque proportions, ensnared by countless tentacles that ultimately engulfed her in an unending tide of horror. Luo Wan. Upon hearing her friend's anguished cries, Rongyu immediately activated her infernal armor, intent on rescuing her from within. Do not move. Yet, Wei Gong's icy voice was like a glacier, pinning her firmly in place. This was her own choice. Regardless of the outcome, it is her own doing. Wei Gong's tone was unnervingly calm. As tranquil as a corpse, Rongyu stared blankly at Wei Gong, her mind in disarray. Just moments ago, he had been a playful spirit, yet now he had morphed into a merciless overlord, indifferent to all life. Viewing the world as mere fodder, for the first time, Rongyu felt a shiver run through her, a tremor that emanated from the depths of her soul. Doubt began to fester within her. Was the battle between herself and Wei Gong truly a fair match? No. A rather absurd thought took root in her mind. When this man fought her, was he merely toying with her? But the question remained, could a man who had annihilated an entire city through cunning truly possess a style of combat that relied solely on brute force? Impossible. Suddenly, Rongyu let out a self-deprecating laugh. She abandoned the notion of attacking the tentacles, for in this moment, she could only place her faith in her dear friend. Master, Luo Wan's body continues to swell. This place is unsafe. Allow me to escort you away. Wei Gong glanced at Rongyu, responding with indifference. Let us go. Clad in her infernal armor, Rongyu lifted Wei Gong, and with a surge of black flames, they departed the scene. Hey, Kalwan, don't forget about us. Zhang Xiaoyu and Chang Meng called out urgently to Kalwan. Despite their enhancements, they remained fragile flesh and blood. Should those frenzied tentacles ensnare them, a fate of becoming mere pulp awaited. Kao Wan regarded the two of them momentarily, then effortlessly hoisted one of them. Guaranteed launch, target. The rooftop 3 kilometers away. With the same nonchalance as tossing a sandbag, Kao Wan flung them both into the air. Ah, like birds soaring freely, their elongated screams echoed. Kao Wan, you're definitely seeking revenge for my previous scheme. Kao Wan, the terrible idea was hers. I have no part in this. Smash. Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming landed heavily on the rooftop, rolling several times upon impact. Wow, wow, wow. The two scrambled up clumsily, clutching nearby pillars as they retched rainbows. Like a waterfall cascading down 3,000 feet, it seems the Milky Way has fallen from the heavens. Kao Wan, your method of release is extraordinary. Zheng Xiaoyu gave Kao Wan an exaggerated thumbs up. The Kao Wan brand roller coaster was quite the thrill ride, leaving them speechless. Boom. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from below. As the mass of tentacles formed by Luo Wan had become so heavy that it collapsed the ground beneath, creating a gaping chasm. Gulp. Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming exchanged glances, swallowing hard. They had heard of beds collapsing, of platforms giving way, but never of a floor collapsing. Could this be the legendary heavy female? Rongyu, having dispelled her infernal armor, stood beside Wei Gong. Master, is Luo Wan all right? Wei Gong remained impassive. Wait and hope. Rongyu lowered her head. Although this was Luo Wan's own choice, it was nonetheless a path she took to accompany her. If Luo Wan were to perish, Rongyu would bear yet another sin upon her shoulders. Was this the punishment befitting a traitor? Meanwhile, at the bottom of the abyss, ensnared by countless tendrils, in a realm devoid of light, Luo Wan weakly shifted her head. Merely moving 1 centimeter had depleted the last vestiges of her strength. Doesn't he hurt? Not at all. Why was there no pain? Because every part of Luo Wan below her neck had been reduced to a pulp. Her bones ground to dust. Oh, sleepy. I want to sleep. An endless wave of drowsiness crashed over her, threatening to engulf her small vessel. Rongyu, I'm so tired. Let me just have a little sleep. Good night. Chapter 59. The Zombie Armory. Sleep? How can you possibly sleep? At your age, how can you even consider slumber? Wow. Just as Luo Wan was about to close her eyes, a thunderous voice jolted her awake, clearing her mind of slumber. Luo Wan startled awake, akin to a university student who had overslept their 8 o'clock class, frantically searching for an alarm clock. Then, she beheld a figure clad entirely in black and white, gnawing on a corpse. Cautiously, Luo Wan crept closer for a better look, only to witness a horrifying scene. The black and white figure bore an uncanny resemblance to her, as if a ghost had crawled forth from her own portrait. And the corpse belonged to none other than herself. I am witnessing my own ghost devouring my body. Luo Wan's feet moved involuntarily backward. As this grotesque tableau shattered her sanity, the hand suddenly rested upon Luo Wan's shoulder. Stiffly, she turned her head to find that black and white visage hovering perilously close, gazing at her with unearthly intensity. Found you. The voice of the black and white ghost was raspy and eerie, reminiscent of a long-broken radio crackling to life. Why you? What are you? Luo Wan stumbled and fell to the ground, her heart pounding as she stared at the spectral figure. The black and white ghost loomed over her. Zzz, I am you, or rather, I am about to become you. The parasitic nest, this was the essence of the black and white specter. According to the system, the parasitic nest was not only physically incomplete but also spiritually deficient. To survive, the parasitic nest needed to consume not only the host's flesh but also her very soul. It would devour the host's memories, assimilate her character, and ultimately replace her, becoming a new entity. As it spoke, the parasitic nest opened its maw, poised to bite into Luo Wan. Do not approach. Luo Wan attempted to push the parasitic nest away, but as her hand made contact, it was swiftly consumed. Do not eat me. Do not eat me. This process was devoid of pain, yet steeped in despair. The helplessness of watching oneself being devoured was suffocating. Luo Wan's screams dwindled, until silence enveloped her once more. With the disappearance of Luo Wan, the hues of the parasitic mother nest transformed from monochrome to vibrant colors. She rose from the ground, declaring, I am Luo Wan. Luo Wan is me. Whether it was Luo Wan who triumphed over the parasitic mother nest or the nest that consumed Luo Wan remains a mystery. They shared identical appearances, memories, and emotions. The fusion of the parasitic mother nest was complete. Currently at level 1.as, the system notification chimed. Wei Gong slowly opened his eyes. It's over. Let us take a look. Rongyu was overjoyed. For this signified Luo Wan's success. Eagerly, she embraced Wei Gong and soared towards the enormous pit. No, this is bad for your health. Their heads bobbed like rattles. Kalen Airlines, one experience is sufficient. Kalen disregarded the two and moved towards the pit alone. The pit created by Luo Wan was profoundly deep, approximately 20 to 30 meters. When the moonlight reached this place, it was reduced to a faint beam. Within this beam stood a bare and graceful figure, gazing vacantly at the moonlight as if contemplating life. Luo Wan, Rongyu shouted for her dear friend upon arriving. Now, Luo Wan simultaneously embodied both herself and the parasitic mother nest, possessing Luo Wan's memories and cognitive abilities, alongside an unwavering loyalty to Wei Gong. This loyalty was not merely that of a master and servant, but of a bloodline connection between father and daughter. Rongyu sensed something amiss and questioned. You are not Luo Wan. Luo Wan calmly regarded Rongyu. I possess Luo Wan's body, her memories, and her emotions. Am I not Luo Wan? Tilting her head playfully, she added, if you doubt me, I can recite your measurements right now. My dearest friend. After saying this, Luo Wan winked charmingly at Rongyu. This gesture and tone of speech were undoubtedly Luo Wan's, particularly that last playful wink, which perfectly replicated Luo Wan's mischievous nature. Yet, Rongyu felt a persistent sense of dissonance. Wei Gong interrupted them. The act of the true and false Monkey King concludes here. Please commence with your talents. All right, my most beloved father. Will? The three zombies, still bewildered by the unfolding events, were abruptly dragged into the unfathomable depths of the tentacle nest. To be precise, the tentacle nest beneath their feet was the true essence of Luo Wan. The figure resembling a young girl was merely a hastily crafted body. Even if her body were to be severed, torn apart, or pulverized, Luo Wan could instantly generate an identical form, as long as the tentacle nest beneath them existed. She could create bodies without restraint. Stay tuned. With a wave of her hand, a towering figure 3 meters high was summoned. Wei Gong focused his gaze, exclaiming, I see this, the invincible god of war. The hunter? How has he been pulled out after just a few days? Indeed, this was the parasitic mother nest, showcasing Luo Wan's ability to customize zombie creation. As long as a certain number of ordinary zombies were fed to the parasitic mother nest, its fusion capability could summon various types of zombies. Not only could it produce basic numerical monsters like the hunter, but it could also manufacture creatures with special abilities in bulk. Excellent, Wei Gong nodded in satisfaction. After engaging with regular military forces, the shortcomings of the zombies' combat power became glaringly obvious. Having mere numbers without strength merely rendered them fodder for slaughter. With the parasitic mother nest, Wei Gong could now mass-produce hunters on a substantial scale. Thousands of 3-meter-high hunters charging forth would be as formidable as the steel tide of the Great Yin army. Father, given the right conditions, I could even produce flying zombies in bulk. Chapter 60. The children at home are starving mad. What does this mean? Building high walls and becoming a turtle. After several days, Wei Gong returned to the Xiao River Bridge. However, this time, the bridge had undergone a dramatic transformation. The Great Yin military not only severed the connection between the two cities but also erected a towering steel wall 50 meters high at the other end of the bridge. To cross the Xiao River Bridge, one could only pass through the grand gate beneath the wall. This gate stood 10 meters tall, crafted from high-strength alloys, with a thickness of 3 meters. Even the bombardment of a tank shells would leave only slight marks on its surface. Unreservedly, this wall and gate represented the pinnacle of Great Yan's materials and infrastructure. As long as this wall stood, they were confident they could keep all zombies at bay. Was such a grand display truly effective? Though imposing, to Wei Gong, it was merely a Maginot Line. As long as he wished, he could send an army of zombies into the mirrored world, bypass the Iron Wall, and directly airdrop into Pingjiang City. However, Wei Gong's purpose for being here today was not that. He came to find food for Luo Wan, the parasitic mother nest. Luo Wan informed Wei Gong that the nest was still at level 1, capable only of producing hunters. To manufacture flying aberrations, it needed to be elevated to at least level 2. The sole method for the parasitic mother nest to level up was through the consumption of living humans. Corpses and zombies would not suffice. Only uninfected living beings were acceptable. Luo Wan estimated that the nest needed to consume at least 10,000 living individuals, a considerable figure for Wei Gong. He could easily kill or infect 10,000 people, but the notion of capturing 1,000 live humans posed significant challenges. After all, with his current strength, ordinary individuals would likely collapse before he even exerted himself. Moreover, the parasitic mother nest was a structure unit, not a soldier unit, and thus could not move. Even utilizing tentacles, the attack range of the parasitic mother nest only covered half of Xiaotan City, rendering it incapable of reaching Pingjiang City. He contemplated placing the parasitic mother nest into the mirrored world and then airdropping it into Pingjiang City, but discovered that the nest was too large. Even with his illusions, Wei Gong could not fit it into the mirrored world. He also considered abandoning the parasitic mother nest. With his current strength, claiming to be the strongest in the world would not be an exaggeration. However, his ultimate goal was to infect the entire world, and relying solely on himself would be far too slow. Thus, Wei Gong needed to regroup his forces. Furthermore, he contemplated another issue: the survivor players. As the core players enhanced their power through the infection of humans, survivor players undoubtedly leveled up by slaying zombies. Given that these zombies were so weak that even NPCs could easily trample them, should they encounter survivor players, these zombies would transform from mere targets into experience bags. Such a foolish scenario must not befall him. To prevent this from happening, Wei Gong had already instructed his subordinates to hunt down survivors. However, 3 days had passed, and they had only managed to locate a few hundred individuals, far from satisfying the appetite of the parasitic mother nest. Reluctantly, Wei Gong turned his attention to Pingjiang City across the river. Fine, let us go check out Pingjiang City. Dio, you have a prostate issue? Frequent urination, urgency, and incomplete voiding. Why does it take so long to relieve yourself? Don't rush. Don't rush. I'm washing my hands. At the wash basin, a soldier was adjusting his hair while gazing into the mirror. How did my hair grow so long without me noticing? Suddenly, a ghastly pale hand emerged from the mirror, dragging the soldier into its depths. Due to the incredible speed, the soldier didn't even have time to utter a sound. Where am I? The fallen soldier raised his head in confusion, only to find a black-haired man coldly gazing down at him. Who are you? Upon seeing the man, the soldier's pupils dilated in horror, his face overtaken by fear. He recognized that face. It topped the Great Yan's wanted list, the most dangerous and malevolent entity, the core zombie of Xiaotan City. You know me? It seems my caution was not in vain. Wei Gong's finger pierced the soldier's throat, infecting him and turning him into a zombie. This time, Wei Gong had come to gather intelligence. Not to unleash a massacre, so he needed to maintain a low profile and disguise himself. Flatten the nose, elongate the face, and widen the forehead a bit more. Wei Gong's core level increased. His control over his body became increasingly adept. Transforming and disguising was a mere trifle. His bones and muscles began to reshape, gradually resembling the fallen soldier perfectly. Wei Gong stripped the soldier of his uniform and donned it himself, making him nearly indistinguishable. He pulled out the soldier's ID card and glanced at it. All right, from now on, I am Luo Mingcheng. Just as Wei Gong stepped out of the mirrored world, a soldier impatiently entered the restroom. Luo Mingcheng? Did you fall into a pit? Why so slow? Wei Gong rubbed his stomach and smiled sheepishly. I isn't it because my stomach hurts? I had a big one. The soldier frowned. Luo Mingcheng? Why does your voice sound a bit different? Cough, cough, coughed. I've been a bit under the weather lately. My throat is inflamed. The soldier thought little of it, as the appearance was indeed that of Luo Mingcheng. A voice change was probably just a result of overeating. Let us go. It's time to patrol. Wei Gong followed the soldier out of the restroom, commencing their patrol duty. Along this journey, Wei Gong encountered countless soldiers, armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters, which were ubiquitous. This place had unmistakably transformed into a heavily fortified military base. Suddenly, he spotted 2 individuals clad in casual attire approaching him. How irritating. Why did they have to assign us to guard this place? That mission assigned by Chu Siyuan. Would you dare to decline it? TCI. Wei Gong patrolled the military base for nearly an hour, and everyone he encountered was in military uniform, save for these 2, who stood out like sore thumbs. Moreover, their demeanor was exceedingly laid back, starkly contrasting with the disciplined soldiers around them. It seemed they had even mentioned Chu Siyuan, I recall that fellow named Chu Zhengqing from Rongyue's memories also wore glasses. What a coincidence! After the two casually dressed individuals departed, Wei Gong nudged a nearby soldier. Aren't those two in civilian clothes supposed to be apprehended by the patrol? The soldier stole a glance at the two and whispered, Don't you know? They aren't soldiers. They're special personnel dispatched from above. Wei Gong feigned surprise. Special personnel? Whose child are they? What an air they carry. The soldier glanced around cautiously and leaned closer to Wei Gong. Whispering, indeed. These folks live differently from us. We reside in barracks, while they dwell in villas. Wow. Is there no sense of justice left? Wei Gong's eyes widened. Do you know where their villa is? The soldier scrutinized Wei Gong with suspicion. What are you planning to do? Damn it, I can't stand it any longer. I want to throw excrement at their windows. Let them know what it means to be a noble. Chapter 61. The Nighttime Killer's 17 Cards. Can you take me out in an instant? If you can eliminate me, Lu Jinghao, with 17 cards today, I shall eat this table right here. You are quite the little glutton. Go ahead and eat. Cursing, I'll go pour Auntie a cup of cappuccino. Though it was already 2:30 in the morning, the game room in the villa was still brightly lit. Why did I lose again? I've lost 20 consecutive rounds. They can't be conspiring to cheat, can they? Lu Jinghao, sporting bleached hair, stepped out of the game room, closing the door behind him, and irritably lit a cigarette. I should grab a beer from the fridge to quench my thirst. Just as Lu Jinghao took a step forward, a red eye suddenly illuminated the darkness, standing silently in the pitch-black corridor, watching him. Moments later, the eye vanished. Lu Jinghao rubbed his eyes. What is going on? I haven't been drinking lately. Why am I seeing things? However, the next moment, he sensed something was amiss. Where did the sound go? Lu Jinghao quickly turned around and pushed open the door to the game room behind him. SCZ. The game room was deserted, with only the flickering lights illuminating the emptiness. Where did everyone go? No, it's not them who are missing. It's me. A black-haired man slowly approached, his crimson eyes conspicuously visible in the darkness. The mother. Realizing this, Lu Jinghao immediately activated his ability. The hair on his skin began to grow wildly, standing erect like the spines of a porcupine, so slow. Before Lu Jinghao could complete his transformation, Wei Gong delivered a devastating punch to his face. The force was tremendous, not only shattering the spines on Lu Jinghao's face, but also twisting his nose out of shape. Lu Jinghao cried out in agony. Those spines were his hair. The pain inflicted by Wei Gong's punch was akin to having half of his hair forcibly yanked out. You truly disappoint me. Before entering the villa, Wei Gong had taken precautions to conceal himself. Wary of survivors like Callan, who were skilled players, to his astonishment, these individuals were not only utterly incompetent, but also lacked any sense of vigilance. They were fully aware that the enemy was right across the bridge. And that enemy was 1,000 times stronger than them. In a situation where an attack could occur at any moment, they showed no defenses and indulged in games. Hey, blonde, don't underestimate me. Wei Gong delivered another kick to Lu Jinghao's chest. The force was just right, enough to incapacitate Lu Jinghao without killing him outright. Useless. Wei Gong chose not to kill them for their abilities, but rather for their vitality. Luo Wan had mentioned that the vitality of survivor players was 10 times that of ordinary individuals. Suddenly, the wall behind Lu Jinghao came to life, like a slime, engulfing him entirely. Next, who shall it be? That little glutton must be off to devour the table. A young woman in her early 20s, He Tingyan, was examining herself in the mirror. Oh dear, I've stayed up too late recently, and now I have pimples. I'll go take a look outside. Li Bei sensed something was amiss and stood up, walking towards the game room door. Do you want me to bring you something to drink? Li Bei's hand froze as he opened the door. Tingyan? Realizing something was wrong, Li Bei was about to shout when a pale hand covered his mouth. The black-haired, red-eyed man stood before him, one hand over Li Bei's mouth while the other pressed a finger to his lips. Shoo, it's late. Disturbing others' sleep is quite uncivilized. Woo-woo. Li Bei felt an irresistible force emanating from the man's eyes. As if 1,000 hands were pulling him into another dimension. It is nighttime. Quietly disappear. SZZZZ. The game room was now empty, with only a cigarette but smoldering quietly on the floor. Li Bei, Li Bei. Li Bei, still trying to comprehend what had transpired, heard his companion's voice. He Tingyan anxiously pointed in a direction. Forget about disappearing for now. Look over there. Li Bei followed He Tingjian's gesture and discovered Lu Zhenghao also present. Though he was now in a deep coma, even more horrifying was the fact that Lu Zhenghao's entire body had merged with the wall, leaving only his face visible. Uncle Li, what should we do? He Tingyan looked at Li Bei with worried. Li Bei, being the eldest in the team and often caring for the younger members, was their source of reliance. Don't panic. Don't panic. Let us see if we can get Lu Zhenghao out of the wall. No need to worry. Soon you will join him in the wall. Upon seeing Wei Gong appear, Li Bei hesitated not for a moment and activated his ability. He took a deep breath, then exhaled a thick cloud of white smoke, which quickly enveloped the entire game room. This was Li Bei's ability. He could exhale various types of smoke, each with different effects. The white smoke not only obscured vision but also slowed down enemies within it. A slightly better performance than that blonde. Even amidst the obscuring white smoke, Wei Gong remained unfazed. 3 air blades sliced through the smoke, targeting Wei Gong's vital points. This was He Tingjian's ability. She could manipulate airflow in a small area. However, such a degree of airflow posed no threat to Wei Gong, who effortlessly crushed the 3 air blades with his bare hands. First, obscuring my vision with white smoke, then attacking me with silent, invisible air blades. Quite a commendable combination. Wei Gong paused and then looked in a direction. But that's all there is to it. With a sudden burst of force, he shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. IVE got you. Ignoring the hindrance of the white smoke, Wei Gong seized Li Bei's head and slammed it forcefully into the ground. Boom. Uncle Li, Chapter 62. Striking your teammate, don't worry about me. Li Bei gritted his teeth against the pain and dizziness, taking a deep breath before exhaling a cloud of black smoke towards Wei Gong. This was the second type of smoke Li Bei could produce. Coal smoke? This smoke contained not only the toxic gas carbon monoxide but also a multitude of incompletely burned coal particles. He Tingyan immediately understood Li Bei's intention. Under her control, the airflow swirled around, enveloping Wei Gong in layers of coal smoke. I'll burn you, you beast. Li Bei ignited a lighter and tossed it into the mass of smoke in Wei Gong. Boom. The coal smoke ignited, and Wei Gong's head instantly became a blazing fireball. Quite a nice combination, but slightly off the mark. Compared to Rongyuer's flames, the fire atop Wei Gong's head was akin to a mere heating lamp. Ignoring the flames, Wei Gong delivered a headbutt to Li Bei's skull. True rocket headbutt. Wei Gong's formidable physique allowed him to disregard the searing flames, but Li Bei was not so fortunate. The impact left him severely injured. Uncle Li, seeing Li Bei being mercilessly tormented, He Tingyan was left anxious, with no solutions at hand. Tingyan, take Little Bear and run. Don't worry about me. That last move was their team's most powerful attack. If it couldn't take down Wei Gong, they stood no chance. Their only option now was to flee as many as possible, minimizing their losses. Quite good. After a brief moment of hesitation, He Tingyan took off running. She understood all too well that they had no chance of victory. Any further talk of camaraderie would only lead to their complete annihilation. Did I not say you could leave? Wei Gong's expression was stern, and with a single hand gesture, the wooden floor beneath He Tingyan transformed into a massive hand that seized her right foot with an iron grip. With a slight twist of his wrist, the wooden hand snapped He Tingyan's right foot. He Tingyan fell to the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Tingyan, you're becoming quite troublesome, Wei Gong remarked, dismissively tossing Li Bei towards a nearby wall, where he melded into it. To prevent Li Bei from continuing his wailing, Wei Gong thoughtfully sealed his mouth. As Wei Gong approached, He Tingyan trembled uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down her face. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Wei Gong crouched before her, gently wiping away her tears. Fear not, for I shall not take your life. Really, truly, she stammered out, of course, for my little one only relishes the taste of the living. Wei Gong grinned, revealing a terrifying smile reminiscent of a wolf. It will first strip your skin and consume you piece by piece from the outside, and I assure you, your consciousness will remain intact until you are entirely devoured. Upon hearing that she would be eaten alive, He Tingyan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. TCH, this group is not only weak but also lacks mental fortitude, Wei Gong remarked, disinterestedly tossing He Tingyan to the ground. It seems that players like Kaluan are indeed rare. The floor beneath He Tingyan transformed into quicksand, pulling her down. And there's a fellow named Xiao Xiong, right? In a room on the second floor of the villa. A petite and adorable lowly rubbed her eyes. She was the final member of the team, Xiao Xiong. Just 17, she was the youngest and weakest among them, typically serving as the team's mascot. She had been sleeping soundly until a nightmare abruptly awakened her. I should use the restroom. However, as soon as Xiao Xiong opened her eyes, she saw a figure silently standing at the foot of her bed. He did nothing but stand there in the darkness, watching her die. In that instant, Xiao Xiong's heart skipped a beat. If one were to ask what was most terrifying at night, it would undoubtedly be the moment you wake to find someone standing at your bedside. Even if they do nothing, why must I wake up? Isn't it better to drown in a beautiful dream? Wei Gong reached out and grasped Xiao Xiong's neck, rendering her unconscious with a single squeeze. Satisfied, he tossed her into the mirrored world. I have captured 4 nourishing prey. This outing has been quite fruitful. Thus, the survivor players stationed at the Shaojiang Bridge campsite were all annihilated, and aside from a few singed hairs, Wei Gong faced no repercussions. Stop sleeping, it's time to get up. Doused with a bucket of ice water, the unconscious Li Bei awoke to find most of his body buried in the concrete floor. With only his head protruding, before him stood 3 figures. Rongyu, Luo Wan, and Wei Gong. Of course, Ka Luan was present as well, though she typically remained hidden in the shadows. Wei Gong lounged in a chair, his feet propped on the table, exuding an air of leisure. You are still alive now. You should understand why. Yes, Li Bei, though inexperienced, was not foolish. He realized Wei Gong's intent. You want to extract information from me, don't you? Then why not just get on with it? Heh, the sooner you confess, the sooner you can move on, right? From the moment this game began, the survivor players and the host players could never reconcile. It was a matter of life and death. The enemy would not spare anyone simply because they confessed. At this moment, it was best to stall. As long as he possessed information the enemy sought, they would hesitate to strike. A tough nut to crack. Torture won't work on you, I see. Wei Gong waved his hand. Bring in his teammates. Uncle Li. Soon, He Tingyin and Xiao Xiong were tossed before Li Bei. One in each hand of the pursuers. It is evident that you have played the role of a reliable father figure in your team, and your teammates trust you deeply. Upon hearing Wei Gong's words, Li Bei's heart sank. What do you intend to do? I ask you, what are your intentions? Since you refuse to speak, I shall have to torment your teammates. Wei Gong replied innocently, raising his hands. Pursuers, break one of their legs each. With a growl, the pursuers obeyed, their sharp bone claws piercing the ground as they unearthed a massive stone weighing several hundred pounds. He Tingyin and Xiao Xiong shook their heads in despair, crying out, Please, don't come any closer. They wished to flee, but their limbs were shackled, forcing them to helplessly watch as the pursuers approached with the stone. He Tingyin and Xiao Xiong screamed in unison, for the stone was far too large, crushing their legs into a bloody pulp. Chapter 63. Feeding the young master pancakes. Big fool Chun, what are you doing? Wei Gong was speechless. He had instructed the pursuers to crush one of their legs, yet they had destroyed both. The pursuers set down the stone, glancing between the nearly unconscious He Tingyin and Xiao Xiong and then at Wei Gong. Their expressive brows seemed to convey, Indeed? It is smashed. Nothing wrong here. Wei Gong, exasperated, face-palmed. You've crushed both legs. How am I supposed to torment them now? Seeing the pursuers still looking dazed, Wei Gong waved his hand. With your intellect, you should consider renaming yourself Murphy. Apologies, brother, I miscalculated. As compensation, shall I crush another leg? Wei Gong turned to Li Bei, wearing an insincere grin. This time, I will do it myself. I guarantee it will be precise and forceful. Li Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this even human language? Can a person truly say such things? He roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. Are you even human? Do you have any humanity left? Wei Gong reclined with his feet on the table, propping his head with one hand. Of course, I am not human. I am a zombie. What humanity can a zombie possess? You? Li Bei was so enraged that he felt his teeth might shatter. Oh, right, you have a teammate, don't you? A cylindrical object suddenly flew from the darkness, rolling to Li Bei's feet. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the dismembered figure of Lu Zhenghao. Despite the survivor player's remarkable vitality, he remained alive, gasping for breath. Yet in such a state, what was the purpose of living? It would be more merciful to die. Bro, let's be honest. If they are suffering like this, am I to blame? No. The fault lies with you. Wei Gong paused before continuing. If you had been honest from the beginning, they would not have had to endure such torment. If you had been honest, even in death, it could have been a swift release. Li Bei glanced at the half-alive He Tingyin and Xiao Xiong, then at Lu Jinghao, his gaze filled with anguish and regret. Uncle Li, please don't kill me, I beg you. End my suffering. The barely alive Lu Jinghao issued his final plea to Li Bei, seeking liberation. This last request became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Li Bei howled in despair. He had always been the most trustworthy older brother in the team, with his teammates entrusting their lives to him. Yet what had he brought them? Endless torment. What kind of older brother are you? Can't you see your surroundings? Are you still worthy of being called a trusted older brother? This is not protection at all. Witnessing Li Bei's complete breakdown, Wei Gong smiled nonchalantly. After all, I am not a demon. As long as you confess sincerely, I could grant you a chance at life. Wei Gong tilted his head towards the shadow behind him. Ka Luan stepped forward from the shadows. I am here. Now, allow me to introduce our employee number 011, Ka Luan. Wei Gong sprang from his chair and rushed to Ka Luan's side, arms outstretched as if presenting a masterpiece. Like you, Ka Luan was once a survivor player. She showcased her abilities and successfully joined my ranks, becoming my right-hand woman, reaching the pinnacle of her life. At that moment, Li Bei felt a glimmer of hope pierce through the overwhelming darkness. What? Survivor players can become zombie players? The person involved has a few words to say. Wei Gong held his fist as a microphone, directing it towards Ka Luan. Ka Luan shot him a glare. Her face etched with displeasure. It felt akin to being dragged into a company team-building event on your day off, when you already despised it, and your oblivious boss asks if you're enjoying yourself. As if it were the best experience ever. You long to curse them and punch their face, yet you can only manage a forced smile. Ka Luan, wearing a smile that screamed discontent, responded, Indeed? Joining the company was my most prudent decision. Li Bei was too preoccupied to consider whether Ka Luan was genuinely happy. All he understood was that he had grasped a lifeline. I say, as long as it allows me and my comrades to survive, I will say anything. A cold smile crept into Wei Gong's heart. He knew the bait had been taken. First, he would mercilessly lash you with a whip, shattering your psyche, and then he would entice you with extravagant promises, assuring you that if you obeyed, a wealth of rewards would await. Those whose minds were muddled by exploitation would become exceedingly enthusiastic upon seeing this candy. Driven madly to serve you, would the rewards truly be substantial? Just consider whether the boss has fulfilled the promises made to you. I shall speak without reservation, leaving no detail unexamined. Not bad, young man. I have faith in you. Wei Gong glanced at Rongyu. Begin your inquiries. Rongyu shot a sidelong glance at Wei Gong, beginning to suspect whether this fellow had previously engaged in pyramid schemes, as his methods of brainwashing were relentless, just short of demanding applause for understanding. But what could she do? She had wagered everything to follow Wei Gong, even if his promises were mere illusions. She had to treat them as reality. Rongyu stepped forward. Which unit is currently stationed across the bridge? Who was the commander? He was an outsider, utterly ignorant of the military affairs of this nation. And coupled with the fact that these survivor players were directly managed by Gue Chu Zhengqing, their knowledge was merely superficial. The 66th Legion? Rongyu frowned. Wei Gong sensed something amiss and inquired. What troubles you? The 66th Army is stationed in the northern border. It shouldn't appear in the southeast. Isn't it quite normal to temporarily redeploy northern troops due to insufficient manpower? No, the difference is significant, for it signifies a substantial shift in the command authority of the Daiyin military. Rongyu turned to Wei Gong and said, You have seen my memories, so you should know that the highest commander of this crisis is Liang Sun. Correct? Yes. What of it? Chapter 64. The training room has arrived. The Daiyin military is divided into 5 major war zones, with Liang Sun overseeing the central, southern, and eastern regions. The remaining northern and western regions are stationed at the borders, managed by another officer, Qin Taiwei. Upon hearing this, Wei Gong immediately understood. The northern war zone's troops have been stationed in Pingjiang City, which was originally under Liang Sun's jurisdiction, indicating that command authority has shifted from Liang Sun to Qin Taiwei. Qin Taiwei is unlike Liang Sun. He is a general stationed at the borders. Compared to Liang Sun's prioritization of lives, Qin Taiwei's approach is far more ruthless. If he were to lead the situation, he might very well drop a few hydrogen bombs to resolve matters. At this point, Rong Yu glanced at Wei Gong. In the past, she would have believed that deploying nuclear weapons would rectify everything. However, it now appeared to be a fundamentally flawed notion. Take Wei Gong, for instance. He could simply hide within the mirror world when the nuclear bomb fell. The zombie crisis in Xiaotan City would surely be resolved, for the entire city would be obliterated. Yet, this would be of no consequence as long as Wei Gong remained alive. The Diyin zombie crisis would inevitably resurface. What then? Would they drop another nuclear bomb? Even if they annihilated an entire city within Diyin, Wei Gong would still survive. The only solution would be to confront Wei Gong head-on. Yet, as it stands, no one has been able to best him. The nuclear bomb has yet to be deployed, indicating that the authority still lies with Liang Sun. Wei Gong stroked his chin, a knowing smile forming. It seems an internal power struggle is on the horizon within Diyin. With external enemies at the gates, internal strife is the most foolish of actions. However, history teaches us that humanity will never abandon infighting. From the perspective of the zombies, Wei Gong was more than willing to see matters unfold in this direction. Power struggles often require achievements. Qin Taiwei's redeployment of the 66th Army to Pingjiang City merely seeks to claim credit for our efforts, ultimately aiming to oust Liang Sun. Since those on the opposite side wish to achieve merit, they are not a monolithic entity. Given the opportunity, they would readily strike, eager to eliminate me, the cunning villain. The second question. What is Chu Zhengqing up to? In contrast to the station troops across the bridge, Wei Gong was far more curious about Chu Zhengqing's activities. Do not underestimate Chu Zhengqing merely for being a cultured researcher. The threat he posed to Wei Gong was no less significant than that of any other individual. Li Bei hesitated before finally uttering a few words. Director Chu, he is raising corpses. Wei Gong was taken aback. What on earth? He is raising little ghosts. Li Bei continued. Director Chu regularly captures a batch of death row inmates from prison and infects them with the zombie virus. Survivor players can earn rewards and points by exterminating these zombies. Ah, clever indeed. A training room has been established. This concept was all too familiar to Wei Gong, as many RPG maps he had played previously featured similar mechanisms. First, one would endlessly grind minor monsters in the training room to level up, and once their skills were perfected, they would emerge to wreak havoc. Of course, not every survivor player had the opportunity to enter. Additionally, there was a point system. Chu Zhengqing periodically issued tasks, and those survivor players who completed them could earn points, which could be used to access the training room. These tasks varied in difficulty. Some were challenging, such as infiltrating heavily infected areas to rescue important individuals or eliminating high-risk zombies, while others were simpler, such as assisting researchers with experiments or conducting routine patrols. Li Bei's recent mission to station troops in Pingjiang City was a commission issued by Chu Zhengqing. Wei Gong regarded Li Bei and his companions with disdain. You survivor players are being ridden by an NPC. Do you not find it humiliating? Previously, there had been provocateurs who dared to challenge Director Chu, only to find themselves transformed into corpses the next day. Rumor had it that they were not killed by other players, but rather by Chu Zhengqing himself. It seemed that the survivor players within the Diyin faction were quite wary of Chu Zhengqing. Did the other high-ranking officials in Diyin know of his corpse-raising activities? The other high-ranking officials in Diyin are unaware of this. Only we survivor players know. So it's a covert operation. How intriguing. Having listened to Li Bei's account, Wei Gong grew increasingly appreciative of Chu Zhengqing. He found that Chu Zhengqing's character resembled his own, steady yet audacious yet steady. If he were in Chu Zhengqing's position, he would adopt similar tactics. Naturally, Wei Gong also began to regard the threat posed by Chu Zhengqing with greater seriousness. If his training room continued to operate, who knows how many troublesome survivor players he might cultivate? If time permitted, he must eliminate this hidden danger as soon as possible. The third question. Are there any particularly formidable individuals among the survivor players? At this inquiry, Li Bei became awkward. He displayed a pained expression and explained. I truly do not know. To prevent survivor players from banding together and ultimately revolting, Chu Zhengqing has mandated a squad system. Survivor players are prohibited from interacting with those outside their squad. If discovered, they are immediately expelled from the organization. As it stands, it seems that Chu Zhengqing's intention behind this was also to prevent survivor players from betraying one another and leaking intelligence to the enemy. Very well, I have no further questions. Wei Gong waved his hand. Based on the strength of Li Bei's squad, it was evident that they were of the lowest tier and likely could not provide any useful intelligence. Hearing this, Li Bei was overjoyed. I've been honest. Does that mean I can join you? He had been waiting for this moment. You are indeed correct. However, before that, we must conduct an onboarding test. Wei Gong snapped his fingers. Luo Wan. Luo Wan excitedly stepped forward. All right. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. With a flourish of her hands, countless tentacles erupted from the ground, tearing through the earth. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Bei panicked, stammering. You tricked me. Did you not say that as long as I was honest, I could join you? Wei Gong innocently gestured. Isn't it normal to have an onboarding test before joining the company? The tentacles ensnared all members of Li Bei's squad, their terrifying strength akin to that of a titan constrictor, crushing their bones one by one. Clearly, their strength was insufficient to join our ranks. As Wei Gong's words fell, the tentacles dragged Li Bei and the others into a bottomless abyss. There, they would face the insatiable hunger of the parasitic mother nest. Chapter 65. Are you really hungry? Having utterly lost interest, Wei Gong casually tossed his phone onto the ground. Boring. I want to see rivers run red with blood. He had just browsed various mainstream websites of Diyan, discovering that the entire nation was thriving, brimming with confidence about weathering this disaster. The military's failures and the fall of Shao Tan were nowhere to be seen in the news. Evidently, such negative reports had been suppressed by the Diyan authorities. The conditions of the major disaster-stricken cities were also heavily embellished, with photographs starkly contrasting reality. I came to witness bloodshed, and instead, you present me with a children's show. Arnhem, refund? Father, I have brought the person you requested. With a flick of Luo Wan's tentacle, a disheveled man was thrown before Wei Gong. Despite his unkempt appearance and sallow complexion, he was merely a college student. The man scrambled to his feet, horrified as he surveyed his surroundings. What do you intend to do with me? Wei Gong smiled as he helped the other person to his feet, saying, Fear not, for I have come to offer you a chance at survival. As he spoke, Wei Gong produced a bottle of mineral water and a container of instant noodles that had already been prepared. The mere sight of these items caused the man's mouth to water uncontrollably. The steaming bowl of noodles in Wei Gong's hands seemed like a figment of his dreams. A man is like iron, and food is like steel. One cannot endure hunger for long, brother. It is time to eat. Despite the gnawing hunger in his stomach, when Wei Gong presented the water and food before him, the man hesitated in trepidation. I can see at a glance that you are not human. Can one consume food and water offered by a monster? Noticing the man's stubbornness, Luo Wan's expression darkened instantly. A tentacle shot out, tightly wrapping around the man's neck and lifting him off the ground. If my father commands you to eat, then you shall eat. Otherwise, I shall feast upon you. How audacious that a mere morsel would defy my father's command. Luo Wan's tentacle constricted further, reddening the man's face and causing his eyes to glaze over. If this continued, he would either choke to death or have his neck snapped. Luo Wan, do not act this way. He is the pivotal male lead in our upcoming live broadcast. Very well, father. Luo Wan released her grip, and the man tumbled to the ground, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. Luo Wan regarded him with disdain. Your life was granted by my father. It would be wise for you to behave like a docile hound. Wei Gong placed the mineral water and noodles before the man, assuring him, if you follow my instructions, you may indeed survive. I am not one to deceive. The man glanced at Luo Wan, then at Wei Gong, and finally at the food and water on the ground. Listening to them might lead to death, but ignoring them would surely result in demise. Thus, he resolved to take a chance, hoping against hope for a path to survival. With a sudden motion, the man seized the container of noodles, disregarding the scalding broth, and began devouring the noodles with his filthy hands. Slurp, slurp. Before he could swallow the last mouthful, he stuffed another handful into his mouth. At that moment, this humble bowl of instant noodles, worth merely 3 yuan and 50 cents, became the most exquisite delicacy in the world to him. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Once the noodles were devoured, the man lifted the container to drink the broth. After draining it, he began sucking the sauce off his fingers, despite the thick layer of grime coating them. When he had consumed every last morsel, he licked his lips with unabashed desire, casting an eager glance at Wei Gong. With a chuckle, Wei Gong produced a bag of dry toast. You will need your strength for the tasks ahead. Make sure to eat well. In that moment, the man's hunger for food eclipsed his fear of Wei Gong, and he lunged forward to snatch the toast from Wei Gong's hands. Delicious, delicious, so good. As he babbled incoherently, He stuffed the toast into his mouth with fervor. This was the finest meal he had had in over half a month. Cough, cough, cough. Consumed by his haste, he began to choke. Seeing the man pound his chest, Wei Gong kindly twisted open the bottle of mineral water and brought it to his lips. The man quickly dropped the toast and gulped down the water. Gulp, gulp. In no time, he finished the entire bottle of mineral water, tossed aside the empty container, and resumed gnawing on the toast, oblivious to the thick layer of dust that had settled upon it. Ah, ah, ah. He discarded the now empty packaging and slumped contentedly onto the ground. This sensation brought back fond memories of his university days, when he would indulge in buffets with his roommates until they could barely move. Are you satisfied? Wei Gong inquired. The man immediately knelt before Wei Gong, panic evident in his nodding. I am full, I am full. His demeanor resembled that of a servile dog from ancient times, utterly devoid of the poise one would expect from a highly educated individual of the modern era. Do not be anxious. I am here to grant you a chance at survival. Wei Gong squatted beside the man, patting his shoulder. Do you see that door on the other side of the bridge? Why, yes, I see it. Beyond that door lies the normal life you yearn for. If you can reach it before the zombies catch up, you will live. But the zombies are chasing me. Though satiated, the zombies trailing behind him were still ravenous. Is it possible to not release the zombies? Wei Gong flashed a friendly smile. What do you think? The man broke into a cold sweat, feeling utterly helpless, and swallowed hard. All right, then why are you still standing there? Shouldn't you be running? With a swift kick to the man's back, he was propelled forward, scrambling towards the door across the bridge. This bridge represented his sole chance for survival. Wei Gong gestured, and the famished zombies surged forth like tigers unleashed, hot on the man's heels. Wei Gong sipped from a cup of icy cola, exclaiming, "Brave youth, hurry and create a miracle." Chapter 66. The broadcast begins. What do you mean? You cannot find them. Can 4 living beings simply vanish into thin air? Inside the command center of the 66th Legion, a middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He was Luo Yongnian, the commander of the 66th Legion, and he was beside himself with anger over the disappearance of Team Li Bei. 4 living individuals had simply vanished without a trace. Moreover, this had occurred within a heavily fortified military base. We investigated their villa and found no signs of a struggle. It does not appear that a confrontation took place. The day after Team Li Bei's disappearance, the military conducted an inspection of the scene. Aside from a set of unidentified footprints, no other clues were found. Even more bizarrely, when they surveyed the area around the villa, they discovered that the footprints had inexplicably appeared inside the villa itself. In addition to Team Li Bei's disappearance, we have also received a report of a soldier named Luo Mingxing who has gone missing. Another one has vanished? Luo Yongnian cursed. Damn it. In a camp of over 10,000 people, are we to believe in ghosts? The quiet disappearance of these 5 individuals indicated a grave lapse in the camp's security system, a critical failure for any military unit. Report the disappearances to headquarters and increase patrols around the camp. Roll call every 3 hours. Just as Luo Yongnian was issuing orders, a soldier rushed into the command room, breathless and frantic. Commander, we have a major situation. What now? With the previous issue still unresolved, another crisis had erupted, and as the commander, Luo Yongnian could hardly contain his anger. In the live broadcast, a disheveled man was frantically fleeing across the Shaojiang Bridge, pursued by a horde of over 100 ravenous zombies. Luo Yongnian erupted in fury. Preposterous! How could such a broadcast appear online? What is the network regulatory agency doing during these extraordinary times? The Great Yin Dynasty had imposed strict controls over the internet. Any unfavorable commentary regarding the disaster was swiftly removed by the regulatory agency. In severe cases, individuals could be summoned for questioning. As a result, the populace's emotions remained relatively stable, and societal panic was not as severe. Those outside the affected cities perceived the situation as merely a serious influenza outbreak. However, this live broadcast detonated like a bomb, igniting a powder keg of public sentiment. Within 30 seconds of the broadcast commencing, the viewer count soared to over 1 million, with an avalanche of panicked comments flooding in. The zombies are terrifying. I thought it was just talk. I never expected there to be a real zombie crisis. Why are you showing me this? I want to be able to sleep tonight. May the Buddha bless us. May the Jade Emperor bless us. May the Supreme Lord bless us. May Jesus bless us. May the Virgin Mary bless us. May Allah bless us. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Weren't we told that the disaster had been contained? How could there be so many zombies? Isn't the official channel always touting great victories? What is going on? So all that information on the official rescue channel is a lie. Are they deceiving us? Hey, don't play dead. Come out and speak. Damn it. I donated quite a bit of money. Are you taking the donations and doing nothing? Refund me, you useless lot. You are all a bunch of good-for-nothings. The panic regarding the zombies was not the only issue. A crisis of trust in the authorities erupted simultaneously. Within 30 seconds, every communication channel linked to the government was overwhelmed. Even the Municipal Sanitation Bureau's phone lines were busy. Witnessing the frenzied comments flooding the live stream, Luo Yongnian felt as though his head would explode. Shut down that live stream immediately. Is the network regulatory agency on break? The regulatory agency was indeed in motion. Yet they seemed unable to shut it down. Not only were they incapable of terminating Luo Wan's broadcast, but their systems were also compromised by her viral assault, leading to a complete collapse of their computers. They could only watch helplessly as Luo Wan continued her live stream. Had any victims of foreign hackers from years past witnessed this scene, they would have surely leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "This is familiar. This is the feeling." As the Great Yin authorities floundered in chaos, the man on the bridge had reached the entrance. Certainly, he managed to reach the entrance only due to Wei Gong's deliberate suppression of the zombie's speed. Otherwise, he would have been bitten to death long ago. The man pounded desperately on the alloy gate, emitting a heart-wrenching cry for help. "Open the door! Open the door!" This was his final hope for survival. The man's pleas resonated through the live stream, piercing the ears of every viewer. That despair, that fear, transcended space and struck at the very souls of all, sending chills down their spines. The live stream was immediately flooded with frantic comments. "Open the door. Are you going to just watch him die?" Faced with the inquiries from the online audience, the soldier hesitated, glancing at Luo Yongnian. "Commander, should we open the door?" Luo Yongnian was equally exasperated. Of course. Open it. But didn't the military orders state that no one is allowed to cross Shaojiang Bridge? Damn it, at this moment, who cares about those ridiculous orders? Although soldiers are duty-bound to obey commands. The urgency of the situation was overwhelming. If they did not open the door now, it would effectively confirm that the military stood by and did nothing in the face of death. Should it progress to that point, the credibility of both the government and the military would be utterly shattered, plunging the entire Diyin into chaos and panic. That would be the true onset of disaster. But would Wei Gong really allow them to have their way? Luo Yongnian's command quickly reached the guards stationed at the gate. "You have 10 seconds to pass through. Once the time is up, regardless of whether you have made it through or not, the small door will close." The soldier guarding the gate opened a small door within the alloy gate for the man. As soon as he passed through, the small door would immediately close, keeping the horde of zombies at bay. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind the small door were all on high alert, ready to prevent any zombies from breaching the entrance. Good, good, good. As the small door gradually opened, a glimmer of hope ignited in the man's eyes. If he could just get through that door, he could escape the abyss of suffering. He could survive. The man scrambled towards the small door. Just reach that place. Just reach that place. As he drew closer to the small door, an unidentified object whizzed past his hair, slipping through the narrow opening of the just-opened door and landing on the ground behind it. The soldiers stationed there immediately noticed the object and surrounded it. Guess what this is? Chapter 67. To open or not to open? A glass marble. Just as the soldiers were pondering, the marble-sized glass orb suddenly shattered. Roar! A 3-meter-tall monster abruptly appeared in everyone's sight. The creature let out a spine-chilling roar, sweeping its bony claws with lethal precision. In an instant, it cleaved through the ranks of soldiers surrounding it. The hunter had made its grand entrance. Alert! Alert! It's a special mutated entity. It's a special mutated entity. Quick, close the door. That glass marble had flown in from outside. If the door were to remain open, who knows what other surprises might come flying in. Don't close the door. I'm not inside yet. The small door, which had just opened a few centimeters, slammed shut, plunging the man's heart and soul into an icy abyss. In mere minutes, his emotions swung like a pendulum. One moment he was on the verge of entering paradise. The next he plummeted into an endless hell. He glanced back at the approaching horde of zombies. And he lost his mind. He was on the brink of collapse. The man banged on the alloy gate with all his might. "Help me! Help me! Help me!" As the zombies drew nearer, his voice morphed from anger to panic. Then from panic to despair. "Help me!" The man resorted to banging his head against the gate, hoping to alert the soldiers behind the door that he was still outside. Meanwhile, the image of the man crying in despair was broadcasted in high definition to the live stream, causing the chat room to erupt even further. "What on earth is the military doing? Why is the door closed again? Didn't you see that monster? If the military opens that door, the monster will charge right in. Who will save him? Who will save him? Quick, open the door and let him in. Are you an idiot? Can't you see this is a tactical maneuver by the zombies? If the door opens, monsters will rush in. Zombies don't eat people. They've even learned military strategy. This door absolutely cannot be opened. Are you heartless beasts? Just stand by and watch a man die. His life matters. Are soldiers' lives expendable? Letting that monster into the military camp. Do you have any idea how many soldiers would die? Pingyang City firmly opposes opening the door. Who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to represent Pingyang City? You don't even live in Pingyang City. Of course, you can afford to speak without consequence. Shut up, beast. Get lost, idiot. In an instant, two opposing voices surged online. One faction demanded that the door be opened, standing on a moral high ground, believing they could not stand idly by as someone perished. The other faction, mostly comprised of residents from Pingyang City, firmly opposed opening the door, convinced that doing so would turn Pingyang into the next Shaodan city. For the sake of their own safety, they resolutely refused to allow the door to be opened. Under normal circumstances, moderators would intervene to silence the bickering, maintaining order in the live stream. However, this live stream belonged to Luo Wan, and they could only watch helplessly as the arguments unfolded. While the live stream was in chaos, the soldiers behind the alloy gate were equally overwhelmed, as the hunter was wreaking havoc, calling for backup. Calling for backup. It's a special mutated entity. Bring in the tanks, guns. 1T work on this thing. 100 soldiers formed an impromptu firewall, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets towards the hunter at the entrance, attempting to halt its advance. Yet this hunter was no mere initial model. It was the second model produced by the parasitic mother nest. Its mouth split into 4 petals, resembling a grotesque flower of flesh and blood. Soon after, thick white smoke poured forth from the hunter's mouth, rapidly enveloping the area. Within mere seconds, the silhouette of the hunter vanished amid the billowing smoke. All personnel, remain vigilant, just as the soldier's warning echoed. A sharp spike pierced through the smoke, impaling his chest. Ah! The zombie virus surged through the spike, infecting the soldier and turning him into one of the undead. Swish, 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 more spikes shot through the smoke, targeting the surviving soldiers. With the smoke obstructing their vision, the soldiers had no idea when or from which direction the spikes would strike. In an instant, numerous soldiers were transformed into zombies. This was yet another function of the parasitic mother nest. After devouring its target, it could acquire that target's genetic sequence and abilities. As long as the parasitic mother nest wished, the zombies produced afterwards would possess these abilities. Just like the white smoke, which originally belonged to Li Bei's abilities, after being consumed by the parasitic mother nest, now manifested in the hunter's second model. Of course, there was a cost. First, the zombies produced by the parasitic mother nest, even if endowed with such abilities, could only exert 80% of their power. Secondly, the more abilities a zombie was granted, the stronger its individual attributes would be, the greater the number of regular zombies the parasitic mother nest would need to consume. For this hunter, which possessed the abilities of both Li Bei and Lu Jinghao, it required the consumption of 50 ordinary zombies to produce. Retreat. Retreat. This is no longer an enemy we can handle. One soldier turned to flee but discovered his feet ensnared by something. Looking down, he saw a tentacle as thick as an arm, coated in a viscous liquid, utterly revolting. The tentacle yanked him down, dragging him along the ground. When the tentacle finally halted, the soldier's face had become bloody and mangled from the friction. Groaning, he opened his eyes to find that the tentacle had emerged from the hunter's maw. Aside from him, 3 or 4 comrades were similarly ensnared by other tentacles, dragged towards the hunter's second model. What do you want? The zombies had seized him but refrained from killing him. This abnormality brought not a shred of relief, but instead a nauseating sense of horror. The hunter's second model glanced at him, and the tentacle tightened, flinging him and his comrades towards the glass marble on the ground. The surface of the marble was smooth and reflective, serving as a mirror. The portal within the mirror opened, and the soldier along with his comrades fell into the mirrored world. Where is this? At that moment, a pair of shoes appeared before the soldier. Welcome to the mirrored world. The soldier fearfully raised his head, his pupils dilating in terror. The black-haired, red-eyed mother zombie had been waiting for them. Wei Gong orchestrated this live stream not only to incite fear within Dian society, but also for another purpose, to provide sustenance for his hundreds of tons of offspring. Ah, the child is growing. He has quite the appetite. There's no helping it. Chapter 68. A defeated general should not speak of valor. What happened to my numerous subordinates? What of that massive, special mutated entity? When Luo Yongnian arrived at the scene, the Hunter-S second model had already vanished, along with hundreds of soldiers. Some had been transformed into zombies, while others had been captured alive by the hunter and taken into the mirrored world. All that remained were remnants of the battle, scattered debris and bloodstains, telling tales of the ferocity and brutality of the recent encounter. Luo Yongnian suppressed his fury. Report the casualties. 3 armored vehicles were totaled. 567 soldiers were missing. The enemy suffered 0 casualties. As the soldier recited those numbers, a pallor washed over his face. This battle had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Apart from heavy artillery like rockets, they had failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. Against ordinary zombies, these soldiers could hold their ground. Yet, when confronted with such a peculiar mutated entity, they were akin to fish on a chopping block, utterly at the mercy of their foes. Damn it, I have never fought such a humiliating battle since enlisting. Ro Yongnian, in a fit of rage, hurled his hat to the ground. And what of the survivor outside? Shortly after the battle commenced, he had been bitten to death by the zombies looming outside the door. The soldier opened his tablet and played a video that was rapidly circulating online for Ro Yongnian. Although Luo Wan's livestream had concluded, she had edited it into a video and posted it across various platforms. Within a mere hour, her video had garnered tens of millions of views. The internet regulatory authorities of Dian were frantically deleting the videos. Yet for everyone they removed, Luo Wan would automatically upload 2 more, making it an endless endeavor. To make matters worse, not only was Luo Wan uploading videos, but numerous netizens had also saved and were surreptitiously reposting the content. Some were marketing accounts seeking to ride the wave of attention, others were merely spectators reveling in the chaos, while some were enraged citizens denouncing the authorities, and still others were antisocial elements seizing the opportunity to disrupt societal stability. If only a few hundred netizens were uploading videos, the regulatory authorities could manage the situation, but this time, thousands were doing so every minute. Public opinion had spiraled completely out of control. Ro Yongnian seethed as he observed various criticisms of the Dian government and military in the comments section, feeling an overwhelming urge to lash out, yet finding himself at a loss for words. After all, a defeated general speaks not of valor. Having lost the battle, he could only stand there and endure the scorn. Just then, another soldier rushed over. Report, Corps Commander. A large crowd has gathered outside the military base, demanding an explanation. What explanation? The soldier hesitated, stammering. They want to know if we can ensure their safety? If not, they insist on a change of troops. Ro Yongnian, stationed at the northern frontier, had long been engaged in combat against terrorist factions and foreign forces, and his temper was far more volatile than that of generals from the interior. He could not swallow this insult. Those people outside the base. Tell them that I, Ro Yongnian, will wipe out that pack of beasts in Shouten City within a month. Just say it's me. Ro Yongnian, who said so? Ro Yongnian spoke into the phone, addressing Liang Sun. Liang Sun, we truly must fight this battle, right? If we don't, I might wake up in a fury. How do we fight? What do you propose we use? What else can we do? First, we'll send bombers to clear the way, then have mechanized troops push through. I refuse to believe that this bunch of beasts can withstand it. Range is justice, caliber is truth. Once they've been plowed through by shells and explosives, I care not what monstrosities they are. They shall perish. Old Ro, you're currently consumed by rage. Wait until you've calmed down and then call me back. Hearing Ro Yongnian's words, Liang Sun realized that Ro Yongnian had yet to grasp the true horror of the enemy he was about to face. The best course of action regarding Shouten City was to hold the line, refrain from sending heads to the mother entity, and simply stall. Once the survivors and players of Dian had leveled up, they could unite their strength to obliterate it. So, shall we still engage in battle? Remember, my orders are, completely seal off Shouten City, allowing no one in or out. With that, Liang Sun hung up on Ro Yongyan. The secretary, looking troubled, said, Minister Liang, what about the media outside? Not only was Ro Yongyan's side in disarray, but Liang Sun was also at his wits' end. As soon as the live stream began, various media outlets descended upon him like hyenas sensing a meal. If he failed to provide an explanation today, protests and riots would surely erupt across Dian by tomorrow. Liang Sun furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before rising. I hadn't intended to expose this so soon, but we must expedite our plans. Go summon Director Chu. We will hold a press conference. Meanwhile, in Shouten City, Wei Gong and Luo Wan stood in a deep pit, watching as Hunter Unit Number 2 continuously tossed live humans into the parasitic mother nest. After consuming this batch of live specimens, you must help me produce more powerful soldiers. Luo Wan's eyes curved into an adorable crescent as she gave Wei Gong a thumbs up. Count on it. My dear father, under Wei Gong's consistent provisioning over these past few days, the parasitic mother nest had already produced over 100 hunters. However, Wei Gong chose not to reveal this terrifying army. Instead, he concealed them within his mirrored realm. A multitude of ordinary zombies had been devoured by the parasitic mother nest, and the newly produced hunters were hidden away, leading to a deceptive reduction in the apparent number of zombies in Shouten City. At that moment, Rongyu descended from the sky, holding a tablet. Master, Liang Sun is taking action. Rongyu activated the tablet, revealing a live stream of a press conference. It was evident that, in addition to Liang Sun, Chu Jingqing was also present. This was Wei Gong's first opportunity to witness Chu Jingqing in person, and he resembled the description in Rongyu's memories perfectly, wearing black frame glasses and a white lab coat. He appeared to be a refined researcher. Yet beneath that cultured exterior lay a plethora of dangerous and undisclosed experiments. Wei Gong was uncertain of the potential threat he posed to Dian and humanity, but he was undoubtedly a perilous figure for the zombies. Once the relevant personnel had gathered, Liang Sun commenced the proceedings. Since we are nearly all present, we shall now begin the press conference. As he spoke, the screen behind Liang Sun began to play. I have watched today's live stream, and I understand what you all wish to say, as well as the purpose of your gathering. However, I can assure every citizen of Dian that the situation is not as dire as it may seem. Chapter 69. The press conference. Although our military operation against the mother entity in Shouten City ultimately ended in failure, we successfully evacuated a significant number of citizens. The screen behind Liang Sun began displaying footage of survivors being evacuated from Shouten City. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these individuals resided in the suburbs, far from the epicenter of the disaster, and had fled as soon as the crisis erupted. Liang Sun had arranged for these successful evacuation videos to be recorded in advance as a means of reassuring the public. According to official statistics, this evacuation operation successfully rescued over 1 million citizens, marking it as a remarkably effective rescue effort. Watching Liang Sun's statements on the screen, Wei Gong couldn't help but chuckle. Is there truly that many? Clearly, Liang Sun was inflating the numbers. But what of it? After all, no one could verify the accuracy of these figures. The ultimate authority rested with Liang Sun. Yet, we also paid a considerable price. Liang Sun's tone turned somber. During this rescue operation, over 10,000 soldiers sacrificed their lives. They forged a wall with their flesh and blood, paving a path to safety for the populace. I propose we observe 3 minutes of silence to pay our highest respects to the fallen heroes. With that, Liang Sun was the first to rise. The highest-ranking individuals in attendance stood in silence, and others followed suit, joining Liang Sun in honoring the fallen. In that moment, Liang Sun's gaze sharpened, becoming resolute and austere. The success of this rescue operation is inseparable from the sacrifices of the 10,000 soldiers. It is sacred and must not be tarnished. I do not wish to hear any rumors defaming this operation in any location. Undoubtedly, this was a warning. Should anyone dare to voice dissenting opinions, they would face the most severe repercussions from the Dian authorities. At best, they would be subjected to a reprimand. At worst, they might find themselves in dire straits. Impressive indeed. Truly, the upper echelons of Dian have mastered the art of rhetoric. Even Wei Gong found himself compelled to applaud, marveling at the seasoned wisdom of the elders. From the onset of the press conference, Liang Sun had openly acknowledged the defeat in this battle. aligning himself with public sentiment and avoiding inciting any rebellious feelings among the populace. Subsequently, he deftly transformed the narrative of the failed operation into that of a successful rescue. Much like the renowned Dunkirk evacuation in history, which, despite being a frantic retreat from defeat, was recast as a highly successful evacuation effort that preserved vital forces for future battles. The ability to spin a failure into a success is indeed a skill. Then, Liang Sun emphasized the sacrifices of the soldiers, conveying that their willingness to charge into battle and make the ultimate sacrifice was all for the sake of saving ordinary citizens like them. By framing their deaths as being for the people, he occupied the moral high ground, effectively silencing any discontented voices. After all, they too were ordinary individuals. When faced with disaster, it was the military that came to their aid. Should they continue to voice grievances, they risked finding themselves in dire need of military assistance during a zombie crisis, which would spell disaster. In this way, Liang Sun and the Dian authorities positioned themselves on the moral high ground. Any further opposition would not merely be seen as defiance against Dian, but rather as enmity against the people, lending legitimacy to their efforts to control public opinion. I am not apprehending you for maligning me, but for speaking ill of the populace. Wei Gong shook his head in disbelief. In just a few words, he perfectly stabilized the out-of-control discourse. Brilliant, brilliant. My dear father, should I infiltrate and expose their lies? With Luo Wan's skills, this task would be a mere trifle for her. Wei Gong shook his head, expressing his dismay. It is futile. They have already seized control of public opinion, and any word spoken now would be in vain. Moreover, we are the antagonists. Do you believe the populace will trust the officials who claim to protect them, or the killers seeking to eradicate them? It is akin to Wei Gong being a tiger on the mountain, who, one day, in hunger, consumes a mere human. The following day, rumors will spread that the fearsome tiger of the mountain has devoured 100 souls. At that point, no explanation will suffice. Even if you were to slice open your belly and display your entrails, the narrative would still stand. You have consumed 100 lives. People are invariably inclined to believe what is advantageous to them, but so, what then? There is no rush. Let them finish their discourse. Controlling the narrative is insufficient to quell the public's panic. It merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Prolonged tension can easily ignite societal unrest. Just as Wei Gong anticipated, questions arose from the audience. If the military cannot contend with the zombies, does that not spell doom for our world? Liang Sun had foreseen this too, and replied, in the face of zombies, we are not without recourse. He cast a glance at Chu Zhengqing and, with fervor, declared, next, let Director Chu introduce to us the heroes capable of combating the zombies. At this pronouncement, the eyes of everyone present widened in disbelief. What? There are still experts? Chu Zhengqing rose, greeting everyone. Greetings, I am Chu Zhengqing, the director of the Dian Research Institute. Even at this moment, a bashful smile lingered on his face. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the institute promptly undertook a dissection study of the zombie virus, ultimately isolating a previously undiscovered mysterious substance, which I have termed Element X, for the next several minutes. Chu Zhengqing engaged in an elaborate discourse. He veiled the identity of the players, framing it as a mysterious, unknown element. Research indicated that a minuscule fraction of individuals exhibit adaptability to this element. We have dubbed them saviors. Upon hearing this, the audience was thrown into uproar. The title savior sounded excessively daunting. Yet, amidst the apocalypse, they indeed required saviors to deliver them. Each savior possesses extraordinary abilities, with some capable of soaring through the skies like superheroes. They are undeniably our champions. The visuals displayed survivors exhibiting unparalleled prowess, with no zombies standing as their match. Furthermore, they treated civilians with utmost gentleness and kindness, rightfully earning the title of heroes, and there was no cause for concern that they might transform into terrifying oppressors upon acquiring power. Subsequently, our saviors shall venture into various disaster zones to render aid and eradicate zombies. Bravo! Chu Zhengqing's remarks were invigorating, inciting applause and cheers from the audience. Hee. Behind the screen, Wei Gong chuckled softly. At a glance, Liang Sun and Chu Zhengqing's press conference seemed a resounding success, yet in truth, it was a desperate measure born of necessity. Prior to this, Dian could have allowed the survivor players to cultivate their skills in training rooms until they surpassed the zombies. However, Wei Gong's actions had ignited societal panic, forcing Liang Sun to hasten the involvement of survivor players in the battlefield. From the combat capability of Li Bei's squad, it was evident that the growth rate of survivor players currently lagged behind that of the primary players. Confronted with Wei Gong, their fate would likely be sealed in death, but of course, the reason for humanity's passivity stemmed from a significant factor. The critical combat force, Rongyu, which had been instrumental in suppressing the zombies, had been eliminated by Wei Gong. Without Rongyu's restraining influence, not only did Wei Gong grow stronger, but the other primary zombies also experienced explosive enhancements. After the press conference concluded, Liang Sun's secretary approached him. Minister Liang. Mr. Chun has been waiting for you in the reception room for quite some time. Upon hearing the name Mr. Chun, Liang Sun's brow furrowed. He is here regarding that matter, isn't he? I understand. This Mr. Chen, whose full name is Chen Yun, is the chairman of the leading internet company, Chenshuan, headquartered in Donghai City. Liang Sun tidied his appearance briefly before stepping into the reception room. On the sofa sat a short man with graying temples. Appearing to be in his 60s, he was, indeed, Chen Yun, the chairman of Chenshuan. Despite his stature, his influence was considerable. Should he become irate, the entire internet industry in Dian would tremble. Liang Sun extended his hand. Mr. Chun, it has been a while. Chen Yun stood and shook Liang Sun's hand politely. Minister Liang, you are truly a busy man. I have sought you several times without success. Since you are busy, let us get straight to the point. Chen Yun released Liang Sun's hand. When will you send someone to rescue my son? During the outbreak of the zombie crisis, Chen Yun was not in Donghai City. But his son, Chen Tong, remained there. As you know, I am of advanced age and have entrusted company matters to my son. He is my lifeline, as well as the lifeline of Chenshuan. Chen Yun's gaze sharpened. Akin to that of a hawk. Minister Liang, wouldn't you agree? With the outbreak of the zombie crisis in Dian, Chenshuan, as a burgeoning leading enterprise, not only provided substantial support in terms of resources, but also rendered significant assistance in internet technology. Given their unwavering support, it would be remiss for Dian not to send aid. However, the issue lay not in Dian's unwillingness to help, but rather in the inability to do so. Reports indicated that Chen Yun's son had been captured by zombies and was being held in their stronghold. Dian had dispatched several special forces units for the rescue, along with 2 squads composed of survivor players. Yet, all efforts had yielded no results. It was evident that Chen Tong had been used as bait by the primary zombies in Donghai City. Merely awaiting Dian's attempt to send reinforcements, Liang Sun briefly pondered before saying, Very well, I will organize a team at once. We shall ensure your son is rescued from Donghai City. Instantly, Chen Yun's face brightened with a smile. And he bowed slightly to Liang Sun. I shall await good news from Minister Liang. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Chenshuan will undoubtedly lend its full support. After Chen Yun departed, Liang Sun's secretary approached him. Minister Liang, is it truly worth sacrificing so many for the sake of one individual? Liang Sun sighed helplessly. What choice do we have? Dian was currently mired in turmoil, with countless citizens suffering immensely. If the forces allocated to rescue Chen Tong were redirected to assist other civilians, who knows how many lives could be saved? Yet, Liang Sun found himself constrained. Dian needed the backing of leading companies like Chenshuan. Should Chenshuan withdraw its support, others would likely follow suit, delivering a significant blow to Dian's current predicament. Liang Sun gazed at the ceiling, letting out a long sigh. They say that lives are of equal worth. Yet in times of disaster, the wealthy can leverage their resources to compel the military to save their children, while who is there to rescue the children of the impoverished? In the night sky of Shaotan City, a raven circled incessantly. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the raven was covered in decaying flesh. It was, in fact, a zombie raven. Target locked. Strike true. Engage. Suddenly, a crimson spear arced through the sky, akin to a meteor. Striking the zombie raven with precision, caw, the zombie raven emitted a piercing shriek, plummeting straight to the ground. Wei Gong observed the fallen raven with keen interest. Indeed, it is a zombie. This raven had been discovered by Kaluan, who noted that it had appeared 3 days prior, hovering above Shaotan City. During these 3 days, it had done nothing but survey its surroundings, seemingly gathering intelligence. Rongyu remarked, This raven hails from Donghai City. Each city's primary entity manifests distinct characteristics, and the forms of zombies vary accordingly. The primary entity of Donghai City leans towards the beastly type, resulting in its infected zombies sharing traits with wild animals. Wei Gong chuckled. Oh, the big shots from Donghai City have taken an interest in my humble Shaotan City. According to Wei Gong's understanding, the primary entity in Donghai City had seen its infected numbers soar to a staggering 2 million, surpassing Wei Gong's own by several tens of thousands. However, Wei Gong felt no surprise. After all, as one of Dian's core cities, Donghai City's population was 5 times that of Shout'an City. Under such favorable conditions, if the number of infected were lower than Wei Gong's, it would simply suggest that the primary entity in Donghai City was utterly inept. Furthermore, should a confrontation arise with the primary zombies of Donghai City, Wei Gong felt no trepidation. Armed with the formidable forces of Rongyu and Kaluan, coupled with the parasitic nest capable of producing advanced units, Wei Gong held the upper hand in both individual combat and large-scale warfare. More importantly, after triumphing over Rongyu, Wei Gong amassed a considerable amount of points. He chose not to exchange these points for other rewards, instead utilizing them to enhance his physical and mental fortitude. With his current power, his strikes could be wielded with the precision of a basic attack. If a single strike, which ignores defenses, fails to vanquish you, I shall unleash 10, 50, until your demise is inevitable. Should that individual from Donghai City wish to engage in merriment, Wei Gong would gladly indulge him for 3 days and nights. However, if he sought to stir trouble, Wei Gong would not hesitate to reduce him to mincemeat. Chapter 71 Midnight Visit. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. On a rainy night, a woman with a black umbrella traverses the deserted streets, shrouded in darkness, enveloped in silence, with only the sound of raindrops echoing in the air. It has been a month since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, and Shout'an City has utterly succumbed to desolation. Humanity has been transformed into the undead, while the zombies have been cast into the parasitic nest by Wei Gong. With the special zombies produced by this nest hidden away in the mirror world, for a time, there is scarcely a living thing to be seen in Shout'an City. Yet, amidst this grim environment, a woman walks alone with her umbrella, an eerie and chilling sight, though not move. The woman with the black umbrella halted as a figure clad in dark red armor, Rongyue, blocked her path. Not far behind her, Kalen lurked in the shadows. Should the woman dare to make any abrupt movements, the crimson spear in Kalen's hand would pierce her skull. Faced with the imposing duo, the woman with the black umbrella merely smiled languidly. Please convey to your master. The progenitor of Zhonghua City, Su's Island, has come to pay a visit. Both Rongyue and Kalen were taken aback. They had suspected that this woman was merely a zombie, but they never anticipated that she was a progenitor zombie. What brings you to Shout'an City? Su's Island's fair, slender fingers gently unfurled. No need to be so tense. I am but a frail woman, lacking the strength you possess. Despite her reassurances, Rongyue and Kalen remained on high alert. After all, she was a genuine progenitor zombie. At that moment, Wei Gong's voice resonated in their minds. Bring her to see me, understood. With their master's command, Rongyue and Kalen ceased their obstruction. Rongyue opened her palm, revealing a delicate and exquisite mirror. Your master awaits. Su Xilan revealed a captivating smile, placing her dainty hand upon the mirror's surface. What a romantic ability! Under an invisible force, Su Xilan was drawn into the mirror world. Thud, thud, thud. As Su Xilan stepped into the mirror world, an entire line of hunters passed before her. Over a dozen towering monsters, each 3 meters tall, moved in perfect unison, an overwhelming sense of oppression washing over her. Even Su Xilan, a progenitor zombie, was momentarily taken aback. She shifted her gaze, discovering that such colossal creatures filled every street. The external facade of Shout'an City was merely a ruse. This mirror world was the true paradise of the undead. Such a multitude of special zombies. Su Xilan had naturally seen the live broadcast from days prior and was aware of the remarkable achievements of the Hunter No. 2. However, she had not anticipated the sheer number of hunters under Wei Gong's command. There must be nearly 10,000. Instinctively, Su Xilan compared her own forces to them and found herself utterly outmatched. Should those thousands of hunters charge at her, not only her zombies, but even she herself would be unable to withstand it. There would be no need for Wei Gong and his followers to intervene. Even the minions could annihilate her and her zombie legion. Su Xilan let out a melodious laugh. Hee hee, it seems I have come at the right time. Follow me. Rongyue led the way for Su Xilan. Even in the mirror world, Rongyue did not relinquish her infernal armor. Kalen's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Su Xilan from behind, both women maintaining their vigilance. The trio proceeded onward until they arrived at a grand hall. This hall had not existed before. It was conjured into being by Wei Gong's powers. After all, as the archvillain, he ought to have a throne that befits his stature. Upon entering the hall, Su Xilan lifted the hem of her black veil gown and gracefully bowed to Wei Gong. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Su Xilan, the progenitor of Jianghuai City." Wei Gong lounged in his chair, crossing his legs. "What a surprise! The progenitor of Jianghuai City is such an elegant beauty," Su Xilan, adorned in a lavish black silk gown and a black veil, exuded an air of sophistication with every subtle gesture. She appeared less like a harbinger of doom and more like a noblewoman preparing for an evening gala. The beauty mark at the corner of her mouth enhanced her allure manifold. Su Xilan chuckled softly. Who would have guessed that the infamous progenitor of Shout'an City would turn out to be such a handsome young lad? Wei Gong appeared to be just over 20, while Su Xilan radiated the charm of a mature woman. Addressing Wei Gong as a young lad was not entirely unfitting. A stunning lady visiting in the dead of night is surely not here merely for a rendezvous with me. Is she? As soon as Wei Gong's words fell, the grand door behind Su Xilan slammed shut. Moreover, Rong Yue and Kalin had positioned themselves not far behind her, awaiting Wei Gong's signal. "Do not be alarmed. My ability allows me to manipulate the emotions of those around me through song, provided their mental fortitude is weaker than mine." Su Xilan's enchanting gaze swept over them. "And your mental fortitude surpasses mine." Wei Gong remained silent, instead snapping his fingers. A colossal steel sword materialized out of thin air, piercing through Su Xilan's chest. Su Xilan did not flinch nor express anger. A hint of crimson blood stained her smiling lips, adding a shattered beauty to her already enchanting visage. Wei Gong's casual strike had wounded Su Xilan, indicating that her physical defenses were indeed lacking. Even if she concealed her true strength, Wei Gong was confident he could slay her. After all, this mirror world was his domain. With a wave of his hand, the steel sword vanished. "I apologize. Rather than relying on hearsay, I prefer to witness the truth myself." Though her strength may have waned, her regenerative abilities as a progenitor zombie remained intact, and the wound on Su Xilan's chest healed at a visible pace. While her recovery mended her injury, it could not restore her black silk gown, revealing extensive patches of her snow-white skin, alluringly fair with a hint of rosy hue. Su Xilan unabashedly embraced her exposed curves. "No worries. Being forceful and suspicious is a commendable trait in my eyes. In that case, could you elucidate the purpose of your nocturnal visit? As I mentioned earlier, I am here to extend an invitation for you to accompany me to an event." Wei Gong furrowed his brow. "An event? What kind of event?" Su Xilan's face, hidden beneath the black veil, bore a hint of surprise. "Did you not receive an invitation?" Chapter 72 Surviving is success with a flick of her wrist. Su Xilan conjured a pitch-black invitation as if by magic. "This is an invitation from Donghai City. Did you not receive it?" Wei Gong stroked his chin. "Am I the only one who did not receive a party invitation?" "Oh no, I've been subjected to American bullying." A flicker of doubt crossed Su Xilan's captivating eyes. "That shouldn't be the case." Prior to sending out the invitations, Donghai City would assess the progenitor and her forces, allowing only the strong to partake in the gathering. Yet, with Wei Gong's prowess, it was improbable that he had not received an invitation. Su Xilan continued to inquire. "Have you encountered a black crow?" Wei Gong's expression grew increasingly peculiar, and he awkwardly scratched his cheek. "Not only did I see it, but I also shot it down." "What became of that crow?" Wei Gong's expression became even more awkward. Managing only a dry chuckle, a child, unaware of her actions, consumed it. After shooting down the crow, Luo Wan approached Wei Gong, claiming that the crow contained a unique genetic sequence and that if she consumed it, she might develop flying zombies. Since the child desired to eat it, he thought it best to oblige. After all, she was still growing and needed proper nutrition. At this point, Su Xilan was momentarily speechless, covering her mouth with a light laugh. "Many have shot down the crow, but you, dear young lad, seem to be the only one who actually ate it." Wei Gong turned to look at Luo Wan behind him. "Can you still regurgitate it?" Luo Wan leaned back slightly, her expression suggesting, "Are you jesting with me?" This. Wei Gong finally understood why he had not received the invitation. Donghai City indeed sent a crow to Shout'an City for reconnaissance. But before they could even take a proper look, Kalin shot it down, leaving only some feathers behind. It was one thing to miss the meal. He had also cooked their messenger pigeon. It was no wonder he didn't receive an invitation. But let us be fair. Did Donghai City not err in this matter? If you did not receive an invitation, you may accompany me as my companion. Su Xilan winked at Wei Gong, exuding charm. Luo Wan narrowed her eyes, fixated on Su Xilan. This woman is considering becoming my stepmother. Is she? Luo Wan discreetly leaned closer to Wei Gong, whispering, Father, you must not be deceived by this wicked woman. Wei Gong regarded Luo Wan with exasperation. You, my dear, are filled with nothing but yellow thoughts. This is a warning. A warning. Wei Gong flicked Luo Wan aside. Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt. Disregarding Luo Wan, Wei Gong refocused on Su Xilan. I am curious about the intentions behind your unmasked goodwill. Su Xilan, without a hint of pretense, laid bare her motives. Because I seek an ally? One powerful enough to provide me with protection. Su Xilan's abilities are rather awkward. To manipulate the emotions of others through song may sound impressive, yet in reality, it is quite humorous. For she can only exert control over those weaker than herself. As the survivor players gradually develop and grow stronger, the enemy's combat capabilities also escalate. If this trend continues, Su Xilan, whose abilities only suffice to prey on the weak, will inevitably become a primary target for the survivor's hunt. Thus, she must seek a reliable and powerful ally, and Wei Gong is the most suitable candidate. How can you be sure that I am the person you seek? He inquired. Because of her, Su Xilan replied, gesturing towards Rongyu. Her strength is formidable, yet she succumbed to you, indicating that you are stronger. Jianghuai City is not far from Litai City. Therefore, Rongyu possesses greater knowledge of the battles involving Litai City's mother body than others. To Su Xilan, the feat of defeating Rongyu is something even the ostensible strongest zombie faction in Donghai City cannot achieve. However, Wei Gong accomplished it, especially after witnessing Wei Gong's army of hunters. Su Xilan became even more convinced of this notion. Within the realm of Dian, Wei Gong stands as the strongest. Wei Gong crossed his arms and smiled slightly. You have a keen eye for people. Su Xilan chuckled softly. As a weak woman, lacking in strength, I can only rely on my vision to compensate. An alliance is possible, but what can you offer me? Wei Gong is no benevolent figure. He has no habit of protecting the weak. To gain his protection, one must demonstrate sufficient value. Jianghuai City is willing to become your subordinate. Both humans and zombies can serve as your sustenance. Wei Gong possesses a multitude of elite zombies, yet ordinary zombies are a rare sight, indicating that creating elite zombies requires a significant consumption of ordinary ones. Since you are in need of sustenance, allow me to become your supply. Wei Gong was taken aback. Oh, by uttering these words, Su Xilan effectively sealed her own path to growth, willingly becoming Wei Gong's subordinate. If you still doubt my sincerity, I am prepared to hand over my life box to you. Su Xilan opened her palm, revealing a box the size of a ring case. Wei Gong exchanged glances with Rongyu, who approached to take Su Xilan's life box. To ensure there were no traps, Rongyu opened the box for Wei Gong to examine. Once confirmed, she presented the life box to Wei Gong. Inside lay a splendid red crystal, resembling a blood-red agate. Breathtakingly beautiful, this is Su Xilan's core. To verify its authenticity, Wei Gong requested the System S appraisal, which returned a positive confirmation. With the System S validation, Wei Gong had no further doubts. Is it possible for you and your mind to act independently? Do you trust me so completely, exposing everything? Su Xilan's gaze dimmed slightly. Because I wish to survive. As long as I am alive, there is hope. With hope, there is a future. Wei Gong accepted Su Xilan's life box, stating, I accept your request for an alliance, but I will not stifle your growth, at least not at this moment. He sought capable allies, not useless burdens. Even though he currently lacked sustenance, he had no intention of consuming Su Xilan, as she was not worth it. Is akin to raising pigs. A piglet is certainly not as valuable as a fat hog. Now, let us discuss the matter of Donghai City's agreement. Chapter 73. Me? Frankly, Wei Gong was not particularly inclined to attend the meeting. Firstly, he held little interest in the zombie mother body's festivities, and secondly, he had not received an invitation. To intrude uninvited felt somewhat disruptive. Although Wei Gong was unafraid of any faction, he did not wish to create too many enemies, especially with other mother bodies. Be honest, I do not wish to attend this banquet. Wait a moment. Internal strife? A chance for the humans? Just then, an idea sparked in Wei Gong's mind. I have a rather dubious idea. Wei Gong grinned mischievously. No, I have a brilliant plan. Should this plan come to fruition, The living across the river would leap into the fray like sows plunging into a river, one by one. Except for Sue's Island, several of Wei Gong's subordinates involuntarily twitched their lips when Wei Gong smiled like that. It typically heralded trouble. Rising from his seat, Wei Gong declared, "I have changed my mind. I shall accompany you to the meeting. I look forward to journeying alongside you. So sleepy, why must we have another meeting?" In a military facility within Donghai City, a middle-aged man, his face betraying fatigue, sat in a corner of the conference room. Clearly, he had been afflicted by the malaise of office life for many years. Exuding a sense of lethargy, lighting a cigarette, the middle-aged man grumbled, "I only participated in this game to escape work. How is it that I still have to work within the game?" A woman beside him asked. "Why do you look this way in the morning? Be honest. What time did you sleep last night?" "For in the morning." The woman stared at the middle-aged man in disbelief. Point 4. "You stayed up all night gaming again." The man shrank into his seat, arms crossed, appearing ready to doze off. What else is there to do in this wretched base besides gaming? Although the Donghai City mother body had overtaken the city, it only controlled 2/3 of the area, primarily the Old Town and civilian districts, while the affluent zones and corporate parks had long been safeguarded by the Dayan military. Now, over 5 million survivors in Donghai City were confined to this area, protected by 100,000 Dayan soldiers and several survivor players. Moreover, a special protective shield, sent by Chu Zhengqing, enveloped the outer layer of the shelter, preventing the zombies from breaching it. Due to the zombies' control over the airspace above Donghai City, the Dayan forces were unable to evacuate the survivors. The zombies could not infiltrate, while the humans could not escape. Thus, both sides found themselves in a stalemate, merely glaring at one another. Noticing the woman in the corner whispering, the speaker on stage grew irritated and scolded, "We are in an important meeting. What are you prattling on about?" "Oh," the woman recoiled slightly, lowering her voice to ask the man, "Are you really going to sleep? Aren't you going to listen to the mission?" The middle-aged man closed his eyes, the cigarette dangling from his lips, uttering lazily, "What is there to hear? Even if there is a mission, it has nothing to do with me." The middle-aged man's combat prowess was quite feeble, ranking at the bottom of the entire base. Given his unique abilities, the base rarely assigned him any tasks, allowing him to maintain a state of blissful idleness. To him, he was merely an ordinary person without any significant influence, content to fish for leisure while the burdens fell on those above him. The current mission was to rescue the trapped Chen Tong. Given the mission's importance and specificity, a suitable candidate must be selected. The speaker on stage opened a folder and glanced at it. The individual responsible for executing this mission is Song Chong. The speaker then scanned the conference room for Song Chong. Where is Song Chong? Has he not come to the meeting? Upon hearing the name Song Chong, the middle-aged man suddenly shuddered, instinctively sitting up straighter. Indeed, this middle-aged man's name was Song Chong. His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed to himself. "Ah, me?" Realizing he had inadvertently revealed himself, Song Chong stood up, disbelief etched across his features. "Wait, I am going to rescue someone? Is this for real?" It should be noted that Chen Tong was imprisoned in the Empire building within Donghai City, which currently served as the zombie stronghold. Song Chong was aware that several small teams had perished in their attempts to rescue Chen Tong. Among the Donghai City base, Song Chang's combat capabilities were among the lowest. When it came to direct combat, he could not even best a professionally trained soldier. To send Song Chong into such a perilous situation was akin to asking a novice to defeat a seasoned warrior. The speaker glanced at the assignment document, confirming, "Indeed, it is you." Song Chong shook his head, looking around as he continued to inquire, "Such a daunting task? Surely I won't be alone." His lips twitched as he desperately reassured himself. However, the speaker's next words shattered Song Chang's last glimmer of hope. "You are the sole individual assigned to this mission." "Impossible." Song Chong was dumbfounded, rushing to the speaker's side, seizing the assignment document and flipping through it frantically, only to discover that his name was indeed the only one listed. He raised his hand. "Boss, I request to be replaced." To send him alone on such a difficult mission was tantamount to a death sentence. Earning a few $1,000 a month, why risk his life? No way, he would not comply. The mere mention of Chu Zhengqing's name sent Song Chong into a cold sweat. Offending anyone was better than offending Chu Zhengqing. This was a consensus within the survivor player community. With a sorrowful face, Song Chong begrudgingly nodded. "Fine, I'll do it. Is that satisfactory?" Chapter 74. Woohoo! Taking off, is this really Donghai City? It feels like we arrived too swiftly. A pane of glass in Donghai City rippled, revealing Wei Gong and Su Xilan atop a skyscraper's terrace. It took them merely an hour to travel from Shout'an City to Donghai City, a distance of nearly 200 kilometers. Even on the highway, it should have taken at least 2 hours. It's just a special application of abilities. In truth, it's quite simple. Wei Gong directly manipulated the ground of the mirror world, creating a highway that led straight to Shout'an City. Neither Wei Gong nor Su Xilan needed to walk. This road functioned like an escalator, propelling them at great speed to Donghai City. Speaking of which, what on earth is this weather? Wei Gong looked up at the enormous dark cloud enveloping Donghai City. The weather was decidedly unnatural, a mix of rain and wind, reminiscent of a typhoon. Yet, the problem was, there had been no typhoon making landfall in Dian recently. This means the tempestuous weather was conjured by the core zombie of Donghai City, affecting an entire city's climate. It seems that the being in Donghai City is no ordinary entity. Just as Wei Gong pondered this, the cloud overhead began to churn violently, as if a colossal creature was stirring the tides within. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking a distant pearlescent barrier. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder resonated through the sky, echoing the wrath of the divine. That is, Wei Gong squinted, focusing on the rolling clouds. In the moment the lightning struck, he sensed the presence of an enormous creature moving within the clouds. He shifted his gaze to the barrier. It was evident that this pearlescent shield was no ordinary object. It withstood the lightning strike with only a slight dimming of its luster, showing no signs of shattering. Was that a coincidence? Su Xilan, witnessing the scene, also understood that the lightning was not a natural occurrence, but she dared not confirm her suspicions. If it were indeed man-made, the power of the assailant would be terrifying. It was not an accident. That strike was likely a masterpiece of Donghai City's core. Wei Gong remained remarkably calm, as he was well aware that such an attack could easily be executed by Rongyu. Approaching the edge of the terrace, Wei Gong gazed at the overcast sky. I suspect the core of Donghai City invited you here not merely for a meeting, but also for that eggshell-like object. Recently, Luo 1 infiltrated Dian's internal network, and based on the information that has been disclosed, it can be deduced that the core of Donghai City has not fully captured the entire city. A significant number of survivors, approximately 5 million, remain hidden in shelters, a number that rivals that of Shout'an City. Coupled with the 100,000 soldiers guarding the base and the survivor players, this is akin to a colossal treasure trove of points. The core of Donghai City cannot possibly resist such temptation. However, the problem lies in the fact that the core is unable to breach that eggshell-like protective barrier and can only intermittently strike it with lightning to deplete its energy. This invitation to the cores of other cities to Donghai City is likely a quest to find a way to break through the shield, since he is also in need of assistance. That makes things easier, for across the entirety of Dian, only I, Wei Gong, possess the capability to breach that protective barrier. Since we are already here, let us meet our gracious host. Do you know where the core of Donghai City resides? Wei Gong pointed at the ominous clouds above. Is it not right above our heads? The immense creature that just flickered through the clouds must undoubtedly be the core of Donghai City. Realizing Wei Gong's implication, Su Xilan was immediately struck with fear. So high up, how do we ascend? I cannot fly. Wei Gong smiled mysteriously. The mountain man has his own clever plans. A glass bead appeared in the palm of Wei Gong's hand. It is decided. You shall be the one, zombie crow. With the finesse of tossing a pockball, he hurled the glass bead into the air. Caw, caw, caw. As the bead shattered, a massive zombie crow emerged. This was a specialized zombie created after the parasitic nest consumed the crow of Donghai City. This zombie crow possesses no combat power and its defense is akin to that of an ordinary zombie. Its sole purpose is to grant Wei Gong the ability to fly at high altitudes. With a flourish, Wei Gong struck a somewhat ostentatious pose. Merge, caw, caw, caw. The zombie crow circled above Wei Gong 3 times before diving sharply toward his position. During the descent, the crow's body began to twist and morph, ultimately leaving only a pair of talons and a set of enormous black wings. With a soft thud, the talons pierced into Wei Gong's back, forming a close connection with his nerves. Thus, Wei Gong effectively acquired a pair of external wings. He gently flapped the black wings and found himself moving with ease, almost as if they were extensions of his own limbs. Wei Gong was quite pleased. If Groudon were to see this, He would surely shed tears of envy. Su Xilan, filled with trepidation, asked, "Do I have to go too?" This meeting will be the first confrontation between the two strongest cores within Dian. If the higher-ups of Dian were to learn of this, they would likely be driven to madness. Should they engage in combat, the mere shockwaves would be enough to obliterate her multiple times over. In such a scenario, Su Xilan dared not involve herself. No need. You cannot withstand the cold and lack of oxygen at such heights. Su Xilan let out a sigh of relief. All right then. Standing at the edge of the terrace, Wei Gong glanced down at the abyss below. For anyone with a fear of heights, this sight would surely induce immediate fainting. To be honest, I have yet to experience the sensation of jumping from such a height. With elegance, Wei Gong turned around and fell straight back. As his feet left the ground, the sensation of weightlessness and the pull of gravity instantly gripped him, drawing him toward the earth from over 100 meters high. Wei Gong spread his arms, allowing gravity to take hold as he plummeted. Just 10 meters from the ground, he grinned and shouted, "Woohoo!" Taking off. With a powerful flap of his black wings, Wei Gong's body shot into the sky like a rocket. Woohoo! Taking off. Chapter 75. I come to negotiate terms. As Wei Gong ascended, the air grew colder and thinner, and the winds intensified. Were it not for his high physical strength, he would have likely been whisked away like a kite with its string cut. Finally, Wei Gong broke through the torrential rain and fierce winds, plunging headlong into the churning clouds. However, the moment he entered the cloud layer, two enormous eyes, akin to ancient bells, suddenly flared to life, fixating upon the uninvited guest. A booming voice resonated like thunder. "Who dares approach?" In an instant, the wind surged and the entire cloud sea heaved violently. Boom, boom. Tornadoes raged and thunder roared, as if the apocalypse had descended, illuminated by the lightning. The colossal figure concealed within the clouds finally revealed its true form. It was a creature several hundred meters long, a beast that seemed to belong only in myth. Faced with such a monster, Wei Gong remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I am from Donghai City, and I come to negotiate terms. What status do you hold to dare negotiate with me?" In the eyes of the creature, Wei Gong appeared as diminutive as a chick, easily blown away with a single breath. "No qualifications?" Wei Gong did not lose his temper. Instead, he casually flipped his wrist, and an ancient black longsword materialized in his palm. "With this, can we stand and negotiate terms?" He gripped the hilt with his right hand and drew the gleaming blade from its sheath with a sudden force. The sword, radiating an eerie red glow, emerged with a flourish. The other shore, slash, with a powerful swing of the sword. A dark spatial slash extended for hundreds of meters, as if intending to cleave the entire cloud sea in two. A strike capable of severing the clouds could undoubtedly also decapitate the colossal beast. This sword, the moment it appeared, it triggered the beast's vigilance, and the subsequent spatial slash sent it into a heightened state of alert. It sensed that even with its immense form, it could not withstand this strike, lest it be cleaved in twain. Wei Gong pointed the sword's edge at the beast's head. "Are you now qualified? Strength is always the best bargaining chip. No amount of words can compare to a single decisive strike." "Who exactly are you?" The beast stared at Wei Gong, not daring to let its guard down for an instant. "Shouthan City, Wei Gong. I come uninvited. My apologies for the intrusion, and I kindly ask for your understanding." Wei Gong, wielding the longsword, stood proudly amidst the cloud sea, vividly illustrating what it means to speak the most audacious words while embodying the most timid demeanor. "You are the core of Shouthan City." Though the beast had long resided above the clouds, it still received daily reports from its subordinates. According to the Crow's report, the core of Shouthan City was supposed to be a waste incapable of managing even a third-tier city. Yet the figure before it bore no resemblance to a mere waste. The Crow's intelligence must have been fundamentally flawed, or else it could not have reached such an absurd conclusion. The colossal beast spoke in a deep voice. "Wei Gong, what brings you here?" Given that the other party had chosen to speak amicably, it would be rather impolite to brandish a knife at them. Wei Gong elegantly twirled the blade in his right hand, smoothly sheathing it while restoring a friendly smile to his face. "I propose a friendly exchange. I will assist you in cracking open that eggshell, and in return, you will cooperate with me in staging a performance." Goodness, this Empire State Building is enormous. It will take me ages to find my way around. Though Song Chong verbally expressed his reluctance, he effortlessly infiltrated the Empire State Building. At that moment, he was darting through the maze of rooms, glancing this way and that in search of the cell where Chan Tong was imprisoned. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from around the corner. Something was approaching Song Chang's direction. This is bad. Someone is coming. Song Chang inhaled sharply, holding his breath as he activated his special ability to dilute his presence. The dilution of presence, as its name suggests, drastically reduces the user's visibility, causing the surrounding creatures to instinctively overlook Song Chang's existence. In addition to diminishing his own presence, Song Chang could also lower that of others through touch. It was precisely due to this ability that Chu Zhongqing had specifically assigned Song Chang to carry out this rescue mission. Puff, puff, puff. The heavy footsteps rounded the corner, revealing their true nature. A zombie dog, nearly the size of a wild wolf. Where did this dog come from? Song Chang, a middle-aged man, immediately stood at attention. Throughout Donghai City, it was evident that the zombies exhibited varying degrees of animal traits, with some even resembling quadrupedal animal zombies. This phenomenon stemmed from the evolutionary path of Donghai City's core. Since the core pursued a path of beast enhancement, it became infused with various wild animal gene sequences. Zombies infected by the Donghai core inherited these beast genes, resulting in signs of beastification. If an ordinary person were to be infected by such beast-like zombies, they would similarly inherit beast genes, albeit with a diluted effect due to generational inheritance, leading to less pronounced beastification. After all, the more evident the signs of beastification, the greater the strength of the zombie. The zombie dog before Song Chang was at least a small leader-level zombie. Puff, puff, puff. As a canine zombie with an acute sense of smell, the zombie dog's duty was to patrol and secure the Empire State Building. Previous rescue attempts by several teams had mostly been thwarted by this zombie dog, which had led to countless zombies pursuing them, ultimately resulting in complete annihilation. You can't see me, you can't see me. As Song Chang remained motionless, he endeavored to calm his emotions, as this would further reduce his presence. Puff, puff, puff. The zombie dog passed by Song Chang without noticing his presence, eventually disappearing at the end of the corridor. This was the uniqueness of Song Chang's ability. It was not invisibility, yet its effects far surpassed mere concealment. Had he been invisible, the zombie dog could have detected his presence through scent, whereas Song Chang's presence dilution also diminished the sense visibility. Exhaling, Song Chang finally relaxed and revealed himself again. I've utilized my ability too much today. I should find a room to hide in and continue tomorrow. If a task can be avoided, it should be. If it can be postponed, let it be delayed indefinitely. In everything he undertook, Song Chang adhered to the principle of exerting no more than 60% of his effort, even if he had the stamina to continue searching. He had no intention of doing so today. Earning only a few thousand each month, what was the point of risking his life? Consequently, Song Chang chose a relatively secluded room to conceal himself. Chapter 76. The Innate Laborer Saint Body. You wouldn't believe it. Truly, you wouldn't. The living quarters of these individuals are rather impressive. After using the base's provided lockbreaker to unlock the door, Song Chang discovered an exceptionally luxurious business suite within. Both in terms of room size and decor style, it could be deemed top tier. If calculated based on the pre-apocalypse housing prices, a night's stay in this room would cost at least 5,000. However, it was no surprise, given that the Empire State Building had been a 5-star hotel before its fall, now reduced to a den of zombies. What a waste. The thought that he was living in less comfort than a horde of zombies sent a chill down Song Chang's spine. Upon entering the room, Song Chang promptly locked the door and secured the chain latch. For safety's sake, he refrained from turning on the electricity and instead curled up in a dark corner to rest for a moment. Just a brief nap. Yawning, Song Chang drowsily closed his eyes. At that moment, the glass in the room suddenly rippled. Master, shall we eliminate this survivor player? Little did Song Chang know that, despite believing himself to be concealed, he had been under the surveillance of Callan since entering the room. The occupant of this suite was Wei Gong. However, for safety reasons, Wei Gong was not residing in the room but rather in a suite within the Mirror Realm. No rush, let's observe what this fellow intends to do in the Mirror Realm. Wei Gong watched with interest as Song Chang rested. The fact that he could infiltrate the Empire State Building alone without being detected indicated that this individual possessed some merit. Callan informed Su Zailan to let the zombies in Donghai City know that this area does not require patrolling for the next few days. According to Wei Gong's script, he and Callan had not yet reached their queue for appearance. hence requiring Su Xilan to convey the message on their behalf. Understood. Under Wei Gong's arrangements, the area became exceptionally secure, allowing Song Chong to naturally regard this room as a safe haven. For the next few days, Song Chong ventured out at precisely 9 each morning to search for Qian Tong's location, scurrying around the Empire State Building like a mouse. After lunch, he would take an hour-long nap.by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He would resume his search for Qian Tong. Observing Song Chong lounging in bed, engrossed in his phone, Wei Gong could barely contain himself. He resembled a conceptual deity. Wei Gong's lips twitched slightly. Could this fellow possibly be the innate laborer Saint Body? Punctual in attendance, unwavering in leaving work, and never working overtime. While Wei Gong grumbled, he held a deep respect for Song Cheng's abilities. Being able to navigate this perilous lair undetected underscored that Song Cheng's superpower was indeed extraordinary. After observing Song Chong for several days, Wei Gong deduced that his ability likely pertained to concealment. Though lacking in combat prowess, his skills in evasion were remarkable. Meanwhile, Song Chong, lying on the bed, began his daily reporting. June 13th. Clear weather, still no sign of Qian Tong's location. The Empire State Building grows increasingly perilous. Today, I spotted the Donghai City core. Were it not for my unique ability, I would have already become a corpse. For my safety, I hereby request to terminate the mission. After submitting his report, Song Chong carelessly tossed aside his phone, indifferent. Although he already anticipated the response, he felt compelled to sell his plight, hoping that perhaps one day it would yield success. After all, one must have dreams. What distinguishes a person without aspirations from a salted fish? Lying on the soft bed, Song Chong scratched his rear. Why not take a shower today? I feel like I'm starting to smell. Initially, Song Chong had refrained from turning on the lights, preferring to hide in the shadows for a quick nap. However, as he realized that the area was devoid of patrols, he gradually let down his guard. Naturally, he still refrained from turning on the television sound, not daring to be that bold. Could it be that I've actually succeeded? Song Chong was greatly surprised, excitedly picking up his phone. What he saw was not an approval to terminate the mission, but rather an additional task directive. The task notification read, according to reliable intelligence, the Donghai City Core has summoned several core zombies for a meeting, the location of which is the Empire State Building. Additional task, infiltrate the Empire State Building and ascertain the purpose of the core zombies gathering in Donghai City. Angrily, Song Chong flung his phone onto the bed, feeling like a clown. I finally felt a spark of hope. And yet you've made me lose utterly, damn it. Song Chong was genuinely furious now. Knowing full well that the Empire State Building harbored a multitude of cores, fraught with danger, they still assigned him such a perilous mission. Is my life not worth anything? Can a person truly undertake such a task? Enduring for a moment only leads to greater loss. Stepping back breeds more frustration. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. I am going to blow up at my dog of a boss. Without considering whether he would be discovered by the zombies, Song Chong directly dialed the phone. Damn it, I quit. This task is no different from suicide. Whoever wants to do it can do it. With emotions running high, Song Chong unleashed a torrent of curses. In that moment, he froze. One must understand the immense allure of retirement for a laborer. It is the day they all dream of. Will there be a pension after retirement? Are there 5 insurances and 1 fund? As Song Chong uttered these words, his voice trembled. Chapter 77. Can you keep up? After you retire, you will be stationed in the capital, where you will have hardly any tasks, and you won't even need to clock in for work. No one will supervise you. You can do as you please. As for the benefits, it's $20,000 a month, with all 5 insurances and 1 fund included. If you wish to enhance your strength, we can also prioritize offering you access to training facilities. Are you serious when you say that? Song Chong was on the verge of tears. He participated in this deadly game precisely to experience such a life. Damn it. If I refuse to take on this task, no one else will. Fueled by an unwavering resolve for the dreamt of retirement, Song Chong ignited a fervor of 200%. Dreams are bountiful, yet reality is starkly lean, and Song Chong immediately encountered his first dilemma. The Empire State Building is so vast. Even if there are not tens of thousands of rooms, there are at least 8,000. Go find the location where the maternal figures are convening amidst such a multitude of rooms is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, with so many perilous maternal figures present, how could he eavesdrop on their discussions without being detected? In the mirrored world, Every move and word of Song Chong was under the watchful eye of Wei Gong. He stroked his chin with interest. It seems our little mouse is rather troubled. From Song Chang's earlier conversation, it was apparent that the meeting convened by the maternal figures of Donghai City had likely come to the attention of the Dayin officials. The task assigned to Song Chong by Dayin undoubtedly pertained to eavesdropping on the maternal meeting's contents. Ka Luan spoke in an unperturbed tone. He will die, without the assistance of a benefactor. Song Chang's attempt to eavesdrop would be tantamount to suicide, given the overwhelming number of maternal zombies present. Even with exceptional concealment skills, it would be impossible to maintain them indefinitely if discovered during this period. Song Chong would be doomed. In response, Wei Gong merely smiled lightly. No worries, we shall become his benefactors. Just moments ago, Wei Gong was searching for a camera capable of live-streaming the grand spectacle about to unfold to the Dayin officials. Now, fortuitously, Song Chong had delivered himself right to their doorstep. What shall we do? Wei Gong stroked his chin and chuckled. If he is unaware of the meeting time, we shall serve as his alarm clock. If he does not know the meeting location, we shall act as his guide. If he fears detection, we will divert the attention of the entire assembly for him. At 3:53 p.m. on June 15th. In the room, Song Chong anxiously glanced at his phone. There are only 10 minutes left until the maternal zombie meeting begins, yet I still do not know the location of the gathering. During the previous day, Song Chong had inadvertently overheard a conversation between the maternal figure of Jianghua City and other zombies, learning that the meeting was set to commence at 4:47 p.m. on June 15th. Now, as the meeting draws near, he still has not discovered where it is to be held. Song Chong, oh Song Chong, think of a way quickly. Otherwise, you will miss out on your precious retirement. Arg. Just as Song Chong flitted about like an ant on a hot pan, a sudden commotion outside his room caught his attention. What is that noise? Song Chong stealthily approached the door, peering cautiously through the peephole to observe the corridor. He saw a black-haired man grasping a zombie dog by the head, and with a sudden force, he crushed it with his bare hands. What the hell? Witnessing such a bloody and violent scene, Song Chong instinctively gasped. Who is this man? So ferocious. Huh? Damn. Wei Gong chuckled in the corridor. Song Chong, you are watching me, aren't you? Wei Gong was aware that Song Chong was secretly peeking at him from behind the door, for he had intentionally exposed himself. Pretending to be oblivious, Wei Gong raised his voice slightly. Huh? The local gangsters are truly rude. Not only did they throw a party without inviting me, but they also unleashed their dogs on me. Just watch as I smash their party to smithereens. With that, Wei Gong dragged the corpse of the zombie dog forward. Tio ensured that Song Chong did not lose track of him. Wei Gong even used the blood of the zombie dog as a makeshift trail. As Wei Gong moved further away, Song Chong finally exhaled in relief. That guy must be the maternal figure from Shout'an City. As a member of Dayin, Song Chong had certainly heard of Wei Gong's notorious reputation. He is attending the meeting as well? No, from his earlier tone, it seems more like he came to cause trouble. As Song Chong pondered, a realization struck him. Wait, if I follow him, I might just discover the meeting location. Finally coming to this conclusion, Song Chong hurriedly opened the door and dashed out. After Song Chong departed, Ka Luan emerged from the mirror within the room. Master, the little mouse has set off. Heh. It seems our little mouse is not too dim-witted after all. Before the plan commenced, Wei Gong had worried that Song Chong might lack the sense to follow him as it stands. He had been overly concerned. Ka Luan, remember to protect our little mouse. Do not let him be devoured by stray dogs on the way. I will. Wei Gong forged ahead, eliminating any zombies that could pose a threat to Song Chong. Ka Luan followed closely behind, silently dispatching any zombie that dared to approach within 10 meters of Song Chong. The duo escorted Song Chong as if on a quest to the west, ultimately leading him to the conference hall located at the pinnacle of the Empire State Building. This was indeed the venue for the maternal zombie meeting. Meanwhile, within the conference hall, the 8 maternal zombies who had received invitations were already seated, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. One of the maternal zombies, evidently growing impatient, posed a question. The meeting is set to start in 3 minutes. Why have the representatives from Donghai City not yet arrived? The grand round table in the conference hall featured 9 chairs. While the other 8 were occupied, the host's seat remained vacant. Clearly, the maternal figure from Donghai City had yet to arrive. Indeed, where are they? Su Xilan anxiously glanced towards the entrance. She was not waiting for the maternal figure of Donghai City, but rather for Wei Gong. According to Wei Gong's plan, It was time for him to make his entrance. Just then, a defiant voice rang out from beyond the door. "So you were throwing a party without inviting me, huh?" The priceless sandalwood door, worth thousands, was kicked open, and a black-haired youth with crimson eyes strode confidently into the hall. "Hi. Did you miss me?" Chapter 78 Dubon rating 5.0 Under the gaze of all, Wei Gong swaggered into the conference hall. "Oh, how delightful. They even saved the host's seat for me. This guy isn't here to cause trouble, is he?" Aside from Su Xilan, the other maternal zombies shared this unspoken thought. It was evident to any discerning observer that the host's seat was certainly not reserved for him. "Who the hell are you?" At that moment, a brash young maternal figure stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Wei Gong. This maternal figure had skin resembling dried, wrinkled bark, with a verdant tuft atop his head, resembling a walking dead tree. His name was El Bin Shu, the maternal zombie from Dalan City. Among the maternal figures, El Bin Shu was relatively weaker, comparable to Su Xilan. His primary reason for attending the Donghai City meeting was to gain favor with the influential figures there. Although he did not know who Wei Gong was, he recognized this as an undeniable opportunity to showcase himself, potentially winning the favor of the maternal figures from Donghai City. Wei Gong cast a glance at El Bin Shu. "What kind of plant person are you? Did you not consume enough organic fertilizer to keep your mouth shut?" Puffed. Many of the maternal figures erupted in laughter. Some were amused by Wei Gong's words, while others found El Bin Shu's audacity to be comical. These maternal zombies, to varying extents, possessed their own networks of information and were aware that Wei Gong was the maternal zombie from Shout-An City. They had all seen the video of the relentless pursuit by Hunter No. 2. Given the terrifying combat prowess of his subordinates, it was clear that Wei Gong was not someone a weakling like El Bin Shu could provoke. Realizing his attempt at bravado had backfired, El Bin Shu was instantly incensed. With a swift motion, he raised his right hand, transforming his entire arm into a twisted, elongated, dry branch, lunging at Wei Gong. This was one of El Bin Shu's abilities. If touched by this dry branch, it would siphon away the victim's life force. A normal person struck by this branch would be reduced to a husk within 10 seconds, in the face of El Bin Shu's assault. Wei Gong remained nonchalant, propping his legs on the table, showing no intention of evasion. "Your size is rather diminutive. Are you sure you aren't the same model as your little brother?" As he spoke, a crimson long spear shot forth from behind Wei Gong, colliding head-on with El Bin Shu's transformed dry branch. The spear, unstoppable, pushed forward, tearing El Bin Shu's arm in half and ultimately piercing through his shoulder. Before El Bin Shu could mourn the loss of his girlfriend, another crimson long spear arrived on the scene, aimed directly at his chest. This spear not only struck El Bin Shu with a chilling precision, but also pinned him harshly against the wall. Why? Why can't my wounds heal? As a plant-based being, El Bin Shu possessed the ability to absorb life force and boasted formidable regenerative capabilities. Even if he lost half his body, it would be merely a minor injury. However, this time was different. El Bin Shu was horrified to discover that the wounds inflicted by the crimson spear were incapable of healing, as if cursed, continuously devouring his flesh. Deadly Thorns. This was the name of the spear launched by Ka Luan. After a series of battles, Wei Gong had concluded that while Ka Luan's infallible ability was indeed powerful, its destructive capacity was regrettably low, particularly when confronted with units possessing high defenses and formidable armor. It is exceedingly challenging to make an impact. Consequently, Wei Gong instructed Ka Luan to exchange points for a spear named Death Thorns. This crimson spear is imbued with 2 curses. The first, Tear, allows it to bypass all defenses below Class A. Piercing even the armor of armored vehicles, Death Thorns can strike through with ease. The second, Severe Injury, ensures that once one is struck by Death Thorns, the wound becomes tainted with a death curse, significantly impeding the healing process. With a smirk, Wei Gong pointed at El Bin Shu, who was pinned to the wall like a dead dog, and remarked to Ka Luan behind him, "Look at that man. He resembles a dog, doesn't he?" "I am not a dog lover." Ka Luan found herself wielding another Death Thorns, this time aiming for El Bin Shu's head. Having forged an enmity, Ka Luan would not allow him to leave this conference hall alive. Such was her modus operandi. Who dared to be so audacious as to run rampant on the territory of Donghai City? Following the direction of the voice, a man wearing a crow-beaked mask burst into the conference hall. He was one of the affiliates of Donghai City's core, specifically the one responsible for distributing invitations, known as the Crow. With such a commotion erupting in the conference hall, it would be unreasonable for Donghai City's zombies to remain unresponsive. Upon entering, the crow saw Chang Wei engaging in a game of dice. "What are you doing?" To avoid any potential mishaps in their plan, only Wei Gong and the core of Donghai City were privy to the transaction, leaving others in the dark. Thus, the crow perceived Wei Gong and Ka Luan as mere disruptors. Ka Luan cast a cold glance at the crow, disregarding his warning, and hurled her spear. The incoming death thorns instilled a palpable sense of impending doom in El Benshu, prompting him to cry out, "Quack, save me, my teeth! I command you to stop! Can't you hear me?" With a wave of his hand, the crow summoned a swarm of crows, attempting to obstruct Ka Luan's death thorns. "Death thorns, you shall not be obstructed." The Crimson Spear, simultaneously enhanced with the abilities of Guaranteed Hit and Death Thorns, proved exceptionally difficult to impede. With ease, Death Thorns pierced through the swarm of crows, striking El Benshu squarely in the head. Following a chilling scream, El Benshu's eyes rolled back, his legs kicked out, and he fell silent. Damn. Is he dead? All the entities present could no longer remain seated. Springing up in alarm, they had come to observe this conflict with a sense of detachment, believing it would result in mere injuries, not death. Yet the reality was that El Benshu had been executed on the spot. The onlookers were stunned, including Song Chong, who was peeking from a corner, his jaw dropping wide enough to fit an apple. "What the hell? Is the plot this intense?" Glancing at his phone, Song Chong exclaimed, "What the hell? The movie just started 2 minutes ago, and someone is already dead. And not just any random passerby, but a genuine core zombie." To draw a comparison, it was akin to a character from Detective Conan being killed within the first 2 minutes of a film. Such explosive developments could not be kept to himself. He felt compelled to alert everyone to witness this spectacle. Immediately, Song Chong whipped out his phone and began tagging his colleagues. "Holy crap. Explosive plot twist. If you miss this, you'll regret it for eternity." The base's supervisor quickly interjected, "Song Chong, what on earth are you babbling about?" Struggling to contain his excitement, Song Chong typed furiously on the screen. "Super big scoop. The core of Danlin City was taken out by the core of Shaotan City." The supervisor was left utterly dumbfounded. "Song Chong, one may indulge in culinary delights, but one must not speak frivolously." This information was so staggering that it instinctively led the supervisor to doubt its authenticity. "Don't believe me? I'll livestream it for you." This provoked Song Chang's stubbornness, and without concern for being discovered by other zombies, he initiated the live stream. Through the live footage, it was evident that the figure pinned to the wall like a dead dog was indeed the core of Danlin City, a crimson spear protruding from its head, utterly motionless, as if truly deceased. "Damn, it's really dead." The supervisor immediately leapt to his feet, shouting, "Now, immediately, notify all high-ranking officials of Dian. A significant incident has occurred at the Donghai City Core meeting." Upon the announcement, the entirety of Dian's upper echelons was thrown into turmoil. One core had slain another, a monumental event unprecedented in their history. Within 2 minutes, all high-ranking officials of Dian had joined a conference call to witness Song Chang's livestream. During the call, Liang Sun inquired, "Yang Xiangdi, what is the situation?" "Hear us what transpired." Yang Xiangdi, the head of the Donghai City base, promptly recounted the unfolding events. "Director Chu, what is your take on this?" Chu Zhengqing scrutinized the live footage. "The distance is too great, and the image is not very clear. I cannot ascertain whether the core of Danlin City is indeed deceased. As a researcher?" Chu Zhengqing refrained from making any judgments without definitive proof. "Can the camera get any closer?" Chu Zhengqing shook his head. "I fear not. This is already the limit." He was well aware of the capabilities of every survivor player and understood where Song Chang's limits lay. If they were to draw closer, Song Chang would undoubtedly be detected. "Ugh," Liang Sun lamented, striking the table in frustration. "Such pivotal intelligence, and yet we cannot see it." Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Empire State Building, Wei Gong lowered his voice and said to Ka Luan, "Hey, you didn't actually kill that vegetable, did you? I controlled the force. He won't die." Ka Luan's mastery of her strength was exquisite. The previous strike had precisely damaged El Benshu's neural pathways without inflicting fatal harm to his crystal core. As long as the core remained unharmed, El Benshu would not perish. Additionally, due to the curse of Ka Luan's death thorns, El Benshu's healing speed was impeded, leaving him incapacitated like a dead dog. "All right. With Ka Luan's assurance, Wei Gong felt reassured and resumed his performance. With a smile, he greeted the crow with exaggerated enthusiasm. Well, isn't this our dear crow? It's been quite some time. I've missed you dearly. The crow's face turned an alarming shade of green. What do you want? Shout and City. Wei Gong had just executed a core zombie before him, which was not only a slap in the face for the crow but also for his master. Ignoring the crow's inquiries, Wei Gong continued, "The pigeons you sent were simply delightful, nutritious and plump. My children absolutely adored them." Ugh! The crow felt as though he might vomit blood from fury. The mere mention of the matter ignited his rage. Each crow clone he created was akin to an extension of himself. Any harm inflicted on them would be painfully felt by his original form. The agony experienced when a crow clone was devoured by the parasitic mother nest was mirrored back to him, leaving a substantial shadow on his tender psyche. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. The verbal prowess of the Shout and City core was astonishingly sharp, each word cutting deep. "You have gone too far." Enraged, the crow transformed into a multitude of crows, surging towards Wei Gong, eager to let him experience the sensation of being utterly consumed. Ka Luan, can you apprehend him? I have locked onto his original form. Once more, Ka Luan launched a death thorns, slicing through the throng of crows and pinning an inconspicuous one against the wall. The crow's original form was slain. The countless crows vanished without a trace, leaving not a single feather behind. Song Chong tried to keep his voice low as he exclaimed, "Damn, the core of Shouten City has gone berserk." Whether it was the cores present or those watching the live stream, a singular thought dominated their minds. This guy has truly lost it. Earlier, attacking the core of Danlin City was merely a matter of disrespecting Donghai City's core. But now, Wei Gong had directly killed the crow, effectively declaring war against Donghai City. Liang Sun slammed his hand on the table. Standing up to declare, "Relay my orders. The Donghai City base and the Pingjiang City base are to enter a state of level 1 readiness immediately." Years of political experience told Liang Sun that something significant was about to unfold. As Dian commenced its actions, Wei Gong in the conference hall also began to move. He finally stood from his seat and approached the crow, seizing him by the collar. Such a succulent pigeon. Pluck all its feathers, coat it in egg wash, roll it in breadcrumbs, and fry it to a golden crisp. Young and old alike adore it, and even the neighbor's child will be drooling, observing Wei Gong salivating as he spoke. Everyone was rendered speechless. Are you filming a cooking video or something? Suddenly, thunder roared, and fierce winds howled, as if a calamity had descended upon Donghai City. A booming voice echoed through the heavens. Shouten City. Who do you wish to blow up? As the tumultuous clouds parted, an immense beast's head emerged amidst the sea of clouds. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head akin to a camel. Eyes like a rabbit's, neck akin to a serpent's, belly like a mythical beast's, scales like a fish's, claws like an eagle's, paws like a tiger's, and ears like a cow's. The appearance of this creature is indistinguishable from the dragons of myth and legend. Wei Gong grinned, exclaiming, "Wow, this dragon looks quite dashing." It was a colossal jet-black dragon, seemingly forged from molten iron, with every movement exuding power and grace. The dragon spiraled at the pinnacle of the sky, its body entwined with lightning, as if a deity had descended. Its immense form, spanning hundreds of meters, churned through the sea of clouds, each motion inciting fierce winds and thunderous roars. Dragon transformation. This was the A-class ability birthed from the myriad beastly transformations of the mother body of Donghai City. Unlike ordinary A-class abilities, dragon transformation was a reward skill obtained by the mother body after acquiring all 9 designated beastly powers. In simpler terms, it was akin to a set skill. This meant that not only did one need to expend substantial points to draw abilities and weapons, but also require a fair amount of luck to obtain the specified powers and weapons. Thus, achieving it was exceedingly arduous. The formidable difficulty of acquisition also ensured that its strength surpassed that of typical A-class abilities. Take Dragon Transformation as an example. Upon gaining this ability, the mother body of Donghai City would possess an enormous form, reaching up to 100 meters, complemented by impenetrable dragon scales, capable of withstanding bombardments from bombers. Beyond its indestructible physique, Dragon Transformation also endowed the mother body with the power of flight and the ability to control the weather. With such a multitude of capabilities, in terms of direct combat prowess, The mother body of Donghai City was on par with the fully armed Rongyue. Shouting City, whom do you wish to annihilate? The massive dragon's head descended from the heavens, appearing outside the floor-to-ceiling glass of the conference hall, its ancient bell-like pupils casting their gaze. Wherever its sight fell, everything appeared minuscule, causing those present, apart from Wei Gong and Kaitu, to feel an overwhelming pressure, their breaths quickening. Was this the mother body of Donghai City? Kai Yunting? The oppressive aura emanating from this behemoth was truly suffocating. If an ordinary person were to be scrutinized by this dragon, they would likely faint on the spot. Wei Gong chuckled nonchalantly, tossing the crow in his hand. Do you wish to be deep-fried as well? Surprisingly, he genuinely contemplated feeding Kai Yunting to the parasitic mother nest. Having consumed merely a crow avatar, the mother nest had produced a crow zombie. If it devoured this dragon, wouldn't it yield a zombie dragon? Imagining a zombie dragon rampaging through the world was undeniably thrilling. Hearing this, the assembled mother bodies broke into a cold sweat. Big brother, please, spare us. Don't say any more. As the saying goes, when gods clash, mortals suffer. Whether Wei Gong would be slain by Kai Yunting was of no concern to them. They feared for their own lives amidst the chaos of their battle. Enraged, Kai Yunting laughed mockingly. Arrogant fool, unaware of your own limitations. He opened his gaping abyss of a mouth, crackling with leaping lightning, gathering a formidable electric roar. Here it comes, as the thunderous roar of the lightning dragon was about to coalesce. The mother bodies in the conference hall were on the verge of tears. Big brother, it was him who provoked you. Please don't take us down with him. Watching the mother bodies' frantic attempts to flee yet hesitating, Wei Gong couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you all, panicking. Instead of retreating, Wei Gong advanced, positioning himself before the glass as he faced Kai Yunting. I'm not certain whether your old phlegm will bring my demise, but your joyful existence is certainly over. Kai Yunting paused, realizing there was some truth to Wei Gong's words, and swallowed the lightning he had been gathering. So what do you propose? Wei Gong beckoned with his finger. According to the rules of the realm, let us ascend to the rooftop and duel one-on-one. Those who do not come are but little pups. The assembly of mother bodies fell silent once more. This sounded akin to a childish dispute. All right, no leaving after school. Wei Gong laughed, turning to the crowd of mother bodies. What say you? Care to come up front and watch? The mother bodies shook their heads in unison. No, that's detrimental to our health. To witness a spectacle at the cost of one's own life would be utterly foolish. Unamused, Wei Gong shook his head in disappointment as he exited the conference hall. Observing Wei Gong and Kai Yunting depart in succession, Song Chong, who had been clandestinely filming from a corner, found himself in a quandary. Should I follow them? Liang Sun promptly issued the order. Follow them. Wait, are you serious? Song Chong was neither blind nor foolish. Should those two titans engage in battle, it would undoubtedly result in cataclysmic destruction. A stray AoE attack could easily obliterate him. Completing this mission would grant him freedom, allowing him to do as he pleased without oversight. What about the salary doubled? Same benefits. Hiss. Song Chong inhaled sharply. He was genuinely tempted. That moment, Chu Zhengqing spoke up. Song Chong, should you successfully accomplish this task, I shall grant you a wish, any wish you desire. You may even transfer it to another. Song Chang's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. Director Chu's promise. Undoubtedly, this was the most valuable reward imaginable. With this promise, he would possess access to the most elite resources in Dian, something every Survivor player yearned for. Even if Song Chong chose not to utilize it, he could barter it with other Survivor players to that point. All survivors in Dian would be eager to curry favor with him for this promise. In that instant, Song Chong felt akin to the protagonist of a novel, with this mission serving as his opportunity for ascendance. Completing it would lead him to the pinnacle of life, relishing the protagonist's existence. As Marx once said, if there is a 50% profit, a person will take risks. With 100% profit, they would dare to trample upon all laws. And with 300% profit, they would commit any crime, even in the face of execution. Song Chong, it's time for grand endeavors. Go forth. Clenching his eyes shut and gritting his teeth, Song Chong surged forth, following Wei Gong. Chapter 81. The two great powers clash. Observing Kai Yunting extend his enormous dragon claw, beckoning Wei Gong below, he taunted, "Come here." Despite the enormous disparity in their sizes, Wei Gong's spirit was undaunted. as he too extended his hand, beckoning, "Come here, come here, come here, come here." Just as Kai Yunting continued to gesture and retort, Wei Gong suddenly drew the long knife, Bianin, unleashing a gust of black blade wind towards Kai Yunting. "What the hell? A sneak attack? You can't handle this. You're just a little trash." Kai Yunting swiftly dodged, barely evading Wei Gong's blade wind. Wei Gong hurled a crow zombie, merging with it. Enough chatter. Speed is of the essence. With a powerful flap of the black wings behind him, he soared like a falcon into the sky. "Dare you take to the skies? Truly overestimating yourself." Kai Yunting clenched his dragon claw, summoning a massive tornado. Level 8 gale. The howling winds of the 8th level approached, seemingly intent on tearing Wei Gong to shreds. Wei Gong merely smiled nonchalantly. "Ha! Watch as I cleave your monstrous level 8 apart." With successive slashes from Bianin, several streams of black blade wind sliced through Kai Yunting's tornado. Wei Gong twirled the Bianin in an elegant flourish. "Your winds lack strength. My grandmother's fan creates stronger gusts than yours. You motherf." Kai Yunting's lip twitched. Wei Gong's insults were brutally harsh. Were it not for the fact that this battle was essentially a performance for Dian's higher-ups, he would have genuinely wished to strike this insolent brat down with a bolt of lightning. Wei Gong sheathed Bianin, adopting a draw stance. Cut. Na, Ju, Deng. A formidable wave of black blade wind, stretching over 100 meters, surged forth from Wei Gong. Kai Yunting's dragon eyes widened in shock. "No, buddy. The power of this strike is on an entirely different level. Should this blade wind strike, it would surely lead to grievous injury. If not death, Thunder God, aid me," Kai Yunting roared, unleashing dozens of enormous bolts of lightning to intercept Wei Gong's blade wind, attempting to nullify the attack. Yet, the black blade wind targeted the very fabric of space. Upon contact, the lightning shattered, utterly ineffective as a defense. In that moment, panic gripped Kai Yunting, who cursed in a frenzy. "Wei Gong, why aren't you playing by the rules?" Initially, they had agreed this battle was merely a charade for the higher-ups of Dian. So Kai Yunting had let his guard down, failing to evade. Just as the black blade wind was about to strike Kai Yunting, it suddenly veered sharply, grazing past his head. "Wait, I can miss while standing still?" Puzzled, Kai Yunting turned to see Wei Gong wearing a half-smirk. Only then did he realize that this brat had deliberately aimed wide to intimidate him, eager to see him embarrass himself. "You motherf." Kai Yunting opened his dragon mouth wide, unleashing an enormous torrent of lightning breath towards Wei Gong. Wei Gong executed a perfect somersault, evading the overwhelming blast of lightning breath. Although the breath missed Wei Gong, it struck a high-rise building adjacent to the Empire State Building. Under such a cataclysmic assault, even the towering structure crumbled instantly, reduced to a heap of ruins. Damn. Is this the scale of battle between two great powers? Despite the apparent banter between Wei Gong and Kai Yunting above, the spectators below were filled with trepidation. For any one of these attacks, should it land upon them, their demise would be inevitable. Song Chong huddled in the corner like a mouse, trembling as he watched the clash of titans unfold. In this moment, he finally comprehended what it meant for two great emperors to battle at the edge of the universe, causing even the Tao to fade away. Observing the live video feed, Liang Sun fell into silence. With the combat prowess displayed by Wei Gong and Kai Yunting, it was evident that the great Yin army could no longer contend. Liang Sun turned to Chu Zhengqing. "Director Chu, if our surviving players were to confront them now, would they prevail?" Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses. "Rest assured, it is guaranteed." Liang Sun slammed his fist on the table, the veins on his hands visibly bulging. "Is there truly nothing we can do?" Without the suppression of the Rongyue defense tower, the mother zombies had outpaced the survivors significantly. However, Chu Zhengqing cast a glance at Liang Sun. Given Liang Sun's character, he would never allow such a situation to unfold. "Should we change personnel?" Chu Zhengqing spoke. "Minister Liang, there is no need to fret. This battle presents us with an opportunity." Liang Sun managed to regain his composure. Indeed. Initially, Liang Sun feared that the conflict between Wei Gong and Kai Yunting was merely a performance for their benefit. But now, it was clear that they harbored genuine animosity. As both had fought with lethal intent, the more fiercely Wei Gong and Kai Yunting clashed, the more delighted the great Yin would be. What they wished to witness was one being vanquished while the other suffered grievous injuries. thus allowing the Great Yin to exploit the situation and eliminate the two greatest threats in one fell swoop. Inform the Donghai City base and the Pingjiang City base to remain on high alert for combat readiness. Once the outcome of the battle between the two mothers is determined, they shall mobilize at once. Understood. Wei Gong cast a glance at the distant milky white protective shield. The performance can cease here. If there are no casualties soon, it would seem too contrived. Are you certain you want me to unleash my full power against you? If he were to attack with all his might? Cai Yunting genuinely feared he might inadvertently kill Wei Gong, as he still had needs of him. From the earlier skirmish, it was clear that Wei Gong was of the high attack, low defense type. Come on, unleash your attack. I am experienced in this. It won't be fatal. All right. Cai Yunting soared into the sky, his towering figure disappearing into the sea of clouds. In an instant, the entire cloudscape erupted, transforming into a tempest of thunder. With countless bolts of lightning leaping within that moment, the cloud cover that had shrouded Donghai City for a month dissipated, replaced by a nearly 1,000-meter-long dragon composed entirely of lightning. Thunder Dragon Transformation. The Thunder Dragon roared, surging forth with an endless wave of thunder towards Wei Gong. With this move, I acknowledge your prowess. I shall deem you the strongest in Donghai City. Wei Gong inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into the beyond. But I am destined to become the zombie king. With a simple yet powerful strike, he unleashed the Beyond's funeral. The approaching 1,000-meter Thunder Dragon would be met with a 1,000-meter blade wind. Chapter 82. It's over. All your fault. Before the ferocious blade wind, the imposing Thunder Dragon appeared as fragile as paper, effortlessly cleaving it in two. The spatial slash was unstoppable, cutting through everything in its path. And in an instant, it reached Cai Yunting. PFF. The fierce blade wind swept through, bathing the ground in a deluge of crimson dragon blood. Along with the dragon's blood plummeting to the earth was a severed dragon body nearly 50 meters long. Wei Gong's strike had effectively severed Cai Yunting in half, transforming him into Cai Yunting. Yet, even in this altered state, he displayed no sign of panic, for he still possessed the Thunder Dragon. Are you still trying to show off? Endless torrents of lightning bombarded Wei Gong's form, determined to rid this internet-addicted youth of his vice. It must be said, Cai Yunting's electrical power was indeed formidable, thoroughly scorching Wei Gong, even bringing forth his electronic music. After engulfing Wei Gong, the 1,000-meter Thunder Dragon did not relent, instead charging towards the Empire building below. Don't come any closer. As the Thunder Dragon drew near, all within the Empire building screamed in terror. Given their small stature, should they take a direct hit from this Thunder Dragon, they would not merely be scattered corpses, but rather reduced to ashes. Are you foolish? Who launches an attack on their own home? Amidst the boundless sea of thunder, a faint sigh echoed. A sudden gust of black blade wind appeared, only to vanish in an instant. Its existence was so fleeting that no one noticed. However, this very blade wind severed the space between the Empire building and the Thunder Dragon, sparing it from destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Protected by a great power, the Empire building fared better than the surrounding structures. In an instant, the ground near the Empire building was consumed by lightning, countless edifices reduced to rubble. Before the apocalypse erupted, this area was one of Donghai City's most prosperous regions, with countless affluent merchants frequenting it, and vast sums of money flowing ceaselessly. Yet, in the face of catastrophic ruin, all glimmering gold was merely a fleeting illusion, destined to turn to dust, unknown and unremarked upon. Zzz. The overwhelming electrical power of the Thunder Dragon caused the magnetic field around the Empire building to spiral into chaos, forcibly interrupting Song Chang's live stream. Immediately access the extraterrestrial satellite surveillance. I demand to see the situation at the Empire building. Yes, as the highest commander of the Great Yin, Liang Sun's words carried significant weight. Within 2 minutes, the extraterrestrial satellite footage was transmitted to the large screen. As the sea of thunder gradually receded, the images on the screen became clearer. Faintly, a figure could be seen standing atop the Empire building. Liang Sun could no longer remain seated, springing to his feet. Who was on the rooftop? What was it you claimed you wished to become, young man? As the thunder receded and the smoke dissipated, standing atop the Empire building was a robust man, his physique resembling a mountain, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with powerful arms reminiscent of a Qilin. Despite having only half of his body remaining, He could not conceal his overwhelming aura of dominance. This was Kai Yunting's human form. The damage inflicted by Wei Gong's earlier strike was so severe that Kai Yunting could no longer maintain his dragon form and was forced to reveal his human identity. For an ordinary human, losing half of one's body would undoubtedly be fatal. Yet for a zombie, as long as the core and the head remained intact, it was not a mortal wound, at most. It would temporarily incapacitate them. You should have aimed for my head. In Kai Yunting's grasp lay a corpse with rolled-back eyes. The body was charred black, devoid of any salvageable flesh, with smoke slowly rising from its gaping mouth, indicating it was utterly lifeless. Kai Yunting squeezed his powerful claw. I'll use this to crush your head. To ensure the higher-ups of the Great Yin could see clearly, Kai Yunting lifted Wei Gong's body. With a sudden forceful grip, akin to crushing a watermelon, he pulverized Wei Gong's head into a mushy paste, splattering red and white fluids everywhere. As Wei Gong's head transformed into a puddle of flesh, all but Chu Zhengqing and Liang Sun among the Great Yan's high-ranking officials erupted into jubilant celebration. They embraced one another, sliding and cheering in the conference room, proclaiming themselves as sworn brothers. To an outsider, it might appear they had lost their minds in ecstasy. Yet, this was hardly surprising. Since the onset of the zombie crisis, they had received nothing but grim tidings, with this being the first piece of good news. With one of the two greatest threats to the Great Yin eliminated, how could they contain their joy? Such a delightful turn of events. Let us cheer and raise a toast. Cough, cough. Liang Sun interjected. I understand everyone's excitement, but we must not rejoice too soon. Until we have verified the intelligence, we must remain vigilant. Truthfully, Liang Sun also yearned to join in their celebration. However, as the highest commander of the Great Yin, he needed to maintain composure and decorum. His cold water doused the fervor in the conference room, bringing everyone back to their senses. Yes, Minister Liang is right. This is not the time for celebration. Immediately dispatch scouts from the Donghai City base and the Pingjiang City base to gather intelligence. The objectives of the reconnaissance are as follows. First, confirm whether the mother in Shaotan City is truly dead. Second, observe any changes in the zombies in Shaotan City. Third, assess the condition of the mother in Donghai City. Fourth, ascertain any movements among the zombies in Donghai City. Understood. Upon receiving the orders, the personnel in the conference room swiftly took action. Liang Sun turned to the ever-composed Chu Zhengqing. Director Chu, what are your thoughts? Chu Zhengqing inclined his head slightly. My lord, I prefer to observe. Liang Sun was momentarily speechless. I was asking for your opinion. Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses, revealing a shy smile. Minister Liang, you are aware of my work habits. I do not make comments without concrete evidence. Liang Sun nodded. That is indeed a valid point. With great effort, Liang Sun suppressed his excitement, taking his seat to await news. Just then, a staff member rushed in hurriedly. Report to Minister Liang. Chapter 83, Further Investigation and Reporting. Report to Minister Liang. The drone from Pingjiang City has sent an aerial report indicating that the number of zombies in Shaotan City has not only significantly decreased, but their mobility has also diminished considerably. Instantly, the large screen in the conference room displayed the images captured by the drone. It was evident that the number of zombies in Shaotan City had drastically reduced. The remaining zombies stood motionless, resembling beings disconnected from the digital world. Liang Sun furrowed his brow. Why has the number of zombies diminished? Could it be that with the death of the progenitor, the zombies in Shaotan City have also perished? A video was magnified, occupying the entire screen. The protagonist of the video was an extraordinarily ordinary zombie. Initially, this zombie wandered alone on the streets of Shaotan City. But as it walked, the flesh on its body began to rot rapidly, shedding pieces with each step. Eventually, the zombie's flesh became scant until it collapsed onto the road, reduced to a mere skeleton. As a gust of wind blew past, the skeletal remains disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. The zombie has perished? What is the meaning of this? Perhaps I can elucidate this matter. Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses. A few days ago, a friend of mine conducted an experiment at his research institute and discovered that survivor players infected by the progenitor are likely to be transformed into subordinates. Once transformed, the life of the subordinate becomes bound to that of the progenitor. Thus, upon the death of the progenitor, the subordinate also perishes. The death of the ordinary zombies in Shaotan City is presumably due to the demise of their progenitor. Liang Sun narrowed his eyes. Director Chu? Confess honestly, Is this friend of yours actually yourself? Chu Zhengqing scratched his head, offering a bashful smile. Minister Liang, you know me well. I would never engage in such perilous experiments without your permission. My friend is from abroad. From overseas? Even in the absence of a zombie crisis, foreign laboratories occasionally face exposure for conducting ethically questionable experiments. Liang Su dismissed further thoughts and stated, since the zombies in Shouthan City are gradually dying, does this not imply that the progenitor of Shouthan City is indeed deceased? Chu Zhengqing stroked his chin. One could say that. Report to Minister Liang, this is the latest footage from the drone over Donghai City. Shortly thereafter, several high-definition images were uploaded onto the screen. These images depicted real-time footage from around the Empire State Building. Aside from the debris strewn across the ground, numerous charred beast-like corpses lay scattered among the ruins. These beastly corpses belong to the beast zombies under Kai Yunting's command. The Empire State Building serves as the stronghold for the zombies of Donghai City, thus gathering a multitude of beast zombies as guards. Moreover, Kai Yunting's final strike had an immensely wide radius, resulting in the elimination of not only Wei Gong but also a significant portion of his own subordinates HM. What is this? As Liang Sun gazed intently, a particular photo caught his attention. In it, a woman clad in a lead gray coat lay motionless on the ground, appearing lifeless. I recall that this woman is a subordinate of the progenitor of Shouthan City. Correct. Although the Battle of Shouthan City concluded with the complete annihilation of the Great Yin Army, it still yielded a wealth of intelligence, including information regarding Callan. While the specifics of Callan's abilities remain unclear, it is certain that she is a subordinate of the progenitor of Shouthan City. Now that Callan has perished outside the Empire State Building, this effectively corroborates the speculation of the progenitor of Shouthan City being dead. Report to Minister Liang. Commander Luo Yongyan from the Pingjiang base is on the line. Take the call. As Liang Sun answered the phone, he immediately heard Luo Yongyan's furious voice. Liang Sun, do you comprehend the current situation? I am presently in the conference room. How could I not know? If you are aware, why haven't you dispatched the troops for an assault? Ever since Wei Gong conducted a live broadcast, he has faced mounting pressure daily. Among those pressuring him are citizens residing in Pingjiang City, demanding Luo Yongyan swiftly eliminate the zombies across the river. Others include online critics condemning him for his inaction towards the survivors on the bridge, asserting that the rampant zombies are a result of his negligence as commander. It is worth noting that Luo Yongyan has served in the military for many years, and this is the first instance he has been openly berated without the ability to retort. Naturally short-tempered, he has been unable to sleep at night, finding no solace in food, tossing and turning in distress. He was nearly driven to the brink of a nervous breakdown. Just then, news arrived from Donghai City that the progenitor of Shouthan City had been killed while attempting to flaunt its power. Luo Yongyan's distress vanished in an instant. It was nothing short of a medical miracle. With the progenitor of Shouthan City dead, he could immediately reclaim the city. Once he regains control of Shouthan City, Luo Yongyan would relish the opportunity to see who would dare to stab him in the back. Having known Luo Yongyan for decades, Liang Sun could discern his intentions at a glance. Old Luo, I understand your urgency, but do not rush. There are still many matters that require confirmation. Exercise some patience. Patience? Patience be damned. Are you not aware of the adage that timing is of the essence in military affairs? Do you not realize that now is the optimal moment for both Shouthan and Donghai City? Do you intend to watch this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away? Luo Yongyan spoke with fervor, saliva spraying across the screen. Old Luo, you may express your thoughts, but do refrain from spitting. Liang Sun, having served in the military himself, understood the principle of swift action quite well. Indeed, for the Great Yin, this moment presents an unparalleled opportunity. The two progenitors posing the greatest threat are now one dead and one gravely injured. To begin with, the signs indicate that the progenitor of Shouthan City is genuinely deceased. Without a progenitor, the zombies in Shouthan City are akin to wooden puppets. It would be illogical for the Great Yin to pass up such an easy advantage. As for the progenitor of Donghai City, half of its body has been severed by the progenitor of Shouthan City, rendering its dragon form unsustainable. The ominous clouds that have shrouded Donghai City for an entire month have dissipated. And even the beast zombies around the Empire State Building have been struck down in droves by a single bolt of lightning. Undoubtedly, this is the most vulnerable moment for the progenitor of Donghai City. If we do not seize the opportunity to strike while it is down, once it regains its strength, eliminating it will become a daunting task. Liang Sun, Do not hesitate any longer. Issue the command. Finally, with a resolute bite of his teeth, Liang Sun made the decision. Very well. Relay my orders. The forces from the Donghai City Base and the Pingjiang City Base shall launch a full-scale assault. The objectives are to reclaim both Shout'an City and Donghai City. Chapter 84. The Call to Counterattack Report. Commander, the troops have gathered completely. Behind the alloy gates of Pingjiang City, Luo Yongyan sat in an armed off-road vehicle, awaiting reports from his subordinates. This time, Luo Yongyan intended to personally advance into Shout'an City. What about Director Chu's personnel? After the disappearance of Team Li Bei, Chu Jingqing dispatched a new 4-member team for defense. The survivor players are certainly required to participate in the mission to reclaim Shout'an City. The soldier hesitantly reported, Commander, they claim we are too slow and have already set off without waiting for us. Luo Yongyan angrily pounded his fist against the car door. I, Luo Yongyan, detest those who disobey orders. For this reclamation operation, Luo Yongyan directly deployed 40,000 soldiers and over 100 tanks, leaving only a handful of soldiers to guard the base. This clearly indicates Luo Yongyan's determination for this mission. Within Shout'an City, a zombie that had been standing motionless suddenly turned its head, having detected the approach of a living person. The zombie let out a low growl, moving step by step towards the source of the footsteps. However, after just a few steps, it stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, landing in an undignified manner. Upon looking down, the zombie discovered that its legs had inexplicably vanished. Were it a human, it would have likely screamed in terror. Yet, the zombie felt no pain and was oblivious to the sensation of hurt. It only knew that a living person was ahead, and it intended to move forward to bite and kill them. If its legs were gone, it would crawl with its hands. Just as the zombie prepared to crawl, it realized that both its arms had vanished as well. Before the zombie could comprehend what was happening, a black bug the size of a fingernail landed on its nose. Almost immediately, the zombie saw a swirling black vortex rushing toward it. Engulfing it, the black whirlwind arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. When it vanished, the zombie was reduced to a pale skeleton, completely devoid of life. Area B, cleanup complete. A man wearing black sunglasses and cloaked in a trench coat emerged. This man's name is Lu Jing, a survivor player who has taken over from Team Li Bei. With a gentle lift of his hand, the swirling black mass obediently retreated into his sleeve, leaving behind a fingernail-sized black bug resting on his hand. This black bug is known as a corpse-eating bug, a particularly vicious creature. While a solitary bug poses little threat, an abundance of them can effortlessly reduce a tank to a mere shell, devouring everything within. The swirling black mass was composed of thousands of these corpse-eating bugs. Area A, cleanup complete. Area C, cleanup complete. Continuous reports echoed through the man's Bluetooth headset, indicating that his squad members had also successfully completed their tasks. Ah, if only I had arrived sooner. With so few zombies, they are hardly sufficient to fill my teeth. A voice crackled through Lu Jing's earpiece. Lu Jing's team differed significantly from Li Bei's. After settling in the Pingjiang base, they continuously sought permission to venture into Shout'an City to hunt zombies. To them, Shout'an City represented a vast treasure trove, brimming with countless points awaiting their acquisition. However, Luo Yongyan consistently opposed their requests, leaving them to languish in the base, devoid of purpose. At long last, they received the coveted opportunity to hunt in Shout'an City, only to discover the woefully sparse zombie population, with the creatures appearing as lifeless as wooden dolls. There was no thrill in the hunt whatsoever. Focus, Yang Wu. Our mission this time is not merely to exterminate zombies. Lu Jing opened his phone to reveal a map of Shout'an City, along with the task assigned by Chu Jingqing. Following the failure of the Shout'an City campaign, Dian had been monitoring the area with extraterrestrial satellites. The commotion caused by Luo Wan's fusion with the parasitic mother nest could not have escaped Dian's attention. However, due to the formidable presence of Wei Gong, Dian had refrained from taking any rash actions. Now that Wei Gong was deceased and the zombie horde in Shout'an City was leaderless, Chu Jingqing promptly dispatched Lu Jing's team for an investigation. Yang Wu could only feign agreement. All right, since the surrounding zombies seem to have been cleared out, let's gather and prepare to enter the pit. Understood. Soon, Lu Jing's team completed their assembly, facing a seemingly bottomless pit with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. Yang Wu, a brash young man sporting a mohawk and adorned with peculiar tattoos, exclaimed, "What the heck? This pit is enormous. How is it even formed?" Lu Jing raised a hand, and a black corpse-eating insect flew from the pit, landing on his palm. Everyone be cautious. This pit is exceptionally deep, far beyond my maximum control range for the corpse-eating insects. Diane had once attempted to capture images of the pit using extraterrestrial satellites, but the depth rendered any visuals indistinct, necessitating a manpower survey instead. Yang Wu shrugged dismissively. What's there to fear? The mother body of Xiaotan City is dead. What remains are merely harmless experience packages. Caution is the mother of safety, Lu Jing remarked, turning to the girl beside him. Yang Wu, you and I will descend first. Zhang Xiaochun, use your abilities to lower us down, while Lung Zhe stays above to protect Zhang Xiaochun. A seemingly damp and gloomy man nodded. All right. The long-haired girl beside Lu Jing also nodded. Stay away from me. Once her teammates made some space, her hair began to grow at a visible rate, reaching dozens of meters in length within 10 minutes. This was Zhang Xiaochun's ability. She could control her hair to attack others. She wrapped her hair around Yang Wu and Lu Jing. Xiaochun, make sure to tie it tightly. I'm a bit afraid of heights. Zhang Xiaochun shot him an exasperated glare. What a shameful thing for a grown man to be afraid of heights. So what if I'm afraid of heights? Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Lu Jing found their banter intolerable, giving Yang Wu a kick that sent him plummeting down. Enough with the chatter. Aw, Captain. How can you resort to such underhanded tactics against a mere 16-year-old? Chapter 85. What lies at the bottom of the pit as they followed Zhang Xiaochun's hair downwards? Lu Jing and Yang Wu were struck by the terrifying depth of the pit, resembling a gaping abyss that devoured all living things. Even light itself seemed unable to escape its grasp. Captain, it's so deep. Aren't you scared? Yang Wu felt a surge of foreboding as he gazed into the seemingly endless pit. Weren't you putting on a brave front up there? Why are you so timid now? Yang Wu glanced down. I'm not scared. It just feels like something down there is watching me. Lu Jing looked down too. There's nothing there. Don't frighten yourself. I'm serious, Captain. Haven't you heard the saying? When you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you. Yang Wu's words triggered a similar sensation in Lu Jing, as if something below were fixated on him, akin to a predator waiting for its prey to leap into its maw. Deer. We've reached the end as they descended. They soon realized that Zhang Xiaochun's hair had finally reached its limit. No way, this is too deep. Fortunately, both Yang Wu and Lu Jing had ropes with them. They secured one end of the rope to Zhang Xiaochun's hair and the other to themselves. After descending several dozen meters further, they finally touched down, only to find the ground beneath them slick and sticky. Yang Wu, keep watch while I notify the others to come down. Got it? Despite his unreliable demeanor, Yang Wu possessed commendable strength. He let out a low growl, and his body was enveloped in a thick layer of metallic skin. This was Yang Wu's ability. He could not only generate a metallic layer to shield himself, but also enhance his muscle density, temporarily transforming into a nearly indestructible steel man. Xiaochun, Lung Zhe, is everything all right up there? Report, Captain. All clear. Good. You can come down now. After a brief interval, Zhang Xiaochun and Lung Zhe descended to the bottom of the pit via hair and rope. Goodness, this place is incredibly deep. The darkness was so profound that even light struggled to penetrate, forcing the four to rely on their powerful flashlights to survey their surroundings. Ugh, this place is so sticky and disgusting, Zhang Xiaochun remarked, lifting her foot to find it smeared with an unidentifiable substance, akin to viscous fluid. Yang Wu crouched down, illuminating the ground with his flashlight, revealing that the surface was not only black, but also slippery. What on earth? The ground feels like muscle. Suddenly, Lu Jing's expression shifted dramatically as he lost contact with the corpse-eating insect he had dispatched. Thud, thud, thud. A woman's voice echoed, for individuals, for surviving players. Accompanying her voice were flickers of black-red flames. In the glow of the flames, a suit of armor exuding an aura of violent beauty and metallic essence came into view. Lu Jing immediately shouted, "All units, prepare for combat." The four members of Lu Jing's team instantly assumed battle stances. This black-red armor radiated an overwhelming strength just by standing there. Summoning his courage, Lu Jing inquired of the armored figure, "Who are you? Are you another survivor player or a mother body player? The exploration game has ended. You should not be here." Just as Rongyu was about to elaborate, a powerful melody suddenly erupted. Thud, 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 thud. A playful, vibrant female voice chimed in, "Ha ha ha, Don't you think playing this music at such a moment is cool? Who is it? The four of them looked up frantically, but there was no one to be seen, as the voice seemed to emanate from all directions. Turn off your music, otherwise, I will smash your speaker. All right, you win. Reluctantly, Luo once silenced the music, plunging the inky abyss back into a deathly silence. Faintly, they could hear the heavy breaths of the four and the crackling of the flames. We mean no harm. Can we talk? Rongyu ignored Lu Jing's inquiry and continued to advance. With each step she took, a red pattern illuminated on her infernal armor, as if a hellish demon were gradually awakening. Sensing the impending danger, Lu Jing shouted, "Let's retreat now. Do not attack us. Once you set foot here, your death is inevitable." With those words, Rongyu lunged forward like a cannonball. "Damn it, Yang Wu." "Got it?" Yang Wu roared, his metallic skin reaching peak hardness as he positioned himself before Rongyu. "You're clad in steel armor, and so am I. My steel is no less resilient than yours." Before Yang Wu could finish his declaration, Rongyu's fist collided with his chest. In an instant, Yang Wu's metallic armor shattered like glass, sending him flying like a marionette with severed strings, leaving his fate uncertain. "Is that all?" Rongyu glanced at her fist. Following her customary approach, her initial attacks were merely tests, and she had only used a fraction of her strength. Yet, that mere fraction had severely injured Yang Wu. Upon witnessing her teammate's plight, Jiang Xiaochun cried out in alarm. "Yang Wu, he's fine. Focus on the enemy in front of us." Indeed. Just as Rongyu prepared to advance once more, she found her foot ensnared in the black, mysterious liquid. This substance resembled a swamp, continuously attempting to pull her downward. This was Long Zhe's ability, Dead Water. Within the dead water, not only could it effectively restrict the enemy's movements, but it also corroded their bodies like acid, inflicting damage. In the distance, Yang Wu, who had been rendered disabled by a single blow, spat out a mouthful of blood as he gazed at Rongyu. Ensnared by stagnant waters, he could not help but erupt into triumphant laughter. "Long Zhe, your stagnant waters are truly sinister." Chapter 86. But this is reality sinister indeed. Long Zhe's lips twitched as he observed Rongyu standing amidst the stagnant waters, a wave of trepidation washing over him. According to the feedback from the stagnant waters, it appeared that Rongyu was, perhaps, not truly trapped. She stood motionless not out of incapacity, but simply because she chose not to move. Stealing a glance at Lu Jing and Jiang Xiaochun, he pondered whether to inform them of the situation. No, perhaps it would be better to remain silent. "Xiaochun, take advantage of her immobility and strike swiftly." "Understood." Jiang Xiaochun immediately unleashed her abilities, her once gentle locks transforming into long, rigid strands, wrapping around Rongyu in layers, akin to the wrapping of Zongzi. "Captain, I've captured her." "All right, leave the rest to me." Lu Jing raised his hands, and a swarm of ravenous corpse-eating insects erupted from his sleeves. This was the entirety of Lu Jing's arsenal, unleashed solely to vanquish the foe before them. The black tempest of insects engulfed Rongyu in an instant. Jiang Xiaochun could not contain her exuberance. "We did it." They were well aware of the terror that Lu Jing's insects invoked. Once amassed, they could devour even a tank in a heartbeat. No adversary could withstand such an onslaught, could they? Observing Rongyu rendered powerless by the swarm, Lu Jing let out a sigh of relief. "Ha! I thought she was formidable. It appears she was merely bluffing after all." The gravely wounded Yang Wu coughed up blood while exulting. "Ha ha ha! This is our blood-pumping combination technique. Cough, cough." Just as Lu Jing's team celebrated their triumph, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. "Is this where it ends?" A searing black flame erupted into the sky. The tempest of corpse-eating insects met the black flames, dissolving like snow in molten lava, vanishing in an instant. Upon witnessing Rongyu standing unscathed, Lu Jing's eyes nearly bulged out. "Impossible! Why didn't the insects devour you?" This was the first instance of someone withstanding the assault of the corpse-eating insects head-on. Rongyu pinched one of the insects between her fingers, and with a delicate flick, the creature, reputed to crush steel, was reduced to mere fragments. "While I am uncertain of your expectations, this is the reality." Ironically, these insects could not even touch the hellish armor. Upon nearing it, they were incinerated by the intense heat of its surface. Suddenly, a scream erupted from Jiang Xiaochun. Lu Jing turned to see the black flames creeping toward her hair. "Captain, save me!" Long Zhe, use your stagnant waters. Without hesitation, Long Zhe unleashed his stagnant waters upon Jiang Xiaochun's hair, attempting to extinguish the bizarre black flames. However, the flames remained unabated, completely evaporating Long Zhe's stagnant waters. How could this be? You will never extinguish this flame. Standing amidst the stagnant waters, Rongyu lifted her foot, as effortlessly as raising it from a shallow stream. From the very beginning, she had never been ensnared by Long Zhe's stagnant waters. Her stillness was merely a decision to observe how far the survivor players had developed. Disappointment, ugliness. She likened them to mere clowns. If they could not even defeat her, they were unworthy of even encountering Wei Gong, let alone protecting this world. Indeed, only deeper darkness could conquer the dark. Rongyu stepped forward once more. Be careful, before Lu Jing could warn his teammates, he found Rongyu's hellish armor standing mere inches from him. Boom. Without her lifting a finger, the black flames emanating from the hellish armor incinerated Lu Jing into charred remains. Captain! As Lu Jing was swiftly eliminated, Jiang Xiaochun cried out in desperation. Take care of yourself. Rongyu cast a fleeting glance, and the black flames engulfing Jiang Xiaochun blazed even more fiercely, as if doused in gasoline. In an instant, the flames consumed her, leaving her a lifeless, charred-husked entity. That moment, Luo Wan sprang forth from an obscure corner, a music player slung over her shoulder. Oh my, don't kill all these high-nutrition treasures. I want them alive. Though these survivor players were somewhat inept, their abilities still held value. Especially that of Lu Jing, who commanded insects. If consumed, the parasitic mother nest could produce new specialized zombies. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Despite Rongyu's fiery onslaught reducing them to ashes, she had deliberately spared a breath of life. You're fortunate. I'll roast you to medium doneness. With a wave of her hand, two tendrils emerged from the ground, swallowing Lu Jing and Jiang Xiaochun whole. Rongyu glanced towards Yang Wu's direction, only to find it desolate, undoubtedly having been consumed by Luo Wan in the parasitic mother nest. Only one remained. Rongyu turned her gaze to Long Zhe's location, discovering he had also vanished. However, he had not been captured by the parasitic mother nest. He had fled. It seemed that upon realizing the stagnant waters could not ensnare Rongyu, he had conceived an escape plan. He withheld the truth from his teammates, intending to use them as a distraction to buy himself time to flee. As Rongyu approached the spot where Long Zhe had disappeared, she found only a long, dark trail extending into the depths of darkness. This was another use of stagnant waters. Long Zhe could dissolve his body into the stagnant water for escape, abandoning his comrades to flee? How disgraceful! Rongyu, a former soldier, held a deep disdain for those who abandoned their comrades. With a cold snort, she entered an overloaded state, intending to engulf the entire pit in flames. Regardless of how sinister Long Zhe's stagnant waters were, Rongyu planned to incinerate everything to ash. Let us see if you remain sinister then. As Rongyu prepared to ignite the pit, Luo Wan leaped forth to intervene. Wait, don't. It was crucial to note that the ground beneath their feet was not mere earth, but rather the protective layer of the parasitic mother nest. No need, truly unnecessary. Should Rongyu ignite the pit, Long Zhe would undoubtedly perish, but her tendrils would also be scorched. We're already familiar. There's no need to become more acquainted. Leave the rest to me. Can you handle it? Luo Wan pointed to herself, her nose nearly reaching the sky. I'm incredibly brave. Do you not see whose territory this is? Chapter 87. No place to flee. Should I be safe here? Emerging from a murky pool of stagnant water, Long Zhe cautiously lifted his sodden head. After a thorough search, he finally dared to pull his entire body from the water. Phew, thankfully I ran fast. He took a few steps and felt a slick, hard surface beneath his touch. Having encountered a boundary, he realized he had run far enough to rest assured for a moment. As Long Zhe relaxed, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, compelling him to lean against the wall and rest. Though his ability of stagnant water was versatile in offense and defense, its usage was quite taxing. Yet, just as his eyes began to close, the sound of light, bouncy footsteps emerged, akin to the Grim Reaper's bell tolling for souls. Luo Wan appeared, her charming smile radiant. Keep running, why have you stopped? Long Zhe jumped as if he had seen a ghost. I've run so far, how can you still find me? Luo Wan tilted her head in confusion. So far, you've merely been spinning in my grasp all along. As her words fell, the wall behind Long Zhe suddenly opened a multitude of eyes. He had not been leaning against a wall, but rather an exceptionally thick tendril. The dimness of the pit had concealed this fact from him. Cold sweat broke out on Long Zhe as he fled deeper into the darkness, panic-stricken. Still have energy, huh? Luo Wan, unhurried, remained in place, admiring her nails. Finally, I must have shaken her off. Just as Long Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, Luo Wan appeared upside down before him. Oh, were you looking for me? Screaming in terror, Long Zhe stumbled back, only to feel a hand on his shoulder. Her smile resembled that of a wolf eyeing a delectable lamb. Another one. Attempting to run in another direction, he found a Luo Wan waiting for him in every direction. Why are you everywhere? Long Zhe felt he was losing his mind. Countless Luo Wans emerged from the shadows, their disjointed voices overlapping. We told you, you cannot escape. The cacophony was chaotic, reverberating from all sides, akin to a maddening symphony that threatened to unravel his sanity, driving his mental state into disarray. Clutching his head, Long Zhe howled towards the heavens. My brain is trembling. As he gazed upon the densely packed tendrils, Long Zhe felt his mind quivering, with a roar from him, the abyss that had been shrouded in darkness unexpectedly illuminated. Yet, sometimes, it is better not to see certain things. Long Zhe beheld a myriad of writhing appendages, not only surrounding him but even the ground beneath his feet was composed of these tendrils. Scattered across them were countless eyes, all turning in unison to fixate on Long Zhe. Ha ha ha. Long Zhe let out a desolate laugh, his knees succumbing weakly to the ground. He gradually came to terms with the grim reality. From the moment they set foot in this deep pit, the four of them were doomed to meet their demise. No. It was not merely from the moment they entered the pit, but from the instant they arrived in Shoutang City. Their fates had been sealed. The death of the mother entity of Shoutang City was nothing but an elaborate ruse, a complete and utter deception. The moment Long Zhe recognized the truth was also the moment of his death. He watched helplessly as the tendrils before him opened wide like a lamprey, devoid of any courage to resist the Wu. The tendrils of the parasitic mother nest engulfed Long Zhe whole. Luo Wan, you ought to reconsider your habit of toying with your prey. Rong Yu emerged from the shadows, standing beside Luo Wan. Luo Wan playfully stuck out her tongue. I promise to do better next time. Rong Yu shook her head in exasperation. Luo Wan always said that. She would feign sincere contrition yet never amend her ways. Promising to improve next time. The survivor players had been dealt with. Now it was time to address the forces on the ground. As per the plan, I shall proceed to demolish the Shaojiang Bridge while you take care of them. With that, fiery black flames erupted from the back of Rong Yu's infernal armor, propelling her skyward towards the pit's opening. Luo Wan cutely winked. Just leave it to me. Report, Commander, the urban area has been cleared. Luo Yongnian sat in the armed command vehicle, awaiting updates from his subordinates. In contrast, Luo Yongnian had brought forth an army of over 40,000 soldiers. 1 tank could be considered equivalent to 100 soldiers. Thus, 200 tanks amounted to 20,000 soldiers. With 20,000 soldiers added to 40,000, that made 60,000 against 20,000, a clear advantage. We have already triumphed, Luo Yongnian inquired. Where are the personnel from Director Chu? Since departing from the Pingjiang base, Team Lu Jing had been silent, which was the sole hiccup in this operation. Still no word. TSK, what a nuisance. Have the signalmen continuously call them. Inform me immediately upon any news. An ominous premonition began to swell within Luo Yongnian's heart. Unexpected mishaps in battle often commenced with the unit inexplicably losing contact. Report, Commander, we have received news from the northern forces. Accept it. Report, Commander, the northern area has completed its cleansing mission and is now establishing a forward base. Good, continue. Just as Luo Yongnian was about to speak, a scream erupted from the communicator. What is happening? Report, Commander, a sudden and intense earthquake has struck the northern region. Countless tendrils are emerging from the cracked ground. We have suffered heavy losses, severe losses. Reinforcements needed. Reinforcements needed. Before the communication could finish, a cacophony of static abruptly cut off the line, indicating the communication devices had likely been destroyed. Immediately ascertain what transpired in the northern region. Boom! Boom! Just as Luo Yongnian stood to issue commands, a violent tremor shook his area. Accompanying the earthquake were the anguished cries of soldiers outside. What on earth is happening? Luo Yongnian rushed out of the command vehicle, only to be met with a scene that could only be described as hellish. Chapter 88. Atrocity. How could it have come to this? After decades of service, stationed at the borders, and participating in countless battles, Luo Yongnian prided himself on having witnessed grand spectacles. Yet, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he felt an involuntary jolt of shock and fear within him. The earth had split, and countless ancient god tendrils descended from the abyss, wreaking havoc across the camp. Run! Run! Soldiers, realizing they were no match, fled in panic, but their speed was no match for the tendrils, which pierced through them with ease. As soldiers were impaled, their robust forms deflated like balloons, visibly wilting before his eyes. As crimson blood seeped into the tendrils, the eyes upon them squinted in ecstasy, as if indulging in some exquisite delicacy. After piercing one soldier, the tendrils lunged for the second, third, fourth. Soon, the tendrils were adorned with the withered bodies of soldiers, resembling skewers of lamb, and there were over 100 such tendrils in the camp. They stood tall, resembling a dark forest engaged in some wicked ritual, the desiccated soldiers hanging from them serving as living sacrifices to the ancient gods. Luo Yongnian seized a fleeing soldier, bellowing in fury. "What the hell are you doing?" "Frozen in place. Quickly, use tank shells to obliterate these tendrils." The soldier's face bore an indescribable terror as he trembled and stammered. "Commander, the people on the tendrils are still alive. If we use shells, wouldn't that mean?" Luo Yongnian's pupils dilated, a chilling dread cracking his ironclad composure. "What did you say? They're still alive?" Luo Yongnian gazed in disbelief at the tendrils, realizing that although the soldiers upon them had been reduced to mere skin and bones, they were indeed still alive. Even more horrifying was that these soldiers were fully conscious. "Save me! Save me! Help, I don't want to die yet." The tendrils had pierced through their bodies, denying them a merciful release, compelling them to witness their vitality ebb away bit by bit. This was no longer a war. It was an inhumane slaughter. "Beasts! You wretched beasts!" Luo Yongnian had never felt such fury. He dodged a nearby soldier's rocket launcher and prepared to fire upon these vile creatures that were butchering lives. "Commander, don't act recklessly. We must retreat first." An officer beside Luo Yongnian hastily restrained his anger-fueled charge. "Let go of me. I will confront these beasts. Quickly take the commander away. We will stay behind to buy you time." In a flurry of soldiers dragging him, Luo Yongnian was forcibly shoved into the evacuation armored vehicle. Inside the armored vehicle, Luo Yongnian finally calmed slightly. "Report on the status of all units. The troops dispatched to various regions of Shoutang City have lost contact. Preliminary estimates indicate over 30,000 casualties. 30,000. Luo Yongnian's eyes widened in disbelief. Just 10 minutes ago, each unit had been reporting victories, and Shoutang City seemed to be within their grasp. Yet in the blink of an eye, the tides had turned. Countless tendrils tore through the earth, as if an ancient evil god from the abyss had descended, annihilating his prideful 66th Army with relentless force. That was the culmination of decades of his toil. Luo Yongnian struggled to suppress the tremor in his voice. "Have we determined who the assailants are?" The tendrils emerged suddenly from beneath the ground and are now scattered throughout Shoutang City. "We have yet to even glimpse the form of the attackers." PFF. Upon hearing this, Luo Yongnian felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful. "Commander! Commander!" Soldiers hurriedly supported Luo Yongnian, who nearly collapsed. "Our esteemed 66th Army has been annihilated without even laying eyes on the enemy. This is a profound humiliation. A profound humiliation." Luo Yongnian's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color. The once vigorous leader of an army now appeared deflated and aged, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. The tendrils were terrifyingly potent. Yet they had refrained from attacking Pingjiang across the river, indicating that their maximum range of assault was confined to Shoutang City. Luo Yongnian slumped in the vehicle, letting out a deep sigh. "Escape? Ha ha." After decades of service, Luo Yongnian never imagined he would utter the word escape. The armored vehicle carrying Luo Yongnian roared to life, reaching the Shaojiang Bridge in less than an hour. At that moment, numerous surviving soldiers had gathered at the bridge. "Look, it's the Shaojiang Bridge. We will soon escape this cursed place. This place is simply too terrifying. I swear I shall never return. If only we can reach that place." I can survive. Without exception, these soldiers, having endured the harrowing attack, exhibited severe psychological distress, becoming paranoid and neurotic. Their trembling hands clutched their already loaded firearms, their vacant gazes darting anxiously around them. Any sound could trigger them to fire in panic. Run, everyone, run. As long as we can cross this bridge, we shall live. Upon sighting the towering walls on the opposite bank, the soldiers frantically dashed towards the Shaojiang Bridge, so consumed by madness that they disregarded the safety of their comrades. Some, in their desperate bid to flee, even shoved their fellow soldiers aside, trampling over their bodies to advance. Others, driving vehicles, felt their path was obstructed and pressed the accelerator, plowing through the soldiers ahead, ruthlessly crushing them beneath. Bastards, do you wish to die? Bang, bang, bang. Chaos begets casualties, and casualties, in turn, incite even greater chaos. Soldiers, in their desperate bid to escape this hellish place, even turn their weapons against erstwhile comrades. Witnessing the tumultuous scene outside the window, Luo Yongnian could only pound his chest in frustration. How could the once proud 66th Army descend into such a state of disarray and madness? Anguish consumed Luo Yongnian. He loathed the frenzied mother zombies, merciless and inhumane, and he despised his own impotence, rendered powerless against such foes, forced to abandon his subordinates and flee in terror, as the soldiers at the forefront approached the midpoint of the Shaojiang Bridge. A black fire meteor plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently onto the bridge. The impact of the armored purgatory created a shockwave so immense that it left a substantial crater in the bridge's surface. Amidst the black flames, Rongyue slowly rose and coldly declared, "This path is impassable." According to the original plan, Rongyue had intended to destroy the Shaojiang Bridge long ago, yet Luo once suggested a temporary restraint. As the sole evacuation route, she aimed to use the bridge as bait, drawing all surviving soldiers together before ensnaring them in one fell swoop. This would spare her the tedious effort of extracting them from their hiding places. The soldiers at the forefront, undeterred, attempted to charge forward, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Faced with the specter of death, their concerns for the past faded. However, as one soldier neared the armored purgatory, the searing heat instantly engulfed him, transforming him into a flaming specter, his demise tragically gruesome. Witnessing the first casualty sent shockwaves through the ranks, halting their advance as they exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of their next move. It was at this moment that Luo Yongnian approached, asking, "Might we have a conversation?" Having endured the day's upheaval, this once vibrant commander now appeared as a weary shadow of his former self, struggling to even walk. Gasping for breath, he confronted Rongyue. "Do not be deceived by my labored movements. I am still the commander of the 66th Army." Rongyue remained silent, standing resolute. She recognized him. Once a lion-hearted general, now reduced to this pitiful state, stirring a multitude of emotions within her. Yet, despite her sympathies, Rongyue would never emulate Guan Yu and allow Luo Yongnian and his men to traverse this path of mercy. "I have a humble request." Luo Yongnian abruptly knelt before Rongyue, declaring, "I offer my head in exchange for the safe passage of my subordinates." This act left all present with wide eyes, unable to fathom that a man of his stature would kneel publicly. He was a man who held honor and dignity above all else. "Commander! Commander!" The soldiers behind Luo Yongnian rushed forward, attempting to lift him, but he sternly commanded, "Step back." Observing the soldiers who had turned on one another in a desperate struggle for survival, Luo Yongnian felt an ache in his heart, one far greater than the pain of defeat in battle. Losing a fight meant they had been bested, accepting their defeat honorably. However, to murder one another for mere survival was an affront to their very essence as soldiers. Luo Yongnian could not bear to see his subordinates, the pride of the 66th Army, brought to such a humiliating end. The failure of this battle rested solely upon his shoulders. If it were possible, he would bear the burden alone. Let him be the one to lose his dignity. Upon hearing Rongyue's words, Luo Yongnian's pupils dilated in shock. Why did that voice sound so familiar? No, that person had perished in Shouten City. Had they not? Will you walk away feeling justified, having exchanged the commander's life for your own survival? As Rongyue's words hung in the air, the collective breath of all present, including Luo Yongnian, grew heavy, their once dazed eyes now gleaming with renewed purpose. Rongyue took 2 steps back, then stomped her foot, a flicker of black flame igniting at her toes, spreading outward to form a boundary across the Shaojiang Bridge. With one hand resting on her hip, she proclaimed, "I accept your challenge. Defeat me, and you shall triumph." In the entirety of Shaotin City, only Luo Wan and Rongyue remained as valuable targets. Should they succeed in vanquishing Rongyue, it would indeed be a victory. Boom, boom, boom. As she spoke, countless tendrils erupted from the earth at the Shaojiang Bridge's edge, yet they did not immediately assault the surviving soldiers of the 66th Army. Instead, they stood silently, awaiting the soldiers' choice. Suddenly, Luo Yongnian rose, laughing heartily, "Ha, ha, 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 ha." The spark of his former vigor reignited in his eyes. He once again embodied the spirited commander. Seizing a soldier's rifle, he swiftly performed a pre-battle check with such speed that all present felt inadequate by comparison. It dawned upon them that, beyond being the commander of the 66th Army, Luo Yongnian was also an exceptional warrior of unparalleled caliber. Turning to the bewildered soldiers behind him, he declared, "Listen closely, my comrades. Have you heard? Will you choose to stand and die or kneel and live? I possess no authority to make this choice for you, nor do I wish to." His voice resonated with strength, echoing like a thunderclap, awakening the soldiers from their stupor. Indeed, to defend their homeland and perish valiantly on the battlefield had been their initial dream and ultimate fate. Onward. Annihilate these beasts. As the commander of the army, Luo Yongnian led the charge, embracing death with open arms, followed by all the 66th Army soldiers who regarded death with fearless clarity. Their eyes shone with unyielding determination, devoid of any fear of mortality. Driven only by the blood-soaked fervor of defending their homeland and dying honorably on the battlefield. The battle was fierce yet devoid of suspense. In less than an hour, the remaining 10,000 soldiers fell, becoming sustenance for the parasitic mother. "Thank you." Rongyue understood that the tendrils had refrained from attacking earlier solely due to Luo Wan's consideration. "You're welcome, but next time you make an appearance, just agree to let me play some music." "That's unacceptable. How stingy." "Enjoy the last moments of tranquility. Perhaps to allow those on the other side of the bridge to savor their final peace." Rongyue unleashed her full power, striking the Shaojiang Bridge with a mighty punch. In an instant, the colossal structure splintered into two halves. Chapter 90. "Is that you singing? Ding. 4 million points credited. How I adore the sound of that." As the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind, Wei Gong, even from afar in Donghai City, was aware of the triumphant outcome in Shaotin City. It seemed the plan was proceeding smoothly. Leaning comfortably on the edge of the rooftop of the Imperial Building, Wei Gong observed the fierce clash below between the Dian army and the zombie horde. Over in Shaotin City, a legion had been deployed, and Donghai City had matched their efforts, sending forth 100,000 infantry and over 1,000 heavily armored tanks. With no less than 30 survivor players joining the fray. Their objective was not only to eradicate Kai Yunting and his forces, but also to eliminate the other mothers within the Imperial Building, thereby putting an end to the zombie crisis plaguing Dian. However, they had grossly miscalculated the strength of the zombie faction at that moment. Setting aside Wei Gong and Kai Yunting, who had yet to engage in battle, the other mothers within the Imperial Building were already a significant headache for them. After hooking the Dian army, Kai Yunting, alongside the newly reformed Wei Gong, informed the other mothers of the plan's intricacies. He promised them that if they assisted in the fight against the Dian army, Donghai City would form an alliance with them. Should the Dian army ever attack their city, Donghai City would undoubtedly lend its support. It was worth noting that even if they infected humans within Donghai City, the points would accrue to themselves rather than to Kai Yunting. Thus, it was akin to earning double rewards for infecting a single human. With such enticing prospects, the other mothers surged forward as if invigorated by a stimulant. The unity of numerous mothers fighting together would yield results far exceeding simple arithmetic. It would be akin to multiplication. Rather than mere addition, Wei Gong perched at the rooftop's edge, swinging his legs freely. Boss Kai is quite generous with his rewards. Kai Yunting, standing beside Wei Gong, took hearty swigs of high-proof liquor, chuckling, "It's merely a drop in the ocean." Why was Kai Yunting so bold in offering such generous rewards? Because he was confident that no matter how much the mothers scrambled for resources, the largest share of the pie remained firmly in his grasp. He was assured of his strength, believing that whatever scraps the others took would amount to little more than a trifling gain for them. Why not let them have it? Trading insignificant profits for their labor was a tremendous bargain. Seeing Kai Yunting's demeanor, Wei Gong rolled up his sleeves, eager to join in. That's what you said. Watching Wei Gong's exuberance, Kai Yunting nearly spat his drink. You are not allowed to participate in the silver party. Damn it, that rascal Wei Gong was full of cunning ideas. If he were to get involved in dividing the spoils, it wouldn't he just be a matter of how much he would take, but rather that he would claim it all. Wei Gong pouted in disappointment. How boring. Despite his words, Wei Gong held little desire for the Donghai City spoils, because there is still Pingjiang City at home waiting for him to harvest. Although Pingjiang City cannot be compared to the established metropolis of Donghai City, it is nonetheless an emerging first-tier city with a population exceeding 10 million. If he could conquer Pingjiang City, the rewards Wei Gong would ultimately receive would undoubtedly rival those of Kai Yunting. Look to the sky, way up on high. There in the night stars are now right. Eons have passed. Now then at last. Prison walls break, old ones awake. Just as Wei Gong was engaged in conversation with Kai Yunting, a melodious yet eerie song wafted from the Empire State Building, spreading through every corner of the battlefield with the wind. Upon hearing this song, the zombies seemed invigorated, their combat abilities soaring dramatically. Originally, a single zombie could only contend with one human, but after hearing this melody, they clamored to take on 10, however, for the humans. The song induced significant emotional fluctuations, causing their reactions to slow noticeably. Some, with weaker mental fortitude, fell into panic and chaos upon hearing the song, ultimately standing dazed like fools, infected and transformed into zombies. Su Xilan stood gracefully behind Wei Gong and Kai Yunting, elegantly lifting her skirt and curtsying. I possess no combat prowess. I can only sing to uplift everyone's spirits. This was Su Xilan's ability, manipulating the emotions of her targets through song. Enemies who heard her would suffer mental damage, leading to abnormal psychological states, while her zombie minions would become lively and significantly enhance their combat effectiveness. Kai Yunting, arms crossed, observed the surging army of zombies below. To provide such potent buffs and debuffs through song is quite extraordinary. Indeed, while Su Xilan's inherent combat strength was lacking, she excelled as a support. With the assistance of someone like Su Xilan, top-tier powerhouses like Wei Gong and Kai Yunting would undoubtedly gain a tremendous advantage. Su Xilan smiled brightly. Yet, no matter how powerful, my own strength remains too feeble to make a substantial contribution. Wei Gong discerned the implication in Su Xilan's words, even if she bestowed powerful buffs upon her allies. The points earned from humans transformed into zombies would not end up in her possession. Her efforts would ultimately be in vain. Wei Gong chuckled lightly. I see, you are here to borrow manpower. Aren't you? Kai Yunting paused. Borrow manpower? Wei Gong waved his hand. Go ahead, Karun. Karun emerged from the shadows. Understood. As the first ally to form an alliance with him, Wei Gong had no reason to refuse Su Xilan's request. Moreover, this arrangement would only benefit him. I love you. 3. After planting a kiss on Wei Gong's cheek, Su Xilan skipped away with Karun. Kai Yunting finally reacted, angrily exclaiming, Hey, you can't just do that. Chapter 91. The future is promising. Wei Gong innocently shrugged. It's Karun who is helping Su Xilan accumulate points. What does it have to do with me? Out of a sense of pride, Wei Gong would never overtly seize points from Kai Yunting. By lending Karun to Su Xilan, it was merely a matter of Karun assisting her in earning rewards. With no direct involvement from Wei Gong. In truth, the points from the humans infected by Karun would ultimately be allocated to Wei Gong's account. Su Xilan would gain Kai Yunting's rewards, while Wei Gong would reap the system's points. Thus, only Kai Yunting, the unwitting victim, was left wounded in this world. Kai Yunting was furious at Wei Gong's underhanded maneuvering. However, when it came to verbal sparring, Kai Yunting was no match for the cunning Wei Gong, who ultimately could only seethe. I've never encountered such a brazen individual. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the thunderous sound of sonic booms from fighter jets reverberated across the battlefield, capturing everyone's attention. Unlike the thunderstorm in Donghai City, the skies above Yin City cleared, and the Air Force prepared to showcase the might of modern bombardment to the zombies below. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he looked at Kai Yunting. So, what's the plan? Shall I take action, or will you? Wei Gong was more than willing to step in, though his services came at a slightly elevated cost. Kai Yunting glared at him fiercely. If you take action, I might end up losing my pants in the process. I'm not interested in your pants. Wei Gong retorted. Kai Yunting raised his hand, conjuring a small thundercloud above the battlefield. Although Wei Gong's earlier strike had severely drained Kai Yunting's energy, summoning a localized thundercloud was still within his capability. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning struck down, obliterating the fighter jets that had just arrived to make a grand entrance. Wei Gong cradled his head in admiration, gazing enviously at Kai Yunting's thundercloud. How marvelous, how impressive! When will I ever possess such a flashy skill? While the strength of the mirror world and the other side was not inferior to Kai Yunting's dragon transformation, it arguably surpassed it in terms of functionality. However, the allure of Kai Yunting's skills was undeniable. Not to mention, transforming into a divine dragon soaring through the skies was truly majestic. The ability to command the weather with a mere gesture was enough to leave Wei Gong drooling. In other novels, those capable of such feats were often rulers in their own right. Don't be envious. Once you gather your set of skills, yours will undoubtedly surpass mine in both might and flair. Kai Yunting looked down on Wei Gong, his words dripping with jealousy. Although the evolution path of the beast system was relatively easy to form, its upper limits were not particularly high. The dragon transformation marked the pinnacle of Kai Yunting's evolution, and any further advancement depended on whether the system would grant him further opportunities. Wei Gong, however, presented a different picture. His exhibited skills indicated that he was traversing the path of spatial evolution. The ultimate set of skills he would acquire would certainly be top-tier spatial abilities. As the saying goes, when time is absent, space reigns supreme. As long as Wei Gong could obtain a set of spatial skills, he would undoubtedly be unstoppable. Furthermore, another indication of Wei Gong's high potential was the level of the other side. As part of the set of skills puzzle, the other side already stood at the same level as dragon transformation, classified as a level. Once the set was complete, one could only imagine how formidable Wei Gong would become, thoughts that Kai Yunting dared not entertain. For individuals with such limitless growth potential, there were typically two choices: eliminate them before they fully develop or cultivate a good relationship. However, the issue was that Kai Yunting currently had no confidence in defeating Wei Gong. If he failed to eliminate him, given Wei Gong's nature, it would inevitably be Kai Yunting who faced destruction in the future. Consequently, he had no choice but to foster a partnership with Wei Gong. This was one of the key reasons Kai Yunting was willing to risk significant energy loss to collaborate with Wei Gong in their ruse. I love hearing that. Wei Gong stood up, stretched his neck, and loosened his muscles. Since you've helped me immensely, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Initially, the agreement between Wei Gong and Kai Yunting was that Kai Yunting would assist Wei Gong in his performance, and in return, Wei Gong would break the protective shell for Kai Yunting. Now that Kai Yunting had helped him execute the performance, it was only natural for him to honor his word. Kai Yunting looked at Wei Gong with skepticism. Can you really break it after just reconstructing your body? Having lost half of his body had already left Kai Yunting drained, and Wei Gong had lost his entire form, leaving only a crystal behind. Logically, one would expect him to be in worse shape. Ha, I'm not like you. So weak. Wei Gong teased Kai Yunting before merging with the zombie crow and soaring into the sky. Watching Wei Gong shrink to a mere black in the distance, Kai Yunting fumed. This outsider is utterly lacking in manners. The wings formed from the zombie crow's essence were swift. And soon Wei Gong had traversed half of Donghai City, arriving before the milky white protective shield. Upon his sudden appearance, the anti-air missiles within the shield immediately targeted him. Dozens of patriots launched in unison. Noisy, with the other side's long knife in hand, Wei Gong unleashed several waves of black blade winds, obliterating all the patriots. This protective shield was not only impressively resilient, but it could also launch attacks from within. Clearly, the mastermind behind this shield, Chu Zhengqing, was no ordinary character. However, the question remained. As an indigenous NPC of this game world, where did Chu Zhengqing procure such a device? Could it be that a survivor player exchanged for it with the system? If so, that survivor player was exceedingly generous. It was worth noting that the points required for this protective shield would undoubtedly be no less than that of an A-level ability. Bang bang bang. As Wei Gong pondered, the anti-air artillery within the shield began firing patriots at him once more. Quiet. I'm trying to think. Impatiently, Wei Gong unleashed a few more waves of black blade winds, destroying the missiles. Forget it. Merely contemplating here won't yield any answers. I might as well go see Yin City for myself. It seems that the schedule to the capital of Dian must be advanced once more. Wei Gong took a deep breath, channeling his power into the other shore. As the strength surged forth, An immense blade shadow erupted from the other shore, soaring high enough to be seen throughout the entirety of Donghai City. The other shore delivers its requiem. The colossal blade shadow descended, striking firmly against the protective shield. Under the violent space slash, the shield, which appeared as fragile as an eggshell, shattered instantaneously. Chapter 92. Are you truly ready to deep fry? Why is it so dark at home? Are you reluctant to spend on electricity? If you wish to install streetlights, I can arrange that. Rongyu illuminated the deep pit with the flames of her infernal armor, standing beside the ever-energetic Luo Wan. Just as Luo Wan was about to transform into a clingy creature, wrapping her arms around Wei Gong, Ka Luan emerged from the shadows, firmly grasping Luo Wan's head in a powerful grip. Enough of this. Ka Luan was already significantly taller than Luo Wan, and with her arm raised, it made Luo Wan appear as if she were suspended in midair. Luo Wan's little legs flailed in protest. You sneaky cat. Let me down. Just because you're allowed to stay with father for 24 hours doesn't mean I can't be close to him, right? I am on a mission, a one-on-one duel. The victor shall serve as father's bodyguard, Teske. Wei Gong rubbed his temples, feeling the headache rise. Having so many women around him had its downsides. Their incessant chatter was quite bothersome. The problem was, he already had 3 women by his side, perfectly sufficient for a theatrical performance. Perhaps he should find a male companion. No, he was male, attracted to females, and had no interest in the alternative. The commotion in Donghai City is quite substantial. How come you are not partaking in it? Yet now, it appears you have nothing to show for it. Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. If it's not mine, I have no interest in forcibly seizing it. As for the spoils of war, the 40,000 soldiers of Pingjiang have all become sustenance for the parasitic nest, yielding 4 million points. Just from these 2 aspects, Wei Gong felt greatly satisfied. Of course, the most crucial point was that the mother entity within the Dian realm had successfully formed an alliance without internal strife or discord, which brought Wei Gong immense relief. This indicated that some teammates were merely inexperienced. Rather than foolish, he was not afraid of teammates who played poorly. He feared those who played poorly and refused to follow orders. With the first collaborative battle completed, there would surely be a second. A third. This way, the zombie forces within Dian would continue to thrive and flourish. Luo Wan gazed at Wei Gong like a little kitten, her face brimming with anticipation for praise. Wei Gong snapped his fingers, summoning several glass beads from the mirror world. What is this? Snake, meat, eel? Or perhaps the favorite of female streamers, the yellow eel? Luo Wan leaned closer to the body, tapping here and there, resembling a lively and adorable archaeologist. She struck a scale with her tentacle, discovering its remarkable hardness. This scale is incredibly tough. It could likely withstand a rocket launcher's bombardment. Indeed, this is half of the dragon body I severed. Due to the sheer size of Kai Yunting's dragon body, it could not fit into the mirror world. So Wei Gong had it torn apart and packed into the mirror world. He thought that when he declared he would deep fry Kai Yunting during their confrontation at the Empire State Building, it was merely an atmospheric quip. Little did he expect this to be a genuine threat. Although this half-dragon body was of no use to Kai Yunting anymore, it was still a part of his physical form. The mere thought of his body being used to feed children made Kai Yunting feel utterly distressed. Thus, he could somewhat understand why the crow looked upon Wei Gong with disdain. If it were anyone else, they would certainly share the same sentiment towards Wei Gong. If I consume this, could it grant me a complete corpse dragon? Since transforming into a dragon is off the table, I could merely use a dragon as a mount. Is that too much to ask? Luo Wan pondered for a moment. Given that this dragon body is essentially a lifeless entity and only half remains, the corpse dragon I create can only replicate its physical strength. Lacking the ability to command storms and control lightning, that is acceptable. Wei Gong was not greedy. As long as the physical strength matched that of Kai Yunting, he would be content. Furthermore, if the parasitic nest managed to replicate the ability to control the weather as well, Kai Yunting might indeed come knocking on his door for a reckoning. After all, he had painstakingly developed those abilities over time, and for Wei Gong to replicate them so effortlessly would be somewhat heartless. However, Luo Wan circled the dragon body 3 times clockwise and then 3 times counterclockwise. I can incorporate the abilities of several recently consumed survivor players into it to Li Bei's genes can bestow the corpse dragon with the ability to exhale smoke. Tianjian's genes can grant it the ability to manipulate airflow. While not particularly strong, it could still summon winds. Long Zhe's genes can endow the corpse dragon with the ability to release stagnant water. Given its size, it cannot move like Long Zhe, but it would still possess some control over water. The combined abilities of Lu Zhenghao's fur hardening, Jiang Xiaochun's hair control, and Yang Wu's steel skin would together provide the corpse dragon with an indomitable dragon physique. Chapter 93. To hell with the capitalist. Luo Wan shared her design ideas with Wei Gong, who applauded her. Truly, you are a top-tier hacker. Your ability to design and code is remarkable. He he he. With such praise from Wei Gong, Luo Wan's smile nearly reached the heavens. Oh, since we are preparing to synthesize the Blue Eyes White Dragon, I shall add another attribute for you. Wei Gong casually tossed someone from the mirror world into the fray. The individual stumbled to the ground, gazing up at the dimly lit depths of the pit. Where have you brought me? Is this still the homeland? Who else could it be but our innate laborer? The Saint Body Song Chong. As a key figure in the successful planning of Donghai City, Wei Gong felt compelled to invite him to his abode. Wei Gong scrutinized Song Chong with intrigue. Oh, you are not afraid? Song Chong brushed off the slime from his body. What is there to fear? It's just death, after all. Since the onset of this game, Song Chong never imagined he would survive until the end. He possessed a clear self-awareness. With his abilities, he would merely be a background character, a mere pawn, never the protagonist. If he was merely a pawn, he would endure as long as possible. Perhaps he could survive until humanity emerged victorious and earn a prize. As for that incident at the Empire State Building, it was merely a moment of wicked thought. The cost of such thoughts is nothing but death, right? Song Chang's nonchalance genuinely surprised Wei Gong. You recognize your limitations and maintain such a negative attitude. Why did you even enter this deadly game? I have stories. Do you have wine or cigarettes? Perhaps aware of his dwindling time, Song Chong boldly made a request to Wei Gong. Ha ha ha. Wei Gong was not angered. He found Song Chong to be quite amusing and casually tossed 2 glass beads to him, one containing beer and the other, fine cigarettes. Oh, high-end cigarettes. I've only had a few packs at banquets. Song Chong lit a cigarette, revealing a look of bliss. It was clear he was an experienced smoker. After savoring a few puffs, he opened the beer bottle and downed it in one go. Refreshing. Having smoked and drank, please commence your performance. Song Chong took a drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. Work is exhausting. The mortgage and car payments are overwhelming. I no longer wish to live. Is that all? Nothing more? Song Chong shrugged. That's it. Nothing more. In just these 3 brief sentences, he encapsulated the life of an overworked individual oppressed by capitalism. Rather than laboring for capitalists in the real world, he preferred to gamble within the game. Win, and he could sing a song of triumph. Lose, and he would merely be on a vacation, perhaps accidentally meeting his demise by a vehicle. At least he would die during a vacation. Not at a late-night work desk. What was that saying? The world is vast, and I wish to explore it. Wei Gong chuckled softly, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha, you are simply too delightful. Wei Gong had no intention of mocking Song Chong. In fact, he grew fond of him. Wei Gong opened a beer for himself. Here, let this bottle be my toast to you. Song Chong opened another bottle. So, is this a death toast? Whether or not it was a death toast mattered little to Song Chong. After clinking their bottles, he downed it in one go. He casually tossed the empty bottle to the ground. The drink is finished, the story is told. Once I finish this last cigarette, please send me on my way. Very well, Wei Gong glanced at Luo Wan. Ensure this fellow's death is swift, sparing him from unnecessary suffering. Though Wei Gong could not spare Song Chong for being amusing, he could at least grant him a quick end. Luo Wan nodded obediently. Understood. Soon, Song Chang's cigarette burned down to the filter. He discarded the butt at his feet, taking care to extinguish it with his shoe to prevent a fire. Wei Gong inquired. Any last words? Last words? Let me think. Song Chong curved his lips into a smirk, raising 2 middle fingers toward the sky. To hell with the capitalists. Wei Gong mirrored his gesture, raising 2 middle fingers. To hell with the capitalists. With the last words spoken, Luo Wan immediately summoned her tentacles, engulfing Song Chong whole. Luo Wan adhered to her promise. From the moment she struck until the conclusion, it took less than a second for her to completely consume Song Chong. Her swiftness was remarkable, and Song Chong did not even have the opportunity to endure a moment before succumbing to death. Once Luo Wan had devoured Song Chong, she immediately acquired his ability to dilute presence. With this newfound power, The corpse dragon could even serve as a formidable surprise attack. The physical prowess of Kai Yunting, coupled with numerous special abilities, culminated in a corpse dragon whose combat strength could rival that of a survivor player possessing an A-level supernatural ability. A veritable small boss-level combat unit. However, just as Luo Wan had begun to smile, her expression soured. Wei Gong inquired, "Why the sudden change? What happened to your smile?" According to the feedback from the parasitic mother nest, the endeavor to create this corpse dragon was exceedingly vast, requiring not only a week's time, but also the consumption of 10,000 ordinary zombies. Time itself was not an issue. Wei Gong was not in a hurry to assault Pingjiang City. As he awaited the reinforcements from Dian, the more troops stationed in Pingjiang City, the more points Wei Gong would accumulate. Yet, the matter of acquiring 10,000 ordinary zombies was indeed problematic, as there were no surplus zombies available for the creation of the corpse dragon. Including the remaining zombies in Shout'an City and those infected in Donghai City by Kalen, there were barely 5,000 or 6,000 left. Who would supply him with the remaining zombies? Just as Wei Gong was troubled, the previously absent Su Xilan messaged him, "Little brother, I've encountered some trouble here. Could you please come to Zhonghua City again?" Upon reading Su Xilan's message, Wei Gong could not help but smile. "Look, the ordinary zombies are practically delivering themselves to our doorstep. All right. Sister will prepare herself beautifully for your arrival." After sending her message, Su Xilan even sent Wei Gong a playful kiss emoji. Observing the exchange between Su Xilan and Wei Gong, Luo Wan frowned deeply. "This vixen, how dare she seduce my esteemed father? This time, I must accompany him." Wei Gong lightly tapped Luo Wan's forehead with his finger. "Forgive me, Luo Wan, but you must stay behind to guard the house this time." Chapter 94. Making a friendly trade. Unlike other hosts, even after becoming a zombie, Su Xilan still placed great emphasis on her demeanor and hygiene. When she stated she would prepare herself for Wei Gong's arrival, she indeed took the time to do so. Submerged in the bathtub, Su Xilan languidly stretched, her porcelain skin partially visible amidst the floating petals, transforming the bathwater into a particularly enticing sight as she bathed. The mirror before her rippled, and Wei Gong boldly entered the room. "Oh dear, little brother, are you peeking at your sister while she bathes?" Su Xilan made no attempt to conceal herself, reclining comfortably in the tub, her alluring figure fully on display before Wei Gong. Wei Gong perched on the edge of the bathtub. "Peeking? No, I am observing openly." Being a normal man, Wei Gong had no aversion to the opportunity to gaze at beauty. Su Xilan rested her upper body on the edge of the tub. "Are you interested in joining me for a bath?" "I'll pass on the bath. I'm here to discuss business." Su Xilan extended her delicate arm from the bathtub, pouring a glass of red wine for Wei Gong. "Then let us chat over a drink." Wei Gong accepted the glass and took a sip as if it were a soft drink. He was a simple man, lacking the refined habits of wine tasting. "I need to take away 20,000 ordinary zombies from you." Su Xilan momentarily stiffened, but quickly regained her composure. "No problem. What's mine is yours. Take as many as you wish." Her Zhonghua City could not compare to Shout'an City and Donghai City, with her subordinates totaling merely over 200,000 zombies. Wei Gong's request for 20,000 was indeed quite a blow. However, she had pledged her loyalty earlier and promised that whatever Wei Gong desired, Zhonghua City would provide unconditionally. Now was the time to fulfill that promise. She could not refuse that, of course. "I want to be taking them for free." Wei Gong snapped his fingers, and the mirror passage reopened, revealing the towering figure of the pursuer number 2, which emerged from within. Its immense size caused a gaping hole in the bathroom ceiling. "I will exchange 20 pursuers for your 20,000 zombies." Wei Gong was well aware of the situation in Zhonghua City. Su Xilan's combat capabilities as a host were notably lacking, and the only means for Zhonghua City to defend against the Dian army lay within those ordinary zombies. While Wei Gong had little regard for these zombies, they were indeed the backbone of Zhonghua City. Removing 20,000 ordinary zombies in one fell swoop would be a significant loss to Zhonghua City's defensive strength. As allies, Wei Gong could not allow Zhonghua City to fall prey to the Dian army as a result of this exchange. Hence, he chose to offer 20 pursuers to Su Xilan in return. 20. Su Xilan exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the pursuer number 2, having witnessed its ferocious rampage in videos from the Pingjiang City base. She understood just how formidable it was. Furthermore, the effectiveness of her enhancements varied significantly with the strength of the target. The more powerful the individual, the more pronounced the amplification effect. These 20 pursuers, augmented by Su Xilan, would undoubtedly exhibit combat prowess far superior to those 2,000 expendable zombies. Trading 20,000 ordinary zombies for 20 pursuers was undoubtedly a lucrative deal for her. Sister Sue, what is going on? Just as Sue Zylan gasped in astonishment, the bathroom door was violently pushed open, and a seemingly naive girl rushed in. Upon seeing a strange man sitting on the edge of Sue Zylan's bathtub, alongside the menacing creature blocking the doorway, and hearing Sue Zylan shriek, the naive girl instinctively assumed that Wei Gong was some sort of villain attempting to harm her sister. What are you trying to do to my sister? In a fit of rage, the girl lunged at Wei Gong. Bang, however, she was swiftly subdued by Kalen, who held her down with one hand. Don't move. The girl glared at Kalen, baring her teeth in defiance. Let me go. Let me go. She resembled an indignant puppy. Wei Gong glanced at the girl pinned down by Kalen. Your child seems a bit dim-witted. Xiao Yu, they are my guests. Don't act recklessly, Sue Zylan said. Exasperated yet amused. Miss Kalen, please release her. Kalen regarded Wei Gong, knowing she would not let go without his consent. Wei Gong nodded in affirmation. Let her go. Only then did Kalen release her grip. Xiao Yu quickly scrambled to her feet. Sister Sue, are you all right? Sue Zylan smiled gently. I'm fine, I'm merely discussing business with a guest. Xiao Yu cast a furtive glance at Wei Gong. Really? You okay? I'm fine. All right then. After confirming that Sue Zylan was unharmed, Xiao Yu immediately bowed deeply to Wei Gong. I'm sorry. I acted rashly. Please don't hold it against my sister. I'll take any blame. Hee. Wei Gong chuckled coldly. Then you're in trouble. I'm very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Xiao Yu gulped nervously, summoning her courage. It's fine. I can handle it. Xiao Yu paused, surprised. Huh? Wei Gong checked his phone. Huh? That counts as time. I'll start now. Xiao Yu hurriedly dashed out, clearly in a panic. Sue Zylan glared at Wei Gong, annoyed. You don't seriously expect me to run with you? Do you? Well, I'm not dressed. Then just wrap yourself in a towel and run. Of course, running naked isn't out of the question either. Sue Zylan playfully pinched Wei Gong's arm. Pervert. Wei Gong paid little mind to Xiao Yu's abrupt intrusion. After all, what adult would grow angry with a child? Observing Xiao Yu, who was wholly engrossed in doing push-ups, Wei Gong remarked, by the way, how did you end up with such a subordinate? In terms of strength, Xiao Yu was far inferior to Kalen, and in terms of intellect, she was no match either. Word up to Wei Gong? He would have overlooked her entirely. The only redeeming quality was Xiao Yu's unwavering obedience. Whatever Sue Zylan commanded, even against insurmountable foes, she would charge forth without hesitation. After all, what malice could a little puppy possess? Chapter 95. Zhonghua Prison. Sue Zylan gazed at Xiao Yu, who was diligently exercising, her eyes filled with affection. Wei Gong, I wonder if you've had a similar experience? You're out for a stroll, and a dog looks up at you with longing, and you find yourself inexplicably saying to the owner, Boss, I'll take that dog. In the end, you're left wondering why you made such a decision. Wei Gong chuckled. I understand what you mean. In the real world, he had once owned a husky, and his experience was quite similar. Each day, he was driven to the brink of insanity by the goofy dog, often lamenting that the tears he shed now were a result of the foolish decision he made back then. Yet, despite everything, he had cared for it for over 10 years. In summary, Xiao Yu was akin to a stray dog that Sue Zylan had taken in out of pity, merely kept by her side. Furthermore, Xiao Yu wasn't foolish. Her reason for seeking him out today was that she had discovered something unusual, in the outskirts of Zhonghua City, amidst a vast expanse of mountains and fields. A heavily fortified prison could be faintly discerned. Wei Gong pointed towards the distant prison. Are you suggesting that this prison harbors issues? Zhonghua Prison, situated at the confluence of Zhonghua City and Yunlu City, is remarkably isolated, which explains why the zombies led by Sue Zylan have only just begun to encroach upon this territory. Strangely, when Xiao Yu arrived with her horde of zombies, she was astonished to discover that the prison had already been overrun by the undead. The surrounding cities of Zhonghua remain untouched by the zombie plague, devoid of any traces of maternal activity, making it implausible for the zombies to have wandered in from other cities. The few cities that had fallen to the maternal presence were leagues away from Zhonghua. It would be utterly foolish for the maternal entities to risk confrontation with Sue Zylan over mere points from a single prison, undertaking such a perilous journey of hundreds of kilometers. Wei Gong inquired, aren't these zombies under your control? I attempted to exert control, but to no avail. These zombies belong to a different maternal entity, Suzylan replied, shaking her head. What's even more peculiar is that I noticed there isn't a single guard among these zombies. As if they had received a warning and evacuated in advance. Evacuated in advance. Wei Gong squinted, recalling that Li Bei had mentioned Chu Zhengqing was nurturing lesser beings for survivor players to level up. This prison might very well be one of those training grounds. It must be said that Chu Zhengqing had chosen a prime location, situating the training ground on the periphery of a zombie-infested city. Even if the higher-ups of Dian discovered this secret, they could easily shift the blame onto other maternal entities. When did you discover this prison? Just yesterday. A slight smile crept upon Wei Gong's lips. I never anticipated that my visit to Zhonghua City today would yield such unexpected rewards. Clearly, this prison served as a point-earning hub for survivor players orchestrated by Chu Zhengqing, but due to unforeseen circumstances, these players had failed to claim their bounty in time. Wei Gong merely needed to wait within the prison, biding his time until the survivor players presented themselves. Moreover, it would take some time for Suzylan's 20,000 ordinary zombies to enter the mirror world. As a master of time management, Wei Gong would not squander this precious opportunity. Let us investigate. The four did not enter the prison directly but rather accessed it through Wei Gong's mirror world. Architecturally, this prison bore no distinction from others. However, instead of inmates, it housed a multitude of ferocious zombies. Wei Gong furrowed his brow, noticing that the zombies were not scattered throughout the prison but rather congregated in the exercise yard. These zombies stood there like scarecrows in a field, seemingly frozen in place. Wei Gong remarked, "Do not venture out just yet. These zombies seem unusual, as if someone had commanded them. Stay put. I shall procure an orange for you." Only a maternal entity could issue such commands. Could it be that a maternal presence was aiding Dian? Initially, Wei Gong had believed that Chu Zhengqing's method of nurturing lesser beings involved merely capturing an ordinary zombie and releasing it among death row inmates. However, it now appeared that it was not an ordinary zombie aiding Chu Zhengqing in infecting the death row inmates, but rather a maternal entity. Let us explore the prison. Since these zombies were confined here, it was highly likely that the maternal presence resided within the prison as well. At first, Wei Gong had not intended to enter the prison, but rather to inspect it through the mirror world. However, the nature of the prison was so unique that mirrors, potential weapons, were subjected to stringent control. This left very few viable mirrors for inspection, rendering many areas inaccessible to scrutiny through reflective means. Consequently, to conduct a thorough investigation of the prison, Wei Gong had no choice but to depart from the mirror world and enter the actual prison. After a brief survey, he found nothing particularly unusual aside from the excessive bloodstains. Suzylan carefully avoided the bloodstains to prevent her delicate skirt from becoming soiled. Yet, the presence of blood was hardly surprising given that a zombie crisis had just erupted within the prison. After all, when a human is bitten, blood inevitably flows. At that moment, Karun, stationed at the prison entrance, relayed a message. "Master, a helicopter has landed at the prison entrance. Could it be that I was mistaken?" Just as Wei Gong had anticipated, survivor players had arrived to harvest the zombie points within the prison. However, the problem remained. There were still no signs of the maternal entity within the prison. Let us deal with the survivor players first. Damn it, the higher-ups of Dian and their military are utterly useless. We always have to clean up their messes. The leader of the survivor players began to grumble upon disembarking from the helicopter. According to the original plan, their team was supposed to have arrived at Zhonghua Prison yesterday to collect zombie points. However, due to Wei Gong breaching the defenses of Donghai City, Kai Yunting had led a horde of zombies to assault the Donghai City refuge, compelling Dian to dispatch survivor players from across the nation for rescue. It was akin to being told by the boss, just as one was about to take a vacation, that a sudden pile of bugs had emerged, and they had to work overtime to fix them before they could take a break. This was undeniably infuriating. Suddenly, a survivor player at the end of the line turned pale. Captain, my stomach hurts. Can I go to the restroom first?" The leader snapped. "Damn it. You're like a lazy donkey. Hurry up." "All right, I'll be quick." After a brief farewell to his teammates, the survivor player hurried towards a restroom outside the prison, clutching his stomach. According to their usual routine, the others would have gathered the zombies in the exercise yard, and they would simply proceed there to wait. However, as three survivor players made their way to the exercise yard, a trickle of crimson blood silently followed the one who had gone to the restroom. Just as I thought. The leader of the survivor players pushed open the gate to the prison yard and beheld the zombies standing like scarecrows. Wei Gong, concealed within the mirror, narrowed his eyes. Indeed, something is amiss. Under normal circumstances, these zombies would have begun to stir as soon as the survivor players approached the yard, succumbing to their primal instincts. However, now that the survivor players had entered the yard, the zombies remained as still as if suffering from senility. This indicated that the maternal entity had issued a command for them to remain motionless. Regardless of the circumstances, S.U. Xylan inquired, "Shall we take action?" Wei Gong pondered briefly, "Let us engage. Perhaps if we create a commotion, the lurking maternal entity will reveal itself. Karun, you handle the isolated survivor player." Understood. The leader of the survivor players glanced impatiently at his phone. "What's taking that guy so long? Did he fall into a latrine?" Another survivor sitting on the steps chuckled, covering his mouth. "That guy had spicy hot pot and a big bowl of ice cream yesterday. He's probably got diarrhea now. Damn it, that fool." Just as the leader began to curse, he suddenly found himself facing his own back. Huh? His head rolled on the ground, still bearing an expression of disbelief. As he failed to comprehend how he had met his demise, "Captain." The remaining two survivors broke into a cold sweat, hastily standing up. Before they could mourn their captain's sudden death, two more dark blades sliced through the air. Severing their heads, the battle had not even begun, yet it had already concluded. Still no sign of the maternal entity? Wei Gong emerged from behind a tempered glass window. Had this been Shouting City, he would have ensured they were left gasping for breath, only to feed them to the parasitic maternal nest, maximizing the survivor player's value. However, in Jianghuai City, to prevent any unforeseen complications, Wei Gong opted for a swift execution. Meanwhile, in a restroom outside the prison, the last survivor player finally finished his business. As he fastened his belt, he ambled towards the sink. "Oh, you all need to relieve yourselves too." How peculiar. A silent figure entered the restroom. Fixating its gaze upon the survivor player, the survivor player looked at the figure with disdain. "What are you staring at? Did I get something on me?" It was evident that this survivor player held no suspicion towards the figure before him. He would rather believe he had soiled himself than entertain the notion that the figure harbored malicious intent. The silent figure suddenly broke into a chilling grin. What? The survivor player's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced down. A crimson blade piercing through his body. The survivor player clutched his chest in agony, stumbling backward as the virus surged along the bloodied blade, invading his being. "How dare you strike at me? Do you wish to die?" He was well aware that he was not the only survivor player within this prison. Once the news of his demise reached his comrades, they would undoubtedly report it to headquarters without delay. Should headquarters become aware that the individual before them had attacked a survivor player, they would surely take immediate action to eliminate him. The figure before them grinned coldly. "Rest assured, your teammates are most likely dead by now." With that, the figure innocently shrugged. "Moreover, all of this is the doing of the mother body of Shouting City. What does it have to do with me? What does that mean?" The survivor player had yet to comprehend the implications when, due to viral infection, he transformed into an unconscious zombie. Suddenly, a crimson thorn shot from behind, piercing through the figure's head. Strangely, however, the figure did not perish. Instead, it dissolved into a pool of blood. The blood swirled and churned, and the figure re-emerged from the blood. Is this how the zombies of Shouting City greet one another? How impolite. Callan's attack proved ineffective against him. "Who are you?" As you can see, merely a mother body passing by. Despite the failure of his attack, Callan did not cease his efforts and continued to hurl thorns at the adversary. In response to Callan's assault, the figure merely laughed derisively. Mudata, your attacks are of no consequence to me." The figure appeared remarkably confident in its abilities, standing its ground and absorbing Callan's thorns without attempting to evade them. The thorns struck solidly, transforming the figure once again into a pool of blood. But this time the pool was noticeably smaller than the previous one. The figure's regeneration process also slowed considerably. The expression of the enigmatic figure shifted from calm assurance to disbelief. How could this be? Is it truly ineffective? Observing the process of regeneration, it was evident that the thorns had indeed struck him and inflicted damage. However, he could revert to his blood pool form to regenerate. Though seemingly bizarre, it was essentially a means of recovery. If it is a restorative ability, then the severe damage from the thorns would also be effective against him. If I cannot kill you with 1 or 2 strikes, then I shall strike you 1,000 times, 10,000 times, until you can no longer recover. Callan hurled another thorn. Damn. Why am I so unfortunate today? Just my luck to encounter a nemesis. The figure now attempted to dodge, but realized that no matter how he evaded, the thorns would accurately strike him. Soon, the figure was riddled with thorns like a porcupine. Unable to endure, he declared, "I'll explode." This time, the figure did not revert to a blood pool for recovery, but instead inflated like a balloon. Blood explosion technique. With a roar, the figure erupted, and blood transformed into countless sharp spikes, raining down upon Callan like a torrential downpour of needles. Callan shielded his head with his hands to protect his vulnerable areas from the blood needles. As for the rest of his body, he was unconcerned. After several enhancements from Wei Gong, Callan's physique was no longer that of a fragile long-range shooter. He had become a heavily fortified bastion, combining formidable firepower, high accuracy, and robust defense. The damage these blood needles could inflict upon him was minimal. The only issue was the sheer density of the needles, which obscured Callan's vision. This made it difficult for him to pinpoint the location of the blood-colored figure. However, this was precisely the adversary's intention. Ha ha! How do you like this trick of blinding with blood? Some of the spikes aimed at Callan suddenly changed direction, hurtling towards the toilet's sewage outlet. These spikes were also part of his blood. As long as this portion remained, he could regenerate. Gotcha? Stupid woman. This is precisely my escape route. Even if the rest of his blood was destroyed by Callan, as long as a single drop successfully slipped into the sewer, he could make a comeback. Callan abandoned the attack on the enemy and instead targeted the sewage outlet. Several crimson thorns shot towards the outlet, reducing the toilet to ruins. Yet, even so, gaps remained between the stones, allowing the liquid blood to escape into the filthy sewer below. Why mistake? I let him slip away. Wei Gong squatted on the ground, observing the blood splatters everywhere. Are you injured? I'm fine. Just let him escape. The blood explosion technique had considerable power, wreaking havoc in the restroom. Fortunately, Callan's body had also undergone multiple enhancements, enabling him to withstand this round of damage without issue. The only regret was that the figure had used this blood-blinding technique to take refuge in the sewer and escape. It's not your fault. That fellow's abilities are quite peculiar. You couldn't have stopped him. Not only could he manipulate blood for attacks, but he could also evade damage by transforming into a blood pool. While this mysterious mother body may not possess strong offensive capabilities, its survival skills were exceedingly uncanny. As long as there was a single drop of blood, he could resurrect. Even Wei Gong would require some effort to eliminate him. Su Xylan, inform all mother bodies of this matter. Should any mother body encounter this individual, they must find a way to kill him. That a glint of ferocity flickered in Wei Gong's eyes. A mother body aiding human development must not be spared. Understood. However, in light of this incident, Wei Gong also recognized a personal flaw. His combat style was overly extreme. While the mirror world was indeed wondrous, its limitations were considerable. Without drawing opponents into the mirror world, it lacked offensive power. Conversely, the other shore was excessively simplistic. Aside from slashing, there was little else to offer. Perhaps it was time to enhance his own strength. In the filthy, dark sewer, droplets of blood converged from all directions towards a singular point, ultimately forming a small pool of blood. The blood surged, and the mysterious figure crawled out from within. Due to the meager volume of this blood pool, the body he formed was only the size of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Ugh, ugh, ugh. This place reeks. The nauseating stench assaulted his senses, nearly making him retch up his last meal. Damn it, mother body of Shouting City. I shall remember this, reflecting on being utterly overpowered by a mere subordinate. The figure's frustration boiled over, and he slammed his fist against the wall. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Perhaps due to his heightened emotions, he inadvertently inhaled deeply. The repulsive stench of the sewer surged into his nostrils, almost causing him to faint from the odor. Forget it. I should leave this place. The mysterious figure transformed once again into a pool of blood and swiftly made his way towards the exit of the sewer. Racing through the sewer, the blood trail soon found an outlet. The blood burst forth from the drainage pipe. Ha ha! The scent of freedom. Just as he prepared to coalesce his form once more, a thin layer of frost encased the blood. freezing it solid. Damn it. Who was that? Unable to reform his body, the blood could only manifest a single eye and a mouth. However, upon seeing the identity of the person before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you doing here?" Standing before the blood pool was a woman with long white hair. Cold and aloof, coupled with the chilling aura that surrounded her, she exuded an air reminiscent of an eternal ice mountain. Explain why the Gu Weiqing team lost contact. As she spoke, she began to form a massive ice blue sword. She possessed this ability. Did Chu Zhengqing send you? As soon as he voiced this question, he felt like a fool. 4 survivor players had suddenly perished in the prison under his supervision. How could Chu Zhengqing not come seeking retribution? As for how they found him, it was because Chu Zhengqing had maniacally outfitted him with nanobombs and locators. These devices were fused with his core and every drop of his blood, as long as his core remained intact. Even if he used the blood pool to reshape his body, he could not escape their grasp. These devices were akin to a curse laid upon him by Chu Zhengqing. Unless he perished, these curses would follow him to the ends of the earth. This was the fundamental reason he would become a corpse pawn. Serving Diyin. Listen to my defense. No, wait. Hear me out. It was the mother body of Shouting City. He came to Jianghuai City and discovered the anomalies in this prison. The blood-colored figure panicked, hastily explaining, embellishing the events that transpired in Jianghuai prison, while concealing the fact that he had killed survivor players, exaggerating the madness of Wei Gong and others. It must have been the mother body of Shouting City. Look at me, I'm in this state. I must be innocent. Due to his unique identity, the blood-colored figure was privy to numerous intelligence reports regarding Diyan's survivors, and the individual before him was the most formidable among them. If she chose to act, he would not survive a minute. The white-haired woman spoke into her earpiece communicator. Did you hear that? There's a mix of truth and lies. Let us spare him for now. The decision-making body of Diyin is about to undergo a significant overhaul, and he still has some utility. As she spoke, Chu Zhengqing poured 3 spoonfuls of sugar into her coffee, using a ceramic spoon. Chapter 98. People finally recall the terror of being controlled by zombies. Did you see the news? Donghai City has completely fallen. I did. The official government of Dian seems utterly inept. Wasn't it said that a savior would emerge? How has it come to this? I could do better myself. Rather than engaging in such discussions, perhaps you should consider what to have for lunch instead? Such dialogues are commonplace among the citizens of Pingjiang. Imbued with a sense of casualness, it has been over a week since the complete annihilation of the 66th Army. Initially, the residents of Pingjiang were engulfed in panic, fearful that the zombies across the river would suddenly advance upon them. However, as the 69th Army took over the duties of the 66th Army in Pingjiang, this sense of dread gradually dissipated. This was partly due to the silence of the zombies in Shoutan City. Additionally, Rongyue had destroyed the only bridge, the Shaojiang Bridge. Though the severance of the 66th Army's retreat path, leading to their demise, is indeed tragic, the citizens of Pingjiang viewed it as a fortuitous turn of events. The zombies on the opposite bank cannot swim, nor can they soar through the skies. Without the Shaojiang Bridge, their only terrestrial route, they cannot approach. With the zombies unable to advance, what is there left to fear? Let the music play, let the dance continue. Have any of you noticed that the river seems to have risen a bit today? Within the monitoring room of the 69th Army, one soldier gazed curiously at the surveillance footage. Another soldier cast a glance but dismissed it, merely an illusion. The observant soldier shook his head. No? I distinctly remember the water level being lower yesterday. The second soldier patted his comrade's shoulder. You're just scaring yourself. It's not as if zombies are lurking beneath the water. No. Look at this. The vigilant soldier widened his eyes in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something horrifying. The other soldier turned his head. What are you babbling about? But at that moment, upon seeing the surveillance video, his jaw dropped in astonishment. The once tranquil river suddenly began to churn violently, as if some colossal entity was stirring the tides beneath. With a thunderous roar, a massive water column erupted from the river's surface. In the next instant, the column shattered, and the head of a monstrous creature broke through the water, lunging towards the shores of Pingjiang. This beast was terrifying, reminiscent of the legendary dragon from myth. Its serpentine body was immense, with the portion above the water measuring over 20 meters in length, resembling a towering black edifice rising from the depths. Covered in ultra-durable black scales, The dragon's back was adorned with razor-like fin scales. These fan-shaped fin scales, akin to blades, were actually its fur, enhanced and fortified by 3 distinct supernatural abilities, rendering them one of its most fearsome weapons. Coupled with its gargantuan frame, a mere collision would be sufficient to shatter a skyscraper. The multitude of fin scales bestowed upon it an impression of an endless mountain of blades. What is it planning to do? This dragon possessed an extraordinarily large pair of forelimbs, supporting its tower-like body. The black dragon slowly raised its forepaw and then forcefully plunged it into the reinforced alloy wall. The alloy surface, a product of Dian's cutting-edge technology, crumbled before the dragon as though it were mere tofu. Under the astonished gazes of the soldiers, the black dragon began to climb along the alloy wall, step by step. Its climbing speed was astonishing. In less than a minute, the black dragon was nearing the top of the alloy wall. It was emerging from the river. Sound the alarm! Sound the alarm! Without needing the alarm to alert them, countless individuals were drawn outside by the tremendous commotion in the river. Look, what is that thing? However, as they turned to face the direction of the alloy wall, they beheld a pair of enormous foreclaws grasping the top of the wall, firmly embedded there, reflecting a chilling light under the sun. Countless onlookers were captivated by these colossal claws. Perhaps it was curiosity or sheer terror that rendered them immobile, as they stared blankly at the forelimbs. Thud, thud, thud. The foreclaws exerted tremendous force, and a massive dragon's head slowly rose above the alloy wall. It loomed like a deity, gazing down upon the mortals below. In this moment, as people wished to flee, they found themselves paralyzed by terror, unable to control their legs. In this moment, as they yearned to scream, they found themselves voiceless, paralyzed by fear. Roar, roar, roar. The black dragon let out a piercing cry, its soul-shaking roar echoing through the skies. People fled frantically in the opposite direction, their primal instincts urging them to escape this monstrosity. While civilians could run, soldiers had no such luxury. Confronted with this gargantuan beast, regardless of their fear, they had to stand their ground. All missile vehicles were aimed at the creature. Fire, fire. Just as the soldiers' missile vehicles were about to lock onto the beast, the black dragon suddenly opened its jaws, a dense white mist billowing forth from its mouth. In mere seconds, the black dragon vanished from sight. The soldiers searched frantically, yet found nothing. Where did the monster go? They could not hope to find it, with the combined effects of the white mist and the dilution of its presence through 2 supernatural abilities. Even if the dragon were right before them, they might not perceive it. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, enormous blades fell from the sky, obliterating several missile and tank vehicles in one fell swoop. This was the manifestation of Liu Zhenghao's and He Tinjian's powers, manipulating air currents to launch their razor-like fur as a devastating assault on their foes. Fire the flares! Fire the flares! As numerous flares ascended, the soldiers finally caught a glimpse of the dragon's visage. What they beheld were its glowing red eyes, mesmerizing yet terrifying. What could it be planning? Amidst the haze, the black dragon opened its mouth, as if some liquid was dripping from its maw. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark, corrosive liquid fell upon the alloy wall, eroding it at a terrifying pace, if it were merely the cold water's ability. The corrosion of this alloy wall would prove challenging. However, Luo Wan had modified the corrosive properties of the liquid, minimizing its control while maximizing its corrosive potential. Its saliva corroded the alloy wall. Chapter 99. Calamity approaches. By the time they realized the situation, it was too late. The alloy wall had been corroded into a massive breach by the dragon's corrosive liquid. Through this opening, the dragon successfully invaded the city of Pingjiang. Its sword-like body crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, sending shockwaves through the earth and stirring a cloud of dust. The soldiers near the impact zone slowly lifted their heads, and to their astonishment, they beheld a dragon measuring 50 or 60 meters in length. As they gazed at the dragon, it too looked down upon them, though its form remained shrouded in mist. Its glistening, malevolent red eyes were sufficient to instill dread in the hearts of Mian. Charge. As the soldiers prepared to utter the command to attack, they felt as if they had been struck by a freight truck. Their bodies flung uncontrollably through the air. The terrifying force crushed their innards into pulp, resulting in instant death. This was the dragon's tail, a powerful weapon. It was not just the soldiers who were overwhelmed. Even armored vehicles weighing several tons were sent flying by the dragon's tail. The vehicles spun through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, their surfaces deeply dented, now reduced to scrap metal. Soldiers arriving for reinforcement stood frozen, staring at the horrifying behemoth before them, then blankly at their weapons. Do these things even work? If their enemy were the previous kind of zombies, their firearms would still be formidable weapons. But the creature before them was as colossal as Godzilla. You expect me to use a 5mm bullet against a 50-meter monster? Are you serious? A barrage of bullets wouldn't even scratch its scales. If bullets cannot even graze its armor, then what difference is there between this firearm and a mere stick? The soldiers began to retreat. Fall back! Fall back! This creature is beyond our capacity to combat. Though they were brave, and though they held their mission of protecting their homeland close to their hearts, it did not mean they were foolish. To perish in a battle of equals is to die heroically. To be slain by a creature that could extinguish their lives with a mere breath is not sacrifice. It is simply handing over one's life. Much like the Victory team from Ultraman, they were acutely aware of their limitations, hence their strategy of merely feigning an attack with their aircraft before retreating, leaving the rest to Ultraman. All they could do now was shout, "Hurry! Summon the savior from the base." The savior is the term used by the dying government to refer to the survivor players. They are the specialists in dealing with such monsters. So, the pressing question arises, what are our saviors doing at this moment? Oh, they have all become mere pawns. Just as the dragon launched its assault on the Pingjiang base, Wei Gong also attacked the survivor players stationed in Pingjiang through the mirror world. It must be said. The Pingjiang base seems cursed. One batch arrives, another batch perishes. This marks the third survivor team to be completely wiped out. Wei Gong cast the survivor players, who had already transformed into human sticks, into the mirror world, where the pursuer number 2 would have the opportunity to send them to the parasitic mother nest. The survivor players were swiftly dealt with by me, and the soldiers at the Pingjiang city base were drawn into a fray by the corpse dragon. Consequently, the armed forces in Pingjiang city had been thoroughly suppressed. Wei Gong turned to his side, looking at Luo Wan. It is now time for your little treasures to perform. Luo Wan blinked and made an okay gesture. All right. Darling, pack your things and wait for me at home. I'm rushing back now. In one of the most prosperous office areas of Pingjiang city, a man dressed in a suit was driving while calling his wife at home. Perhaps exhausted from housework, his wife was panting heavily as she spoke. Going to work? What nonsense. The zombies are attacking. Just 5 minutes after the corpse dragon struck the Pingjiang city base, news of the attack had spread throughout the entire city. Those who received the news could no longer afford to go to work and frantically rushed home. What? The zombies are here. What? The zombies are here. Aside from his wife's voice, another unfamiliar man's voice came through the phone. Stunned upon hearing a strange man's voice at home, the suited office worker asked, "Why is there someone else at home?" His wife quickly explained, "The air conditioning at home is broken. This technician is here to fix it." Oh, is that so? I must have overthought it. No, why are we discussing this now? Quickly grab the essentials. I'm driving over to get you. Pingjiang city is vast. Currently, the zombies had only reached the Pingjiang city base by the riverside. Still some distance from the city center. As long as they could leave Pingjiang city before the zombies arrived, it would not be too late. All right, I'm packing my things. What is this thing? Just as she was speaking, the wife suddenly let out a piercing scream, as if she had seen something terrifying at home. Hearing her scream, the man panicked and immediately asked, "What is wrong? What is happening over there?" Clearly, his wife had hung up the phone, or rather, her phone had been destroyed. Damn. Pingjiang city, being a large metropolis, was already notorious for its traffic jams, with nearly 10 hours of congestion each day. Amid this panic, the city descended into utter chaos. This led to a complete breakdown of traffic in Pingjiang city. Hey, isn't the sidewalk quite spacious? Suddenly, the man's eyes lit up as he discovered a blind spot. He turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, heading towards the sidewalk. While there were few cars on the sidewalk, there were plenty of people. If the man drove onto the sidewalk at that moment, he would certainly hit numerous pedestrians. Seeing the car barreling towards the street, a little girl on the sidewalk let out a scream. Just as she was about to be struck, a man with black hair and crimson eyes appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Standing in front of the girl, Yar. What a lack of manners. Chapter 100. A satisfying kill. Wei Gong merely pressed the front of the car down with 2 handguns, holding it firmly in place. In a moment of peril, a hero emerged, saving the little girl from the clutches of a criminal. Thank you, thank you. The girl's mother quickly embraced her child, expressing gratitude to Wei Gong, the hero who saved her daughter. Thank you, big brother. Please, don't mention it. I'm quite embarrassed, Wei Gong replied with a smile, scratching the back of his head like a bashful neighborly older brother. Suddenly, the girl's mother froze, as if she had heard some heavy footsteps behind her. The towering pursuer number 2 emerged from the display window behind her, looming ominously. After all, I didn't save you just for your sake. Although Wei Gong maintained a smile, he emanated a chilling aura. Akin to a demon from the depths of hell, as his words fell, the massive claws of pursuer number 2 pierced through the bodies of the little girl and her mother like skewered candied hawthorn. Was Wei Gong's earlier intervention a noble act? No, he merely believed that if these two were to be killed by the car, they would not be able to be infected as zombies. Although they were just two ordinary humans, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. A thrifty man like Wei Gong would never let such an opportunity slip away. The pursuer number 2's public slaughter naturally incited panic at the scene, further escalating the chaos in the already tumultuous streets. People frantically attempted to escape from pursuer number 2, but could they truly escape? Observing the panicked crowd, Wei Gong's lips curled into a slight smile. Where do you think you can run? This district was a commercial zone, abundant with mirrors. Wei Gong merely snapped his fingers, and every glass window along the roadside and the densely packed windows of office buildings rippled with waves. Bang, 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 bang. Following that, hundreds and thousands of pursuer number 2s emerged from within, resembling a demonic legion from hell. Wei Gong extended his arms. Now, let us commence this delightful slaughter. Roar, roar, roar. The pursuer no. 2s let out a synchronized roar and charged towards the densely packed crowd. Their claws did not even need to aim. With their eyes closed, a casual swipe could infect several humans. This scene resembled not merely wolves entering a sheepfold, but rather the sheep willingly offering themselves to the wolves. In just 10 short minutes, the streets were littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing, with no living souls in sight. Of course, the situation in this district was not an isolated case. Throughout Pingjiang City, Wei Gong had set up mirror pathways, with a continuous stream of zombies surging forth, wantonly slaughtering every individual they encountered. Even a passing dog would receive a kick from pursuer no. 2. Ding, 200, 000 points credited, ding, 500, 000 points credited, ding, 1, 000 points credited, ding, 1, 500, 000 points credited. The incessant sounds of the system notifications echoed in Wei Gong's mind, indicating that thousands upon thousands had been infected as zombies. The sound of points accumulating was simply delightful. A rapturous expression crossed Wei Gong's face. I'm absolutely exhilarated. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyu's voice came through Wei Gong's earpiece. Master, there are fighter jets in the sky. It seems the Diyin military has dispatched reinforcements. With various elite talents joining Wei Gong's ranks, Zhang Xiaoyu's role had gradually diminished. Her sole function now was to act as an observer and communicator, relaying the latest battlefield developments to Wei Gong. Wei Gong looked up at the fighter jets soaring above. Leave this trivial matter to you. Rengyue, I shall engage in combat using the Hellfire armor. Rengyue's voice resonated through the channel. A black and crimson figure ascended from Shouten City, streaking across the sky like a meteor. Report. An unidentified object is approaching at extreme speed. What is that? The fighter pilots stared in disbelief at Rengyue's Hellfire armor. How could anything be faster than their fighter jets? They immediately activated the machine guns on their aircraft, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the Hellfire armor. Could such an attack pose a threat to Rengyue? Absolutely not. She did not even attempt to evade. Hellfire impact. The Hellfire armor erupted in black flames, enveloping her body entirely. The bullets from the aircraft's machine guns disintegrated the moment they neared Rengyue, melting in the surrounding black flames. Boom, boom, boom. Rengyue's Hellfire armor swept through the cluster of fighter jets, obliterating them in an instant. The fighter jet squadron was utterly annihilated. Rengyue hovered in the air. Reporting her achievements, Wei Gong gazed at the remnants of the fighter jets, a slight smile gracing his lips. I see it, and I quite enjoy this fireworks display. Meanwhile, Luo Wan's voice echoed in the earpiece. Report. My lord, the roads from Pingjiang City to other cities have been completely sealed off. This time, Wei Gong intended not only to capture Pingjiang City, but also to ensure that every last human within it was transformed into a zombie. Therefore, he had preemptively stationed zombie forces along all the pathways surrounding Pingjiang City. Once the assault on Pingjiang City commenced, those zombies would surge from the mirror pathways, taking control of every escape route. No one would leave Pingjiang City alive, not a single soul. Wei Gong merged with the zombie crows, gently flapping his black wings, lifting him into the skies above Pingjiang City. He surveyed what had become a hell on earth. With each passing second, thousands perished. With each passing second, thousands of zombies rose from the piles of corpses, attacking even more people. Slaughter, death, destruction. These were the hallmarks of Pingjiang City today. Let the world feel the pain. He reveled in this sensation, experiencing the delight of a deity toying with life. Wei Gong's accumulated points finally surpassed the 10 million mark. The mechanical notification of the system echoed in his mind. Your points have reached 10 million. Would you like to activate the set skills? Wei Gong smiled faintly. Indeed, he has been accumulating points without utilizing them, waiting for this very moment. Let us offer this blood sacrifice of countless beings to welcome the arrival of the new god. Chapter 101. The Domain Unfolds. Just as Wei Gong acquired his abilities, Zhang Xiaoyu's voice echoed through the headset. Master, another squadron of fighter jets is heading in your direction. Their target is you. I shall handle it. Rongyu was about to take action when Wei Gong halted her. Ah, the sandbags have arrived. I was just lamenting the lack of a place to test my new abilities. At this moment, Wei Gong felt an extraordinary sense of refreshment, as invigorating as donning brand new underwear to greet the new year. The domain unfolded in response to the fighter jets approaching at supersonic speeds. Wei Gong formed hand seals, master of space. In an instant, an invisible wave emanated from Wei Gong, spreading outwards in all directions, manifesting a domain imperceptible to others. Domain unfolded, master of space. A power Wei Gong acquired after expending millions of points. Rated as S-Class. Upon activation, the user perceives their mental energy as a field, with the intensity of their mental power determining the extent of the domain. During the unfolding of the domain, the user's mental energy continues to deplete. Given Wei Gong's current mental capacity, he could expand an absolute domain with a diameter of 1 kilometer and maintain it for an hour. Within this domain, Wei Gong possessed absolute control over space. He was the god of this realm. Wei Gong dispelled the fusion with the zombie crow. Release. Within this domain, he could traverse the air without wings, an awe-inspiring feat. All fighter jets simultaneously launched missiles towards Wei Gong. Target acquired. Firing Thunder 17 surface-to-air missiles. In the blink of an eye, the missiles appeared before Wei Gong. Wei Gong merely took a step forward and found himself hundreds of meters away. Instantaneous movement and remote manipulation were merely the most basic operations. Even though these missiles possessed radar targeting capabilities, they could not alter their course at such extreme distances. All missiles collided, bursting into a dazzling display of fireworks. With a flick of his finger, Wei Gong unleashed a wave of black cutting wind. Quick, evade. Despite the fighter jet cluster's timely maneuvers, 3 jets were still obliterated. Within this absolute domain, Wei Gong did not even need to draw his weapon. A mere gesture sufficed to unleash a spatial slash that tore through the air. Seeing Wei Gong evade like a nimble creature, the fighter jet squadron promptly altered their combat strategy. Saturation bombing. The remaining jets unleashed a full volley, targeting not Wei Gong, but the expanse of sky above. As long as my bombing zone covers the entire area, there is no chance of missing. Boom. Countless missiles detonated over Pingjiang City, the spectacle rivaling the grandest fireworks display in its history. However, as the smoke of the explosions cleared, Wei Gong remained unscathed. Besides possessing the indomitable spear of spatial slash, Wei Gong's absolute domain also featured an impeccable shield in the form of spatial barriers. As the sovereign of this space, he created a barrier independent of other dimensions around himself. Since the attackers and Wei Gong resided in entirely different spatial dimensions, their assaults could not harm him. Naturally, in this state, Wei Gong could not harm others either. With a cold glance at the distant fighter jet cluster, Wei Gong remarked, "To challenge a god is sheer folly." Wei Gong dispelled the spatial force field and reached out towards the distant fighter jets. Gently pinching his fingers, spatial collapse. This represented another application of spatial power, as Wei Gong directly compressed the area occupied by the targets. Being that space itself was forcibly compressed, no matter how impervious the targets might be, They could not withstand this force in the blink of an eye. All fighter jets were twisted into a chaotic tangle. Only upon releasing the spatial compression was the explosion permitted to occur. Is this your new ability? Rongyu appeared beside Wei Gong, having witnessed the entire battle unfold. No, it scarcely qualified as a battle. It resembled a deity conducting an experiment, with the pilots of those fighter jets serving as mere test subjects. Rongyu, give it your all and fight me. Rongyu hesitated. Huh? I am quite curious about how many minutes it would take for me to dispose of you now. Wei Gong resembled a martial arts enthusiast who had comprehended an unparalleled technique, eager to spar with the world's strongest. All right. Rongyu swiftly distanced herself, approximately 200 meters away. Are you testing my attack range? Wei Gong chuckled. Alas, you have underestimated me. In the next moment, Wei Gong's face appeared before Rongyu. If not for the helmet separating them, she might have doubted whether he was about to kiss her. Boom. Rongyu activated overload mode, delivering a punch enveloped in black flames directly aimed at Wei Gong's head. Spatial stance. Rongyu's fist astonishingly passed through the center of Wei Gong's head. Immediately afterward, his form dissipated like a reflection in water. In such close proximity, the only means of evasion against Rongyu's punch, aside from spatial stance, was inconceivable. When Wei Gong reappeared, he stood behind Rongyu, his head nearly touching her ear. Purgatory elbow strike. The elbow strike, wreathed in black flames, struck with unparalleled force towards the Wei Gong behind her. Let go, don't elbow. This time, it was not Wei Gong who was sent flying, but Rongyu. Wei Gong manipulated space, sending her away. When she finally realized what had happened, she found herself hundreds of meters away. Having missed twice in her surprise attacks, Rongyu surrendered. I concede. The first punch made her realize that all her attacks could not harm Wei Gong. The second elbow strike revealed to her that closing the distance to Wei Gong was no longer an option. As for the ultimate move of the purgatory armor, she had grown weary of attempting it, as the skill's casting time was too lengthy, and Wei Gong had 1,000 ways to counter it. What? You ask why she didn't try to see if Wei Gong could harm her? Don't be ridiculous. The spatial slash that could cleave her in two could be unleashed with a mere finger flick. Was there really a need to test that? Since Rongyu had already surrendered, Wei Gong had no intention of continuing the fight. He stepped forward, appearing beside her. Very good, it seems that, as of now, no one below S-class possesses the ability to challenge me. Rongyu's purgatory armor was already at the pinnacle of A-class. She stood utterly defenseless, let alone others. Now, Wei Gong could confidently declare, at this moment, I am the strongest in the world. Chapter 102. A change of personnel. Minister Liang, pleased, in a small room. Liang Sun's secretary opened the door and addressed him. At that moment, Liang Sun sat by the window, staring vacantly at the distant sky, where 3 cities, Shouten City, Donghai City, and Pingjiang City, lay. Just the day before yesterday, these 3 cities had completely fallen, transformed into paradises for the undead and hells for humankind. Sigh. Liang Sun exhaled deeply, as if laden with boundless sorrow. In a daze, Liang Sun's secretary was momentarily stunned. Having served as Liang Sun's secretary for over a decade, it was the first time he perceived the man before him as aged. His hair had turned gray, and his previously upright stature had become somewhat stooped. Liang Sun, it seemed, had truly grown old. Liang Sun propped himself up with his hand, rising from the chair, and offered a gentle smile to his secretary. Xiaozhong, I am no longer the minister. The fall of Shouten City, Donghai City, and Pingjiang City ignited a firestorm of public opinion against the Great Yan. Not only within the internal management of the Great Yan, but even among the very populace Liang Sun sought to protect, there were cries for his ousting. They denounced Liang Sun as incompetent, occupying a high position yet achieving nothing, with rumors swirling that he was a corrupt official embezzling nearly 100 billion. Others might not recognize the truth, but after years of serving as Liang Sun's secretary, how could he remain unaware of Liang Sun's character? It was known that whenever Liang Sun treated him to a meal, it was always prepared by Liang Sun himself, consisting of 3 dishes and a soup. If he desired finer fare, he had to bring his own ingredients. Otherwise, he would be served simple home-cooked dishes. By all accounts, Liang Sun, as a high-ranking official, should not live in such modesty, even without corruption, given his substantial salary. Yet, he had donated all his wealth anonymously, seeking neither fame nor profit. but such a benevolent elder was now to bear the weight of such unfounded accusations. How could one not feel distressed? It's about time. Let us go. Liang Sun took his leave, stepping towards the door. Today marked the day of his trial. Observing Liang Sun's aged silhouette, his secretary could only let out a helpless sigh. The fall of Xiaotan City, Donghai City, and Pingjiang City was attributed to your decision-making errors. Liang Xun.do, you acknowledge this? The trial meeting was attended by only a handful of high-ranking officials from the Great Yin. Regardless, Liang Sun was one of the top decision-makers in the Great Yin. Due to the implications for the official reputation of the Great Yin, the specifics of this trial would not be made public. Only the final verdict would be disclosed. Liang Sun sat in the center of the accused seats, facing Qin Taiwei, the presiding officer of the trial, who was also another top decision-maker of the Great Yin. For a long time, it had been Liang Sun who managed internal affairs while Qin Taiwei handled external matters. Liang Sun and Qin Taiwei have been acquainted for many years, yet their personalities and styles of conduct are starkly opposed, resulting in frequent disagreements and confrontations between them. They support each other while simultaneously maintaining a delicate balance of power within the Great Yin. Seated beside Qin Taiwei is Chu Zhengqing, who continues to wear a harmless, shy smile reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. Liang Sun is neither surprised by Chu Zhengqing's presence nor by the closeness he shares with Qin Taiwei. After all, Liang Sun has navigated the political arena for decades. Possessing both shrewdness and insight, he is somewhat aware of the dealings between Qin Taiwei and Chu Zhengqing. He understands that as long as he occupies his current position, neither Qin Taiwei nor Chu Zhengqing would dare to engage in any excessively outrageous actions. Both are acutely aware of this, hence they refrain from crossing that critical line. This silent understanding between Liang Sun and Qin Taiwei manifests as a tacit agreement to turn a blind eye to certain matters. I concede that someone must be held accountable for the fall of Xiaotan City, Donghai City, and Pingjiang City, and Liang Su, as the highest decision-maker in this incident, is undoubtedly the most suitable, if not the only, candidate for such responsibility. Very well, let us now proceed to the judgment of Liang Sun. Henceforth, all of Liang Sun's official duties shall be revoked, and he shall no longer hold any position within the Great Yin. In light of Liang Sun's decades of diligent service and significant contributions to both the state and its people, his retirement benefits shall be preserved, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful old age. Logically, one would expect that after such a monumental disaster, Liang Sun, as the highest decision-maker, would face imprisonment. Yet, considering the circumstances that led to this outcome, it is not solely Liang Sun's fault. It is not a matter of Liang Sun's incompetence, but rather that the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, beyond the realm of reason. Under any leadership, the outcome would likely have been the same. If there is one criticism to be made, it is that Liang Sun was excessively indecisive, constantly hoping to save more lives, thus missing the opportunity to eliminate the root of the problem. But is it truly wrong to wish to save lives? Nobody could have anticipated the rapid development of Wei Gong and his ilk. It is akin to a doctor treating a patient, observing that the condition is manageable and opting for a more gentle treatment plan, hoping to spare the patient unnecessary suffering. Can one fault the doctor for a lack of professionalism in such a scenario? The unexpected nature of events truly renders judgment uncertain. I have no objection to the verdict, but I wish to know what your next steps will be. Liang Sun fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Taiwei, who presided over the judgment. With Liang Sun's departure, Qin Taiwei would be the sole authority in charge of the situation. Now, without Liang Sun to counterbalance him, it is hard to believe that he and Chu Zhengqing would refrain from any extreme actions. In response to his old friend's inquiry, Qin Taiwei simply smiled faintly. Old Liang, you have grown weary. Enjoy your retirement. I shall take care of the affairs of the Great Yin. Liang Sun replied solemnly. Old Qin, think carefully before you act. Once you cross that line, the consequences may lead to an irreversible abyss. Liang Sun, now powerless to counterbalance Qin Taiwei, could only offer this final piece of advice. Rules are meant to be broken. Lines are drawn to be crossed. Only the living have the right to discuss moral principles. Qin Taiwei rested his arms upon the table, fingers interlaced. War has always been this way. When people are dead and the world is in ruins. With whom will you discuss moral principles? With the king of hell? Old Qin, you are on the path to becoming a historical villain. Liang Sun was anxious, but could only feel urgency, for he had no means left to counteract Qin Taiwei. If becoming a villain is necessary to protect the Great Yin, I would not mind being remembered with infamy. Qin Taiwei rose from his seat. Since you have no objections to the verdict, let us conclude this. I still have to tidy up after your blunders. Chapter 103. Iron-fisted policies. Thus concludes the judgment against former Commander Liang Xu and Do any of you have objections? At the press conference, Qin Taiwei placed the judgment document regarding Liang Sun down, his lion-like gaze sweeping across the assembly. The audience exchanged glances, their eyes darting apprehensively. Compared to Liang Sun, Qin Taiwei was not only much more imposing in stature but also exuded an air of intimidation. It felt as though voicing an opinion at that moment would result in being struck down by his fist. Suddenly, a bold voice interrupted the awkward silence. I have an objection. Is the punishment for former Commander Liang Sun not too lenient? Furthermore, should the rumors of him embezzling billions not be verified? A collective gasp filled the room. This audacious individual was truly reckless. In such a setting, to utter such words was nothing short of foolishness. Many present were seasoned journalists, well aware of the differences between Liang Sun and Qin Taiwei. Liang Sun would patiently explain. Qin Taiwei, however, would not hesitate to have you taken away by the authorities. Qin Taiwei cast a sidelong glance at the speaker. Whether the sentence is light or severe is a matter for the judges of the Great Yin, not for you journalists to discuss. As for the allegations of Liang Sun embezzling billions, if you wish to investigate, do so at your own discretion. No one will stop you. The Great Yin has no time to concern itself with such trivial matters. The individual fell silent, caught off guard. It must be said that Qin Taiwei was indeed, as the rumors suggested, straightforward and aggressive in his speech. Moreover, I suspect you may have intentions to defame former officials of the Great Yin. You can explain the specifics to the police. Upon witnessing the stunned expression of the bold speaker, the remaining audience could not help but feel a sense of glee, relieved to see someone speaking on their behalf. If there are no further issues regarding Liang Sun, let us move on to the next topic. Qin Taiwei surveyed the crowd once more. The terrifying authority he wielded caused those present to instinctively straighten their postures. Akin to students caught secretly using their phones by a teacher, the room descended into a deathly silence, with even the sound of pens scratching against paper ceasing. This alone demonstrated that Qin Taiwei was far more ruthless than Liang Sun. While Liang Sun merely issued warnings, Qin Taiwei was quick to assign blame and demand consequences. I know many of you are dissatisfied with me, but I must inform you that the times have changed. We are no longer in an era of peaceful coexistence. War has arrived. In these chaotic times, only strict discipline and an iron fist can propel our nation forward. Now, I will issue several directives. 1. All cities nationwide shall commence isolation and lockdown. No one is permitted to move across city borders without official authorization. 2. Until the disaster is resolved, all non-essential businesses, enterprises, and factories shall cease operations, and all individuals must self-isolate at home. Prohibited from venturing outside. 3. The Great Yin will implement centralized management of resources, with necessary supplies distributed daily by military drones. 4. All resources will be counted and verified daily, reported to the Central Command for confirmation. Any individual found profiting from national misfortune shall be executed on the spot. 5. Any inquiries or objections should be directed to the Central Command's hotline. We have thousands of operators available around the clock. If you cannot get through, feel free to call me directly at XXXXXXXXX. 6. All military forces will be stationed in urban areas, establishing outpost bases on every street equipped with heavy weaponry to respond to potential crises at any moment. Having just stepped down, Liang Sun's absence was already felt. For Qin Taiwei's iron-fisted approach was undeniably overwhelming. The military's presence in the cities, establishing armed outposts on every street, effectively turned the entire city into a fortress, a notion that provided a sense of security. Yet, the troubling aspect was that this sense of security was purchased at the cost of freedom. No one could leave their homes without permission, confined to their abodes. The distribution of essential supplies was centrally managed, leaving individuals with no say in their own sustenance. Was this not akin to imprisonment? At that moment, someone finally raised their hand. Isn't this a bit extreme? In the face of dissent, Qin Taiwei remained unfazed. If you do not like it, you are free to leave for another country. I will not stop you. With a cold smile, he added, however, I can assure you that this crisis is global. It is not just the Great Yin that is under siege by the undead. The situation abroad is likely far worse than here. If you wish to seek death, I will not hinder you, as one of the foremost countries on this planet. The Great Yin possesses unparalleled national strength and military might compared to most nations. With its vast territory and numerous cities, it has managed to complete the isolation of affected regions swiftly, leaving only a small portion of the Great Yin impacted by the disaster, while the majority of cities continue to function normally. Other nations are not so fortunate, particularly the smaller, already unstable countries, which are roughly the size of a couple of cities in the Great Yin. Once the crisis erupted, these nations fell into chaos almost instantaneously. The remaining relatively powerful countries are also grappling with their own crises for various reasons. They are consumed with their own survival and have no capacity to attend to those fleeing from the Great Yin. Interestingly, many wealthy foreigners, witnessing the relative safety of most cities in the Great Yin, have sought refuge here. Silence enveloped the room. Although their intelligence networks could not delve deeply into foreign affairs, they had a general understanding of the movements of the super-rich in the Great Yin. The presence of these affluent individuals in the Great Yin spoke volumes about the truth in Qin Taiwei's words. Conditions abroad were far more perilous than those within the Great Yin. Are there any further questions? Qin Taiwei's gaze swept across the audience once more. Those who were caught in the gaze instinctively shrank back, clearly no longer daring to provoke the ire of General Qin. He rose directly to his feet and declared, "Since there are no more issues, let us disperse." With that, General Qin cast aside a remark and strode out of the conference hall. Just as he exited, a man hurriedly approached him, saying, "Minister Qin, our Chairman Chen wishes to see you." "Chen Yun? That fellow must be seeking me out regarding his son." Qin glanced at his watch. There was still a bit of time before the next meeting. He let out a cold chuckle. "Heh, old Liang is far too accommodating, allowing everyone to ride roughshod over to Yin." Chapter 104. I speak with my fists, pushing open the door to the reception room. Qin walked in with an upright posture. "Chen Yun, you have 10 minutes. Speak quickly if you have business, or let it be known if you have grievances." Unlike his previous meeting with Liang Sun, Chen Yun's face was clearly marred by anger this time. His son, Chan Tong, was dead, and even the headquarters in Donghai City had fallen completely. This had inflicted immeasurable losses upon Qinshuan. Chen Yun had come to seek retribution. Yet, with Qin's unwavering demeanor upon entering, it only served to make Qin Yun appear less confident. "Minister Qin, the Yin promised that if Qinshuan offered its full support, you would ensure my son and Qinshuan's safety. But now, what have you protected? It was indeed our fault that the Yin did not fulfill its promise, but what do you intend to do about it?" Qin glared coldly at Chen Yun, his eyes gleaming with menace. Qin's retort left Chen Yun momentarily speechless. Withdraw investment from Qinshuan, and then flee abroad. Qin stepped closer to Chen Yun, patting his shoulder. "Chen Yun, you must be aware of the circumstances abroad." As a top-tier businessman, Chen Yun was certainly cognizant that Diyin was one of the safest places in the world at present. And regarding Qinshuan's withdrawal of investment, Qin scoffed, "Chen Yun, I hope you understand the order of precedence. It is Diyan's protection that allows Qinshuan to survive, not the other way around. Chen Yun, you are an intelligent man. You cannot possibly fail to grasp such a simple truth." Chen Yun was not foolish. He understood this logic all too well. Ultimately, no matter how powerful Qinshuan might seem, it was merely a wealthy business entity. The question arose, what good is wealth? How would you bribe the zombies to spare your life? Without weapons, without an army or savior to protect you, you are nothing in the face of the undead. Moreover, relay this to your circle. Tread carefully, for I am not as lenient as Liang Sun. Qin's eyes flashed with ferocity as he tightened his grip on Chen Yun's shoulder, as if he intended to crush it. "I am already overwhelmed by the zombie crisis. Should you force me to expend energy dealing with you? Do not blame me for being unkind." Chen Yun's visit was not only to seek an explanation, but also to gauge Qin's attitude on behalf of Diyan's wealthy merchants. Liang Sun advocated for a cooperative approach, where everyone benefits. Qin, however, exuded an air of command. "Cooperate with me, or face the consequences." In comparison, Liang Sun was indeed far more gentle. Chen Yun inwardly lamented, "Old Liang, do not leave. I miss you," with a wry smile. Chen Yun said, "Cooperation is imperative. It is not only for Diyin, but also for our own sake. Could I refuse to cooperate? If I do not, you may very well shatter my shoulder." "Very well." Qin loosened his grip. "As for your son's death, I am deeply pained. Yet, it is not insurmountable. After all, you are still young. Another can always be conceived." Chen Yun was rendered speechless, pondering. "Do you even hear yourself? At my age, You expect me to start anew. Even if my resources and energy permitted, my vitality would not comply. With the advancements in technology, there must be a way, mustn't there? Saying this, Qin rested his hand on the armrest of the conference room sofa. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly crushed the armrest to splinters. Qin Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. The sofas in the conference room were crafted from high-quality hardwood. To crush an armrest with bare hands was no small feat. Even for a seasoned veteran, Qin brushed the wood shavings from his hands. If you wish for another child, I can introduce you to Director Chu. He will assist you. Chun Yun quickly nodded. Yes, I would greatly appreciate Minister Qin's assistance. While Qin appeared to be discussing the matter of conceiving a new child, he was actually sending a signal. Even those like them could attain extraordinary powers akin to a savior. In chaotic times, nothing offers greater solace than immense strength. As for the financial support from Qinshuan, take as much as you need. With such power, there would be no need to rely on others for protection. One could survive the calamity independently, and as for money, in the apocalyptic chaos, it is nothing more than worthless paper. Very well, let us have a pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. After shaking hands with Qin Yun left the conference room in high spirits. Once Qin Yun's figure disappeared around the corner, Qin's expression darkened once more. A pack of greedy maggots. At a time when the nation is in peril, they still seek to exploit wealth for personal gain. Liang Sun has spoiled them rotten. Once the zombie crisis is resolved, the first order of business for Qin would be to deal with these individuals. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. It was Chu Zhengqing standing at the entrance of the reception room. Minister Qin, the time is nearly upon us. Diplomats from various nations have started to arrive. Chu Zhengqing maintained his usual shy smile. It must be noted that Qin was indeed busy. On his very first day in office, he was tasked with addressing journalists at a press conference. Representatives of Dian's top businessmen and diplomats dispatched by various countries. This international conference was convened by Qin to discuss the global impact of the zombie crisis. Let us proceed. Qin took a step forward, heading towards the reception room's exit. The venue for the international conference was not far, located just upstairs. After a few strides, they arrived. How is your country faring now? Do not even mention it. 2/3 of the cities have fallen. We are nearly out of ammunition. We are in the same boat. These beasts are simply too fierce. The army cannot hold them back. White Eagle, sell us some firearms and ammunition. We will pay any price. Do not even mention guns and bullets to me. Get lost, get lost. All of you, stay far away. Cough, cough, cough. As Qin and Chu Zhengqing entered, the diplomats from various nations fell silent instantly. Qin took his place at the head of the table, while Chu Zhengqing sat in the second seat. As Qin surveyed the room, he frowned, noticing the absence of several individuals. Chapter 105. The situation of other nations. While it was understandable that some smaller nations had not sent representatives, it was troubling that even Britain and India had not sent anyone. Qin turned to Chu Zhengqing beside him. Have the representatives from Britain and India not yet arrived? Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses. India is among the countries facing the worst situations globally. Many of their airports have been occupied, and they cannot spare anyone to attend the meeting. India, being the most populous nation in the world, also has the highest number of impoverished individuals. The vast disparity between the rich and the poor, coupled with the country's relatively small land area, has led to an exceedingly high population density. In such places, a zombie crisis could easily lead to mass casualties, not to mention a contagious epidemic. If one were to pinpoint which country currently hosts the most zombies, it would undoubtedly be India. And what of Britain? They are, after all, a major power. Britain is not unable to attend. Rather, they are unwilling. It is said they have achieved a harmonious coexistence with the zombie mother, a month after the outbreak of the zombie crisis. An unobservable dome appeared over the British Isles, which the British referred to as the ideal utopia. Reports indicate that this ideal utopia was created by a being known as the Queen Mother. The Queen has reached an agreement with the British government, wherein she will govern Britain and protect it from zombie attacks, allowing the people to thrive in the utopia. Additionally, the Queen has publicly declared that the utopia will be the last sanctuary. Those wishing to survive may seek refuge there. Qin scoffed, zombies protecting humans from zombie attacks? How ridiculous does that sound? Non-kin are bound to harbor different intentions. Moreover, the existence of zombies has destined them to be at odds with humanity since their inception. Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses again. Though it may sound absurd, some intelligence from the utopia suggests that life there is indeed quite comfortable. Comfort is merely a fade. The ultimate objective of the maternal entity is the extinction of humanity. Inevitably, one day, its true nature will be revealed. Upon grasping the reasons behind the absence of certain nations, General Qin commenced the assembly. The zombie crisis has swept across the globe, posing a grave threat to human existence. As a community of shared destiny, humanity must abandon its prejudices and unite to confront this calamity. Therefore, I propose that nations share intelligence, offer mutual support, and weather this storm together, the enemies of the Great Yin. Apart from its maternal entity, include maternal entities from various corners of the world. It is only a matter of time before the Great Yin must confront them, hence the necessity for intelligence. How do you intend to support us? We can provide firearms and... Just as General Qin placed an unloaded handgun upon the table, a piercing scream erupted from the opposite end of the conference table. Ah! Take it away! Quickly, remove this thing. The delegates in the conference room were momentarily stunned. Although the sudden appearance of a firearm was indeed unexpected, was it truly frightening enough to elicit such a reaction? Following the sound, they discovered that the diplomat from the White Eagle had somehow cowered in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. The assembly was utterly bewildered. While it might be understandable for others to fear a gun, the White Eagle is a nation where gun ownership is a right. As the saying goes, in the land of the free, gun violence occurs daily. How could an unloaded gun instill such terror? Are you a false citizen of the White Eagle? General Qin furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. In a world ravaged by conflict, it is as normal for an officer to carry a firearm as it is for a mechanic to carry a wrench or a chef to carry a knife. Puffed. Chu Zhengqing, evidently in the know, stifled a laugh. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, Minister Qin, you may not be aware of the foreign circumstances. Currently, the greatest calamity befalling the White Eagle is the maternal entity of firearms, which can control all weapons within a kilometer radius. Should one be struck by bullets fired from these weapons, they will become infected and turn into zombies. You are familiar with the White Eagle situation. Its populace is armed to the teeth, meaning that the maternal entity is effectively extending its reach through firearms everywhere, leading to sudden infections. This has left the citizens of the White Eagle with significant psychological trauma, causing them to develop an intense fear of firearms. Piffed. Upon hearing this, even the typically stoic and iron-willed General Qin could no longer maintain his composure. The White Eagle's status as a preeminent power is built upon warfare and arms trafficking. First, dispose of the gun, chuckled Qin, shaking his head as he entrusted the weapon to a nearby soldier for safe-keeping outside the conference room. I believe you are all aware of the existence of survivor players. And we in the Great Yin happen to possess a formidable group of such players. Should you require assistance, you may request our aid in exchange for a modest supply of resources. We can dispatch our powerful survivor players to your nations to eliminate the maternal entities. Despite General Qin's seemingly amicable words, portraying himself as a benevolent guardian of the safety of other nations, he harbored ulterior motives. The populations of most nations are relatively small compared to that of the Great Yin, and their population density is not as pronounced. The development speed of the zombie maternal entities cannot possibly match that of Wei Gong and Kai Yuntong, and their strength is correspondingly less formidable. The survivor players of the Great Yin have undergone specialized training under Chu Zhengqing, rendering them far superior to survivors from other nations. As long as they do not encounter atypical maternal entities like Wei Gong or Kai Yuntong, they possess a considerable fighting chance. Furthermore, numerous experiments have demonstrated that zombies are not only a disaster but also a resource. Since the maternal zombies within the domestic sphere are shielded by Wei Gong and Kai Yuntong, who are too formidable to confront, it is prudent to first tackle the more vulnerable entities abroad. This strategy not only secures resources from other nations, but also enables the survivor players of the Great Yin to amass additional points.